Xu Changsheng merely ventured out in the evening to procure a few items from the convenience store, only to find himself abruptly transported to a world of mortal cultivation. Stranded in this unfamiliar realm, he struggled to survive, but fortuitously. He had arrived 3 centuries prior to the birth of the protagonist Han Li. Moreover, he possessed a longevity fruit within his dantian, granting him immortality, as long as he maintained a cautious approach and dedicated himself to the path of cultivation. He believed he would eventually transcend his mortal existence. At this time, the powerful beings of the transformation stage were still disguising themselves as novices in the Qi refining stage, traversing the mortal realm while seeking ascension pathways. The venerable Linghu, adept in nurturing life, remained quietly hidden, while Li Huayuan and Hong Fu had just been born. The old demon Yunlu masqueraded as a righteous figure, deceiving innocent maidens. 3 centuries later, Han Li. Chapter 1. An Arrival and Cultivation Techniques. In the kingdom of Yu, at Huangfeng Valley, within the bustling streets of the Taiyue Mountain Cultivation Market, dusk fell at the hour of Su. Clad in a trench coat and jeans, Xu Changsheng stood in bewilderment amidst this ancient-styled thoroughfare, plastic bag in hand. Surrounding him were buildings steeped in antiquity, shops lined in succession with names such as 7 Wonders Pavilion, Windward Studio, Heavenly Craft Tower, and 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, all inscribed in archaic Chinese characters. Observing the hurried passers-by, adorned in peculiar garments and many-masked, he caught sight of some individuals casting wary glances in his direction before quickly averting their attention, creating an atmosphere tinged with strangeness. Xu Changsheng pondered how he had suddenly arrived in such an alien place. He had merely stepped out to purchase a few items, and upon exiting the store, the world around him had shifted in a kaleidoscope of light. Could it be that I have encountered a natural wormhole, transporting me to the past? He mused. An avid reader of novels, he dismissed the notion of this being a prank, recognizing that the scenery before him bore no resemblance to a film set. Though anxiety gripped him, he understood the necessity of remaining composed in this unfamiliar world. He began to assess his belongings. Aside from his attire, the most valuable item was his smartphone, accompanied by a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and in his plastic bag, daily necessities, a compact mirror, a plastic thermos, a few candles, several cans of beer, and a few bags of chips. To ascertain his surroundings, he set forth along the street, initially bypassing the shops to approach some vendors. However, the merchants regarded him with indifference, one dismissively gesturing, "You, a mere mortal, what business do you have here? Do not disturb my trade." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt a flicker of joy. They spoke in Mandarin, suggesting a connection between the written and spoken language of his former life. Yet, what did the vendor mean by referring to himself as a mortal? Were these individuals not mortals? He tucked this thought away for later. Soon, he found himself drawn to an inconspicuous corner, where a bookstall caught his eye, displaying numerous handwritten tomes with peculiar titles such as 5 Elements Technique, Eternal Spring Art, a compendium of cultivation knowledge, and Foundational Talismans Collection. The stall owner was an elderly man with snow-white hair and an unremarkable appearance. However, his eyes held a depth that suggested he was not an ordinary person. He glanced at the darkening sky and then at the unsold manuscripts, a hint of urgency crossing his features. When Xu Changsheng stood before him, the elder looked up and calmly remarked, "Young man, this cultivation market is not a place for you to wander freely. Which cultivation family do you belong to, or are you a servant of a certain cultivator?" Xu Changsheng felt a jolt of surprise. The strange titles of the tomes had already convinced him of his arrival in a world of cultivation, and the elder's inquiry reinforced this belief. A wrong answer could result in dire consequences, as the elder might very well be a cultivator himself in this market. Calming his demeanor, he replied with a smile, "I accompanied my elders here. I have lived in a mortal town all my life and am merely curious about this market, though my elders have business and will fetch me shortly." The elder nodded, seemingly satisfied, as ordinary mortals could hardly enter such a market. The guards at the entrance, composed of latest-stage Qi refining disciples, were no trifling matter. The elder did not pursue further inquiries, satisfied to know that a cultivator stood behind the mortal before him. For the lower-tier Qi refining cultivators trying to make a living in the market, avoiding trouble was the general rule. As night approached, the elder's stall had yet to sell a single manuscript, and he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although these handwritten tomes were common in the market and worth little in low-grade spirit stones, unsold, they became worthless. Noticing the elder's despondency, Xu Changsheng took the initiative to produce a can of beer from his plastic bag and handed it to him. The elder, taken aback, observed Xu Changsheng drinking and soon imitated him. After just one sip, his eyes lit up, and he continued to drink heartily, finishing the can in short order. Clearly intrigued, the elder had never tasted such a unique beverage, smooth, mellow, and refreshing, perfectly suited to his age. He gazed at the remaining cans in Xu Changsheng's bag and said, "Young man, this drink is delightful. If you are willing to part with these cans, I shall let you choose 2 manuscripts from my stall." Xu Changsheng's heart leapt at the prospect of trading a few cans of beer for 2 cultivation techniques. However, he understood the need to mask his eagerness, lest he shatter the persona of a mortal from a cultivation family. Not knowing how the elder might react, feigning modesty, he responded, "My elder mentioned that as a mortal, these cultivation texts would be of little use to me, fearing I might reach too high. Hence, I was not provided with such materials. I am merely curious. But would you not feel it a loss to part with 2 manuscripts?" The elder waved his hand dismissively, belching slightly before chuckling. "No loss at all. These are not precious items, and I have a whole room full of such manuscripts. Today, having enjoyed your fine drink, I can indulge my craving. It seems we are fated to meet, but as a mortal, it would be wise for you not to linger here. When your elders arrive, you should leave promptly. I must close my stall soon, so choose quickly." Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng selected 5 Elements Technique and Foundational Talismans collection from the handwritten tomes after careful consideration, deeming them the most pertinent to his interests. While the Compendium of Cultivation knowledge held lesser importance for him, the elder visibly relaxed upon seeing Xu Changsheng's choices. Under normal circumstances in the cultivation world, if Xu Changsheng had selected the Compendium of Cultivation knowledge, the elder might have doubted his identity. After all, how could someone from a cultivation family be ignorant of basic cultivation knowledge? Even mortals from such families would have absorbed plenty simply through exposure, while only ordinary mortals would seek out the Compendium of Cultivation knowledge. However, Xu Changsheng found it curious when the elder suddenly called him back, retrieving a version of the Foundational Talismans collection from his storage pouch, claiming it was an updated edition. Although puzzled, Xu Changsheng chose not to dwell on it. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng exchanged a few more compliments with the elderly vendor at the bookstall. The old man then gathered the tomes from the stall into his dusty satchel and ambled toward the alley at the periphery of the marketplace. In this encounter, Xu Changsheng acquired the most crucial cultivation technique. Although it was rather commonplace, it could very well serve as the foundation for his future endeavors. He now faced the pressing task of determining whether he possessed the aptitude for cultivation. However, an immediate concern loomed over him. Where would he spend the night? He had not even a single spirit stone to his name. If the old book vendor were to uncover his identity as an ordinary mortal, it could spell trouble. For cultivators are not to be trifled with. Yet, Xu Changsheng harbored a lingering suspicion that this white-haired elder was not merely an ordinary man. Everything had transpired far too smoothly, almost unrealistically so. Considering Xu Changsheng's rather mediocre acting skills, could it be that this old man is a powerful being in disguise, toying with the mortal realm? Yet, I cannot discern the truth from the falsehood. Perhaps my penchant for novels has rendered me somewhat paranoid, Xu Changsheng pondered, a devoted enthusiast of literature. Chapter 2. The Path to Immortality. As dusk descended, the street vendors began to pack up and head home, bringing a serene stillness to the cultivation market. Xu Changsheng stood alone on the somewhat desolate street, a picture of forlornness, for he had no abode to return to in this world. The taverns and inns within the market were beyond his means, as they required spirit stones, rendering mere earthly gold and silver worthless. Xu Changsheng was hesitant to leave the safety of the cultivation market. As an ordinary mortal, venturing outside posed a grave risk to his life. Moreover, re-entering the market would prove difficult, given that it was far safer than the outside world, guarded by foundational cultivators who would deter the lower-tier cultivators from acting recklessly against someone whose background they did not know. Thus, Xu Changsheng settled into an inconspicuous corner of the alley. Who would have thought that on my first day in the realm of cultivation, I would find myself sleeping on the streets? Xu Changsheng mused bitterly. Yet, he was aware that if he could become a cultivator, even at the first level of qi cultivation, his circumstances would improve significantly. He retrieved a candle from a plastic bag and lit it with a lighter. As the soft, yellow glow illuminated his surroundings, a warmth enveloped his heart, prompting him to open the handwritten manuscript of the 5 Elements Technique. Xu Changsheng was an aficionado of traditional Chinese medicine and ancient literature, possessing a foundational understanding of human acupoints. Although he was uncertain about his spiritual roots, the title of the 5 Elements Technique suggested that it was suitable for nearly all types of spiritual roots. If he could comprehend its essence, it would indicate he possessed a spiritual root. Failure to do so would imply either a deficient or absent spiritual root. The manuscript was concise, totaling less than 1,000 words, detailing the method of operation and 5 basic low-tier spells. It was not overly complex, and after a few readings, Xu Changsheng grasped its essence. The manuscript also included a diagram of human acupoints, reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine charts, albeit with clearer markings. Disregarding the dirt of the ground, Xu Changsheng extinguished the candle, shrouding himself in darkness. He sat cross-legged, following the cultivation path outlined in the 5 elements technique. After 2 hours, his legs felt numb and sore, yet he sensed the ethereal particles of spiritual energy in the air. Being an outsider in this world, he was unusually sensitive to the spiritual energy, but his attempts to absorb these particles were painfully slow, akin to ants hauling a heavy load. This realization confirmed his possession of a spiritual root, albeit a mediocre one. Nevertheless, he persevered through the pain, continuing his cultivation. Time became an abstraction, and eventually, he managed to accumulate a trace of spiritual energy. He hastily directed this minuscule energy into his dantian, expending considerable effort. Upon its entry, a sudden vibration coursed through his dantian, followed by a piercing pain that surged to his brain, causing Xu Changsheng to faint. Unbeknownst to him, within his dantian, a golden fruit of immortality reacted to the influx of spiritual energy, awakening with a radiant brilliance. Golden mist erupted from the fruit, flooding into his internal organs and limbs. In his unconscious state, Xu Changsheng felt as if he had transitioned from scorching lava to a soothing hot spring, enveloped in warmth and comfort. He dreamt of returning to the womb, experiencing a state of pure, unadulterated existence. At dawn, as the first light filtered into the world, Xu Changsheng awoke. Astonished to find his clothes had significantly expanded, and his skin had become smooth and delicate, reminiscent of youth. He discovered he could perceive his internal state. Directing his mind to his dantian revealed an ethereal space, suspended above which was the golden fruit, resembling a peach, accompanied by 3 swirling vortices of spiritual energy. As Xu Changsheng grappled with shock and confusion, a stream of information coursed through his mind, revealing that he possessed a golden finger in this world, the fruit of immortality within his dantian, which would allow him to remain eternally youthful, forever embodying the vitality of an 18-year-old. Yet, eternal youth did not equate to invincibility. He remained vulnerable to fatal external threats. Examining his reflection in a double-sided mirror, he confirmed his youthful visage, transformed back into the innocent appearance of his 18-year-old self. Those who had previously encountered him would now mistake him for a relative. The fruit of immortality was remarkable, requiring spiritual energy for activation, which would simultaneously enhance his own cultivation. However, this opportunity was singular. Xu Changsheng recognized that he must rely on his own efforts for further advancement. Contemplating his newfound longevity, he felt a surge of optimism. Yet, he resolved to remain cautious until his strength rendered him invincible. The path to immortality was devoid of sentiment. Only by enduring solitude could he hope to ascend to greater heights. Now a true cultivator, Xu Changsheng pondered how to navigate the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Wealth, land, companions, and methods formed the 4 pillars of cultivation, with wealth taking precedence. With sufficient resources, everything else would fall into place. Thus, Xu Changsheng needed to acquire spirit stones, and for lower-tier cultivators, this required the mastery of a skill. Among the 4 arts, alchemy, talisman crafting, formation, and weapon forging, talisman crafting was the most accessible and cost-effective, making it an ideal choice for novices. This was why he selected the comprehensive guide to basic talismans. As dawn broke, shops began to open, and lower-tier cultivators emerged to set up their stalls as usual. Xu Changsheng first entered a clothing store, emanating the aura of a 3rd-level Qi cultivator. The shopkeeper, a mortal martial artist, welcomed him with a smile. Xu Changsheng requested a scholar's robe suitable for a mortal, donning a hat that helped him blend in with the local populace. This robe held little value in the cultivation market, designed for ordinary folk and lower-tier cultivators who could not afford proper robes. Xu Changsheng exchanged his double-sided mirror for silver coins to purchase the robe, leaving him with only a few pieces of silver, which held limited utility in the cultivation market. Having completed his transformation, Xu Changsheng was ready to proceed with his plans. Chapter 3. Comprehensive Guide to Basic Talismans on the bustling streets of the Taiyue Mountain Market. Xu Changsheng, clad in his scholar's robe and wearing a scholar's cap, presented himself as a refined young scholar, exuding the aura of a 3rd-level Qi cultivator. No one dared to trouble him. Those of greater strength deemed him unworthy of attention, while the weaker ones harbored their reservations. The market strictly prohibited violence, For who could tell if this seemingly unassuming youth had powerful cultivators backing him? After Xu Changsheng exited the clothing shop, he ventured into a bookstore, where he purchased some blank paper and a brush with silver coins. He then transcribed 2 copies of the 5 Elements Method and the complete compendium of basic talismans on an empty seat in the bookstore. The shopkeeper, also a practitioner at the Qi refining stage, glanced at the titles of the texts and merely shook his head in disdain before departing. Once Xu Changsheng completed his transcription, he pretended to stroll leisurely past various stalls, which offered a wide array of goods, including cultivation techniques, talismans, basic manuals for alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formation, as well as charming yet weak beast companions, alongside fragments of magical tools. Although he couldn't afford any purchases, he feigned inquiries about prices and sought information, thereby familiarizing himself with the market trends. From the low-tier scattered cultivators at these stalls, Xu Changsheng learned his exact location, and the mention of Huangfeng Valley sent a tremor through him. He realized he had entered a world of cultivation, though he had not anticipated it to be a realm where mortals practice cultivation. This world was both fascinating and perilous, but for him, it was a stroke of good fortune, as he now understood the general situation and future trajectory of this realm, which granted him a distinct advantage. With a composed demeanor, Xu Changsheng continued to meander, eventually halting in front of an inconspicuous stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, likely a mortal yet brimming with vitality, suggesting he was a martial artist. He had a robust build and a striking appearance, yet at that moment, he squatted on the ground, watching Xu Changsheng with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. His large hand occasionally brushed against a cloth bag at his waist, from which a uniquely patterned wooden token was visible. Xu Changsheng's eyes brightened at the sight, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Before the middle-aged martial artist lay a large coarse burlap cloth, upon which was spread a complete tiger-striped beast skin, several beast teeth, and a few vials of beast blood. Centrally placed was a brush seemingly crafted from green jade, alongside stacks of cut yellow paper, clearly materials for talisman drawing. However, these materials were of low quality, barely sufficient for crafting inferior talismans. Yet, the spiritual aura emanating from the beast skin and blood indicated they were obtained from a demon beast, one that likely possessed strength comparable to a practitioner at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. How this ordinary man acquired them, or if he was merely a servant to some practitioner, remained a mystery. Noticing Xu Changsheng scrutinizing him and his wares, the middle-aged martial artist inquired, "Are you a talisman master seeking to purchase my goods?" Xu Changsheng nodded but curiously remarked, "I see these materials are derived from a tiger-type demon beast, which must have matched the strength of a 3rd-layer practitioner. Did you hunt it yourself?" The martial artist smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes as he replied, "Indeed. Esteemed master, these materials are from a 1st-stage mountain lord I hunted, and I nearly lost my life in the process. Though I am but a mortal, my martial prowess is at the peak of the innate stage, and even a 4th-layer practitioner would find it difficult to subdue me." Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He was aware that there were martial artists among mortals, but he hadn't expected to encounter one of such high caliber in this market, an individual who could rival a local hero in the mortal realm. He wondered how this man compared to Han Li's master, Dr. Mo. Innate martial artists possess strength akin to low-tier Qi refining practitioners, particularly excelling in close combat. Yet cultivators wield diverse techniques and can leverage talismans and magical tools to transcend several levels in battle. Thus, innate martial artists often refrain from provoking cultivators. Satisfying his curiosity, Xu Changsheng decided to be direct. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke to the middle-aged martial artist. "I have recently departed from my family and have developed a keen interest in talismans, intending to establish my future upon this foundation. The materials you have for talisman crafting seem adequate for practice. However, I currently lack spirit stones. Would you accept a trade with cultivation texts?" The martial artist nodded, and Xu Changsheng presented the 2 texts he had transcribed, the 5 Elements Method and the complete compendium of basic talismans. The martial artist's gaze flicked over the titles before lingering on the complete compendium of basic talismans, a flicker of delight crossing his features before he quickly masked it. Yet, Xu Changsheng, having undergone the transformation of a Dao Fruit, perceived this subtle shift. It was evident that the significance of the complete compendium of basic talismans exceeded his expectations. Feigning a frown, the middle-aged martial artist said, "Esteemed master, these 2 texts are not particularly valuable in the cultivation market. I already possess the 5 Elements Method, but I am somewhat interested in the complete compendium of basic talismans for the sake of future disciples, in case a practitioner with spiritual roots arises." Xu Changsheng merely smiled and shook his head, I am earnestly seeking to exchange for your talisman materials. Let us dispense with the pretense. I have inquired about the market, and it is common knowledge that the complete compendium of basic talismans in this market is often incomplete, valued at about 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, my copy is the complete version, encompassing basic talismans from low to high grades. Therefore, its worth should not be less than 20 low-grade spirit stones, while the total value of your materials does not exceed 5 low-grade spirit stones. Am I mistaken? The directness of Xu Changsheng's words left the middle-aged martial artist momentarily stunned, for it was well known that the complete compendium of basic talismans sold in this market was incomplete, with the number of talismans that could be drawn publicly available. It was indeed valued at 10 low-grade spirit stones, while complete versions could only be found in larger shops. Xu Changsheng's claim of possessing a complete version was somewhat misleading, as he himself was uncertain of its completeness. However, he was aware that his copy contained nearly double the number of talismans compared to those sold in the market, confirming his earlier suspicion that the seemingly unremarkable old man was indeed extraordinary. Thus, the complete compendium of basic talismans in Xu Changsheng's possession was intended as a tool for him to earn his first fortune, though this needed to be handled discreetly to avoid garnering the ire of those selling incomplete versions, which could lead to perilous consequences. Chapter 4. The spirit plant merchant. The middle-aged martial artist, seeing Xu Changsheng's youth, assumed him to be a novice fresh from a cultivation family. However, he was taken aback by how quickly Xu Changsheng had grasped the market dynamics of Taiwan Mountain. He pondered whether he might negotiate a lower price, as the complete compendium of basic talismans held considerable importance for him, pertaining to the future of a close relative. Even an incomplete version was worth exchanging. Thus, the middle-aged martial artist did not hesitate long, sighing as he stated, "Since you are so forthright, I agree to the exchange, even if your copy of the complete compendium of basic talismans is incomplete." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng did not hesitate, as he had not invested much. The two quickly completed the transaction. With these materials for talisman crafting, he could embark on his journey into the realm of talismanic arts. The reason he chose to barter with this middle-aged martial artist was not only due to the minimal threat he posed to Xu Changsheng in this cultivation market, but also because the wooden token in the pouch at the man's waist was crucial for Xu Changsheng's ability to establish himself in this realm of cultivation. After the middle-aged martial artist received the comprehensive guide to basic talismans from Xu Changsheng, he immediately flipped through it, his eyes lighting up with surprise. He was astonished, realizing that Xu Changsheng had indeed spoken the truth. The number of talismans in this tome exceeded that of those sold at street stalls by more than double. He silently praised himself for this fortunate acquisition. Noticing the man's expression, Xu Changsheng could not help but smile, then discreetly cautioned him against selling this complete comprehensive guide to basic talismans to the street vendors, as it would not bode well for him. Even passing cultivators should be approached with caution, unless they are well acquainted. Had it not been for his own lack of materials for talisman crafting, he would not have offered such a generous price, considering its worth of at least 20 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged martial artist, touched by Xu Changsheng's kindness, looked at him gratefully and said, "I, Lu Gang, will forever remember this favor. Should our paths cross again, I am willing to endure any hardship, even to the point of risking my life, to repay you." Xu Changsheng's heart leaped at these words. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He then said directly, "There is no need to wait for the future. You can repay me now." Lu Gang was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the unexpected approach of the young cultivator. He had merely expressed a polite sentiment, having traversed the martial world for many years. Such platitudes were commonplace, and any request for assistance would surely raise suspicions. Sensing the delicate nature of the situation, he hesitated to refuse outright. Thus, Lu Gang mustered his courage and inquired, "What does the esteemed cultivator wish of me?" Xu Changsheng, not wishing to beat around the bush with this seemingly simple, yet cunning innate martial artist, replied, "I previously inquired about the origins of the animal skins and blood you possess. You mentioned they were procured through your own hunting endeavors, nearly at the cost of your life. However, you did not disclose whether you have a cultivator behind you, indicating that the likelihood of you being a servant to a cultivator is low, yet there is surely a connection. As an ordinary person, how did you gain access to this cultivation market? The guards at the entrance are no trifling matter. They do not allow just anyone to enter. I surmise that your entry was facilitated by the wooden token in your pouch, which I have learned bears the insignia of the Spirit Plant Hall of the Yellow Maple Valley's Servant Division. The Spirit Plant Hall not only dispatches servants to cultivate spirit rice, but also recruits clean background wandering cultivators to serve as spirit planters. If a wandering cultivator of unknown origins can be vouched for by a servant disciple of the Spirit Plant Hall, They may also join as a spirit planter. However, should anything happen to the vouched cultivator, the responsible servant disciple would share in the consequences, thus making them exceedingly cautious in their choices. If my conjecture is correct, you have indeed received a recommendation from a servant disciple of the Spirit Plant Hall, who has entrusted you with their wooden token, allowing you to pass through the guard scrutiny. Am I mistaken? As Xu Changsheng finished speaking, Lu Gang's expression shifted from shock to one of profound understanding. The esteemed cultivator's observations are astute, and your inquiries have yielded much information. It appears that your interest in exchanging a talisman guide for crafting materials extends beyond mere curiosity. You are correct. This token indeed belongs to a servant disciple of the Spirit Plant Hall, but that disciple is my wife. The comprehensive guide to basic talismans is intended for my daughter, who wishes to pursue talisman crafting rather than farming. Are you suggesting that my wife vouch for you to join the Spirit Plant Hall as a spirit planter? However, being a spirit planter is laborious and poorly compensated. Otherwise, I would not risk my life hunting those beasts. As someone hailing from a cultivation family, what could you possibly gain from being a spirit planter? Xu Changsheng merely smiled at this, having already prepared his response. He calmly replied, "Distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. I am but a distant branch of my family, and my roots lie far from here. Thus, I have no foundation in this place. On my journey here with other cultivators, I was robbed of my spirit stones by bandits, leaving me without a home. The Spirit Plant Hall provides not only spirit fields for its planters, but also free accommodation, ensuring their safety, a desirable arrangement for skilled wandering cultivators." Lu Gang's expression shifted to one of realization as he absorbed Xu Changsheng's explanation. In truth, he did not care whether Xu Changsheng came from a cultivation family. He bore no ill will towards him. While other cultivators might regard Xu Changsheng's background with caution, for Lu Gang, the young man had effectively gifted him a complete inheritance of talisman crafting knowledge, worth at least 20 low-grade spirit stones, an amount that would take his family a year or two to save. Consequently, Lu Gang nodded in agreement, finding Xu Changsheng's demeanor refreshing. He did not look down on him for being an ordinary person, and he perceived a certain integrity in the young man. Though Xu Changsheng was merely at the third layer of qi refinement, Lu Gang felt confident that should Xu Changsheng exhibit any unusual behavior during the guarantee period, he and his wife could subdue him without repercussions. Thus, after Xu Changsheng packed the talisman crafting materials from the street vendors, Lu Gang led him toward the market's grand entrance. A sense of calm washed over Xu Changsheng. As long as he could establish himself in the Taiwa Mountain Market, he believed the opportunity for greatness would soon follow. With the blessing of his longevity fruit, he held numerous methods to enhance his strength. Having taken his first step into the realm of mortal cultivation, he felt a surge of optimism. Upon exiting the market, Lu Gang guided Xu Changsheng along a meticulously scouted safe route. Even when encountering more powerful cultivators, neither paid them much heed. For what profit could a mere ordinary martial artist and a low-tier cultivator possibly yield? Moreover, this route remained within the influence of the Yellow Maple Valley's territory, discouraging any wandering cultivators from causing trouble. Chapter 5. Establishing a foothold, spells, and talisman arts. Several hours later, Lu Gang brought Xu Changsheng to a vast expanse of spirit rice fields, waves of golden grains swaying like a sea of gold. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant aroma. While numerous spirit planters employed techniques such as spirit rain technique and soil turning technique, others unleashed the golden finger technique, shooting golden beams to eliminate spirit insects. This scene of cultivation and farming captivated Xu Changsheng. As they strolled along the furrows, they soon arrived at an unassuming wooden cabin. Lu Gang approached and rhythmically knocked on the door. Moments later, a middle-aged woman dressed in simple garb emerged. She had a pleasant countenance, exuding a gentle aura, and bore a qi refinement level of 3. Upon seeing Lu Gang return safely, her initial worry transformed into joy. However, her expression shifted to one of wariness upon noticing Xu Changsheng behind him. Lu Gang, observing his wife's change in demeanor, immediately spoke, "My dear, this esteemed cultivator is my benefactor. We met in the market, and I have brought back the comprehensive guide to basic talismans that Qianer has longed for. This is the complete version, a true inheritance of talisman crafting. To express my gratitude, I wish to request that my wife, in the capacity of a humble disciple at the Spirit Plant Hall, vouch for him, allowing him to become a spirit planter." Previously, didn't Wang Bo mention that the Spirit Plant Hall was in need of personnel? This would be a fitting way to repay the kindness of this celestial master. "Master, this is my wife. The matter of the spirit planter is for you two to discuss." After Lu Gang finished speaking, he took the complete version of the comprehensive glyph compendium that Xu Changsheng had given him and walked directly into the wooden cottage. Xu Changsheng caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in white within the cottage, which he assumed to be Lu Gang's daughter, who wished to pursue the path of talismans. At this moment, Lu Gang's wife lowered her guard against Xu Changsheng, trusting that her husband would not bring back a dangerous individual. Moreover, Xu Changsheng intentionally exuded a spiritual pressure equivalent to the third layer of qi refinement, indicating that he posed no threat. Greetings, friend. My surname is Wang. I have heard from my husband that you wish to become a spirit planter. The spirit plant hall is indeed in need of people, and I can vouch for you. However, I must clarify the conditions. You may only cultivate the spirit fields adjacent to our family's land, which conveniently allows you to reside near this wooden cottage. Should you display any inappropriate behavior during your tenure as a spirit planter, my husband and I will take action to subdue you and hand you over to the spirit plant hall for further handling. You may choose whether to accept these terms. Listening to the middle-aged woman's words, Xu Changsheng did not deliberate too long. He was not a villain, merely seeking a foothold in this unfamiliar world of cultivation. Thus, he replied earnestly, Friend Wang, I accept your conditions, as this is precisely the purpose of my perilous journey here. With Xu Changsheng's agreement, the middle-aged woman promptly led him to the office established by the spirit plant hall, where she assisted him in completing the necessary formalities to become a spirit planter. Xu Changsheng was somewhat surprised to discover that the steward Wang at the office was actually a distant relative of the middle-aged woman. However, this steward was merely a low-tier cultivator at the 5th layer of qi refinement, and he was nearly 100 years old. Xu Changsheng received a small cloth bag issued by the spirit plant hall, which contained a wooden token representing his status as a spirit planter, a key to his dwelling, some spirit rice seeds, and a small notebook. He used the key to unlock the free wooden cottage provided by the spirit plant hall. Inside, there was nothing but a wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs. However, it would serve as his home in this world of cultivation. After tidying up the cottage, Xu Changsheng sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the notebook issued by the spirit plant hall. It contained notes on the responsibilities of a spirit planter, along with 3 exclusive minor spells: Spirit Rain Technique, Soil Turning Technique, and Metal Finger Technique. This delighted Xu Changsheng, as becoming a spirit planter not only provided him with free accommodation, but also additional spells. Under the protection of Huangfeng Valley, he could sustain himself through the cultivation of spirit fields. Of course, any hope of advancing his cultivation would rely on side ventures to acquire resources for cultivation. Time flew by, and soon 3 days had passed. After mastering the 3 exclusive spells of a spirit planter, Xu Changsheng began working the fields. In his spare time, he practiced drawing talismans, and to his surprise, he discovered that he possessed a decent aptitude for talismans. In just over half a month, he had made his entry into the realm of talisman crafting, becoming a low-tier talisman master. The wooden cottage where Lu Gang's family resided was less than 200 meters from his own, and they would occasionally visit each other. During Xu Changsheng's talisman crafting practice, he encountered Lu Gang's daughter, a serene young girl who also displayed a commendable talent for the art of talismans, though slightly inferior to his own. As Xu Changsheng settled into a routine, Lu Gang and his wife gradually lowered their defenses. Although Lu Gang had previously referred to Xu Changsheng as his benefactor, the sincerity of those words was questionable in a world rife with deceit and treachery. Currently, Xu Changsheng was practicing the 5 elements technique, which included 10 minor spells: metal sword technique, wood armor technique, water arrow technique, fireball technique, earth spear technique, wind blade technique, object control technique, heavenly eye technique, chi concealment technique, and wind control technique. The number of spells he possessed was significantly greater than those commonly available in the marketplace, indicating that the elder who had sold him the technique was indeed extraordinary, having provided Xu Changsheng with considerable benefits. These minor spells were not particularly difficult, and Xu Changsheng mastered them within a month. Despite his poor aptitude for cultivation, his comprehension was notably superior to that of the average cultivator, which could be seen as a compensation from the heavens. With numerous spells at his disposal, Xu Changsheng's means of self-preservation had greatly improved. The next step was to enhance his cultivation level, which required resources such as elixirs, spiritual liquids, or magical tools that could boost his combat prowess. However, all these resources necessitated spirit stones, and Xu Changsheng found himself lacking in this regard. The 3 acres of spirit fields he rented yielded only 2 low-tier spirit stones worth of spirit rice each month after the mandatory tribute. Yet as a cultivator, he still needed to consume spirit rice, as the grains consumed by mortals would gradually taint a cultivator's spiritual body. Thus, any cultivator with decent means avoided consuming mortal food. It seemed that Xu Changsheng's hopes for acquiring spirit stones would need to be pinned on the art of talismans. With a sigh of resignation, He dedicated most of his time to cultivation and talisman crafting. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Xu Changsheng had not left his wooden cottage or spirit fields, and Lu Gang and his wife had ceased to pay him any attention, leading to a gradual dilution of their relationship, due to the lack of cultivation resources upon his arrival. Xu Changsheng's efforts over 3 years had only allowed him to reach the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. However, he was on the verge of a breakthrough that could propel him from the early to the mid stages of qi refinement. His proficiency in talismans had also reached the intermediate level, and he could now skillfully unleash the 10 minor spells he had mastered. It was time to venture to the market to exchange for some elixirs or spiritual liquids that could facilitate his breakthrough, Xu Changsheng pondered, clutching a large stack of talismans he had crafted. Chapter 6. Great Harvest. On another bright morning, the sun shone brilliantly, and golden spirit rice swayed in the gentle breeze, rolling like waves upon the sea. The air became crisp, infused with the fragrant aroma of spirit grains. Xu Changsheng employed the spirit rain technique in the spirit fields he rented, allowing spiritual energy to fall like rain upon the spirit rice. Although he did not rely primarily on cultivating spirit grains for survival, he knew that neglecting his duties could jeopardize his free housing and the protection of the spirit plant hall. Just as Xu Changsheng completed his daily farming tasks, he noticed his neighbor, the innate martial artist Lu Gang, leaving his home with a large cloth bag, seemingly preparing to sell beast materials at the market. Xu Changsheng couldn't help but smile. He had been observing the situation next door intentionally, and this was the perfect opportunity to accompany Lu Gang to the market, as traveling together would enhance their safety. Thus, Xu Changsheng activated the wind control technique, swiftly reaching Lu Gang's side, and expressed his desire to accompany him to the market. Lu Gang did not refuse. After all, having a cultivator by his side would greatly enhance his safety. Both were low-tier individuals in the cultivation world, and banding together would increase their chances of survival. Moreover, Lu Gang frequently visited the market and had knowledge of safe routes, which Xu Changsheng found invaluable. Together, they navigated the journey to the entrance of the Taiyue Mountain Market without incident. Lu Gang presented a small wooden token representing his status as a disciple at the Spirit Plant Hall to gain entry. When it was Xu Changsheng's turn, the guarding cultivator informed him that independent cultivators were required to pay a low-tier spirit stone for entry. Xu Changsheng promptly revealed the wooden token issued by the Spirit Plant Hall, and the guard said nothing further, allowing him to pass. Xu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of this small token, realizing that the market posed no barriers to internal cultivators of Huangfeng Valley. Xu Changsheng and Lu Gang proceeded directly to the northern section of the market, where various stalls displayed their wares. Xu Changsheng laid out some of the talismans he had created over the past 3 years, eagerly awaiting customers. The market was bustling with cultivators, and before long, Xu Changsheng had sold several of his talismans, particularly the intermediate ones, which were in high demand due to their affordability. As noon approached, Xu Changsheng noticed the dwindling number of cultivators and decided to close his stall. Remarkably, he had earned nearly 30 low-grade spirit stones that day, a commendable sum. However, he understood the necessity of ceasing his sales. An excess of talismans might attract the attention of unscrupulous rogue cultivators. After informing Lu Gang of his departure, he made his way to the Wanbao building to procure resources for cultivation. Soon, Xu Changsheng arrived at the bustling first-floor hall of Wanbao building, where a multitude of cultivators mingled. He headed directly toward the section dedicated to low-tier cultivation resources. Here, he found an array of items, including the commonly used Huangya pills and Jinsui pills for qi refining stage cultivators, reasonably priced at 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. However, each bottle contained only 5 pills, and excessive consumption could lead to drug resistance, diminishing their effectiveness. It was challenging to rely on these for breaking through a bottleneck. After inquiring with a sales representative, Xu learned that the best option for overcoming such obstacles was pure spirit liquid. Reluctantly, he purchased a bottle of mid-tier pure spirit liquid for the qi refining stage, along with several bottles of Huangya pills and Jinsui pills. While browsing the sales area, he spotted a mid-tier Qingyan sword, which cost dozens of low-grade spirit stones. In pursuit of enhancing his combat prowess, Xu reluctantly retrieved the remaining talismans he had crafted, though he carefully set aside 10 mid-tier talismans for self-defense. Fortunately, Wanbao Building offered a buyback service, albeit at slightly lower prices than street vendors, but it provided a sense of security. By the afternoon, Xu Changsheng exited Wanbao Building, now equipped with a small gray storage pouch at his waist. The cost of this pouch was not as high as he had anticipated, and even low-tier qi refining cultivators possessed them. However, he had not noticed such items with Lu Gang's family, indicating their financial struggles. It was no wonder that Lu Gang frequently ventured out to hunt ferocious beasts, despite suffering significant injuries and minimal gains. Inside Xu Changsheng's storage pouch lay a mid-tier Qinyan sword, a collection of mid-tier attack and defense talismans, a bottle of mid-tier pure spirit liquid, several bottles of Huangya pills and Jinsui pills, a low-tier talisman brush, a substantial stack of talisman-making yellow paper, several bottles of mid-tier monster blood, and a handful of low-grade spirit stones. This haul nearly exhausted the talismans he had crafted over the past 3 years. Nevertheless, the rewards were immense, significantly bolstering his foundational strength. Even if Lu Gang and his family abstained from food and drink for 20 years, they could not amass what Xu Changsheng had achieved. This illustrated the rapid earning potential of a mid-tier talisman master. And Xu began to comprehend why Lu Gang's daughter was determined to pursue the path of talismans. Mere farming could hardly sustain them, let alone alter their circumstances. In a buoyant mood, Xu Changsheng strolled to the northern street market and chanced upon Lu Gang, who was in the process of closing his stall. However, Lu Gang's demeanor appeared disheartened. Xu noted the beast materials in Lu Gang's possession, which were merely low-tier materials of little value in the market, though they could be utilized for crafting low-tier talismans. Thus, he decided to purchase all of Lu Gang's beast materials, eliciting heartfelt gratitude from him. When Lu Gang saw Xu casually stow the materials into a gray cloth pouch, his expression shifted to one of astonishment and complexity. He recognized this as the standard storage pouch for cultivators, yet it was beyond the financial reach of his family. Lu Gang could hardly fathom that Xu, in just 3 years, had acquired such a pouch, but he harbored no covetous thoughts. For his family, it was an item of little necessity. As Xu Changsheng and Lu Gang began their journey homeward, Lu Gang subtly inquired about Xu's ability to afford the storage pouch. Xu, not wishing to conceal the truth, revealed his advancement to a mid-tier talisman master in the Qi refining stage, understanding that this information would come to light sooner or later. Yet, Lu Gang was astounded. Xu had managed to achieve this without any guidance, relying solely on his own exploration, which indicated his remarkable aptitude. From that moment on, Lu Gang's gaze towards Xu Changsheng became increasingly respectful, for in the realm of cultivation, the status of a mid-tier talisman master was akin to that of a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. With such skills, earning spirit stones would come swiftly, and securing resources for further breakthroughs would be expedited, thus elevating Xu's status in Lu Gang's eyes. As they walked together, Lu Gang occasionally glanced at Xu's youthful and handsome visage, which prompted thoughts of his daughter, who remained in her chamber. This stirred complex feelings within him, yet he pondered whether his daughter, possessing only a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 attributes, would appeal to this promising young man. Upon returning to the spirit rice field, Xu Changsheng and Lu Gang parted ways, each heading to their respective wooden cottages. Xu observed that Lu Gang's demeanor toward him had shifted to one of greater warmth and respect, though he remained indifferent to it. As an immortal, he preferred to keep a certain distance from others, fearing the revelation of his secret to eternal life, and wishing to avoid the sorrow of watching familiar faces age and pass away over time. Entering his modest wooden cottage, Xu Changsheng bathed and changed before sitting cross-legged to calm his mind. Once prepared, he retrieved the mid-tier spirit liquid, which had cost him a significant sum of low-grade spirit stones. This small vial was worth 5 bottles of Huangya pills and Jinsui pills, making it a treasured item for breaking through bottlenecks. Without hesitation, he consumed the pure spirit liquid. As the liquid coursed through him, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being. The liquid transformed into pure spiritual energy, which, under Xu's guidance, began to circulate throughout his meridians. After several complete cycles, the once tumultuous energy grew docile and was absorbed into his dantian, where the spiraling vortex of energy began to whirl rapidly, devouring the external pure spiritual energy, all while Xu maintained a tranquil demeanor. A week later, Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, having finally broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refining, achieving mid-tier status and overcoming a minor bottleneck. The subsequent breakthroughs to the 5th and 6th layers would prove considerably easier. Rising, he stepped outside to complete his daily farming tasks, later cooking himself a fragrant bowl of spirit rice, accompanied by the monster meat gifted by Lu Gang. Having reached mid-tier status, Xu longed to celebrate, yet the desolate surroundings offered little in the way of indulgence. He lamented the absence of the captivating fox spirit maidens from the tales he had heard. Rumor had it that the Xu Changsheng building in the nearby Taiyu Mountain Market was quite splendid, boasting enchanting maidens skilled in dual cultivation, whose melodic voices could charm anyone. He resolved to visit and broaden his horizons. Moreover, there was another reason for Xu's thoughts. Since his last return from the market, He had noticed the frequency of visits from Lu Gang's daughter, Lu Qian, had increased. She often came to discuss the art of talismans, and her fragrant presence stirred feelings within the long single Xu. The sight of her occasionally brushing her hair added an alluring charm that unsettled his usually steadfast heart, causing Xu to seek ways to evade her seemingly innocent advances. In the following days, Xu Changsheng resumed his leisurely routine of cultivation. After breaking through to the 4th layer, with the aid of Huangya pills and Jinsui pills, his strength increased to the 5th layer within 2 months. Notably, he had previously tested his spiritual root at Wanbao Building, discovering it to be a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 attributes, much like Han Li's, though he felt no surprise at this revelation. Upon reflecting on his modest aptitude for cultivation, Xu Changsheng had surmised this fact during his initial practice of the 5 elements technique. Were it not for the residual power bestowed by the Dao Fruit of longevity, he wondered how long it would take to transition from a mere mortal to an immortal practitioner. However, possessing an inexhaustible lifespan afforded him ample patience to cultivate steadily, with the prospect of ascension within reach. As time flowed, a year slipped by unnoticed. Emerging from his humble wooden abode, Xu Changsheng found his supply of elixirs depleted. Miraculously, his cultivation level had ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement, nearing a breakthrough into the later stages. During this year, he had crafted a considerable number of talismans, most of which were of medium quality, with a few being of superior grade. Xu Changsheng discovered a remarkable aptitude for the art of talismans. Within a mere 4 years, he had transformed from a novice into a master talisman craftsman. His mid-grade flying sword, the Azure Cloud Sword, had become an extension of himself, maneuvering with the grace of a fish in water, striking precisely within a 10-meter radius. Yet, Xu Changsheng, well-versed in the principles of prudence, employed a technique to conceal his cultivation level, masking it to that of the 4th layer of qi refinement. With the resources available for cultivation, such a leap in 4 years would raise no eyebrows. Furthermore, he was now capable of venturing to the market alone, no longer requiring Lu Gang as a guide. And the relationship between them had gradually cooled. One morning, after completing his agricultural tasks, Xu Changsheng utilized the wind control technique to journey to the Taiyuan mountain market. Preferring discretion over ostentation, he refrained from flying with his sword, as the distance to the market was not great. Fortunately, he encountered no banditry along the way and smoothly entered the market. Upon reaching the main street, he headed directly to the Wanbao Building, opting not to set up a stall but to sell his crafted talismans directly to the establishment. Although this would yield lesser profits, it was a more efficient and secure choice. After reserving a few superior talismans for his own protection, Xu Changsheng sold the remainder to the Wanbao Building, netting nearly 400 low-grade spirit stones. This prompted him to embark on a significant shopping spree, purchasing 5 bottles of premium spirit liquid, a dozen bottles of Huangya Dan and Jinsui Wan, a set of robes, a pair of mother-son flying blades, a defensive shield, a pair of speed-enhancing boots, several practical spell manuals, and materials for talisman crafting. Understanding the wisdom of discretion, Xu Changsheng sought the assistance of a manager named Tian, proficient in the final stage of qi refinement, to procure his items, compensating him handsomely with spirit stones as a service fee. However, such an expense was worthwhile, considering the perilous nature of the cultivation world, where safety was paramount. After exiting the Wanbao Building, Xu Changsheng decided to treat himself to a celebration and made his way to the renowned Zui Shenglu, a favored haunt among male cultivators. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with melodious songs and dances, as he was warmly welcomed by the attendants. Immersed in the festivities, he reveled in the enchanting ambience, where the beauty of the performers dazzled him. As dusk approached, Xu Changsheng emerged from the Zui Shenglu, his demeanor refreshed and a satisfied smile gracing his face. The female cultivators of the realm indeed showcased exceptional talents, mastering various arts that left even the seasoned Xu Changsheng in awe. He noted with delight that his spiritual energy had also increased, affirming the efficacy of dual cultivation, despite its considerable costs in spirit stones. He envisioned future celebrations upon achieving breakthroughs, and the thought brought him immense joy. Exiting the market, Xu Changsheng once again invoked the wind control technique to hasten his return. Chapter 8. Encounter with bandits. As Xu Changsheng sped along using the wind control technique, he furrowed his brow upon passing through a particularly quiet grove. The usual sounds of nature were conspicuously absent, and upon employing his spiritual eye technique, he detected no other cultivators nearby. This unusual silence unsettled his typically steady demeanor, compelling him to probe further. Before halting, he summoned his Azure Cloud Sword from his storage bag, encircling him as a protective sentinel. He affixed several superior talismans to himself, prepared to activate them at a moment's notice. Ascending 1 meter above the ground with the levitation technique, he scanned his surroundings warily and declared, "Fellow cultivators, reveal yourselves. I am aware of your presence." As his voice echoed through the grove, an eerie stillness enveloped the area, with only the rustling leaves responding to the gentle breeze. Xu Changsheng pondered whether he had been overly cautious, but he believed that it was better to err on the side of caution. Thus, he continued, "There is no need for this pretense. If you dare to ambush me, yet hide from view, it seems you are nothing but a band of petty thieves." Following this, he uttered several scathing remarks into the air, convinced he was merely being overly vigilant. However, to his surprise, a deep, resonant voice erupted from beneath the ground. "Enough. You truly are oblivious to your own peril." As the voice faded, the earth below rippled like water, and 3 figures emerged from the ground, clad in form-fitting, earth-toned attire with masks obscuring their features, their expressions cold as they fixed their gaze upon Xu Changsheng. He could not help but admire their skillful earth escape technique, which even his nearly perfected spiritual eye technique failed to detect. These 3 figures were indeed fellow cultivators. Upon their emergence, Xu Changsheng discerned their cultivation levels through his spiritual eye technique. The stout figure at the center possessed the highest cultivation, at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, while the other 2 were at the 4th layer. Thanks to his nearly perfected concealment technique, the other cultivators would perceive Xu Changsheng merely as a newly ascended 4th layer practitioner. It was evident that these 3 individuals were the bandits he had often heard about from the itinerant vendors at the market, all at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, for Xu Changsheng, who was secretly at the 6th layer, they posed little threat. Still, he remained cautious, wary of any hidden tricks they might possess, particularly impressed by their adept use of the earth escape technique. Encountering bandits on the road did not surprise Xu Changsheng. After all, the cultivation world was rife with danger, and his previous 4 years without such encounters had been fortunate. Yet, one could not traverse such paths without risk. Today he had encountered them, but fortunately, they were not particularly formidable foes. Had he not concealed his cultivation, he might have attracted the attention of far more powerful adversaries. The burly man among the bandits fixed Xu Changsheng with a sinister glare, sneering coldly. Who would have thought a mere 4th layer novice would dare to scorn the 3 heroes of Huangshan? We had initially intended to spare you the trouble and swiftly dispatch you. But now I have changed my mind. I shall sew your foul mouth shut and relish in tormenting you." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Xu Changsheng's eyes, yet he managed to maintain his composure and replied calmly, "Before we engage in conflict, I must inquire how you came to target me. I believed I had been sufficiently discreet." The burly man scoffed at Xu Changsheng's words, saying, "Kid, you truly are low-key. Initially, I noticed nothing when you visited the Wanbao building, but then you went to the Zuaixing building for leisure. I do not know how many spirit stones you possess, but my 3 brothers and I are in need of spirit stones, hence we have set our sights on you. However, now that I see you adorned with flying swords and talismans, it appears we have not misjudged. If you are wise, surrender your treasures, and we will grant you a swift end." Xu Changsheng sighed inwardly upon hearing this. He realized he had been somewhat careless. Perhaps he should have altered his appearance. This was a lesson learned, yet also an experience for growth. He glanced coldly at the 3 men below and said, "I originally sought to practice in seclusion and avoid trouble, but today, I will use you to test the results of my 4 years of cultivation. My Qingyun sword is due for a taste of blood." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to strike. The Qingyun sword, under his mental control, shot swiftly toward the 3 cultivators, targeting the burly man at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The man underestimated Xu Changsheng, believing him to be merely a 4th level Qi refinement practitioner, and raised his blade to block. However, the tremendous force of the sword knocked the burly man back several meters. Before the 3 cultivators could fully react, the Qingyun sword, guided by Xu Changsheng, swiftly turned and, in the blink of an eye, sliced through the throats of the other 2 4th-level Qi refinement cultivators, causing blood to spray. With 2 dull thuds, their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. The burly man, who had just regained his footing, widened his eyes in shock and spat out a mouthful of blood. In anguish, he exclaimed, "Second brother, third brother, you little brat, you have concealed your true power. I never imagined that after all these years, the Huangshan trio would fall to a mere child. But even if I die, I will make you pay with your life." He produced a high-grade Xian iron flying shield to defend against Xu Changsheng's sword attack. Suddenly, he roared, and his spiritual energy surged violently, creating a gust that swept up the surrounding leaves. His once black hair turned completely white, and his mask was blown away, revealing a face as gnarled as tree bark. Yet, His sinister eyes glowed blood red, and remarkably, his cultivation level surged to the 9th level of Qi refinement, advancing from mid to late stage. Clearly, the burly man had employed a secret technique that traded longevity for strength. Xu Changsheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, this cultivator possessed hidden cards. The longevity-burning technique seemed tailor-made for him, and the burly man's adept use of Earth Escape was akin to handing over treasures. Uncertain whether the techniques he desired were contained within the man's storage bag, Xu Changsheng decided to spare the burly man's life for the moment. Once he gleaned the necessary information, he would decide how to handle him, even if the burly man's strength had risen to the 9th level of Qi refinement. He was not without his own means. Xu Changsheng retrieved a talisman crafted from the hide of a demon beast from his storage bag. This was one of the few high-grade talismans he had refined, its power comparable to that of a perfected Qi refinement cultivator. Although it seemed somewhat wasteful to use against this cultivator, it was worth it for the secret techniques. As the burly man charged at Xu Changsheng, he hurled the high-grade talisman with precise control, aiming directly at the man's dantian. Upon activation, the talisman erupted in a brilliant light, releasing a powerful shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Xu Changsheng waved his sleeve, summoning a gust of wind to clear the haze and reveal the burly cultivator lying on the ground. His dantian had been grievously damaged, with spiritual energy leaking out. His mouth stained with blood, his gaze vacant, and his breath faltering, on the verge of death. It was clear that this cultivator had been thoroughly incapacitated, aligning perfectly with Xu Changsheng's expectations. Approaching the fallen cultivator, Xu Changsheng effortlessly seized his storage bag. Upon probing its contents, he found a few bottles of Huangya pills and Jinsui pills, along with 3 jade slips, a small booklet, and a handful of low-grade spirit stones. It was evident that they were quite impoverished. Xu Changsheng extracted the 3 jade slips, knowing that the information inscribed within them was likely of considerable value. After examining them for a while, a smile crept onto his lips. The slips contained records of 3 secret techniques: Earth Spirit Escape, Longevity Technique, and Beast Control Technique, treasures of great worth for him at this moment. Perusing the inconspicuous booklet, he discovered it to be a clan genealogy, providing him insight into the identities of the 3 cultivators. It turned out they were direct descendants of the Huang family, a once prominent cultivation family from the Spirit Beast Mountain, whose ancestors had even produced formidable cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage. However, the Huang family had since fallen into decline, reduced to these 3 mid-level Qi refinement practitioners, who, lacking cultivation resources, resorted to robbing lower-tier cultivators. Recently, they had come to this marketplace near Taiwan Mountain to take advantage of others. Xu Changsheng couldn't decide whether to commend their audacity or criticize their foolishness for daring to rob so close to Huangfeng Valley. It was as if they had forgotten the meaning of death. Nevertheless, this misfortune had become Xu Changsheng's fortune. Determined to study the 3 secret techniques upon his return, he glanced at the burly cultivator on the ground, knowing that the techniques he sought were now within his grasp. Thus, Xu Changsheng struck the man's Tianling acupoint with his palm, sending him to his final rest. He then collected the storage bags of the other 2 4th-level Qi refinement cultivators, which contained only a few low-grade spirit stones combined. Through this encounter, Xu Changsheng realized the reason behind the trio's descent into banditry. In this world, there existed only one ailment, the disease of poverty. This truth remained unchanged across realms. After a moment of reflection, he unleashed 3 fireballs upon the corpses of the 3 bandits, incinerating them to erase all traces. He then utilized the wind control technique to hasten his return to the spirit rice fields. As the sun set, Xu Changsheng arrived at his wooden cabin. After enjoying a hearty meal, he sat cross-legged on his wooden bed and began to study the 3 secret techniques he had acquired that day. The more he read, the more delighted he became. It was evident that the Huangshan trio's ancestors had once thrived. The Earth Spirit Escape technique had been obtained by the Huang family's ancestor from an ancient cave, a profoundly advanced Earth Escape technique passed down exclusively within the family. The Earth Spirit Escape technique comprised 9 levels. The first 2 were relatively simple, accessible to any Qi refinement practitioner. Once mastered, one could hide underground, impervious to the spirit sense of those in the early Foundation establishment stage, with escape speed doubled. However, starting from the 3rd level, comprehension requirements increased significantly, necessitating rare earth materials for cultivation. The higher levels not only enhanced concealment, but also accelerated escape speed. Achieving the 9th level could allow one to resist spirit sense detection at the God transformation stage and master teleportation, enabling a 1,000-mile leap, although this was theoretical. The cultivation materials listed in the jade slips left Xu Changsheng shaking his head. He had never even heard of them, but he could feasibly cultivate the initial levels. As for the beast control technique, it was the signature art of the spirit beast mountain. To Xu Changsheng's surprise, the version he obtained was of a level that could rival that of the core formation stage. If one's strength and spirit sense were sufficient, one could tame demon beasts at the core formation stage for their own use. However, what intrigued Xu Changsheng most was the longevity technique. This secret technique had been acquired by the Huang family's ancestor after slaying an inner sect disciple of the demonic sect, Tiansha sect. Its sole purpose was to burn one's lifespan to temporarily elevate one's strength by several levels when facing life and death situations, even if it resulted in the enemy's demise. It also led to the user's own expiration, marking it as a technique of mutual destruction. Though the burning longevity technique does not grant a permanent elevation in cultivation by consuming one's lifespan, it serves as a valuable trump card. After Xu Changsheng learned it, he daringly attempted its application. As his raven hair turned completely white and his form and visage withered, his spiritual pressure surged from the 6th to the 10th layer of Qi training, marking a significant enhancement in his prowess. However, merely a quarter of an hour later, his cultivation reverted back to the 6th layer, and a wave of existential dread washed over him. At that moment, the longevity Dao fruit within his dantian trembled violently, emitting a golden spiritual mist that swiftly enveloped his entire being. Instantly, his body rejuvenated, returning to the youthful appearance of 18 years. Xu Changsheng, witnessing this, felt a mix of joy and melancholy. If only the burning longevity technique could permanently elevate his cultivation through the consumption of lifespan, his strength would have soared like a rocket. It seems that seeking shortcuts is not a viable option. He must continue to cultivate steadily and earnestly. Yet, to his surprise, following the rejuvenation from the longevity Dao fruit, his physical constitution had improved somewhat, suggesting the potential to seek a unique body-refining technique to complement his training. After acquiring 3 secret arts, Xu Changsheng resumed his daily cultivation routine, farming, practicing, crafting talismans, and honing his mystical techniques. Time flowed like water, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Xu Changsheng stood at the entrance of his wooden cottage, gazing at the evening glow on the horizon. The golden spiritual crops in his 3 acres of spiritual field swayed with the wind, each grain plump and full, filling him with tranquility. Over the past 3 years, he had remained oblivious to the outside world, focusing solely on tilling and cultivation, yielding remarkable results. With the aid of high-quality spiritual liquids and medicinal pills, his strength had ascended to the 9th layer of Qi training, establishing him as a late-stage practitioner. His foundational spells had reached perfection, and his mastery of the talismanic arts had truly peaked. To advance further, he needed to acquire the legacy of a Foundation Establishment Talisman Master, a challenging endeavor. Given that the power of Foundation Establishment Talismans rivals that of the Foundation Establishment stage itself, he had completely mastered the burning longevity technique and thoroughly practiced the Qi training segment of the beast taming technique. He even captured a Qi training 6th layer cloudwing bird as a companion to assist in intelligence gathering. Additionally, he had finished the first 2 layers of Earth Spirit Escape, greatly enhancing his safety during travel. However, commencing from the 3rd layer, it required a substantial amount of Earth attribute spiritual stones and crystals, marking it as yet another financially demanding skill. During these 3 years, Xu Changsheng crafted numerous mid-grade to high-grade talismans, depleting his resources. It was time to replenish at the Wanbao Tower in the market, and he also resolved to seek out the legacy of an alchemist, as he was nearing the completion of Qi training and needed to prepare for his future foundation establishment. Furthermore, upon reaching Qi training completion, he intended to join the outer sect of Huangfeng Valley, which would facilitate access to resources for cultivation. According to the regulations of Huangfeng Valley's outer sect, a servant disciple working in the fields for a continuous 10 years, coupled with sufficient Qi training cultivation, could apply for admission to the outer sect. Chapter 10. The Battle of the 7 Sects and Ancient Techniques. The following morning, Xu Changsheng secured his wooden cottage and prepared to head to the Taiyue Mountain Market. This time, however, he chose not to employ the wind control technique for travel. Instead, he opted for the Earth Spirit Escape, utilizing his beast companion to scout the way. With a snap of his fingers, a small cloudwing bird swiftly flew in from the horizon, landing on his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his neck. Observing the increasingly spirited creature, Xu Changsheng smiled, for the cloudwing bird had learned to forage on its own. Its Qi training 6th layer cultivation endowed its claws with a strength akin to steel. On one occasion, Xu Changsheng witnessed his diminutive cloudwing bird successfully capturing a cheetah demon beast, a testament to the extraordinary nature of the creatures in this realm of cultivation. Xu Changsheng performed the beast-taming technique, causing the cloud-winged bird to become instantly calm. Its small eyes turned jet black, and all the scenes within its field of vision were projected onto Xu Changsheng's retina, allowing for shared sight with his companion. After completing this process, he instructed the cloud-winged bird to lead the way to the Taiyue Mountain Market, while he himself utilized Earth's spirit escape to meld into the earth, dashing swiftly underground. This speed surpassed that of his previous wind control technique, with the added benefit of safety, as long as no Foundation establishment practitioners employed their divine senses to probe. Xu Changsheng had no fear of being discovered by other cultivators. The sights witnessed by the cloud-winged bird above ground were transmitted in real time to Xu Changsheng, clearer than if he had observed them himself, given that the visual acuity of the cloud-winged bird exceeded that of humans. During this journey, he discerned numerous incidents of rogue cultivators ambushing passing wanderers, which piqued his curiosity. Particularly upon arriving at the market, he noted an atmosphere that felt distinctly peculiar. The number of wandering cultivators had dwindled compared to before, each appearing hurried, while the patrolling disciples of Huangfeng Valley were nowhere to be seen. Only a few scattered rogues remained at the northern stalls, while several larger shops continued to operate normally, prominently displaying high prices for purchasing offensive talismans, magical artifacts, and healing pills. Xu Changsheng realized that something significant had transpired recently, though his secluded cultivation had left him unaware. If the Taiyue Mountain Market faced turmoil, it would substantially impact Xu Changsheng, as his current abilities were insufficient for venturing into the outside world. To uncover the truth of the matter, he approached Wanbao Tower with a sense of trepidation, waiting half an hour before encountering the shopkeeper Tian, who had previously assisted him in procuring treasures. After spending some spiritual stones, Xu Changsheng learned the reason behind the market's changes. Months prior, disciples from the 7 major cultivation sects of the Yu Kingdom stumbled upon a vast spiritual stone vein while exploring the ancient cave of a long-gone sage. The discovery of this massive mine, with its astonishing reserves, incited fierce conflict among the 7 sections. However, since no high-tier cultivators above the core formation stage intervened, the scale of the conflict remained relatively contained. This battle among the 7 sects was primarily fought for the ownership of the large spiritual stone vein, predominantly involving Qi and Foundation establishment disciples. Consequently, the prices of war resources surged dramatically. Upon hearing this news, Xu Changsheng felt elated, as it meant he could sell his talismans at much higher prices and acquire more spiritual stones. Although the prices of spiritual liquids and medicinal pills at Wanbao Tower had also risen, they did not compare to the significant increase in the cost of offensive talismans. Xu Changsheng hastily instructed shopkeeper Tian to exchange his talismans for cultivation resources. Upon seeing the numerous pinnacle-grade talismans Xu Changsheng presented, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of courtesy, as these talismans indicated Xu Changsheng's potential to rival a Foundation establishment talisman master. Most of Xu Changsheng's crafted talismans were offensive in nature, allowing him to amass a considerable amount of spiritual stones. He promptly embarked on another grand procurement, selling his Qingyun sword in exchange for the pinnacle-grade Qian sword. He retained the high-grade Xian iron flying shield obtained from a rogue cultivator, while also purchasing the legacies of a Foundation establishment talisman master and an alchemist, along with A. He acquired 30 bottles of high-grade pure spiritual liquid and disregarded lower-tier pills, such as Huangya pill and Jinsui pill, opting instead to purchase 3 5-thunder pearls, capable of threatening early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and a set of supreme spells of the 5 elements, along with 1,000 illusions masked for shape-shifting. Xu Changsheng stumbled upon a neglected ancient body refinement technique, the golden cicada body refinement art, which could be cultivated up to the god transformation stage, elevating one's physique to a level comparable to magical treasures. This technique appeared promising. However, each breakthrough required a sacrifice of lifespan, with greater advancements demanding even more life force. Given that the ultimate aim of cultivation is longevity, such a method that shortens life with each practice could only be relegated to obscurity, and its price remained relatively low. Xu Changsheng desired to procure a talisman as his ultimate trump card, yet upon seeing the price, he despaired. Such high-quality items were beyond his current means. Fortunately, he had the longevity technique, which could provide a crucial defense in dire moments. With the remaining spiritual stones, he mostly exchanged them for Earth attribute spirit crystals to enhance his Earth spirit escape technique, as evasion was preferable when outmatched. The conflict among the 7 great sects had no bearing on Xu Changsheng. He merely needed to ensure that the Taiyue Mountain Market remained undisturbed, and indeed, The shops continued to operate as usual. After secluding himself in his small wooden cabin for 3 years, emerging with significant gains warranted a celebration. Upon exiting the Wanbao building, Xu Changsheng displayed the same hurried demeanor as other cultivators. Yet as he turned an inconspicuous corner, he swiftly donned a thousand illusions mask, instantly altering his appearance. His physique, and attire transformed dramatically. He now appeared unremarkable, with a dark complexion and dressed like a rustic peasant, leisurely making his way towards the Drunken Life Pavilion. As dusk fell, Xu Changsheng returned from the market and meticulously inspected his storage pouch before attentively studying the golden cicada body refinement art. While other treasures could be gradually assimilated, this ancient technique held a profound allure for him. However, upon completion of his reading, he grasped the reason for its lack of interest among others. Cultivating the golden cicada body refinement art did not inherently extend one's lifespan. Instead, each ascension consumed a portion of it. Therefore, there existed a limitation. The lifespan consumed could not exceed one's current maximum lifespan. Should it surpass that threshold, one would meet an untimely demise. Thus, practitioners of this body refinement technique could not solely focus on physical cultivation. They needed a balanced approach between physical and magical practices to progress further. If Xu Changsheng wished to cultivate, he could not circumvent this limitation. His path to longevity could only revert him to youth while he still lived. If he were to expend a lifespan exceeding his natural limits, it would be tantamount to courting death, and even the longevity technique would prove ineffectual. However, as long as the lifespan consumed remained within his current limits, he would not suffer the adverse effects of lifespan depletion. This meant he could attain an unrivaled level in body refinement among peers and cultivate at an accelerated pace. Chapter 11. Talisman Treasures. Xu Changsheng diligently examined the golden cicada body refinement art, contemplating whether he could reduce the lifespan consumption while increasing the number of cultivation attempts to achieve substantial breakthroughs. Yet the ancient text stipulated that a breakthrough could only succeed once. Failure necessitated starting anew, akin to a cicada shedding its shell. Only a successful attempt would allow progression. To elevate his body refinement to the foundation establishment stage, Xu Changsheng would need to expend approximately 100 years of lifespan, while the maximum lifespan during the Qi refinement stage was merely a century. This implied that if he were to practice this ancient technique during the Qi refinement phase, he might only survive a few days or months, or perhaps even deplete his lifespan entirely, unless he could enhance his current longevity, perhaps through precious longevity elixirs. Xu Changsheng was reluctant to take such risks. In his view, the golden cicada body refinement art was akin to the longevity technique, both serving as methods for dire situations where one might perish alongside an adversary. Perhaps it was a technique bestowed upon death warriors in ancient times. Yet the ability to cultivate it up to the god transformation stage compelled Xu Changsheng to acknowledge the ingenuity of the ancient master who crafted this perilous art. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng resumed his regular cultivation routine. The ongoing conflict among the 7 sects bore no relevance to him. And with the absence of disciples from Yellow Maple Valley patrolling the market, rogue cultivators became increasingly rampant. He resolved to remain within the safety of his wooden cabin. At least there, he was still within the jurisdiction of the Yellow Maple Valley's Spirit Herb Hall. As seasons changed, 5 years swiftly passed, and Xu Changsheng's strength steadily improved, reaching the 12th layer of Qi refinement, nearing the pinnacle of that stage. However, he had exhausted his supply of high-grade spiritual liquid, and he noted that the higher one ascended, the more time and resources were required, which was a commonality in the cultivation world. His Earth Spirit Escape technique, after consuming a significant amount of Earth attribute spirit crystals, had also ascended to the 3rd layer, allowing him to conceal himself underground from the spiritual perception of late Foundation establishment cultivators. His speed while burrowing had quadrupled, and after testing it, he felt as if he could glide through the earth like a flying fish, though his speed would diminish in areas with high-quality geological formations. He had mastered the high-grade spells of the 5 elements and had cultivated the golden cicada body refinement art to its zenith, achieving the state of peak Qi refinement. His physical prowess now rivaled that of high-grade magical artifacts. But what pleased Xu Changsheng most was that his talisman crafting skills had finally reached the early Foundation establishment level, granting him combat power at that stage, and his alchemical skills had also improved to a high-grade level. With a stack of high-grade talismans in hand, Xu Changsheng decided to return to the Wanbao building in the market, not only to procure more resources, but also to inquire about the progress of the 7 sects war. As it was critical for his future plans, he intended to keep his crafted early Foundation establishment talismans as trump cards, only considering selling them for exceptionally rare items. such as talisman treasures. After securing his wooden cabin, Xu Changsheng activated his earth spirit escape, making his way to the Taiyue mountain market. Along the journey, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of rogue cultivators compared to his last visit, indicating an easing of tensions in the ongoing conflict among the 7 sections. This was a promising sign, suggesting that a resolution might soon be at hand. Upon reaching the bustling market street, he indeed observed an increase in the number of cultivators. The atmosphere far less desolate than before. Concealing his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement with the concealment technique, Xu Changsheng entered the Wanbao building. He sought out Manager Tian, presenting the talismans he had crafted in exchange for a plethora of cultivation resources, ensuring that all magical artifacts were of the high-grade pinnacle level. However, this time, Xu Changsheng was particularly concerned about news regarding talisman treasures while simultaneously probing the current situation of the 7 sects. Manager Tian, who had previously maintained a courteous demeanor towards Xu Changsheng, showed no particular regard. Yet, when Xu Changsheng specifically produced several early Foundation establishment talismans, the manager's attitude transformed dramatically. He respectfully invited Xu Changsheng to a guest room on the 2nd floor, offering spiritual tea as hospitality. 4 talisman crafters of the Foundation establishment level were entitled to special treatment at the Wanbao building. Manager Tian's appearance resembled that of a wealthy merchant from the mortal realm, though his aura was notably restrained. Xu Changsheng discreetly employed the spirit eye technique to observe him, confirming that his strength indeed reached the peak of qi refinement. Unless he possessed some advanced concealment techniques, which were not Xu Changsheng's concern. After patiently sipping his spiritual tea, Xu Changsheng produced a mid-grade spiritual stone from his storage pouch and presented it to Manager Tian, smiling as he spoke. Manager Tian, our previous transactions have been quite pleasant, yet we have not established much personal rapport. I have come today to inquire about the developments in the 7 sects war, as well as to ask if there are any talisman treasures available for sale at Wanbao building. Upon hearing this, Manager Tian's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. He discreetly tucked away the medium-grade spirit stones on the table and replied with a smile, "Xiao Su, you remain as straightforward as ever. Fortunately, I happen to know a bit about what you inquired. The 7 sects have just reached a truce and are preparing to jointly mine that large spirit mine. Periodically, disciples from each sect will be dispatched to guard it. As for the talisman treasures, my Wanbao Tower has recently acquired one, though the price is rather steep." Xu Changsheng's heart leapt with joy upon hearing Manager Tian's words, and he soon settled down, realizing that his plans had not been disrupted, a fortunate turn of events. However, he also understood Manager Tian's implication. Wanbao Tower possessed talisman treasures, but was concerned that he might not be able to afford them, hence the lack of clarity in his words. In response, Xu Changsheng produced over 10 early-stage Foundation establishment talismans from his storage bag, the most valuable assets he had accumulated over the past 5 years. Manager Tian's eyes brightened at this sight. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled graciously. "Xiao Su, you truly are a genius in talisman crafting, having achieved the status of a Foundation establishment talisman master at such a young age. However, the combined value of these early-stage Foundation establishment talismans still pales in comparison to a single talisman treasure." Xu Changsheng's expression dimmed at this remark. It seemed he had underestimated the value of talisman treasures. Yet, he was somewhat reluctant and asked, "Is there truly no other way to obtain this talisman treasure?" Manager Tian chuckled. "For other qi refinement cultivators, unless they possess a millennium-old spirit herb, obtaining a talisman treasure from my Wanbao Tower would be nearly impossible. However, I have great faith in your talisman crafting abilities, and my Wanbao Tower is in need of talents like you. If you can become our esteemed guest elder, you would gain the privilege of purchasing talisman treasures at a discount, though this would require a few Foundation establishment deacons to assess your crafting skills. Would you be willing to accept?" Xu Changsheng was somewhat taken aback by this proposition, but he held confidence in his talisman crafting abilities. Securing a talisman treasure as a trump card would certainly not be a loss. However, he acknowledged that when faced with danger, he would still need to prioritize his escape. So he quickly agreed. A few days later, Xu Changsheng demonstrated his talisman crafting skills in the presence of 3 Foundation establishment deacons from Wanbao Tower, subsequently earning the title of esteemed guest elder, tasked with providing high-grade talismans for the tower. He also acquired the coveted talisman treasure, the Golden Light Blade, which proved useful against cultivators below the false dance stage. Although it could only be used thrice, it provided Xu Changsheng with a profound sense of security. Next, he began contemplating joining the outer sect of Huangfeng Valley. Chapter 12. outer sect disciples after returning to his modest wooden cabin in the spiritual fields of Lingtian and enjoying a hearty meal. Xu Changsheng sought out the manager responsible for this area, Manager Wang. The spiritual plant hall of Huangfeng Valley oversaw all the spiritual rice fields surrounding the subordinate markets, appointing several small managers to supervise them. Manager Wang was now Xu Changsheng's direct superior and was known for his amiable nature and preference for tranquility. Upon arriving at Manager Wang's home with several pounds of demon beast meat in hand, Xu Changsheng found a humble courtyard that was significantly more upscale than the small wooden cabin where the spiritual planters resided. Manager Wang lived alone, leisurely sipping spiritual tea while reading a novel in the yard, exuding a sense of relaxation that made him appear less like a cultivator and more like a retired bureaucrat. Manager Wang welcomed Xu Changsheng warmly, as news of his status as a high-grade talisman master had spread throughout the spiritual fields. Otherwise, he would not have had the means to indulge in the luxury of demon beast meat for every meal. However, due to Xu Changsheng's low profile, the spiritual planters and Manager Wang knew little about his specific circumstances. Yet it was undeniable that the status of a talisman master was superior to that of a spiritual planter. Xu Changsheng did not engage in excessive pleasantries with Manager Wang and directly informed him of his intention to apply for the outer sect of Huangfeng Valley. This revelation surprised Manager Wang, as many spiritual planters aspired to join the outer sect, but very few succeeded. Most were busy toiling in the fields, and merely surviving in this cultivation world was a significant achievement, let alone attaining any substantial cultivation level. Manager Wang's expression turned slightly displeased as he remarked, "Xiao Su, I understand that young people are ambitious, but do you realize that joining the outer sect of Huangfeng Valley is no easy feat? While our spiritual planters only need to have farmed continuously for over 10 years to apply for the outer sect assessment, the sect has high cultivation requirements for loose cultivators." Xu Changsheng was not caught off guard by this, having anticipated such challenges. He subtly released a portion of his concealed spiritual pressure, revealing his late-stage qi refinement level before quickly hiding it again. The moment his spiritual pressure was released, Manager Wang was left speechless in shock. After a considerable pause, Manager Wang stammered, "Xiao Su, no, Brother Su, I must admit I misjudged you. Who would have thought a true dragon would emerge from our humble valley? I will personally handle your application for the outer sect assessment." With the recent conclusion of the Seven Sects War, many outer sect disciples have likely been lost, and the assessment's difficulty will be significantly reduced, a fortunate circumstance for you. Xu Changsheng observed Manager Wang's enthusiastic and somewhat flattering demeanor, internally marveling at how quickly his attitude had shifted. No wonder he had managed to become a small manager in the spiritual plant hall with only a qi refinement level of 5. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng paid little heed to this. He handed over the demon beast meat, prompting Manager Wang to express his gratitude profusely, as such gestures of goodwill would facilitate future interactions. Manager Wang, being perceptive, subtly indicated his desire for Xu Changsheng to offer him more assistance in the future, to which Xu Changsheng did not refuse. With Manager Wang's personal support, good news arrived shortly thereafter. As expected, Huangfeng Valley had suffered considerable losses among its outer sect disciples during the Seven Sects War and was now actively recruiting new outer sect disciples. Furthermore, the requirements for those participating in the assessment had been significantly relaxed, allowing cultivators at the late qi refinement stage and those with a minimum of 3 spiritual roots to qualify for the outer sect assessment. Moreover, could bypass the assessment entirely and directly enter the sect, receiving a free foundation establishment pill as well. However, such special cases were beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Additionally, servant disciples who had served the sect for 10 consecutive years and achieved a cultivation level of late qi refinement, provided they were under 40 years of age, also qualified to participate in the outer sect assessment, with no stringent requirements regarding their cultivation aptitude. However, the number of servant disciples meeting this criterion was exceedingly rare. Although many servant disciples applied, over 90% were eliminated during the first level of qualification screening, as most harbored a sense of false hope in their applications. After all, the application period coincided with the recruitment period for outer sect disciples, and missing it would mean forfeiting the opportunity to apply. Xu Changsheng's application coincided perfectly with Huangfeng Valley's active recruitment of outer sect disciples. According to Manager Wang's information, spiritual planters wishing to join the outer sect previously needed to maintain at least 10 years of farming experience and achieve a cultivation level of at least qi refinement 10. The requirements had indeed been relaxed, as various sects in the cultivation world maintained high standards regarding spiritual roots. Half a month later, The grand ceremony for the recruitment of outer sect disciples officially commenced. Xu Changsheng arrived early, joining the throngs of people gathered at the mountain gate of Huangfeng Valley. The area was teeming with individuals, lined up in long queues, yet an air of silence prevailed, as two foundation establishment elders sat atop the highest steps of the mountain gate. Their formidable spiritual pressure instilled a sense of immense pressure in all those attending the assessment, rendering them obedient and compliant. In the queue, Xu Changsheng felt little pressure from the spiritual pressure deliberately released by the two foundation establishment elders. After all, his physical cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, with an abundance of pure and thick spiritual energy in his dantian, laying a solid foundation. Coupled with his mastery of numerous high-level spells and secret techniques, as well as his trump card of talismans, he dared to confront even foundation establishment cultivators. Time passed, and after half a day, it was finally Xu Changsheng's turn. He had arrived early. In front of the grand entrance of Huangfeng Valley stood an ancient wooden table where a middle-aged cultivator, at the peak of qi refinement, recorded Xu Changsheng's personal information. Upon realizing that Xu Changsheng was from the Spirit Plant Hall, the cultivator's expression momentarily shifted from surprise to neutrality. The middle-aged cultivator then tested Xu Changsheng's spiritual root, which, as before, revealed the four attributes of wood, water, fire, and earth, but lacked metal. However, when Xu Changsheng manifested his peak qi refinement cultivation, even the cultivator was taken aback. Xu's vitality was so rich that he appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, and his exact age could not be determined. The cultivator decided to report this matter directly to the two foundation establishment elders seated on the high platform. In truth, when Xu Changsheng noticed the middle-aged cultivator attempting to ascertain his age, he too worried whether his secret of longevity would be uncovered. Having cultivated in the Spirit Plant Hall for over a decade, and with his original record stating he was 18, he should be in his 30s. Yet he looked no older than 20. Although he had considered using disguise techniques, such methods would be laughable before high-level cultivators. However, he had already devised a plan. He could fabricate a tale of fortuitous encounters. Chapter 13. Elders Test Before long. The middle-aged cultivator responsible for registration and the preliminary assessment returned. His expression was complex as he addressed Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng, the two outer elders have instructed you to proceed directly to the high platform. They wish to personally assess your situation. Xu Changsheng felt a flicker of anxiety, but remained undaunted. When he activated his longevity fruit within the dantian, it conveyed that only he could perceive its existence, and no other powerful individuals could sense or discover it. This was his unique advantage, impervious to theft. Thus, he calmed himself and stepped towards the seemingly endless white stone staircase, refraining from using wind techniques to hasten his speed, uncertain if the two foundation establishment elders intended to test him. Given his peak qi refinement physique, ascending such a height posed no challenge. Approximately an hour later, Xu Changsheng finally reached the high platform and encountered the two ethereal outer elders. One was stout, the other slender, both exhibiting indifferent expressions while adorned in the distinctive attire of Huangfeng Valley. White undergarments paired with ginger-yellow outer robes, intricately patterned with maple leaves and talisman-like motifs, exuding elegance and quality that far surpassed that of ordinary disciples. Particularly, the golden storage pouches at the waists of the two elders caught Xu Changsheng's attention. These were advanced storage pouches, incomparable to his modest gray one. While Xu assessed the elders, they too scrutinized him, their eyes flashing with spiritual light, revealing surprise. Xu Changsheng performed a respectful bow and addressed them. I am Xu Changsheng, a miscellaneous disciple of the Spirit Plant Hall, honored to meet you both. The elders softened their demeanor upon hearing his respectful greeting. The stout elder smiled and said, Xu Changsheng, you possess remarkable talent. Not only are you close to breaking through to the peak of qi refinement, but your physical cultivation is also commendable, with a solid foundation. However, I have heard from Lin, who oversaw the preliminary assessment, that you possess only 4 attribute pseudo-spiritual roots, and your age could not be determined. Yet, your vitality is exceptionally vigorous, which intrigues us. We have decided to personally conduct an assessment. Do you have any objections? Xu Changsheng found himself speechless. He perceived that the two elders had already locked onto the surrounding energies and silently set up a soundproof array. Although he had yet to grasp the intricacies of formations, he had acquired knowledge and was determined to study it diligently. Nonetheless, he recognized the soundproof array. The stout elder's inquiry seemed to invite his opinion, yet it offered no alternative choice, as in this world of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. However, Xu Changsheng was not intimidated by the two elders, should any unforeseen circumstance arise. He could easily employ Earth's spirit escape, making it improbable for these Foundation Establishment elders to catch him. His current combat strength was sufficient to contend with Foundation Establishment cultivators. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "If the two elders wish to personally assess me, I naturally have no objections. I must mention, however, that I am also a Foundation Establishment Talisman Master, having obtained numerous cultivation resources through this skill. And I have cultivated alone for over a decade to reach my current level. Manager Tian from the Wanbao building in Timing Mountain can attest to this. As for the inability of Senior Lin to ascertain my age, it likely relates to a fortuitous encounter I experienced in my early years." The two outer elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, particularly upon learning that Xu Changsheng was a Foundation Establishment Talisman Master. Their regard for him grew significantly, and their previously aloof demeanor softened. After all, the status of a Foundation Establishment Talisman Master was comparable to that of a Foundation Establishment Cultivator, even rarer. Moreover, Xu Changsheng's ability to craft Foundation Establishment talismans at such a young age indicated a boundless future. If what he claimed was true, they would need to cultivate a relationship with him. Suddenly, the previously silent slender elder spoke. "Su Daoyu, could you share more about the fortuitous encounter from your early years?" Xu Changsheng felt a stir of excitement. The elder's address had shifted from calling him by name to referring to him as Daoyu, suggesting that they now regarded him as their equal, their tone becoming more amiable. This was certainly advantageous for Xu Changsheng. Seizing the moment, he recounted the tale he had meticulously crafted. "I was born into a once prominent cultivation family, now reduced to just myself. I recall that until my 30s, my body developed normally without any peculiarities. One day, while foraging for herbs in the deep mountains, I stumbled upon a mysterious blue fruit. Hungry at the time, I consumed it. Initially, there were no irregularities, but by nightfall, I felt an overwhelming surge of energy, and then I fainted. When I awoke the next day, I discovered I had undergone a transformation, rejuvenated and youthful, appearing as I do now in my 20s. My senses became sharp, and my comprehension extraordinary. Even after living in the spiritual fields outside the market for over a decade, I have hardly aged." As Xu Changsheng wove his half-truthful narrative, the two Foundation Establishment elders listened intently, observing his gestures and expressions. Having practiced his acting skills during his spare time over the years, Xu's portrayal of his physical transformation felt authentic, making it difficult for the elders to discern the truth from fabrication. Nonetheless, they exhibited envious expressions towards Xu Changsheng's fortuitous encounter. For cultivators, longevity is of paramount importance. Their relentless pursuit of cultivation is fundamentally aimed at achieving immortality. Xu Changsheng's decision to venture into a cultivation sect stems from his realization that resources for cultivation in this world are scarce, predominantly concentrated within the esteemed sections. The regulation of foundational pills is particularly stringent. Even within the treasure pavilion, they are in short supply. Thus, to ascend to higher realms, joining a sect to access resources becomes a more viable path. Upon concluding his remarks, the two outer sect elders engaged in silent communication through a sound transmission technique. The portly elder then turned to Xu Changsheng with a smile, saying, "Your fortune is exceptional, Su Daoyu. We have decided to report to our sect leader and discern what arrangements he may have for you. Furthermore, you will no longer need to participate in the outer disciple assessments. Instead, proceed to the 100 Mechanisms Hall to test your talisman-making level. If you indeed attain the foundational level, you shall become a core outer disciple of our Huangfeng Valley. Upon successful foundation establishment, you will be directly promoted to the inner sect, where an elder will take you as a disciple." The two outer elders refrained from further probing into Xu Changsheng's physique, feeling their status inadequate for such inquiries, leaving it to the sect leader to ponder over. Chapter 14. Benefits of the Trisolar Body. Xu Changsheng was somewhat taken aback by the words of the two outer elders, but did not decline their offer. After all, the opportunity to bypass the upcoming assessments and directly become a core outer disciple was a considerable boon, saving him both time and effort. A foundational talisman maker holds a status comparable to that of an inner disciple in the foundational stage. Thus, Xu Changsheng, under the guidance of an outer disciple, soared through the air on his sword towards the 100 Mechanisms Hall in Huangfeng Valley. Upon entering the vast expanse of Huangfeng Valley, Xu Changsheng immediately sensed the concentration of spiritual energy was at least tenfold that of the outside world. The landscape was adorned with pavilions and lofty towers, exquisite palaces, and floating peaks, shrouded in ethereal mist, teeming with celestial birds. Numerous disciples navigated the air on leaf-shaped artifacts, others flew on swords. While some practiced spells or engaged in duels, presenting a vivid scene of celestial grandeur. The disciple leading Xu Changsheng, surnamed Chun, was at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Xu Changsheng referred to him as Qin Shixiao. Aware of Xu Changsheng's uniqueness from the two outer elders, Qin Shixiao initiated a conversation about Huangfeng Valley. He revealed that the valley was enveloped by a mysterious grand formation, rendering outsiders unable to perceive the true nature of its internal wonders. Had it not been for the sect's current initiative to recruit numerous outer disciples, outsiders would have struggled to even find the mountain gate. In no time, they arrived at a grand hall bearing the plaque of the 100 Mechanisms Hall. Qin Shixiang approached a middle-aged steward, brandishing a jade token from his storage bag. Instantly, the steward's demeanor transformed to one of respect. Following this, Qin Shixiang explained Xu Changsheng's situation, prompting the steward to hastily usher them into the Talisman Pavilion, an annex of the 100 Mechanisms Hall. Within the Talisman Pavilion resided the sole foundational talisman maker, the Pavilion Master, who, although at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, was over 60 and had no hope of establishing a foundation. Upon learning of Xu Changsheng's purpose, the old master regarded him with astonishment, quickly shifting to a respectful demeanor. For Xu Changsheng appeared significantly younger, potentially a future inner-sect uncle at the foundational stage. The old master conducted Xu Changsheng's talisman-making evaluation with great ease and proposed a future discussion on talisman-making techniques. After exiting the 100 Mechanisms Hall with Qin Shixiao, Xu Changsheng observed as Qin Shixiao infused a spell into the jade token he held, causing a stream of light to emerge and merge into his brow. Shortly thereafter, Qin Shixiao turned to Xu Changsheng with a smile, proclaiming, "The two elders are aware that you have passed the talisman-making evaluation. I shall now take you to collect the items designated for core outer disciples. This is a benefit granted to every new disciple entering the valley, and as a core outer disciple, your privileges will far exceed those of ordinary outer disciples, including the right to choose." Afterward, Qin Shixiang escorted Xu Changsheng to a remarkably ancient-looking building. Upon entering, however, Xu Changsheng found the interior in disarray, filled with an assortment of artifacts, robes, and storage bags, resembling a logistical warehouse. At the center of the room, an elderly man reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping tea while perusing a novel. The aura emanating from the elder signified his status as an outer sect elder at the foundational level. Remarkably, he did not even glance up as Xu Changsheng and Qin Shixiang entered. Consequently, Qin Shixiang approached to explain Xu Changsheng's situation. Once Qin Shixiang finished, the elder set aside his book and stood up, scrutinizing Xu Changsheng with a smile. "Indeed, a very promising junior. I am Elder Yi. Please follow me." Elder Yi led them to a private room at the back of the building, where several rows of wooden shelves displayed items, appearing much tidier than the previous area. Elder Yi addressed Xu Changsheng. "The items here are of far superior quality compared to those outside. Aside from the mandatory outer sect attire, you may independently select 3 additional items." Xu Changsheng's heart leapt at this opportunity. He first chose a yellow silk shirt designated for outer disciples, crafted from exquisite materials and adorned with maple leaf patterns. To his astonishment, it bore several array inscriptions, qualifying it as a superior grade artifact. Although it paled in comparison to his own robe, it was considerably better than the garments of ordinary outer disciples. For the remaining 3 items, Xu Changsheng selected a black storage bag with 30-fold capacity, a delicate green jade flying boat, and a set of superior grade refining tools. Aware that he was benefiting from Elder Ye's kindness, he nodded gratefully. Elder Yi, noticing this, displayed a warm smile. Qin Shixiang subsequently guided Xu Changsheng to the outer disciple residential area. Ordinary outer disciples were limited to simple stone houses, yet, through Qin Shixiang's efforts, the steward arranged a quaint little courtyard for Xu Changsheng. Once he successfully established his foundation and became an inner disciple, he would be granted his own cave abode. Throughout this journey, Xu Changsheng received treatment far superior to that of ordinary outer disciples, a privilege afforded by the care of the 2 outer elders and his status as a foundational talisman maker. Grateful for Qin Shixiang's companionship, Xu Changsheng invited him to the Drunken Life Pavilion for drinks and music, fostering a closer bond between them. Through their conversations, Xu Changsheng learned that Qin Shixiang, named Qin Zhe, hailed from the Chun family's direct lineage, a prominent cultivation family affiliated with Huangfeng Valley. At just 36 years of age, he had attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage and was preparing to establish his foundation, supported significantly by his family's resources. This made Xu Changsheng feel a twinge of envy. Indeed, one thrives in the shade of a great tree. Having successfully integrated into Huangfeng Valley, Xu Changsheng was elated and celebrated for 3 days at the Drunken Life Pavilion. Upon returning to his modest courtyard in the outer sect, he settled down to focus on his cultivation, recognizing that his path to success lay in honing his skills. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. This month was particularly lively for Huangfeng Valley's outer sect, as it marked a crucial period for recruiting new outer disciples. As Xu Changsheng stepped out of his courtyard, he overheard many senior outer disciples discussing the remarkable talents that had emerged during this recruitment ceremony. Xu Changsheng, after some inquiry, learned that during this external sect recruitment ceremony, two individuals possessing thunder spiritual roots, one male and one female, had emerged, alongside a remarkable individual with a body of 3 yang, just shy of a heavenly spiritual root. This news left Xu Changsheng somewhat astonished. Could this 3 yang body truly belong to Li Huayuan, Han Li's master? If so, it implied that Xu Changsheng had arrived in this world several centuries before the protagonist, Han Li, was even born. Chapter 15. The Ancestor's Summons. As for the 3 yang body of Huangfeng Valley, Xu Changsheng was aware of Li Huayuan, but he could not definitively conclude that the individual in question was indeed him. Thus, he remained skeptical about his own timeline, estimating that he had arrived in this realm 200 to 300 years prior to Han Li's birth. When he inquired about the names of the 2 outstanding new disciples from some senior outer sect disciples, he found that no one could provide a clear answer. It seemed most of the disciples were merely relaying hearsay and lacked specific knowledge about the situation. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng decided to keep these matters in mind, reasoning that he would eventually encounter them in the outer sect. He returned to his small courtyard to continue his cultivation, armed with a substantial supply of high-quality pure spirit liquid he had purchased previously. He estimated that he would soon break through to the 13th layer of qi cultivation within a few days. However, to Xu Changsheng's surprise, the following day, an unexpected visitor arrived at his small courtyard. The visitor was none other than the plump elder from the outer sect who had previously tested him. Xu learned from Brother Chun that this elder, surnamed Lei, also hailed from a subsidiary cultivation family of Huangfeng Valley. Yet, this elder Lei appeared to be in a great hurry, utterly devoid of the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng, he got straight to the point, exclaiming, "Taoist Xu, the ancestor wishes to see you." Xu Changsheng felt a jolt of surprise at this proclamation. Could the ancestor referred to by Elder Lei be the renowned Li Hu, known for his expertise and longevity? How could that be possible? A mere fledgling in the qi cultivation stage like himself could hardly attract the attention of a nascent soul practitioner. Was it possible that the fortune he had fabricated had aroused the ancestor's suspicion? With a hint of trepidation, Xu Changsheng queried, "Elder Lei, which ancestor do you speak of?" Elder Lei, with a complex expression, replied, "Who else could it be? In Huangfeng Valley, the only one we refer to as ancestor is the venerable Li Hu. Now, enough chatter. Come with me quickly. If the ancestor grows impatient, we may face dire consequences." Without giving Xu Changsheng a chance to decline, Elder Lei waved his whisk and summoned his sword, taking to the skies with breathtaking speed. In no time, they arrived at an ancient and serene hall, where an elderly man with snow-white hair sat upon a high platform, flanked by a composed middle-aged gentleman. After depositing Xu Changsheng, Elder Lei hastily departed, seemingly fleeing from some great beast. Xu Changsheng discreetly observed the figure on the platform, noting that the elder wore a robe of yellow silk, his countenance lean and sallow, with small eyes and a flat nose, giving him a rather unsightly appearance. Despite emitting no spiritual pressure, he gazed at Xu Changsheng with an intensity that sent chills down his spine, as if he were a predator sizing up its prey. "Remarkable, your physique is well developed, and your spiritual energy is robust, indicating a solid foundation. Yet, you appear to be nearly 50 years old. Could this be attributed to that so-called fortune?" the elder inquired, his tone imbued with curiosity and skepticism. Xu Changsheng felt a pang of despair. This elder must be Li Hu, and he knew that such a crude lie could hardly deceive a nascent soul master. Fear and anxiety surged within him as he contemplated how to respond. After a moment of reflection, he steeled himself and respectfully replied, "Esteemed ancestor, I am uncertain of the true cause behind my youthful physique, but it indeed transformed after consuming a peculiar green fruit." Upon his words, silence enveloped the hall. The elder, Li Hu, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xu Changsheng for an extended period before stating coolly, "Very well, I shall personally investigate, and the truth will be revealed." With that, Li Hu vanished from the platform, appearing next to Xu Changsheng in an instant. Xu Changsheng found himself unable to move as Li Hu placed a hand on his shoulder, an external force coursing through him and swirling within his body. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Li Hu retracted his hand, exclaiming in wonder, "Extraordinary. In my 500 years of cultivation, I have never encountered such an unusual constitution. Despite your abundant vitality, there appears to be no anomalies to be found. Could it be a type of physique I have never seen before? At that moment, the composed middle-aged man swiftly approached Li Hu, respectfully suggesting, "Ancestor, we still possess a number of ancient jade slips in our central treasury. You might find something of worth if you examine them." Li Hu's eyes brightened at this suggestion, and he instructed the middle-aged man, "Arrange for him to stay here. He must not leave Huangfeng Valley until I reach a conclusion." With that, Li Hu vanished once more, leaving Xu Changsheng with a sense of unease. He was acutely aware that cultivators within this realm were formidable adversaries. If Li Hu were to uncover the secret of his longevity, would he not seek to usurp his body? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. The middle-aged man, still standing in the hall, turned to Xu Changsheng, speaking gently, "Xu Changsheng, I am Wang Yuntao, the current leader of Huangfeng Valley. You have heard the ancestor's words. You may return to the outer sect's accommodations and await his summons. Do you understand?" Xu Changsheng responded respectfully, "Disciple understands." Once Wang Yuntao departed, Xu Changsheng trudged out of the hall, gazing at the evening sky, still shaken by the day's events. He had encountered two high-ranking figures from Huangfeng Valley, particularly the nascent soul master Li Hu, who had left him with an unsettling impression. The glint in Li Hu's eyes had felt predatory, making Xu Changsheng deeply uneasy. He resolved to observe the situation for now. If it turned dire, he would need to prepare an escape plan. Nonetheless, he believed the circumstances were not as dire as they seemed. His longevity Dao Fruit was imperceptible even to true immortals, let alone a mere nascent soul practitioner. With these thoughts in mind, Xu Changsheng took to the skies on his sword, hastening back to his outer sect courtyard. Upon returning, Xu Changsheng devoted all his time to enhancing his cultivation and mastering the Earth Spirit escape technique. The results were significant. Within a few days, he reached the pinnacle of the 13th layer of Qi cultivation, and his Earth Spirit escape technique advanced to the mid-third tier, capable of evading the spiritual perception of early golden core cultivators. His speed and escape had also increased sixfold, bringing him a sense of stability. Chapter 16. The Greenwood Spirit Body. Xu Changsheng was in high spirits, now preparing for his foundation establishment. However, to establish a foundation, he would require foundation establishment pills. And with his four-element pseudo-spiritual root, the quantity needed would undoubtedly be considerable. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to join the outer sect of Huangfeng Valley, as he had received word during his planning that the blood-colored Forbidden Land would open in a decade or so. As the opening of the blood-colored Forbidden Land draws near, anticipated to be in roughly 6 months, it contains several essential herbs required for refining foundation establishment pills, such as jade essence mushroom, purple monkey flower, and heavenly spirit fruit, spiritual medicines that have long since vanished from the southern regions and can only be harvested within this forbidden area. Without joining a celestial sect, acquiring a substantial number of foundation establishment pills is nearly impossible. Hence, Xu Changsheng has taken it upon himself to study alchemy. Just as Xu Changsheng was preparing to celebrate at the Drunken Life Pavilion, a bright light streaked from the horizon, descending into his courtyard. As the radiance faded, a figure emerged. Upon raising his gaze, Xu Changsheng was astonished to find it was Master Wang Yuntao, whom he had encountered previously. The master, with an urgent tone, urged, "Xu Changsheng, come with me quickly, the ancestor summons you. This time, we may finally uncover the secrets of your constitution." Without waiting for a response, Master Wang seized Xu Changsheng's arm and soared into the sky on his sword, racing through the air with breathtaking speed. Xu Changsheng, taken aback, pondered if the higher-ups of Huangfeng Valley were always in such a rush. Before long, they arrived at the palace where Ancestor Ling Hu resided, the same ancient hall as before. Yet this time, the ancestor's gaze towards Xu Changsheng radiated with joy, leaving him perplexed. Before Xu Changsheng could pay his respects, Ancestor Ling Hu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the formalities. I summoned you because I have discovered information related to your constitution from the ancient jade tablet. You may observe for yourself. I shall not elaborate." With a flick of his wrist, a deep green jade tablet flew into Xu Changsheng's hands. The moment he grasped it, he felt its smooth warmth, adorned with archaic golden patterns and slight blemishes, emanating an aura of antiquity. Pressing the jade tablet against his forehead, he penetrated it with his consciousness, and a complex stream of information flooded into his mind, leaving him astounded. After a lengthy moment, Xu Changsheng set down the jade tablet, feigning enlightenment while secretly reveling in his discovery. The jade tablet contained records of an ancient constitution known as the Azure Wood Spiritual Body, as well as a unique celestial-level cultivation method, the Azure Emperor Longevity Technique. Though only half of it was inscribed, sufficient to cultivate up to the god transformation stage. Based on ancestor Linghu's examination of Xu Changsheng's physique, he surmised that Xu's constitution bore a striking resemblance to the azure wood's spiritual body, vibrant with life, yet seemingly innate. Furthermore, the Azure Emperor longevity technique could only be cultivated by one possessing the azure wood's spiritual body. Thus, ancestor Linghu resolved to allow Xu Changsheng to attempt it. If he succeeded in cultivating the technique, it would confirm that he likely possessed this exceedingly rare and superior constitution. Xu Changsheng was exceedingly pleased with the Azure Emperor longevity technique, as it harnessed his innate vitality to transmute external spiritual energy into primordial azure wood energy, capable of extending life, curing ailments, and offering formidable self-healing abilities, something that the longevity fruit could not accomplish. The primordial azure wood energy significantly amplified the power of wood-based spells. But what intrigued Xu Changsheng the most was the technique's substantial enhancement to breakthroughs in major realms, surpassing any elixir. However, the reason the Azure Emperor longevity technique was exclusive to the azure wood spiritual body was due to its high demands on the practitioner's vitality concentration. The transformation of spiritual energy into primordial azure wood energy consumed vast amounts of life force, and without the robust vitality inherent to the azure wood spiritual body, attempting to cultivate this technique would be tantamount to courting death, only leading to a shorter lifespan and making entry into the technique nearly impossible. Yet, Xu Changsheng remained undeterred. He possessed the longevity fruit, which could replenish his vitality when he expended large amounts during the cultivation of the technique. Additionally, he could expedite his progress by employing the previously acquired longevity burning technique, as lifespan is essentially an expression of one's vitality. By utilizing this technique, he could immediately extract a significant amount of life force to assist in the cultivation of the Azure Emperor longevity technique. From his vantage point on the high platform, ancestor Linghu regarded Xu Changsheng and opined, "I suspect that the blue fruit you previously mentioned is merely a key to unlocking a special constitution, not a direct bestowal of the azure wood spiritual body. Therefore, your ageless constitution must be innate. After examining the ancient jade tablet, you should grasp my intentions. I shall give you a month. If you can successfully cultivate the Qi refinement section of the Azure Emperor longevity technique, it will confirm your likely identity as the azure wood spiritual body. At that time, I will accept you as my disciple." Yintao arranged for him an independent cultivation chamber rich in spiritual energy. Master Wang, standing attentively below, replied respectfully, "Disciple obeys." Ancestor Linghu nodded with satisfaction and vanished, leaving Master Wang casting envious glances at Xu Changsheng before approaching him. "Xu, my young friend, should you succeed in mastering the Qi refinement section of the Azure Emperor longevity technique, I shall henceforth call you Shu, Uncle Master, and your future will be boundless. Now, follow me. I will show you to your independent cultivation chamber located on the sect's spiritual vein." Xu Changsheng, in response, merely nodded in silence, uncertain whether he could indeed master the technique. If he failed, complications would surely arise. Thus, he followed Master Wang to a stone cave situated at the peak of Huangfeng Valley. Master Wang presented him with several bottles of sustenance pills, but no other cultivation resources, as the abundant spiritual energy in this chamber was the finest resource of all. Upon entering, a wave of dense spiritual energy enveloped Xu Changsheng, invigorating him and lifting his spirits. In the chamber's center, a mist of spiritual energy coalesced and seated upon a jade cushion. He sensed a dampness indicative of the liquefaction of spiritual energy, testament to the richness of this cultivation room. With such exceptional conditions for cultivation, Xu Changsheng wasted no time. He ingested a sustenance pill and commenced his practice of the Azure Emperor longevity technique. As he activated the technique, vitality swiftly drained from his body, drawing upon the spiritual energy within his dantian to transform into primordial azure wood energy. However, after depleting a significant amount of vitality, he only managed to convert a mere wisp of primordial azure wood energy, the efficiency proving dishearteningly slow. Determined, Xu Changsheng activated the longevity burning technique. As his hair turned white and his visage aged, vitality surged within his dantian. He immediately resumed the practice of the Azure Emperor longevity technique to transform the burgeoning vitality into primordial azure wood energy. A quarter of an hour later, the longevity fruit radiated a golden mist, rejuvenating Xu Changsheng, who then repeated the process in an endless cycle. Chapter 17. The Three Agreements. Time flew swiftly, and soon half a month had passed. With the aid of the longevity fruit and the copious spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber, Xu Changsheng adeptly wielded both the longevity burning technique and the Azure Emperor longevity technique. Remarkably, he managed to convert all the spiritual energy within his dantian into primordial azure wood energy, a substance of superior potency. Yet, he discovered that his cultivation level had inexplicably diminished to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng felt his strength had multiplied several times compared to his previous 13th layer of qi refinement. After all, he had only practiced the commonplace 5 elements technique before, which, while rich in spiritual power, could not compare to the primordial azure wood energy cultivated through the Azure Emperor longevity technique. Thus, although his cultivation level had decreased, his actual strength had undergone a significant enhancement, making him confident he could now confront an opponent at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Given that Ancestor Linghu had allocated him 1 month to utilize this cultivation chamber, Xu Changsheng resolved not to squander the opportunity. It was situated on the sect's most potent spiritual vein, rich and pure in energy, typically reserved for high-ranking members of the sect. Therefore, Xu Changsheng recommenced his practice of the Azure Emperor longevity technique, albeit at a slower pace than before in converting his dantian's spiritual power. However, he felt no urgency. He still had time. Half a month has passed once more, and the stone door of the cultivation chamber was forcefully opened by the Master Wang. Xu Changsheng emerged with a beaming expression, appearing quite elated. Master Wang, taken aback, observed through his spiritual eye technique that Xu Changsheng resembled an ancient evergreen tree, exuding an innate aura of vitality that compelled him to draw closer. However, Master Wang restrained himself, realizing that Xu Changsheng had indeed perfected the qi cultivation stage of the Qingdi longevity technique and had elevated his strength to the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Consequently, Master Wang's gaze towards Xu Changsheng became more respectful. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xu Changsheng could potentially become the true disciple of the esteemed Liu ancestor, holding a status comparable to that of an elder in the core formation stage, far surpassing his own position as the sect leader. Thus, his attitude towards Xu Changsheng warranted a transformation. Master Wang, in a somewhat obsequious manner, congratulated Xu Changsheng, saying, "Congratulations, my young friend, on mastering the Qingdi longevity technique. Once the ancestor bestows upon you a disciple's jade token, I shall be obliged to call you Shishu." Xu Changsheng humbly replied, "Master, you flatter me. I will require your guidance in Huangfeng Valley in the future." After exchanging pleasantries, the two ascended on their swords towards the grand hall of the Liu ancestor. This time, Master Wang deliberately flew at a slower pace, trailing behind Xu Changsheng. Upon reaching the grand hall, Xu Changsheng was met by the Liu ancestor, who had been waiting atop a high platform. The ancestor's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he regarded Xu Changsheng, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "Excellent. Xu Changsheng, you have indeed achieved mastery of the qi cultivation stage of the Qingdi longevity technique in just a month. It appears you are truly a spirit of the verdant wood. I can accept you as my true disciple and bestow upon you sufficient foundation establishment pills, thus sparing you the perilous ventures into the blood-colored forbidden land. However, I must set forth 3 stipulations." Hearing this, Xu Changsheng sighed inwardly, knowing that the Liu ancestor had ulterior motives. The resources of a Yuaning elder were not easily acquired. Yet, given the current circumstances, Xu Changsheng had little choice but to comply, responding respectfully, "Please instruct me, Master." The Liu ancestor, pleased by Xu Changsheng's respectful address, nodded approvingly, feeling that this young man was quite astute, thus alleviating his concerns. The ancestor continued, "First, I expect you to break through to the Yuaning stage within 500 years. Second, upon your breakthrough in the refinement of the innate wood essence, I request that you contribute 1/3 of your innate wood essence to prolong my life. Third, you must not betray Huangfeng Valley. If you agree, we shall establish a heavenly Dao oath, and I will endeavor to provide you with the resources necessary for cultivation. What say you?" Xu Changsheng was taken aback. He recalled that the foundational principles of the Qingdi longevity technique indicated that upon reaching the Yuaning stage, one could condense the innate wood energy into the wood essence. If sufficiently potent, this essence could elevate one's physique to the level of the Imu celestial body, which is considered a premier constitution in the celestial realm. However, the wood essence also possessed another function, significantly extending the lifespan of others, albeit with a limit of 1/3 of the essence, lest they suffer catastrophic consequences. Xu Changsheng understood the Liu ancestor's intentions. He coveted the wood essence Xu Changsheng would cultivate in the future. According to the ancient jade tablets, the ancestor would not dare to usurp his own essence, as the world operates under the heavenly Dao. favoring those with formidable constitutions. The innate wood spirit, as a precursor to the Imu celestial body, would undoubtedly receive protection from the heavenly Tao. Those possessing such a physique might be reincarnated celestial beings, while those lacking fortune who attempt to usurp it risk severe repercussions, including death. The Liu ancestor was wary of such risks. Moreover, the innate wood spirit was inherently vigorous and resilient, making it challenging to seize control. Xu Changsheng recognized that any loss of wood essence would require considerable time to replenish. For the Liu ancestor to request a portion of it for his longevity was inconsequential for Xu Changsheng, who possessed eternal life. However, it was contingent upon whether the benefits offered by the ancestor were worthwhile. The first two stipulations were framed in a manner that indicated a desire rather than a demand. As the ancestor could not be certain Xu Changsheng would indeed break through to the Yuaning stage within 500 years. The innate wood spirit required abundant cultivation resources. And with Xu Changsheng's four-element pseudo-spiritual root, the endeavor to reach the Yuan-ing stage was fraught with uncertainty. Perhaps the Liu ancestor's acceptance of Xu Changsheng as a true disciple and the stipulations he laid down were merely strategic moves. If Xu Changsheng succeeded, the benefits to the ancestor would be immense. If he failed, it would matter little, as he had other disciples beyond just one. Following this, Xu Changsheng and the Liu ancestor established the heavenly Tao oath. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng sensed an invisible binding force descend upon him. However, before this force could integrate with his soul, the Dao fruit within his dantian seemed to respond defiantly, sending a tremor through him. To his astonishment, the binding force dissipated entirely. Stealing a glance at the Liu ancestor on the high platform, Xu Changsheng observed no change in his demeanor. Testing the heavenly Tao oath by contemplating betrayal, he found no repercussions, which elated him. It appeared he could disregard the constraints of the oath, perhaps owing to the Dao fruit's influence, and given that he was not of this world. Could the heavenly Tao truly govern him? Chapter 18. I am the senior brother in the ancient hall. The Liu ancestor's gaze towards Xu Changsheng softened considerably. No longer shrouded in the previous gravity, a smile graced his lips as he spoke. Changsheng, now that you have sworn the heavenly Tao oath, you are officially my true disciple. Besides you, I have taken on 3 other disciples, though they remain nominal. You shall have the opportunity to meet them. Yin Tao, please bring them here. Master Wang, hearing this, promptly replied with respect, yes, I shall fetch them at once. With that, he departed on his sword. The Liu ancestor then retrieved a deep purple storage bag from his waist, producing a jade token. He performed several incantations, infusing the token with his essence. Ultimately, the token levitated before Xu Changsheng, who grasped it in his hand. The ancestor smiled at Xu Changsheng, saying, Disciple, this is a protective jade token I have personally crafted for you. It contains a fragment of my essence. Should you find yourself in mortal peril, it will automatically shield you, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from an early Yuaning cultivator. I will also arrive promptly to rescue you. However, do not let this token lull you into complacency, for there are many formidable cultivators who surpass me. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy. He had acquired a powerful safeguard. This token far surpassed the value of the talismans he had previously purchased. Nonetheless, he planned to keep it in his storage bag, ready to discard it if necessary, as he pondered whether the Liu ancestor could monitor him through it. With a heart full of gratitude, he expressed, Thank you for your generous gift, Master. The Liu ancestor chuckled, stroking his white beard, his small eyes glimmering with a hidden brilliance. Although taking Xu Changsheng as a disciple was merely a strategic move, should this piece on the chessboard prove fruitful, its significance would be immense. Thus, he deemed it prudent to provide a protective treasure, lest the rare Qingmu's spirit be wasted at the hands of other cultivators. As Xu Changsheng smiled and stored the jade tablet into his storage bag, the sect master Wang entered the grand hall accompanied by 2 young men and a young woman. Xu Changsheng observed the trio, all of whom appeared to be in their teens, with their cultivation levels approximately at the 10th layer of qi refinement. The individual on the far left was a corpulent figure, weighing at least 300 pounds, with a body seemingly composed entirely of fat. His waist was as thick as a barrel, and his squinty eyes resembled narrow slits. Each step he took caused his flesh to jiggle, leaving Xu Changsheng rather speechless. It was indeed a first for him to encounter a cultivator of such girth. In the center stood a square-faced youth with bushy eyebrows and big eyes, exuding a sense of fortitude that suggested he was of upright character. However, his large, bell-like eyes were furtively glancing at the girl on his right, revealing a hint of youthful shyness on his otherwise stern face. The young woman on the right was strikingly beautiful, her peach blossom eyes carrying a touch of allure. though her demeanor was cold and slightly menacing. A red whip, crackling with arcs of electricity, was coiled around her waist, indicating it was a top-tier magical artifact. These three youths were likely the named disciples mentioned by the venerable ancestor Linghu. Xu Changsheng found them quite distinctive, particularly the young woman, who was far more enchanting than the fairies from Drunken Life Tower. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances, which provoked an angry glare from her, indicating that she had a fiery temper not easily managed by an ordinary man. Upon entering the grand hall, the trio respectfully bowed to the venerable ancestor Linghu on the high platform, exclaiming, "Greetings, master." The venerable ancestor, upon hearing their words, smiled and nodded before addressing them. "I have summoned you today to introduce someone." He gestured towards Xu Changsheng and continued, "This is Xu Changsheng, my newly accepted true disciple, and he shall be your eldest senior brother henceforth. You are to show him due respect." At the conclusion of Linghu's words, the three youths stared at Xu Changsheng in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. They were the most exceptional disciples to emerge from Huangfeng Valley in centuries, each endowed with extraordinary talents, yet they were merely named disciples under Linghu. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could they hope to become true disciples. Yet here stood Xu Changsheng, who, despite being merely at the Qi refinement stage, had been elevated to the status of true disciple, eliciting a sense of dissatisfaction among them, particularly from the young woman, whose gaze darkened further. The venerable ancestor Linghu sensed their discontent and frowned, saying, "What? Do you question my judgment?" The trio, taken aback, hurriedly expressed their reverence, though their discontent remained palpable. Observing this, Linghu shrugged and remarked, "Do not be discontent. Xu Changsheng was once a loose cultivator. He has reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement through over 10 years of solitary practice, and he cultivates an exceptionally challenging supreme technique. While his innate talent may not be exceptional, he possesses the rare ancient wood spirit body, making him more than adequate to be your senior brother. In my eyes, you three cannot compare to him." The words of the venerable ancestor caused the trio to change color. They hailed from esteemed cultivation families, having been meticulously nurtured since childhood upon discovering their top-tier spiritual roots and physiques. Despite their years of training, they had only reached around the 10th layer of Qi refinement, while Xu Changsheng, a mere loose cultivator, had ascended to the pinnacle through his own efforts. The fact that Xu Changsheng's innate talent was deemed poor only intensified their admiration for him. As for the ancient wood spirit body mentioned by Linghu, it was something they had never even heard of, but being acknowledged by their master indicated it was no trivial matter. It appeared that this seemingly youthful figure was indeed formidable enough to qualify as their senior brother, prompting them to bow respectfully to Xu Changsheng, saying, "Greetings, senior brother." Xu Changsheng merely nodded with a smile. He was still unfamiliar with them, and whether to cultivate a closer relationship would depend on future circumstances, as he had much to focus on in terms of enhancing his cultivation. With the recognition of Xu Changsheng's senior brother status by his disciples, the venerable ancestor Linghu stroked his white beard and chuckled. "In that case, Xu Changsheng shall be my eldest disciple. Wan, you shall be the second disciple. Hongfu, the third. And Huayuan, the fourth disciple. So it shall be." Upon hearing this, the square-faced youth immediately grew anxious. His brows furrowed as he exclaimed, "Master, why am I the youngest disciple? I wish to be a senior brother." After uttering this, he furtively glanced at the young woman beside him. The girl named Hongfu shot him an angry glare, her grip tightening around the red whip at her waist, her expression fierce as she retorted, "You wish to be my senior brother? And no, I wouldn't dare," the square-faced youth stammered, seeming to pale under her fierce aura. Xu Changsheng, who had remained silent until now, felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing the names of the future disciples of Huangfeng Valley. He suddenly felt a swell of pressure upon his shoulders. Chapter 19. Only interested in handsomeness, seeing the commotion among the disciples below, the venerable ancestor Linghu furrowed his brows and then reverted to his usual calm demeanor. He tapped on the table before him, the dull sound resonating in everyone's ears. Hongfu and Li Huayuan immediately quieted down. Once the grand hall was silent, Linghu spoke, "I have matters to attend to. You may all leave now and take the time to get to know each other better." With that, the venerable ancestor vanished from sight. At this moment, the sect master Wang, who had been acting as a mere backdrop, approached Xu Changsheng, bending slightly and addressing him with a hint of flattery. "Master Xu, you are now the true disciple of the ancestor, so your cave dwelling will be arranged atop the spiritual vein of the main peak. I will assign someone to clean and organize it for you. Do you have any requests?" Xu Changsheng felt a bit uncomfortable with Wang's sudden deference, as the sect master's attitude had shifted so swiftly. Previously, He had merely speculated on the ancestors' decisions and had maintained a sense of reserve. Now, he had completely lowered his guard. Wang was adept at reading the room and handling matters with finesse, which was beneficial, as Xu Changsheng could rely on him for future troubles. Xu Changsheng simply nodded and inquired, "Now that I have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, can I receive the sufficient foundation establishment pills promised by my master? I wish to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible." Wang hesitated, saying, "Rest assured, Master Xu, I will prioritize the foundation establishment pills for you. However, our sect's inventory is currently insufficient. We will have to wait until the blood-colored Forbidden Land opens so that the disciples can collect the main herbs needed to refine the foundation establishment pills. At that time, I will deliver them directly to you. But, Master Xu, how many foundation establishment pills do you estimate you will need?" Listening to Wang's words, Xu Changsheng pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "Please prepare 100 foundation establishment pills for me." Wang was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stuttered, "Master Xu, that request is far too ambitious. I cannot fulfill it. In past instances when the blood-colored Forbidden Land opened, the total number of foundation establishment pills produced by all disciples of Huangfeng Valley has never exceeded 100. Suddenly, a girl's laughter echoed in the grand hall, drawing the attention of the two boys beside her, who looked on with odd expressions. Xu Changsheng, noticing this, directed an irritated gaze at the laughing Hongfu and said, "Why have you three not yet departed?" Hongfu, suppressing her laughter, responded with an air of arrogance, "My senior brother, did not the master instruct us to get to know each other better? We were intrigued upon hearing your discussion with the sect master about the foundation establishment pills and wished to listen in. However, I never imagined my senior brother was planning to treat the foundation establishment pills as a meal, which is why I couldn't help but laugh." Xu Changsheng's lips twitched slightly, and he muttered a remark only he could comprehend. "I find it hard to envision your future composed demeanor. It seems you still lack the experience of being scorned by a rogue." Xu Changsheng, after finishing his words, paid no heed to Hongfu's puzzled expression. He turned to Master Wang and said, "Forget it. Just send me as many foundation establishment pills as you can muster, but it must not be fewer than 20. Otherwise, I shall seek my master to hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, Master Wang could only grit his teeth and comply, deciding that during the upcoming opening of the blood-colored Forbidden Land, all disciples from Huangfeng Valley participating should prioritize gathering and refining the medicinal herbs for the foundation establishment pills. If any outer disciples failed to collect an adequate amount, he would discipline them accordingly. Subsequently, Master Wang understood the unspoken need for discretion and promptly took his leave, allowing Xu Changsheng and his companions some time to get acquainted. With the directive from Ancestor Linghu, the four of them indeed should familiarize themselves with one another, as they might find themselves in need of each other's assistance in the future. However, the spirited young maiden Hongfu wore a cold expression, her head tilted defiantly, clearly displeased, while the stout and robust Li Huayuan cast furtive glances at her, still lacking the refinement that the environment demanded. Meanwhile, the portly Lei Wanhai maintained a semblance of normalcy and spoke up, "Senior brother, from now on, we shall all be brothers. Let me treat everyone to a feast at Sanwei Tower in Taiwan Mountain, where the celestial chefs possess unparalleled culinary skills." Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. Dining at Sanwei Tower was no trifling expense, with the dishes crafted from high-grade spirit rice and meat from demonic beasts of the late qi refinement stage or above. The exquisite flavors came at a steep price, and even as a second-tier talisman master, Xu Changsheng had only dined there twice. However, wishing to build rapport with his future fellow alchemists from Huangfeng Valley, he nodded in agreement. Hongfu and Li Huayuan, upon hearing of the prospect of indulging in delectable dishes at Sanwei Tower, also smiled in acceptance. After all, not only were the dishes delicious, but they also contributed to one's cultivation. Even though they hailed from a family of cultivators, such lavish meals were a rarity for them, and it was evident that Lei Wanhai was accustomed to fine dining, revealing his affluent background. Thus, the four of them soared on their swords towards Taiwan Market. Upon entering the grand hall of Sanwei Tower, a manager hurried over, respectfully greeting Lei Wanhai. "Young master, what brings you here today?" Xu Changsheng, Hongfu, and Li Huayuan exchanged curious glances at Lei Wanhai. With a hint of embarrassment, he chuckled, "Why let the good fortune flow to outsiders? This Sanwei Tower is a property of my Lei family. Today, let everyone feast to their heart's content. It shall all be on me, for I, Lei Wanhai, am wealthy." Hearing this, Xu Changsheng and the others did not hold back, promptly ordering an extravagant spread, all crafted from demonic beast meat from the late qi refinement stage to perfection. When Xu Changsheng and Hongfu requested meat from Foundation establishment stage beasts, Lei Wanhai regrettably informed them that he lacked the authority to cover such expenses. Nonetheless, he presented them with second-tier spirit wine bestowed by his family, and the four of them reveled in a hearty feast, strengthening their camaraderie through shared laughter and clinking cups. Xu Changsheng recognized that the two individuals rumored to possess the Thunder Spirit Root and the Three-Yang body were indeed present. And he was surprised to discover that Hongfu also possessed a Thunder Spirit Root, a fact that made her exquisite lightning whip, a formidable artifact, make sense. During the meal, Hongfu and the others inquired about the Qingmu spiritual body, and Xu Changsheng selectively explained it, prompting Hongfu to pour him several cups of spirit wine in admiration. As a female cultivator, who would not desire eternal beauty and perpetual youth, while the Dingyan pill could achieve such effects, it merely preserved one's appearance. The inner aging remained inevitable. Xu Changsheng also caught a glimpse of another facet of Hongfu. Though she seemed cold and tempestuous, her inner spirit was vibrant, embodying a paradox of outward iciness and inner warmth. Once familiar, she proved easy to get along with, which explained how she had been deceived by the old demon Yunlu. Moreover, Xu Changsheng noticed that Li Huayuan harbored an interest in Hongfu, which was evident to all, yet Hongfu appeared oblivious to his affections. Throughout the meal, Li Huayuan remained sullenly drinking alone, silently gazing at Hongfu as she merrily enjoyed her food and played drinking games. At the table, Xu Changsheng moved beside Li Huayuan, patting his shoulder, and spoke in a tone of camaraderie. Junior brother, the man may have feelings, but the woman may not reciprocate. There are many birds in the forest. Surely one will suit your fancy. By the way, junior sister Hongfu hinted that she only likes handsome men. You, alas, do not meet that standard. Upon hearing this, Li Huayuan's expression turned ashen as if his heart had shattered. He shook his head in anguish, saying, I do not believe it. Chapter 20. Qingyuan's Sword Technique. Blood-colored trial. As dusk fell, Xu Changsheng and his companions returned to Huangfeng Valley on their swords, following their sumptuous feast at Sanwei Tower. All but the melancholic Li Huayuan were in high spirits. Upon reaching the mountain gate, Xu Changsheng made his way directly to the cave dwelling that Master Wang had arranged for him. His status in Huangfeng Valley had undergone a remarkable transformation, and thus his treatment had significantly improved. Upon arriving at his cave dwelling, Xu Changsheng was greeted by a middle-aged steward accompanied by several servant disciples, all awaiting his arrival. Their cultivation levels were modest, with the steward at the 10th level of qi refinement, while the others ranged around the 7th to 8th levels. Through the steward's introduction and explanations, Xu Changsheng learned that his cave dwelling was divided into inner and outer layers. The attendants were responsible for his daily needs in the outer layer, while the inner layer was exclusively accessible to him, fortified by an array of restrictions. The steward, sharing the surname Wang, might even be a relative of Master Wang, but Xu Changsheng paid no mind to such speculations. He merely sought practicality. Using the cave-dwelling token given by Steward Wang, Xu Changsheng activated the array's defenses to enter the inner sanctum. Upon stepping inside, he was enveloped in rich spiritual energy, causing his pores to open and his entire being to feel at peace. Although it did not compare to the top-tier cultivation chamber arranged by Master Wang, the spiritual density in this inner layer exceeded that of the outside significantly. At the center of the inner layer, he discovered a spirit-gathering array, which likely connected to the main peak's spiritual vein. Now at the peak of qi refinement, Xu Changsheng knew he could only await the conclusion of the blood-color trial to attempt foundation establishment. With Ancestor Linghu's promise of ample foundation establishment pills, he initially had no intention of participating in this trial. However, he remembered that within the blood-colored forbidden land lay one of the 3 secret talismans of the great Jin Tianshu sect, the Luding Tianjia talisman, which could withstand the full force attacks of a transformation stage cultivator. Such a treasure was not one Xu Changsheng wished to overlook. Additionally, the Forbidden Land was rumored to be rich in precious medicinal herbs. Having self-studied alchemy, he resolved to elevate his alchemical skills, realizing that Ancestor Linghu's assistance was limited and that self-reliance was the most prudent approach. The following day, Xu Changsheng informed Master Wang of his desire to participate in the upcoming blood-colored trial. Although Master Wang was somewhat perplexed, he did not refuse, recognizing that with Xu Changsheng's current strength and various trump cards, it would be improbable for the qi refinement disciples of the 7 great sects to pose a threat to him. When Ancestor Linghu learned of Xu Changsheng's intent, he voiced no objections, but instructed Master Wang to escort Xu Changsheng to the inner sect treasury to select some defensive items. Thus, filled with anticipation and excitement, Xu Changsheng ventured into the inner sect treasury. Inside, He rummaged through the shelves and discovered the first 9 tiers of the Qingyuan sword technique. He exchanged all his existing talismans for superior ones, and also acquired a talisman treasure named the Xiangui Shield, which, when combined with his existing Golden Blade talisman, provided a perfect balance of offense and defense. When Master Wang beheld the treasures Xu Changsheng retrieved from the inner sect treasury, he felt a pang of regret. Yet, as it was Ancestor Linghu's command, he dared not object. Furthermore, with Xu Changsheng's profound and pure innate Qingmu energy, wielding these superior artifacts was well within his capabilities. With such a wealth of treasures in his possession, it would be a challenge for Xu Changsheng to encounter trouble within the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Upon returning to his cave abode, Xu Changsheng refined all the exquisite magical artifacts he had acquired from the inner sect's treasury. Among these were a superb magical robe, a premier flying sword known as the Qing Shuang sword, an exceptional spirit shield called the Xiangui Shield, and a pair of extraordinary speed-enhancing boots referred to as the Flying Sky Boots. Additionally, he obtained a remarkable small Qiankuan sword formation and 5 thunder talismans, capable of threatening even those at the foundation establishment stage. He even replaced his storage bag with one 100 times larger. These exquisite magical artifacts would suffice for Xu Changsheng until he reached the core formation stage. However, the sect leader, Wang, had made it clear that such privileges would not be granted again in the future. Xu Changsheng was content, spending the next few months either dining with Lei Wanhua and the others at the Sanwei Pavilion or diligently honing his skills in his cave. He successfully cultivated the first 3 layers of the Qing Yuan sword technique, mastering the Qing Yuan sword radiance, which he could project to an impressive distance of 10 zhang, tenfold that of other practitioners of this technique. Time flew by, and soon the day of the blood-colored Forbidden Lands opening arrived. On this day, an elder named Lin from Huangfeng Valley, who had attained the core formation stage, piloted a flying vessel, bringing all the outer sect disciples participating in the blood-colored trial to an unnamed desolate mountain. Each disciple found a spot to await the arrival of others from different sections. Xu Changsheng was surprised to see Hong Fu, Lei Wanhua, and Li Huayuan present. The 4 of them formed a small group, clearly led by Xu Changsheng, who not only held the title of their senior brother, but was also the strongest among them. Through conversation, Xu Changsheng learned that Hong Fu and the others were merely registered disciples of the esteemed Linghu ancestor, and thus did not receive much oversight from him. Their breakthroughs to the foundation establishment stage relied solely on their efforts. In contrast, Xu Changsheng, being a true disciple of the Linghu ancestor, had received a personal promise from him, which granted him access to foundation establishment pills from sect leader Wang. Although the Linghu ancestor appeared amiable in front of his 4 disciples, the depth of their teacher-student relationship was known only to him. In Xu Changsheng's eyes, the Linghu ancestor was a shrewd and self-serving individual. Should circumstances become dire, the Linghu ancestor might abandon his disciples for self-preservation. Thus, Xu Changsheng maintained a degree of vigilance toward him. Despite having sworn an oath to the Heavenly Dao, it seemed the Heavenly Dao held no sway over Xu Changsheng. If he sensed danger, he would not hesitate to flee, taking only those most crucial to him. During the past few months, Xu Changsheng had gathered substantial information while in Huangfeng Valley. He highly suspected that the location of the large spirit stone mine that had incited the 7 sects' war was the site of an ancient teleportation array leading to the chaotic Star Sea. He resolved to explore this place after achieving foundation establishment, preparing a potential escape route. To this end, he dedicated time to self-study formations. Although the complexity of the field left him uncertain of how many years it would take to reach the proficiency of Xian Rian. Nevertheless, he still had ample time. The region of Tiannan, where Xu Changsheng resided, was in a state of equilibrium, conducive to his steady development. The chaotic Star Sea was indeed tumultuous. He would wait until his strength grew to venture there, where the overall cultivation resources surpassed those available in his current location. As he contemplated these matters, he patiently awaited the proceedings. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley congregated, and in a moment of boredom, Xu Changsheng began to observe them. Previously, while boarding the flying vessel, he had not paid much attention, but upon closer inspection, he recognized an elderly Qi refining stage cultivator with graying hair and an unremarkable appearance. This was the same old vendor who had sold him cultivation manuals when he first arrived at Taiwan Mountains Market. Chapter 21. The array of beings. The 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom include Huangfeng Valley, Qingshu Sect, Yenhua Sect, Giant Sword Sect, Spirit Beast Mountain, Huadao Workshop, and Tianqiu Fortress. With the opening of the blood-colored Forbidden Land, disciples from each sect, led by their core formation elders, gathered at this desolate mountain. At this moment, Xu Changsheng was fixated on a seemingly ordinary elder of the 11th layer of Qi refinement from Huangfeng Valley. He had previously suspected that this elder was no ordinary person and even considered the possibility that he might be a hidden figure of immense power. Yet he lacked definitive evidence, as he was unsure when this individual had infiltrated Huangfeng Valley. Thus, Xu Changsheng decided to approach and test the waters. However, his current appearance was different from the one the elder had seen at his stall, and Xu Changsheng preferred not to explain, treating it as their first meeting. He approached the elder with a smile and said, "Esteemed junior brother, I am Xu Changsheng. The blood-colored trial commences tomorrow, and we find ourselves with idle time. May we converse?" The elder appeared startled by his words, lifting his somewhat clouded eyes to scrutinize Xu Changsheng before responding with a hint of surprise. "I dare not. I dare not. I am Xiang Jiren, honored to meet senior brother Xu. Since you have personally come to seek me out, how could I refuse?" Xu Changsheng paused at this, realizing the elder was named Xiang Jiren, not Xiang Jilia. Was it a misunderstanding on his part, or was it merely a pseudonym? Nevertheless, the elder spoke with a familiarity that suggested authenticity. The name Jiren reminded Xu Changsheng of the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith, prompting him to inquire, "Junior brother Xiang, did your ancestors name you according to the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith?" Upon hearing this, the elder seemed taken aback, as if a spark of realization flickered in his eyes. He then nodded in agreement. Senior brother Xu is truly perceptive to have guessed that. However, the name is merely a code name. The trial tomorrow is perilous. Would you be willing to act together with me? I can rally a few more disciples, which would ensure greater safety. Xu Changsheng continued to observe the elder's demeanor and speech, feeling increasingly confident that this elder was indeed Xiang Jilia. However, he maintained a composed expression. Regarding the elder's proposal, Xu Changsheng smiled and shook his head, indicating, "Junior brother Xiang, I apologize, but I already have companions." Respecting Xu Changsheng's response, the elder did not press further and moved on, although he cast a glance filled with curiosity at Xu Changsheng, sensing a familiarity that puzzled him. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, considering Xu Changsheng merely a Qi refining junior, whose seemingly special physique held little significance in his eyes. Returning to the small circle of his companions, Xu Changsheng resolved to keep his distance from the elder named Xiang. Soon, disciples from the other 6 great sects began to arrive, and Xu Changsheng noticed that each sect's disciples exhibited their own distinct styles and qualities. However, he found himself particularly captivated by the enchanting female cultivators aboard the Yenhua sect's celestial vessel, especially a mesmerizing girl known as the Nichang Fairy. With her graceful demeanor and radiant smile, she attracted the attention of many young male cultivators, including Xu Changsheng, Lei Wanhua, and Li Huayuan, who watched her with rapt attention. Observing this, Hongfu let out a haughty snort, adopting an air of cold disdain. Her demeanor is as delicate as a flower reflected in water, and her movements resemble a willow swaying in the breeze. The Nichang Fairy is truly a paragon of beauty. Suddenly, an overly familiar voice reached Xu Changsheng and his companions, causing them to exchange puzzled glances before turning to their right. There, they spotted a youth wearing a Taoist crown, clad in robes and holding a whisk. His lips curled into a sly grin, exuding an air of irreverence. Noticing Xu Changsheng and his group, the youth awkwardly chuckled and cupped his hands, saying, "I am Fuyun from Qingshu sect. I greet the 4 esteemed members of Huangfeng Valley. Please keep the comments I made earlier confidential, lest the Nichang Fairy hears them." Li Huayuan scoffed at this, remarking, "You, with your pretentious demeanor, appear to be all show and no substance. I saw you sneaking glances at my senior sister just now. Your true nature is revealed at last. Keep your distance from us." Upon hearing Li Huayuan's words, the celestial figure of Qingshu Min, floating cloud, immediately raised his eyebrows in indignation, his previously serene demeanor faltering. He swiftly tugged at his sleeve, brandishing his whisk at Li Huayuan while exclaiming in anger, "You foolish lad with your prominent brow and large eyes. What do you truly understand? In my eyes, apart from treasures and beautiful fairies, everything else is mere fleeting clouds. Haven't you been secretly gazing at your senior sister? Yet she has never cast a glance in your direction. Poor wretch." Li Huayuan, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. Striding toward floating cloud with an intensity that sparked a palpable tension between them, both appearing ready to clash at any moment. Xu Changsheng, as the eldest disciple, quickly intervened. Mindful of the many onlookers from various sects, especially since the Golden Core elders had already decreed against any provocations during the waiting period. We'll see. Both Li Huayuan and Floating Cloud were aware of this rule, so with mutual disdain, they turned and parted ways. The rotund Lei Wanka chuckled as he munched on snacks, remarking, "Who would have thought our junior brother Li, who usually seems so honest, would reveal such resolve when the moment calls for it?" Time flew by. And soon it was the following day when disciples from the 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom had gathered. After the Golden Core elders offered their guidance, each disciple summoned their magical treasures, channeling spiritual energy into them. 7 beams of spiritual light coalesced, culminating in a vibrant crimson radiance that struck a patch of overgrown yellow earth, triggering a verdant wind-based formation. Feeling the pressure, the Golden Core elders immediately intensified their energy output. After a brief moment, a swirling vortex of substantial width manifested in the void. The elders called out in unison, "Disciples, heed our command. Enter swiftly. We cannot maintain this for long." The disciples of the 7 sects, upon hearing this, hurriedly steered their magical artifacts into the vortex. Xu Changsheng and his companions also soared into the swirling passage, and as the fabric of time and space shifted around him, Xu Changsheng soon found himself standing beside a pond. A chilling aura enveloped the area, filled with snake-like trees under a dim sky, while dead branches and decaying grass littered the ground. He quickly set out to locate Huangfu and the others, as they had all utilized the high-tier fusion talismans he had prepared. Upon entering this blood-red forbidden land, Xu Changsheng had specifically requested 4 remote communication jade tokens from Master Wang, which could only relay messages among the 4 of them. Fortunately, they were not far apart, and soon, they congregated. Xu Changsheng unveiled the map of the blood-red forbidden land he had prepared earlier, discovering they had been transported directly to Wulong Pond, where they quickly spotted a patch of soft white grass. "We are fortunate indeed. We've encountered the rare Han Yanchao right upon our arrival," Xu Changsheng remarked with a smile. Chapter 22. Ambush in the northeastern corner of the blood-red forbidden land. Wulong Pond, Huangfu, Lei Wanka, and Li Huayuan were diligently gathering Han Yanchao in a chilling hollow, while Xu Changsheng stood vigil. For someone as affluent as Xu Changsheng, the value of Han Yanchao was negligible, yet its abundance was a promising omen for Huangfu and her companions, as they could exchange it for substantial contribution points to their sect. Suddenly, a multitude of ice toads leapt from Wulong Pond, surrounding the 4 of them in a swift encirclement. In an instant, these ice toads unleashed icy spikes towards them, prompting Huangfu and her companions, who had been joyfully collecting the herbs, to quickly raise their magical artifacts in defense. Xu Changsheng, too, summoned his Xiangui shield, which immediately emerged from his storage pouch, encircling him in protection, while his Qing Shuang sword, under his command, launched itself at the grotesque ice toads. In a mere 20 seconds, the sword returned, unscathed, yet all the surrounding ice toads had been eradicated. Huangfu and the others stood momentarily stunned, realizing for the first time the true strength of their eldest brother. His decisive and rapid action, especially with the exceptional artifact under his command, placed him leagues apart from them in capability. Xu Changsheng, unfazed by their astonishment, tapped into the innate greenwood energy within him to communicate with the surrounding flora. Instantly, a radar-like map of the area within 100 meters materialized in his mind. He glanced toward an inconspicuous corner, lightly stamping his foot, channeling the dense innate greenwood energy through the vines toward the suspicious direction. In the blink of an eye, the grove of snake-like trees transformed into a vibrant green, their twisted branches elongating and twisting toward a patch of dry grass. With a resounding crack, a flurry of colorful butterflies dispersed, revealing a vividly adorned figure ensnared by the branches, suspended in midair. Xu Changsheng's eyes glinted coldly as he recognized the attire of a disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain. Employing his spiritual eye technique, Xu Changsheng discerned the true nature of this individual, discovering that the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple had attained the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, which took him by surprise. Among all the trial disciples from the 7 sects, this individual was indeed among the elite, yet he resorted to such despicable ambush tactics. The captured disciple, now stricken with horror, observed that the Huangfeng Gu disciple before him had only been detected at the 11th layer of Qi refining. How could one so seemingly weak exhibit such overwhelming power? The strength and methods displayed were comparable to those of an inner sect disciple in the foundation building stage. However, the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple quickly regained his composure and hastily spoke. Misunderstanding. Fellow disciples of Huangfeng Gu, I am Han Shan from the Han family of Spirit Beast Mountain. I was merely passing through. Please release me. Xu Changsheng scoffed in response. Do you truly believe we would take your word? It is evident that the ice toads attacked us at your behest, along with those hidden butterflies. To think that a peak Qi refining cultivator such as yourself would resort to such underhanded tactics against those weaker than you. Since you have chosen to strike at us, you shall face your demise. With that, Xu Changsheng commanded the tree branches to tighten their grip, causing Han Shan to gasp for breath, the branches siphoning his life force. Fear flickered in Han Shan's eyes as he realized that the Huangfeng Valley cultivator before him wielded a power that left him utterly defenseless. Feeling his misfortune, Han Shan had initially regarded the 4 Huangfeng Valley cultivators, each bearing exquisite artifacts, and only one at the 11th layer of Qi refining, as easy prey. However, as he initiated his attack, he found himself ensnared by Xu Changsheng, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. He was just another case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. I cannot allow this to continue. I am the most outstanding outer disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain this generation, with a significant chance of reaching the Golden Core stage. I cannot perish here. I must utilize the talismans I painstakingly acquired. With this thought, Han Shan's mind focused, and a golden talisman flew from his storage pouch, hovering before him. He bit his tongue, allowing his blood infused with spiritual energy to coat the talisman. Instantly, the golden talisman erupted with dazzling light, transforming into a colossal firebird that surged towards the snake-like trees binding him. Xu Changsheng and his companions' expressions changed drastically. They had not anticipated that the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple possessed an offensive talisman. Xu Changsheng watched in alarm as the branches he controlled turned to ash, the firebird advancing toward them. In a desperate moment, he retrieved the Xianguang shield, an artifact acquired from the inner sect treasury of Huangfeng Valley, activating it to form a colossal dark shield that enveloped the 4 of them in protection. Upon witnessing this, Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the disciple from Huangfeng Valley before him possessed a talismanic treasure. This indicated a position of considerable standing within Huangfeng Valley, prompting him to think it prudent to avoid provocation. Thus, Han directed his firebird towards the central region. After Han departed, Xu Changsheng stowed away the talismanic treasure, the Xianguang shield, with a hint of regret. It was evident that Han, the disciple from Ling Beast Mountain, was akin to a plump lamb. Should he be subdued, the rewards would be significant. Meanwhile, Hong Fu and her companions felt a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for Xu Changsheng's presence, their fates might have been sealed here. Consequently, their gazes towards Xu Changsheng were filled with gratitude and reverence. Xu Changsheng surmised that this encounter might have triggered a butterfly effect due to his own presence. He then placed his Qingxuang sword into his storage pouch, retrieving instead a seemingly unremarkable mid-grade flying sword. Upon observing this, Hong Fu understood that discretion was the essence of stability, prompting her to exchange her top-tier magical artifacts for mid-grade ones, planning to spring a surprise on their foes during battle. After this episode with Han, the 4 became increasingly cautious as they proceeded. Xu Changsheng summoned his beast companion, the cloud-winged bird, from his spirit beast pouch to scout ahead. As they traversed the narrow path known as Yixianshan, they detected 2 factions of cultivators engaged in combat, both exhibiting formidable prowess. However, this was the only route leading to the central area, compelling the 4 to advance. They paid no heed to the battling cultivators along the Yixianshan path. Xu Changsheng brandished the talismanic golden light blade as a deterrent, and no unwelcome cultivators dared to approach them. Subsequently, they passed through a forest, dispatching 2 groups of would-be robbers. Thus, they reached the stone wall leading to the central area unscathed, where a grand bronze door awaited them. Upon entering through the copper door, they found themselves in the outermost layer of the central region, a vibrant expanse adorned with an array of colorful flowers and plants, resembling a grand garden. However, most of the flora consisted of ordinary herbs and trees, prompting the 4 to make their way directly to the second layer, where numerous high-grade spiritual herbs were said to be found. Chapter 23, Foundation Establishment, Herbs. Upon entering the second layer of the central region, Xu Changsheng and his companions discovered a pervasive mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Yet, the concentration of spiritual energy was remarkably high. After some exploration, they settled in a nearby unoccupied cave to rest. Recalling the words of the Golden Core Elder who had advised that the Moon Sun Pearl Talisman from the Tsangyue sect would be needed to disperse the mist for further exploration. This second layer was fraught with danger, while it held many high-grade spiritual herbs. It was also home to powerful demon beasts and elite disciples from various immortal sects lurking in the shadows. Thus, it was prudent to await the dissipation of the mist before proceeding. Although Xu Changsheng was immensely powerful, he did not underestimate the disciples from other sections. The true purpose of Xu Changsheng's journey to the blood-red Forbidden Land was, of course, the stone hall located in the core layer of the central region. However, gathering some high-grade spiritual herbs in the second layer would also be beneficial, particularly the main herbs for concocting foundation establishment pills, of which he intended to collect a few. To advance in the later stages of the Qingyuan sword technique, Xu Changsheng believed that possessing a substantial quantity of foundation establishment pills would be more secure, as the sect leader Wang would not provide him with an excessive amount. After all, Ancestor Linghu had merely promised Xu Changsheng a share sufficient for his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. The second layer of the central region was characterized by an expansive circular mountain range, stretching for countless miles and dotted with various natural spiritual grounds. It was possible that precious high-grade spiritual herbs thrived in some hidden corner. Without a map, significant time would be required for exploration. Xu Changsheng had already obtained a distribution map of spiritual herbs, drawn by disciples during previous trials from sect leader Wang, an advantage that came with his enhanced status. Although the map was not entirely accurate, it was certainly better than having no guidance at all. The four of them had expended a considerable amount of spiritual power during their journey, so after a night of diligent cultivation in the cave, they emerged the next day to find a brilliant light piercing the heavens. Even the dense mist could not obstruct its radiance. Exiting the cave, they beheld a great sun suspended in the sky, from which countless beams of light cascaded, causing the surrounding mist to dissipate and revealing a clear expanse. Xu Changsheng employed his spiritual eye technique and discovered a resplendent pearl floating high above, emanating a brilliance akin to that of the sun, undoubtedly. This was the Moon-Sun Pearl Talisman. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as his focus shifted to gathering high-grade spiritual herbs. The four quickly prepared themselves and set off. Yet, they had not ventured far when they stumbled upon the corpse of a first-tier top-grade demon beast, the Ice Fire Wolf. Beneath a cliff, leaning against a rock was a blue-clad cultivator grasping a broken sword. It appeared to be a disciple from Tianke Fortress. However, the cultivator's eyes were dull, and several deep claw marks marred his body. He had long since drawn his last breath. Not far from him, Xu Changsheng and his companions were thrilled to discover several jade marrow herbs, a stroke of extraordinary luck. Xu Changsheng immediately employed his innate greenwood qi to scan the area and found no other cultivators nearby. The four hurriedly collected the jade marrow herbs, placing them into a jade box, and also secured the Ice Fire Wolf's corpse and the blue-clad cultivator's storage pouch. In truth, Xu Changsheng could utilize his innate greenwood qi to sense the locations of rare spiritual herbs. However, his current range was limited to about 100 meters, and employing this technique consumed considerable amounts of his innate greenwood qi, which could potentially weaken him in the face of adversaries. Thus, he refrained from continuously using this method for exploration. Next, Xu Changsheng consulted the spiritual herb distribution map he held and identified a nearby cave that had previously yielded celestial spirit fruits. The four of them made their way towards that cave. After several days, they arrived at a damp cavern, where Huangfu cast a lighting spell. As they progressed, they encountered numerous giant serpents, though none posed a significant threat, as Huangfu dispatched them effortlessly using her top-tier magical artifact, the Thunder Whip. Upon reaching the interior of the cave, they discovered an expansive ice lake, at the center of which stood a massive rock bearing a verdant spirit tree. Dozens of ice spirit fruits hung from its branches, eliciting great joy from Xu Changsheng and his companions. However, atop the giant rock lay a golden-scaled python, measuring several dozen feet in length, emanating an overwhelming first-tier spirit pressure. The golden python sensed the presence of Xu Changsheng and his companions. Its cold eyes opened to reveal golden pupils, and it let out an enraged roar, attempting to drive them away. Yet, how could Xu Changsheng and his companions retreat in the face of so many ice spirit fruits? They quickly brandished their top-tier magical artifacts and launched attacks at the golden python. They preferred to conserve their talismanic treasures for critical moments, given their limited usage. However, they underestimated the defensive capabilities of the golden python scales, which Xu Changsheng estimated were comparable to early Foundation establishment defensive artifacts. The four quickly communicated telepathically to devise a battle strategy. Huangfu lashed out with her Thunder Whip, ensnaring the python, while Lei Wankong targeted its vulnerable spot with his lightning sword. Li Huayuan brandished a top-tier great sword, aiming a fierce downward strike at the python's menacing head. The golden python roared in pain, prompting Xu Changsheng to swiftly summon the Qingxuang sword to strike at its throat, channeling the Qingyuan sword light. A beam of sword energy, 10 zhang long, shot forth from the python's throat, spinning rapidly in a full 360 degrees, resulting in the decapitation of its massive head. With the golden python finally slain, the four breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Changsheng hurriedly darted to the green spirit tree to collect the ice spirit fruits. Just as he plucked the second fruit, two flying daggers shot in from the cave entrance. Reacting swiftly, Xu Changsheng summoned the Xian turtle shield for defense. The daggers collided with the shield, sparking a shower of sparks, which made Xu Changsheng realize that these daggers were also top-tier magical artifacts. Which scoundrel dares to launch a surprise attack? Xu Changsheng bellowed, then urged Hong Fu and the others to quickly gather the ice spirit fruits. At this moment, three young men emerged from the shadows at the entrance, one wielding a large sword, another grasping a flying dagger, and the third was none other than the previously encountered disciple of the Qingshu sect, Fuyun. However, Fuyun now deliberately stood behind the other two, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to flee at any moment. Xu Changsheng's spiritual eye technique revealed that all three possessed a cultivation level of the 13th layer of qi refining, and they might even have talismans. This made Xu Changsheng furrow his brow. It seemed he would need to resort to significant measures. Although he was uncertain whether they possessed talismans, preparation was essential. The practitioner with the flying dagger likely hailed from the Wadou, while the one bearing the large sword belonged to the Jujianmen. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng was certain that all three were elite disciples of their respective sects, and today, they would all meet their demise at his hands. The Wadou practitioner, with a cunning glint in his eyes, surveyed Xu Changsheng and his companions, then coldly declared, "Hand over the ice spirit fruit and the corpse of the golden light python, and we will allow you to leave." Xu Changsheng, choosing silence, communicated telepathically for Hong Fu and the others to draw closer. He then provided each of them with an ironwood box and explained the situation. When Hong Fu and the others discovered that each box contained a heavenly thunder seed, their initial panic subsided. "The heavenly thunder seeds in these boxes are for your protection. I may not be able to safeguard you during the ensuing battle." The Jujianmen practitioner appears to lack solidified energy, likely relying on resources to reach the pinnacle of qi refining, so the three of you can team up against him. I will handle the strongest among them. The Wadou practitioner, while the Qingshu sect's Fuyun poses little threat, Xu Changsheng conveyed to Hong Fu and the others. The four swiftly devised a strategy. All the ice spirit fruits from the azure spirit tree had been harvested by them, and the corpse of the golden light python had been secured in Xu Changsheng's storage bag. Now, they were prepared to confront their foes. Xu Changsheng observed that Fuyun, the Qingshu disciple, seemed indifferent to the ice spirit fruits, possibly coerced by the other two into confronting them. The Wadou practitioner, witnessing the defensive formation set by Xu Changsheng and his companions, smirked with malevolence. In his eyes, the four were mere plump lambs. This blood-red trial was not solely for acquiring foundational spiritual herbs. It was also a competition among the outer disciples of the 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom, with each sect offering generous rewards to encourage their disciples' participation. Thus, the Wadou practitioner addressed the other two, Qin Ming, Fuyun. "You take care of those three at the 11th layer of qi refining. I will deal with that peak qi refining pretty boy. And Fuyun, do not even think about escaping. My withering poison pill is not so easily dispelled." Upon hearing this, Fuyun's face betrayed a mix of resentment and frustration. Had it not been for his earlier negligence, he would not have been subdued by these two. Not only had they seized his storage bag, but now he was to be used as a pawn. However, the Wadou practitioner wielded formidable talismans, making him hesitant to provoke them. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, hoping for an opportunity to turn the tables. With this in mind, Fuyun brandished his whisk and, alongside the brawny man from the Jujianmen, focused on Hong Fu and her companions. Li Huayuan immediately positioned his exceptional sword in front of Hong Fu, but she deftly pushed him aside. Grasping her lightning whip, she swung it several times, producing crackling sounds in the air, while Lei Wankai conjured a lightning sword, his surroundings illuminated by flickering blue lightning. Xu Changsheng, enveloped in innate azure wood energy, quickly formed a layer of azure energy armor around him. With a gentle wave of his Qing Shuang sword, he carved a lengthy gash into the massive rock beneath him, the blade entwined with dozens of fierce azure sword energies. The Wadou practitioner narrowed his eyes, yet shouted, "Attack!" He charged directly at Xu Changsheng, the two exquisite flying daggers he wielded transforming into streaks of light as they hurtled towards him. In the blink of an eye, the daggers were upon Xu Changsheng, who swiftly deflected them with his sword. However, the daggers executed a sharp turn and continued their assault, prompting Xu Changsheng to raise his Xian Gui shield for defense. As the Wadou practitioner closed in, wielding his exquisite battle knife, Xu Changsheng activated his flying boots, evading the sharp blade's trajectory. He then lunged forward with his Qing Shuang sword aimed directly at the Wadou practitioner's face. Startled, The practitioner quickly crossed the flying daggers to block the sword's tip and retreated rapidly. Nevertheless, the fierce azure sword energies accompanying Xu Changsheng's Qing Shuang sword bypassed the daggers and surged toward the Wadao practitioner, fracturing the icy lake's surface beneath them. In response, the Wadao practitioner produced a golden talisman, activating it. Instantly, a golden battle armor enveloped him, its surface pulsating with rich spiritual energy. Xu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. This golden armor was indeed a talisman, suggesting the practitioner held a prominent position within the Wadao. However, Xu Changsheng remained unfazed, as he too possessed hidden cards. The Wadao practitioner, somewhat overwhelmed by the barrage of sword energies, felt a growing dread towards Xu Changsheng's combat prowess. Had it not been for the golden spirit armor bestowed upon him by his family's elders, he feared he would have been shredded by the azure sword energies moments ago. The youth from Huangfeng Valley was the strongest qi refining practitioner he had encountered since entering the blood-red Forbidden Land, surpassing even the renowned Nisha from the Yanmun sect. Standing on the icy lake, Xu Changsheng faced off against the Wadao practitioner, simultaneously casting a glance towards Hong Fu and her companions. To his surprise, they were holding their own against the Zhujianmen's giant and Qingshu's Fuyun. Yet, in Xu Changsheng's eyes, Fuyun was not exerting his full strength, merely treading water. This realization also became apparent to the Wadao practitioner, nearly causing him to vomit blood in frustration. However, the Wadao practitioner dared not act rashly. Xu Changsheng's strength had instilled caution within him. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Though the golden spirit armor offered formidable protection, its consumption of spiritual energy was staggering, limiting its duration. Observing Xu Changsheng brimming with spiritual energy, he understood that a war of attrition was unwise. Thus, the Wadao practitioner resolved to change tactics. Suddenly, he soared into the air, rapidly forming hand seals. A golden magic circle materialized before him, from which golden small swords emerged, raining down upon Xu Changsheng like a storm. In response, Xu Changsheng enlarged his Xiangui shield to shield himself from the onslaught of powerful attacks. Simultaneously, Xu Changsheng activated his spiritual eye technique, sensing that the Wadao practitioner's sudden deployment of the energy-draining Thousand Blades technique was perplexing. Given that he possessed a top-tier flying shield, this method seemed unlikely to inflict substantial harm upon Xu Changsheng. Frowning, he sensed that something was amiss and quickly manifested a golden-patterned black talisman in his left hand. Meanwhile, the Wadao practitioner, while unleashing the Thousand Blades technique, keenly observed Xu Changsheng's movements. Noticing that Xu Changsheng was merely defending with his exquisite flying shield, a cruel smile crept across his lips. He then concealed his right hand behind him, summoning another golden talisman. As he activated it, the talisman radiated a brilliant glow, morphing into a small golden sword that merged with the onslaught of blades aimed at Xu Changsheng below. Boom, boom. Two resounding explosions echoed as Xu Changsheng was stunned to see that the exquisite Xiangui shield protecting him had been cleaved in half by a beam of golden light. Hurtling directly toward him, the Wadao practitioner erupted into laughter at the sight, but his mirth was short-lived, abruptly ceasing as his golden light sword was thwarted by a dark spiritual shield before Xu Changsheng. The practitioner from the blade transformation dwelling could not help but change his expression dramatically. However, before he could react, a streak of azure sword energy surged up from beneath the icy surface, piercing through the back of his head and emerging from his brow. His eyes widened in shock as life left him, and he plummeted straight down onto the ice below. The golden spirit armor could not protect his head. Chapter 25. Bountiful gains. The golden little sword that had originally attacked Xu Changsheng suddenly lost control and transformed into a golden talisman, which Xu Changsheng promptly collected. It was indeed a talisman treasure, and having only been used once, Xu Changsheng was overjoyed. He then raised his gaze toward the falling corpse of the blade transformation dwelling practitioner, yet he could not be certain of his demise, for there were numerous life-saving techniques in the cultivation world. Thus, Xu Changsheng immediately summoned the Qingshuang sword and swiftly aimed for the neck of the fallen practitioner. Once the head rolled away, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It is prudent to ensure the enemy is truly defeated, he thought. He swiftly approached the corpse, retrieving its storage bag and the golden spirit armor, before reaching out into the void with one hand to summon two exquisite flying knives that were embedded in the ice, which began to spin in his palm. Meanwhile, the burly man wielding the giant sword caught sight of Xu Changsheng eliminating the blade transformation dwelling practitioner, his expression shifting drastically as his face turned pale. He had not expected such a treasure-laden practitioner to fall so easily. Without hesitation, He expended a substantial amount of spiritual energy to deflect the encroaching attacks from Hongfu and her companions, retreating rapidly toward the cave's exit. However, before he could reach it, a figure blocked his path. Upon raising his eyes, he found that the one obstructing him was the Qingxu sect practitioner, Fuyun, who had previously allied with others to combat him. Now, Fuyun coldly regarded the burly man and stated, "Yu from the blade transformation dwelling is dead. Now it is your turn. How dare you hold me hostage? You deserve to die." With that, Fuyun flicked his dust and engaged in fierce combat with the burly man. The trio of Hongfu, momentarily taken aback, hesitated on whom to strike. Suddenly, two flying knives shot forth, piercing through the burly man's neck and brow in mere moments. Hovering ominously before Fuyun, their cold blades emanating an intense chill that made Fuyun's hair stand on end and his body tremble. "Wait, do not attack. This is all a misunderstanding. Fellow from Huangfeng Valley, I am not allied with them. In fact, I harbor enmity against them. I was forced to take the withering poison pill by Yu from the blade transformation dwelling, which is why I acted against you all. But as you saw, I did not strike with true intent," Fuyun hastily explained, his expression pained. "Huh, if you dare act with true intent, you will not have the opportunity to speak with us." Xu Changsheng's voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the four, as he, donned in flying boots, swiftly appeared before them, gazing coldly at Fuyun. Fuyun, upon seeing Xu Changsheng's arrival, could not help but shudder. The Xu Changsheng before him was immensely powerful. Having eliminated Yu, the most elite outer disciple of the blade transformation dwelling, both were at the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Yet Fuyun felt as though he belonged to a different realm entirely. He then recounted the events involving himself, Yu, and the burly man, eliciting sympathetic glances from Hongfu and Lei Wankong, while Li Huayuan displayed a gloating expression. Xu Changsheng remained impassive, showing no interest in the affairs of Fuyun and the others. However, regarding Fuyun's request for an antidote to the withering poison pill from his spoils, he remained noncommittal. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng stated, "Fuyun, you did not genuinely attack Hongfu and her companions, and you even turned against them in the end. Thus, we can spare you. However, we share no ties. So if you wish to obtain the antidote from my spoils, you must offer something in exchange." Fuyun felt a pang of despair upon hearing this. For his storage bag had long been seized by Yu from the blade transformation dwelling, and the treasures from the alliance had all become Xu Changsheng's spoils. Now, aside from his Qingxu sect robes and a dust, he had nothing left to offer, leaving him momentarily lost in confusion. Seeing Fuyun in deep thought, Xu Changsheng did not rush him for an answer. Instead, he began to assess the spoils of this encounter. The storage bag from the burly man had been distributed among Hongfu and her companions, containing little of interest aside from some spiritual herbs and stones. However, a spell for transforming sword energy into wings piqued his interest, which he gladly accepted. The most valuable spoils remained with Yu of the blade transformation dwelling. After assessing, Xu Changsheng found not only the golden spirit armor and the golden sword talisman, but also two exquisite flying knives, along with numerous high-grade spiritual herbs, including foundational cultivation herbs like Yusue mushroom, purple monkey flower, Qianjia flower, black peony, and golden ginseng. He only lacked the heavenly spirit fruit, which explained their presence here. Additionally, there were some spiritual stones and texts on flying knife manipulation and elemental techniques, marking a fruitful harvest. Hongfu and her companions had also divided the treasures from the burly man, but in gratitude towards Xu Changsheng, each presented him with a token of appreciation. Xu Changsheng did not refuse. Hongfu offered a lightning escape technique. Lei Wankong presented his self-taught thunder sacrifice technique, and Li Huayuan astonishingly produced a cloak of invisibility that lasted for a quarter of an hour, prompting curious glances from Xu Changsheng and the others. In the end, Fuyun could not present an item of equal value for the antidote to the withering poison pill and reluctantly agreed to gather treasures for exchange after leaving the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Departing in shame, after the four of them tidied up, they continued toward the core area of the central zone. Xu Changsheng directly led them to the mysterious stone hall. Quickly arriving at a small basin surrounded by peculiar rock formations, there stood a massive ancient stone hall, yet the entrance was merely a small stone door. The four had no choice but to illuminate their path with moonlight stones, queuing behind Xu Changsheng as they ventured inside. Soon, they entered the hall of the stone hall. Finding it empty, they pressed on, and as they traversed a green stone tunnel, they found themselves in a vast expanse, revealing a black marshland that stretched for miles, bubbles occasionally rising to the surface. Surrounding the marsh were heaps of black soil, and in one area, a number of high-grade spiritual herbs were growing. including the main ingredient for refining foundational pills. However, what captivated the four was a small patch of wetland at the center of the black marsh, where a jade pavilion radiating white light stood, within which floated a box with a surface shimmering with golden light. This scene evoked a sense of entering a game dungeon to open a treasure chest. Yet, with the use of his spiritual eye technique, Xu Changsheng discerned that the black marsh likely harbored guardians for the treasure. Xu Changsheng first carefully gathered the high-grade spiritual herbs with Huangfu and her companions before devising a plan to seize the treasure box. He collected the heavenly thunder talismans that had been distributed and cautiously tossed a few high-grade 5 thunder talismans into the marsh, knowing that water conducts electricity. Instantly, a myriad of intertwining lightnings surged across the marsh, raising the temperature as steam began to rise. Suddenly, 2 furious roars erupted from beneath the marsh, causing the surrounding stone walls to tremble. The marsh water parted, revealing 2 enormous, scaly black serpents, one thick and one slender, charging forth, their bodies shrouded in dark mist, glaring menacingly at Xu Changsheng and the others. Xu Changsheng's heart sank at the sight. Could these be the parents of the black serpents that would later become his allies? Chapter 26. Slaying the black serpents and returning. The sudden emergence of the 2 black serpents startled Xu Changsheng and his companions. Utilizing his spiritual eye technique, Xu Changsheng observed that both serpents were at the pinnacle of the first tier, equivalent to peak Qi cultivation practitioners. However, the thicker serpent had a deeper hue to its scales, and its small green eyes sparkled with viciousness. Xu Changsheng and his companions quickly formed a formation. At that moment, the 2 black serpents let out a deafening roar, and several columns of dark water surged from the marsh, rushing towards the 4 of them with lethal intent. Sensing the imminent danger, the quartet swiftly performed hand seals, creating a protective azure light barrier that enveloped them. The dark water columns crashed against the barrier with a sizzling sound, releasing a mist of water vapor. Xu Changsheng immediately summoned the supreme-grade Little Thousand Sword Array to attack the 2 black serpents. Boom, boom, roar, roar. The exquisite sword array inflicted numerous cuts upon the serpents, eliciting their anguished cries. However, it failed to slay them instantly, revealing the remarkable defensive strength of their scales. Nevertheless, they were not insurmountable foes. Thus, Xu Changsheng and his companions unleashed various spells against the serpents, but most were thwarted by the protective dark clouds surrounding them. Wounded, the black serpents became frenzied, inhaling the surrounding dark mist, and their inner spiritual energy surged to an overwhelming density. This sudden increase alarmed Xu Changsheng and his companions, as the serpent's aura now rivaled that of foundation-building cultivators. The pressure upon the 4 intensified. The serpent's white claws struck down with ferocity, unleashing 2 massive, intersecting blades of dark water that surged towards them, their combined force akin to a full-powered strike from a mid-foundation stage cultivator. In response, Xu Changsheng activated the talisman treasure, the Xiangwei shield, to protect them and promptly communicated with Huangfu and the others to implement their prearranged Class A battle plan. The Xiangwei shield successfully blocked the dark water blades, but the serpents retaliated by spewing emerald green venom from their mouths. As the shield's radiant light began to dim, the 4 had no choice but to draw their defensive artifacts and employ evasive maneuvers. The venom failed to harm them, but it corroded the surrounding black earth, creating deep pits. Recognizing the need for decisive action, Xu Changsheng immediately retrieved several green Xiangold vine seeds from his storage pouch. These were precious second-tier botanical seeds he had painstakingly acquired from sect leader Wang, intended as a trump card. However, facing the 2 foundation-building serpents, he had no choice but to use them now. He infused the innate azure wood energy into the Xiangold seeds, which then sprouted into robust golden vines that entwined the bodies of the serpents in the dark marsh. With a wave of his hand, Xu Changsheng anchored the other ends of the vines into the surrounding black soil. The serpents found their movements severely hindered, as the vines absorbed their vitality to maintain their resilience. Seeing this, Xu Changsheng conveyed a message to Huangfu and the others. Immediately attack the heads of these serpents. We must force them to roar. Upon hearing this, Huangfu and her companions nodded and unleashed their supreme-grade Thunder Whip, Thunder Sword, and talismans upon the serpents' heads, provoking continuous cries of anguish from them. Xu Changsheng, donning his flying boots, swiftly evaded the serpent's venom attacks, drawing closer to them. When he was near enough, he conjured a heavenly thunder seed in each hand and accurately tossed them into the serpent's mouths before making a hasty retreat towards the exit. Huangfu and her companions had already evacuated to the stone hall through the green stone passage as Xu Changsheng launched the heavenly thunder seeds. As his figure entered the hall, a thunderous explosion resounded behind him, shaking the entire stone hall and causing the black marsh water to splatter everywhere. Two sorrowful roars echoed from the depths of the marsh, gradually fading into silence. The four waited for another half an hour. Then a late-stage Qi refinement cloud-winged bird flew into the dark marsh under Xu Changsheng's command. Through shared vision, he beheld the sight of two serpents, each over 10 zhang long, lying motionless in the marsh, surrounded by splattered marsh water, black soil, and countless shattered golden vines. Xu Changsheng guided the cloud-winged bird to land on the serpents' bodies to sense their vitality, confirming they were lifeless. Satisfied, he led Huangfu and the others back into the dark marsh. Upon seeing the colossal corpses of the serpents, Huangfu and her companions were left speechless, astonished that the formidable foundation-building serpents had been dealt with so easily. Xu Changsheng paid little heed to their astonishment. After all, those were two heavenly thunder seeds, capable of reducing even mid to late-stage foundation cultivators to ash. Regrettably, their scarcity was a hindrance. He stored the serpents' bodies in his pouch and proceeded to the white jade pavilion amid the dark marsh, retrieving the floating golden box. This golden box was merely the key to the Tianyuan treasure tower, containing the legacy of an ancient cultivator. The six-ding heavenly armor talisman resided within the tower. Yet with his current strength, he could not access the legacy, requiring a late-stage nascent soul cultivation level. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng deemed this opportunity essential for his future. Regardless of the consequences for the protagonist due to his arrival in this world, which had already triggered a butterfly effect, Huangfu harbored no objections to Xu Changsheng taking the golden box, as he had exerted the most effort during this endeavor. Moreover, they had acquired a substantial amount of foundation-building spiritual herbs, making the subsequent refinement of foundation-building pills a lucrative investment, whether for personal use or contributions to their clan. As mere disciples of the esteemed Linghu ancestor, they primarily relied on their own efforts to secure cultivation resources. After concluding their exploration of the stone hall, the four emerged and promptly employed the wind control technique to hasten their exit toward the blood-colored forbidden land. The time was drawing near for the appointed day when the elders from the 7 sects would open the spatial passage. Failing to exit in time would spell disaster. A day later, the four emerged from the spatial passage, only to find a considerable number of disciples from the 7 sects already present. They made their way directly to Elder Lin, who was leading the team from Huangfeng Valley. Aware that Xu Changsheng and his companions were disciples of the Linghu ancestor, he did not require them to surrender their harvested spiritual herbs. Once all surviving disciples from Huangfeng Valley were gathered, they boarded a flying vessel to return to the sect. Upon returning, the four celebrated at the Sanmei Tower, and Xu Changsheng retreated to his cave abode to continue refining pills. Having reached a superior level in alchemy, he sought to solidify his skills. Several months later, sect leader Wang personally delivered 10 foundation-building pills to Xu Changsheng, who was somewhat displeased. As they had previously agreed on a minimum of 20. Master Wang, did we not agree on at least 20 foundation-building pills? This is quite inconsiderate. Xu Changsheng expressed with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, sect leader Wang's expression soured, and he replied with difficulty, Su Shu. The main herbs collected by the disciples of Huangfeng Valley were scarce. 10 pills are the maximum I can allocate to you. Moreover, with your talent, 10 foundation-building pills should suffice for your breakthrough to the foundation stage. Observing sect leader Wang's distressed demeanor, Xu Changsheng chose not to press further. After all, Huangfeng Valley's outer disciples had suffered nearly a third of their numbers in the recent blood trial, and the final distribution of the foundation-building herbs was beyond Wang's sole discretion. Furthermore, Xu Changsheng had reaped considerable rewards and lacked for foundation-building spiritual herbs. With the support of his innate azure wood energy, he would require only around 4 foundation-building pills for his advancement. Thus, Xu Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Very well, 10 pills it is. However, let it be known that you have reneged on our prior agreement for 20. Therefore, please substitute the missing pills with 2nd or 3rd tier spiritual wood seeds, which should be available in the sect's inventory." Upon hearing this, Sect Master Wang couldn't help but exhale in relief. He said, "Rest assured, Master Xu, I will specifically gather them for you. As for the 3rd tier spirit wood seeds, I will request them from the elder of the golden core stage at the sect, though this may take some time." Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and then saw Sect Master Wang off. Afterward, he continued to solidify his alchemical skills. He had already obtained the formulas for foundation establishment pills and facial refinement pills from the Yuelu Palace, and now he was just waiting to refine the foundation establishment pills. The reason Xu Changsheng needed a substantial quantity of foundation establishment pills was not merely due to concerns about insufficient supplies during his breakthrough. Another reason was that the Qingdi Changsheng Gong required a vast amount of spiritual energy to transform into innate Qingmu true essence during the foundation establishment phase. The quality of this true essence is a level above that of innate Qingmu Qi. In fact, the Qingdi Changsheng Gong is a simplified version of the most powerful wood-based celestial technique in the celestial realm, the Qingdi Muhuang Gong. Only by elevating his physique to the Yimu celestial body could Xu Changsheng safely cultivate the Qingdi Muhuang Gong. It represents a lineage of inheritance. If Xu Changsheng could cultivate the Qingdi Changsheng Gong to the foundation establishment stage, he would master several minor divine abilities within it, greatly enhancing his combat prowess compared to other foundation establishment cultivators of the same level. Time flowed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Having solidified his second-tier alchemical skills, Xu Changsheng began refining pills in the alchemy chamber of his cave abode. The process went smoothly, and after exhausting all the foundation establishment spirit herbs he had gathered, along with the 10 foundation establishment pills sent by Sect Master Wang, he ultimately produced 50 foundation establishment pills. These pills would not only assist him in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and cultivating the foundational section of the Qingdi Changsheng Gong, but they would also allow him to advance his Qingyuan sword technique. Thus, Xu Changsheng sent a message to all acquaintances, requesting not to be disturbed during his seclusion for foundation establishment. After bathing and changing, he calmed his mind and commenced the foundation establishment process. He first took out a dozen high-grade fasting pills, consumed one, and after digesting it, he subsequently ingested 4 foundation establishment pills, channeling the Qingdi Changsheng Gong to begin refining the medicinal power. Several hours passed, and Xu Changsheng suddenly felt as if a raging flame had emerged in his dantian. The intensity of this flame was extraordinarily high, continuously burning and purifying the innate Qingmu Qi in his dantian, leading to a liquefaction phenomenon. Simultaneously, a piercing pain surged through his mind. Gritting his teeth, Xu Changsheng persevered, and after an indeterminate period, a small pool of innate Qingmu true essence coalesced in his dantian. Then, the spiritual energy transformed into innate Qingmu Qi surged into Xu Changsheng's limbs, organs, and even his blood, which glimmered with a hint of green light. His physique rapidly strengthened, and concurrently, the Jinshun body refinement technique began to operate autonomously. A significant amount of vitality was consumed within him, while the longevity fruit in his dantian expelled vast amounts of golden spiritual mist to restore vitality. Half a year later, a sudden rumbling sound erupted from Xu Changsheng's dantian, and a spiritual pressure indicative of early foundation establishment radiated from his body. However, his cultivation was not yet complete, as the foundation establishment pills automatically flew into his mouth. The innate Qingmu true essence in his dantian continued to gather. The abundant pure spiritual energy in his cave was devoured, forming a spiritual energy storm. With Xu Changsheng himself at its center, Xu Changsheng began to expel impurities from his body, a phenomenon resulting from the cleansing of meridians and marrow following the foundation establishment. However, these impurities were directly dispersed by the spiritual energy enveloping him. After a considerable period, Xu Changsheng finally cultivated the foundational section of the Qingdi Changsheng Gong. Only a lake-sized amount of innate Qingmu true essence remained in his dantian, although his realm was still at the early foundation establishment stage. Xu Changsheng felt confident that he could contend with 10 foundation establishment cultivators of the same level. Xu Changsheng retrieved fragments of the premium artifact, the Xiangui shield, from his storage bag. He pinched it between his fingers, and to his surprise, the fragment bent easily, indicating that his current physique might surpass that of premium artifacts. He wondered if it could withstand talisman treasures, though he had no intention of testing it. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage in merely 6 months, Xu Changsheng chose not to exit his seclusion immediately, but continued cultivating. The foundational section of the Qingdi Changsheng Gong is divided into 3 layers, corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages. Xu Changsheng had completed the first layer, but needed to accumulate more before breaking through to the second layer. Furthermore, as he progressed, the time and resources required for cultivation would increase significantly. To cultivate the Qingdi Changsheng Gong, one must possess a Qingmu spiritual body, which entails consuming vast amounts of vitality to convert spiritual energy into innate Qingmu Qi and requires considerable time for the transformation. Yet, once a breakthrough is achieved, one's lifespan increases dramatically. A cultivator in the Qi refinement stage can expect a lifespan exceeding 200 years, equivalent to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, which is over 500 years, and this pattern continues accordingly. Although Xu Changsheng was not a true Qingmu spiritual body, He had indirectly cultivated the Xu Changsheng through the enhancement of the longevity fruit. Despite the increasing difficulty of subsequent advancements, his strength would far surpass that of his peers, and his success rate for breaking through to higher realms would be greater than that of other cultivators. Moreover, Xu Changsheng had no shortage of time, making the Xu Changsheng exceptionally suitable for him, as it not only had numerous benefits, but also maintained a serene state of mind. With 30 foundation establishment pills remaining, Xu Changsheng consumed 2 more and then practiced the Qing Yun sword technique. In just a few days, he reached the 4th layer, mastering the protective sword shield that could automatically release sword radiance to counterattack enemies. Xu Changsheng was quite pleased with this enhancement, as it further improved his means of self-preservation. Next, Xu Changsheng began to cultivate the 5 minor divine abilities that came with the foundational section of the Qingdi Changsheng Gong. Qingmu Spirit Armor, would Spirit Escape, would Clone, Spirit would Control, and Severing Life. Previously, during the Qi refinement stage, he had attempted to use them, but merely imitated their forms, leading to substantial consumption of innate Qingmu Qi. However, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and acquiring more refined innate Qingmu true essence, he could finally begin to unleash the power of these 5 minor divine abilities, with even greater divine powers awaiting him. Chapter 28, Xuanqi Technique, Old Friends Buzz. The stone door of the cave abode opened, and Xu Changsheng stepped out. The blinding sunlight made him squint. Calculating the time, he realized he had been in seclusion for nearly 2 years. It took him half a year to break through to the foundation establishment stage, followed by the cultivation of the foundational section of the Qingdi Changsheng Gong and the Qingyuan sword technique, ultimately mastering the minor divine abilities associated with those techniques. This time, Xu Changsheng slightly grasped the feeling of time standing still while cultivating in the mountains, realizing how the world had changed over a millennium. Although he remained untainted, he still performed a few cleansing rituals. A gentle breeze imbued with spiritual energy swept over him, bringing a sense of tranquility. The abundant innate Qingmu true essence in his dantian provided him with immense security. It was now deep autumn, with fiery red maple leaves carpeting the entire Huangfeng Valley, creating an atmosphere of mystical beauty, one of the valley's scenic highlights. Xu Changsheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, couldn't help but sigh when the splendor fades to dust. All that remains is emptiness upon looking back. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a sharp cough interrupted Xu Changsheng's melancholic reverie. He looked up to find that the newcomer was none other than Sect Master Wang, whom he hadn't seen in 2 years. Wang still maintained a respectful demeanor, but there was an added layer of obsequiousness in his gaze towards Xu Changsheng. Congratulations, Master Xu, on your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. I received word from my disciples that you have exited seclusion, so I came directly, Sect Master Wang said with a smile. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It appeared that Sect Master Wang had sent someone to keep tabs on him. He wondered whether this was an order from someone else or Wang's own initiative. However, Xu Changsheng paid it little mind. After all, they were just outer sect disciples and posed no real threat. He replied calmly, "What brings you here?" Wang clasped his hands and replied, "Ancestor Linghu wishes to see you, and you need to register your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage at the council hall. This will entitle you to the corresponding benefits in the future." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng merely nodded. Ancestor Linghu likely wanted to assess his cultivation progress. However, for Xu Changsheng, it was inconsequential. At least for the next 200 or 300 years, he wouldn't be going anywhere. He then inquired, "What about Hongfu Lei Wankai and Li Huayuan?" Master Wang respectfully replied, "The 3 of them, Hongfu, have achieved the great perfection of Qi refinement several months ago and are now in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage." Xu Changsheng was somewhat taken aback by this news, but upon reflection, it seemed rather unsurprising. After all, the trio had already reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, and with their exceptional aptitude for cultivation, coupled with the abundance of high-grade spiritual herbs acquired from the blood-forbidden land, their advancement to foundation establishment was quite natural. Moreover, the pills required for their breakthrough would be minimal, so it was likely that their success would come within days. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng took to the skies on his sword, flying toward the palace where Ancestor Linghu resided. He soon arrived at the ancient hall, where Ancestor Linghu sat as usual, perched on a high platform, appearing somewhat frail and muddled. However, when Xu Changsheng's figure became visible, Ancestor Linghu's eyes suddenly snapped open, exuding a formidable aura that quickly settled into calmness. This display left Xu Changsheng uncertain whether the elder was intentionally testing him. Stepping forward, Xu Changsheng respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Master." Ancestor Linghu nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes flickering with vitality. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Indeed, you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and your true essence is remarkably abundant, laying a more solid foundation than before. I perceive that you now resemble a millennia-old azure stone, which is not favorable, as it may attract the covetous gaze of higher-level cultivators. Thus, I have decided to bestow upon you an ancient technique for concealing your presence, known as the mystic breath technique, which can shield you from the probing of cultivators up to 2 major realms above your own. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt a surge of delight in his heart. It was evident that Ancestor Linghu valued him highly, as he represented a glimmer of hope for extending the elder's lifespan. Naturally, he would not wish for other Yuaning elders to intercept him prematurely. Xu Changsheng promptly accepted a jade slip containing the mystic breath technique and offered a respectful bow to Ancestor Linghu. A quarter of an hour later, Xu Changsheng emerged from the ancient hall, thoroughly satisfied. His storage pouch now contained the ancient concealment technique mystic breath, along with various pills to aid cultivators in enhancing their foundation establishment stage, such as the Harmony Pill, True Essence Pill, Spirit Gathering Pill, and Qi Refinement Powder. Xu Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of having a Yuaning elder as a mentor, even if it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Next, Xu Changsheng proceeded to the council hall where Master Wang was located. To his surprise, he found several newly promoted foundation establishment inner disciples gathered there, including his acquaintance Chunzhe. As a direct descendant of the Chun family from Huangfeng Valley, Chunzhe had no shortage of foundation establishment pills. When Xu Changsheng first arrived at Huangfeng Valley, Chunzhe had already achieved the great perfection of qi refinement, so his late progress to foundation establishment was somewhat surprising. Upon entering the council hall, Chunzhe noticed Xu Changsheng. However, the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Xu Changsheng startled him. Proud of the innate verdant essence cultivated through the Qing Di Chang Sheng Gong, Xu Changsheng's true essence was exceptionally dense. Thus, in the absence of any deliberate concealment of his spiritual pressure, those unaware might have mistaken him for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Chunzhe promptly utilized his spiritual sight technique to examine Xu Changsheng, and only then did he feel relieved. Xu Changsheng's actual cultivation level remained at the early stage of foundation establishment, yet the formidable pressure he exuded was astonishing. It was worth noting that when Xu Changsheng first entered Huangfeng Valley, he had not even reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Now he had surpassed Chunzhe, who was taken aback, knowing that Xu Changsheng had only a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 attributes. Xu, my friend, congratulations on your breakthrough to foundation establishment, Chunzhe exclaimed, though unaware of the significant opportunities Xu Changsheng had encountered over the years. Nevertheless, he smiled and offered his congratulations. Xu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement, returning the smile. Thank you. Chun, the same to you. The two refrained from addressing each other as senior and junior brothers, as they were still unfamiliar with each other's circumstances. The fact that Xu Changsheng had been accepted as a true disciple by Ancestor Linghu was known only to a select few high-ranking individuals in Huangfeng Valley, aside from the trio of Hongfu, such as several core formation elders and Master Wang. This was to protect Xu Changsheng from the attention of higher-level cultivators from other sections. The status of a true disciple of a Yuaning ancestor was exalted, yet it also carried significant peril. Upon seeing Xu Changsheng's arrival, Master Wang quickly descended from the high platform and efficiently prioritized Xu Changsheng's registration. This scene left Chunzhe in awe. He immediately grasped that Xu Changsheng's standing in Huangfeng Valley was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet he dared not inquire further. Instead, he arranged to meet up with Xu Changsheng later for drinks and music at the Zhuisheng Lu. After leaving the council hall, Xu Changsheng suddenly felt that something was amiss. He then took to the skies on his sword, flying northward to Zhuisheng Lu, where he celebrated for several days. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Steward Wang handed Xu Changsheng 3 flying messages. Upon opening them, he discovered that the trio of Hongfu had emerged from their seclusion, and they too had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 29, Mid-Foundation Establishment, Thunder-type magical artifacts. After reading the messages, Xu Changsheng was elated and invited the trio of Hongfu to join him for a feast at Sanwei Lu. This time, however, Xu Changsheng treated them generously, treating his 3 junior brothers and sisters to a whole roasted lamb of the 2nd tier, while Lei Wanheng even brought along 3 jars of 2nd-tier spiritual wine. The 4 of them raised their glasses in joyous celebration. However, Li Huayuan struggled with his alcohol tolerance, his lips trembling as he boldly confessed his feelings to Hongfu, who appeared to be inebriated and seemingly oblivious to his words. Ultimately, Li Huayuan fell silent, sitting down to eat roasted lamb. while Xu Changsheng noted the glimmer of tears forming in the corners of his eyes. The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. My heart delights in you. Yet you remain unaware. Xu Changsheng suddenly sighed aloud. Upon hearing this, Li Huayuan's tears flowed more freely, while Hongfu feigned ignorance. Casting a furtive glance at Xu Changsheng's handsome face, her expression turning complex. She couldn't help but ponder Xu Changsheng's intentions, and as she did so, her cheeks flushed. Whether it was the effect of the spiritual wine or something else, Hongfu began to intentionally avoid making eye contact with Xu Changsheng, leaving him quite puzzled. During the meal, Lei Wanheng was the most joyful of the group, devouring the roasted lamb and drinking the spiritual wine with glee, his plump face radiating delight. Such a delectable second-tier spiritual dish was rare even for the elders of his family, yet here he was, enjoying it right after his breakthrough to foundation establishment, making him as happy as a child. As evening fell, the four of them exited Sanwei Lu and returned to their respective sections. Xu Changsheng entered his cave dwelling, seated himself in meditation, and began to contemplate the mystic breath technique. The more he studied it, the more profound it appeared. Ancient cultivators were indeed formidable, possessing an array of marvelous techniques. However, in those times, the aura of spiritual energy was abundant, allowing for the unfettered application of powerful methods. Yet now, the cultivation world faced a depletion of spiritual energy, reminiscent of the nearing end of the magical era. The mystic breath technique, more accurately termed mystic tortoise concealment technique, emulates the ancient divine beast's method of hiding its aura to obscure one's own cultivation level and unique energy fluctuations. However, it cannot completely evade spiritual perception, as spiritual consciousness is a form of mental energy. Nonetheless, it can only detect the presence of those who have practiced this secret technique. Failing to discern specific details, Xu Changsheng surmised that if he could integrate the mystic breath technique with his practiced earth spirit escape, his means of self-preservation would ascend to a new level. With this thought in mind, he began to train in the mystic breath technique, blending it with earth's spirit escape. Since the trial in the blood-forbidden land, there had been no significant events among the 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom. Everyone coexisted peacefully, focusing on their cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. One day, a brilliant azure light erupted from Xu Changsheng's cave dwelling, and the spirit-gathering array at the center of the cave began to tremble, drawing forth a torrent of spiritual energy from the main peak's spiritual vein below. As the vast spiritual energy transformed into a swirling tempest, it was drawn into Xu Changsheng's body, his aura rising steadily until it reached its zenith. At that moment, the innate azure-wood essence within his dantian surged like an unending river, while above it floated the golden longevity fruit. Regardless of how tumultuous the river of essence became, it could not affect the longevity fruit. They seemed to exist in entirely different realms of time and space. Once the vortex of spiritual energy dissipated, Xu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. He had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment and had reached the second layer of the Azure Emperor's longevity art. Thus, he resumed his cultivation of various mystical techniques, among which the Azure Sword technique began to consume nearly 1/10 of his spiritual power. With each layer, he ascended from the 4th level. However, Xu Changsheng had prepared an ample supply of spiritual elixirs for replenishment. With sufficient resources at hand, he could afford such extravagance. Although the Azure Sword technique bore this drawback, it also provided significant benefits, allowing for the strengthening of the Azure Sword Light and Protective Sword Shield, as well as the remarkable effect of expanding the meridians and solidifying the dantian. Yet, for cultivators with scarce resources, this was a skill they would not dare to practice. Akin to a pay-to-win feature. Half a year passed before Xu Changsheng emerged from his cave dwelling, his cultivation thoroughly solidified. These 30 years had been a period of great comfort for him, apart from his training. He often dined with Hongfu and her companions or descended the mountain to undertake simple tasks, a means of honing his skills. Yet, with Xu Changsheng's prowess, those rival cultivators were wholly inadequate opponents. Having successfully broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Xu Changsheng was invited by Chun Zhe to celebrate at the Drunken Life Pavilion for several days. The young maidens there had changed several times, yet they remained youthful and beautiful. Notably, a few new verses Xu Changsheng had penned became their must-sing melodies, earning him a scholarly title. He did not reject Chun Zhe's deliberate friendship. After all, they were both foundation establishment cultivators and would inevitably need to assist one another in the future. After leaving Drunken Life Pavilion, Xu Changsheng proceeded to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Since his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, He had been elevated from a special guest to the status of an elder, granting him eligibility to participate in the high-end auctions held by the pavilion, along with substantial discounts. Thus, over these 30 years, he had acquired numerous valuable items, including a defensive talisman treasure, the Golden Sun Shield, and an auxiliary talisman treasure, the Profound Light Mirror. At noon, Xu Changsheng exited the 10,000 treasures pavilion, shaking his head in disappointment. He had not encountered any treasures that stirred his heart at the auction and had only purchased a piece of indiscernible lightning-struck wood. He then took to the skies on his sword, returning to his cave dwelling, where he unveiled the lightning-struck wood. Its exterior was charred, devoid of life, with occasional flickers of blue lightning dancing across its surface. After using his spiritual eye technique to examine it multiple times without discovering anything unusual, he decided to drip several drops of innate azure wood essence onto the wood. Instantly, the essence was absorbed by the wood, and after a brief moment, it appeared as if the withered wood had been rejuvenated, exuding vibrant life. Its surface transformed to resemble verdant jade, intertwined with a potent force of lightning. Delighted by this transformation, Xu Changsheng quickly retrieved a book titled Analysis of Spiritual Materials and Magical Artifacts from his shelf. After searching and cross-referencing, he discovered that the lightning-struck would have been enhanced to a level comparable to a pseudo-thunder-type magical artifact by his innate azure wood essence. Furthermore, due to the mutation caused by being struck by heavenly lightning, it could generate heavenly thunder by channeling wood-type energy, wielding tremendous power. In Xu Changsheng's eyes, it was akin to a converter that transformed wood-type energy into thunder-type energy. Coincidentally, he possessed the thunder escape technique gifted by Hongfu and the thunder control ritual from Lei Wangkong. But as he lacked a thunder-type spiritual root, he could not fully unleash the true might of these thunder techniques. Now, with this exceptional lightning-struck wood, he could command heavenly thunder against foes, a potent means to counter malevolent spirits. Chapter 30. The Ancient Mighty One's Cave. Dwelling upon acquiring this pseudo-thunder-type magical artifact, Xu Changsheng felt compelled to attempt cultivating the thunder control ritual to gauge its power. He soared on his sword to a desolate mountain near Huangfeng Valley, then followed the operational route of the ritual, forming hand seals. An immense surge of innate azure wood essence flowed forth, absorbed by the lightning-struck wood, which began to coalesce into formidable bolts of lightning that flickered and intertwined. Dark clouds loomed overhead, winds howled from all directions, and the sound of thunder echoed relentlessly. Xu Changsheng utilized the wood in his hand to summon heavenly thunder, and after a brief moment of brewing, he controlled it. Countless bolts of heavenly thunder converged into a column, sweeping down upon a small mountain below. With a resounding crash, the thunder column descended like a colossal sword, effortlessly flattening the mountaintop, while surrounding rocks and flora were reduced to dust. Xu Changsheng stared in astonishment. The power was staggering. Even a perfected foundation establishment cultivator would be brought to their knees. Yet, the expenditure was immense. This single strike had drained 1/6 of the innate azure wood essence in his dantian. Nevertheless, its astonishing power could serve as a final resort. Satisfied with the devastation he had wrought, Xu Changsheng stowed the lightning-struck wood and flew towards the mountain gate of Huangfeng Valley. Shortly thereafter, an elder from the foundation establishment stage arrived to investigate, but upon witnessing the charred devastation, he promptly withdrew in dismay. Returning to the mountain gate, Xu Changsheng visited the transmission hall to seek out several practical thunder-type techniques, particularly noting a technique called Wind Thunder Wings, which boasted a flight speed surpassing that of the sword Qi wings. He felt a pang of regret for his previous reliance on sword flight. However, the thunder escape technique gifted by Hongfu proved commendable for short-distance maneuvering, and when combined with the premium artifact, the flying boots, his speed became astonishingly swift. Nevertheless, for long journeys and maintaining a concealed presence, he still relied on Earth's spirit escape. In lush environments, employing Wood's spirit escape would grant him a significant advantage. Regardless, Xu Changsheng's current means of escape and self-preservation were truly top-tier. Just as he began to feel a sense of pride, a message arrived at his cave dwelling. Xu Changsheng deciphered the message, and his expression turned peculiar. Ancestor Linghu had summoned him and Hongfu to the ancient Grand Hall. Thus, Xu Changsheng steeled his resolve and flew to the palace where Ancestor Linghu resided. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he found Hongfu and the others already present, and the four of them respectfully bowed to Ancestor Linghu, who acknowledged them with a nod. Today, I have called you here for an important task. You have all broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and it is time for you to venture out and gain some experience. A cave dwelling belonging to an ancient mighty cultivator has been discovered in the northeastern region of the Yu Kingdom. After investigation by the elders of our 7 sects, we believe it may have been left behind by a nascent soul stronghold. However, there are restrictions preventing cultivators above the core formation stage from entering. Although I possess methods to suppress my realm for the journey, the risks are too great. Thus, it has been decided that only foundation establishment disciples from each sect will be sent to explore it. You are well suited for this task, and there should be considerable opportunities within. I hope you can assist me in locating several key ingredients for refining the cultivation-enhancing elixir. The 4 of them furrowed their brows at his words. Among them, the strongest was Xu Changsheng, who had just reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Hongfu and the others were still at the early stage. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, advancing further became increasingly challenging. Not everyone had a small vial to consume millennium-old spiritual herbs like Hanli. Although Xu Changsheng possessed many hidden cards, he was still willing to embrace the risk. Upon observing the troubled expressions of Xu Changsheng and his companions, Master Linghu expressed his displeasure, stating, "Over the years, you have received considerable protection from me. Now, as I request you to explore an ancient cave, are you hesitant? I do not wish to force you, as we share a master-disciple bond. However, if you refuse to comply, I shall be obliged to take stern measures. Moreover, this ancient cave exerts pressure on cultivators at the mid-foundation stage and above, making it perfectly suitable for your current capabilities." Feeling the cold demeanor of Master Linghu, coupled with the oppressive aura of a nascent soul, the 4 disciples broke into a cold sweat. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. To Master Linghu, they were akin to mere ants. Had it not been for their nominal master-disciple relationship, they might have been reduced to ashes long ago. Reluctantly, the 4 disciples replied, "We shall obey your command, Master." Upon hearing their consent, Master Linghu's expression softened, and he smiled. "You shall not return empty-handed. Regardless of the outcome, upon your return, you may select 1 item from my personal treasury." The mention of the vast treasures in the Master's vault filled the 4 disciples with excitement, and they eagerly expressed their gratitude. Master Linghu then handed them a map, which Xu Changsheng carefully examined. He was astonished to find that the location of the ancient cave was not far from the large spirit stone mine contested during the 7 Sects War, a revelation that sparked a glimmer of insight in Xu Changsheng's eyes. He speculated boldly whether the owner of the cave might be the powerful cultivator who created the ancient teleportation array. However, further investigation was required, as he could not be certain that the spirit stone mine was indeed the site of the ancient teleportation array. After all, he had not studied the texts with particular diligence, leaving the precise location uncertain. Days later, Xu Changsheng and his companions embarked on their journey aboard a flying vessel, once again led by Elder Lin, a core formation cultivator tasked with ensuring their safety. As the vessel soared, the 4 disciples gazed in excitement at the splendid landscapes below, for this was their first venture so far from Huangfeng Valley. Xu Changsheng marveled at the mortal cities they passed, their inhabitants appearing as tiny as ants, providing him with a tangible sense of reality. He began to understand why cultivators often held a lofty demeanor before mortals, to those with extended lifespans and formidable power. Mortals truly seemed insignificant, destined to return to dust within a century, belonging to entirely different worlds. After a fortnight, the group arrived at an expansive battlefield characterized by a vast wasteland and a grand canyon, as if cleaved by the sword of an unparalleled warrior. Indeed, they discovered a large spirit stone mine replete with facilities, where numerous low-level cultivators were busily transporting stones in and out. To Xu Changsheng's surprise, a neutral cultivation marketplace had been established nearby, bustling with disciples from the 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom. Given the proximity to the Jiang Kingdom and the Yin family fortress, they also encountered scattered cultivators from Jiang and the Yin family, creating a complex tapestry of backgrounds. Chapter 31. The Eerie Young Man. This ancient cave requires the combined use of tokens by the elders of the 7 sects to be opened. As we await the arrival of all participants, we will need to wait a few days. However, our disciples may enter freely, while those from other sects must pay a considerable amount of spirit stones for exploration. Therefore, let us find a place to settle in the marketplace first, Elder Lin suggested. Leading Xu Changsheng and his companions into the bustling cultivation marketplace, they settled into a reasonably elegant inn. After a month on the road, they enjoyed a simple meal of spirit food before retreating to their rooms for cultivation. Xu Changsheng affixed several soundproofing talismans to his quarters and retrieved a high-grade foundation formation array plate, equipped with spirit gathering and defensive capabilities. Caution is prudent while traveling. These items had been procured from the treasure pavilion, where Xu Changsheng now served as an elder, having attained foundational proficiency in alchemy, talisman crafting, weapon forging, and formation arrays over the past 3 decades. The following day, Xu Changsheng and Hongfu strolled through the cultivation marketplace. Although the atmosphere was chaotic, the diverse cultivators showcased a variety of cultural customs. Notably, the disciples from the Yin family displayed remarkable hospitality, actively seeking to forge connections with disciples from other sections. While browsing a shop selling cosmetics for female cultivators, Hongfu was engrossed in her selections. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a nearby tavern, Xu Changsheng, Lei Wanheng, and Li Huayuan sipped spirit wine and engaged in light-hearted conversation, occasionally glancing at the bustling cultivators below. Xu Changsheng's gaze often fell upon the beautiful female cultivators from various sects, each possessing their own charm, though he couldn't help but keep an eye on Hongfu, concerned for her safety among the male cultivators. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng noticed an exceptionally handsome male cultivator standing at the entrance of the cosmetics shop, observing intently. This young man possessed an androgynous beauty, his figure and attire suggesting masculinity, yet his eyes and features exuded a captivating allure typically associated with femininity. The handsome cultivator seemed to sense Xu Changsheng's gaze, turning toward the tavern's window. Upon making eye contact, his eyes brightened, and he flashed a charming smile, sending a chill down Xu Changsheng's spine, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Moments later, an agitated voice from the cosmetics shop caught Xu Changsheng's attention. "How dare you? A grown man, compete with me, a woman, for cosmetics? Have you no shame?" Hongfu exclaimed. A delicate voice replied, "Dear friend, what you say is quite misguided. Though your appearance is to my liking, I had my eye on this box of cosmetics first. Who says men cannot use beauty products?" Taken aback, Hongfu responded, "What do you mean? You're purchasing cosmetics for yourself? A man using products meant for women? I must say, this world is truly extraordinary. Fine, you can have the box." With that, she turned and left, forgoing her purchase. The striking male cultivator cast a sly smile at Hongfu's departing figure, returned the cosmetics to the shop, and exited, only to discover that the tavern window had been shut. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he walked away. Hongfu soon arrived at the tavern's second floor, taking a seat with Xu Changsheng and the others. After sipping her spirit wine, she sighed. "I encountered an unusual man in the cosmetics shop. At first glance, he seemed acceptable, but who would have thought he would compete with me for cosmetics, claiming it was for himself? The world outside is indeed full of wonders." Xu Changsheng frowned at her words, pondering whether the strange man she described was the same one he had seen earlier. He turned to Hongfu and cautioned, "Steer clear of that ambiguous individual. I noticed him observing you in the cosmetics shop, and now it is clear he was fixated on you. His intentions are dubious. He surely has ulterior motives. What? Who dares to set their sights on my senior sister? I shall deal with him," Li Huayuan exclaimed, springing to his feet, brandishing a large sword, and pushing open the window to gaze into the cosmetics shop. However, aside from the throngs of female cultivators, there was no sign of any men. Xu Changsheng and his companions scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of the enigmatic figure from before. Xu Changsheng cautioned, "This area is inhabited by practitioners from various sects, and all manner of uncanny beings may appear. We must exercise caution. After all, this is not the territory of Huangfeng Valley, and other practitioners will show no mercy." The three companions nodded in solemn agreement. Suddenly, a jovial voice interrupted, "Ah, judging by your attire, you must be friends from Huangfeng Valley. This place is relatively safe and not as complicated as you might think." Xu Changsheng and his companions turned to see a man with striking red hair and an attractive appearance, clad in a black robe trimmed with gold, emblazoned with the emblem of the Yin family stronghold. His demeanor was indeed impressive. The Yin family, who controlled the stronghold, was known for having core formation practitioners in their ranks and was the foremost cultivation family in the state of Yu. They were considered local tyrants, and both disciples from the 7 sects and other forces would show them respect. Xu Changsheng refrained from offending the man directly and replied with a smile, "What you say, my friend, is quite optimistic. The ancient powerful being's cave is set to open soon, drawing various forces together for what will surely be a fierce contest." The man merely chuckled and shook his head. "As a disciple of the Yin family stronghold, I am Yin, a foundation establishment practitioner. I have grown up in this area, and among the founders of this marketplace are members of my family, so I know it well. The upcoming opening of the ancient being's cave is shrouded in uncertainty. However, the 7 sects' nascent soul ancestors have already scoured the vicinity and found no signs of danger. Perhaps some protective formations have concealed their presence, but it is well known that in ancient times, spiritual energy was abundant, and now the world has changed, leaving it sparse. Thus, the most valuable treasures within the ancient cave for us would be the long-extinct spiritual herbs. Ancient techniques and artifacts may not suit our current needs. And due to the cave's restrictions, only the most powerful foundation establishment practitioners can enter. Even they will face significant limitations, so I believe you worry too much. The other practitioners on the second floor nodded in agreement. After reflecting on Yin Yan's analysis, Xu Changsheng found it reasonable. If it were not for his own longevity fruit endowment, top-tier ancient techniques like the Xu Changsheng would be no better than scraps to modern practitioners. It was no wonder that the venerable Liu only sent them to seek out materials for the cultivation of infant-rearing pills. It seemed he mainly intended for them to undergo trials and perhaps test their luck. As the sun began to set, Xu Changsheng felt an inexplicable familiarity with a man named Yin Yan, though he could not pinpoint why. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their budding friendship. After exchanging names, they toasted and celebrated, and as the contemporary heir of the Yin family, Yin Yan sought to cultivate relationships with promising disciples from the seven sects. Especially since Xu Changsheng appeared remarkably youthful and was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. They hit it off instantly. When dusk fell, Xu Changsheng and his companions bid farewell to Yin Yan, who extended an invitation for them to visit the Yin family stronghold in the future. Upon returning to the inn, Xu Changsheng devoted himself to cultivation, opting not to wander about, as he noticed an increasing number of practitioners gathering in the cultivation marketplace, many of whom exuded an air of danger, all at or above the foundation establishment stage, causing even Qi refinement practitioners to shy away. Time flew by, and a few days later, Elder Lin informed Xu Changsheng and his companions that the ancient powerful being's cave was about to open. The four followed Elder Lin on their swords toward the location of the cave's emergence, soon arriving at the end of a grand canyon that was now teeming with people, including disciples from the seven great sects of the state of Yu, members of the Yin family, and rogue cultivators from other factions. These practitioners formed circles based on their respective factions. As Xu Changsheng and his companions approached, the core formation elders of the seven great sects soared into the air, gathering together to discuss how to collaborate in using their tokens to unlock the cave's entrance. Xu, my friend, it has been a long time. How have you been? A clear male voice rang out beside Xu Changsheng. Turning, he was astonished to see Fu Yun from the Qingshu sect, whom he hadn't seen in over 30 years. Fu Yun still wore a Taoist robe, but his demeanor had transformed from the previously lewd to one that exuded an air of ethereal grace. Despite retaining a glint of cunning in his eyes, Xu Changsheng smiled and teased. Ah, Fu Yun, I remember you mentioned that after leaving the bloodied forbidden land, you would gather treasures to exchange for the antidote to the withering poison. I waited for over 30 years and thought you had perished. The three companions of Hong Fu couldn't help but chuckle at Xu Changsheng's witty remarks, while Fu Yun awkwardly laughed. Your memory serves you well, Xu. I had completely forgotten that. Upon returning, I sought my master for a resolution. Still, I am grateful for the life-saving assistance from you four. Had it not been for you, I might have perished in the bloodied forbidden land. Xu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively and inquired, since you arrived before us, do you know of any notable foundation establishment practitioners among those exploring the ancient powerful being's cave? Fu Yun grinned with pride, while my own strength is modest. Only at the initial foundation establishment stage, I excel at gathering intelligence. Most of the exploring practitioners range from the initial to mid-foundation establishment stages, with few at the late or perfected stages, since those exceeding mid-foundation establishment will face severe restrictions from the cave's prohibitions. However, I have some knowledge of the foundation establishment disciples from our seven sects. As for the others, I am less aware. You four from Huangfeng Valley should particularly note a disciple from the giant sword sect named Wang Sun, a senior inner disciple at the late foundation establishment stage who wields a massive sword. He is ruthless and cunning, so exercise caution. Additionally, there is the Nisha fairy from the Yin Moon sect, who, during her pursuit of foundation establishment herbs in the bloodied forbidden land, slaughtered nearly a quarter of her sect's disciples. I underestimated her. She may appear charming, but she is merciless when provoked. The Huadao Forge has suffered considerable losses since the bloodied trial, and their remaining disciples are lacking in strength. I believe there is a promising disciple named Han Shu. On the other hand, Ling Beast Mountain has produced a prodigy named Han Shan, who is a born beastmaster and reportedly possesses a heavenly spiritual root. He is currently at the mid-foundation establishment stage, but he is also treacherous and skilled at scheming, with a strong ability to escape. As for Tianke Fortress, I am not very familiar. After all, this sect ranks at the bottom among our seven sects and lacks presence. I do recall some details about Yin Yin from the Yin family stronghold, but that is about it. Xu Changsheng and his companions nodded earnestly, committing the names Fu Yun mentioned to memory. These elite disciples, who stood out among their respective factions, likely possessed hidden treasures like talismans, and some might even have protective jade tokens bestowed by higher-level practitioners. Xu Changsheng himself had received a protective token from the venerable Liu. As they continued to converse, a sudden surge of energy rippled from the front, causing the entire canyon to tremble. The elders from the 7 sects had combined their powers to unlock a void gate with their key tokens. The shimmering portal, though only a few meters wide, appeared stable, and the Foundation establishment practitioners gathered for adventure began to enter in succession. At the entrance of the luminous gate, designated personnel meticulously scrutinized the identities of the entering cultivators. If one hailed from the 7 sects, they could proceed directly. However, cultivators from other factions were required to pay a fee in spirit stones. Xu Changsheng and his companions stepped through the luminous gate, and after a brief sensation of dizzying temporal dislocation, they found themselves in a verdant and picturesque valley, where thick spiritual energy enveloped them. Unable to resist, Xu Changsheng inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and refreshed. The ancient cave of a powerful being still exuded such rich spiritual energy after so many years. It was likely that a spiritual vein lay buried beneath, possibly linked to the large-scale spirit stone mine currently being excavated by the 7 sects. If the nearby spirit stone mine were to be depleted over several centuries, it would inevitably lead to the destruction of this ancient cave, explaining the lack of subsequent records. In addition to Xu Changsheng and his 3 companions, various cultivators from different factions had also arrived in the valley. However, as they were all unfamiliar with the situation, they refrained from acting rashly and instead dispersed to explore the surroundings. Xu Changsheng discreetly employed his innate Qingmu true essence to transform into a substantial amount of innate Qingmu energy that permeated the ground beneath the grass. Instantly, the topography and vegetation of the surrounding 10-mile radius materialized in his mind. Upon careful perception, he discovered a particular area of the Earth's veins where the energy of flora was exceptionally abundant, indicating the presence of superior spiritual herbs. He promptly communicated with Hong Fu and the others, and the 4 of them took to the skies on their swords. Xu Changsheng was uncertain of the cave's exact dimensions, but while soaring through the air, he could distinctly sense the expansive landscape below, leading him to boldly conjecture that the cave might be an independent realm suspended within a temporal rift. Otherwise, the grand scenery before him would be inexplicable. Chapter 33. The Celestial Restoration Herb. The quartet soon arrived at a lush grove, where the trees flourished with abundant foliage, radiating a potent vitality. Xu Changsheng even spotted a white demonic rabbit scurrying by, merely a chi refinement stage creature. Otherwise, it could have made for a fine spiritual meal. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance of spiritual herbs wafted from afar, and upon merely inhaling it, they felt an overwhelming surge of energy that hinted at a potential breakthrough in their cultivation. All 4 were currently at the Foundation establishment stage. Thus, the herb capable of inciting such profound sensations was likely at least a 2nd-tier superior spiritual herb, if not a 3rd-tier one. They pressed onward until they reached the edge of the grove, where they found a cliff. To their astonishment, 3 clusters of violet spiritual mushrooms thrived at the precipice, exuding an extraordinary aura of spiritual energy. Xu Changsheng recalled seeing these violet mushrooms in the compendium of spiritual herbs at his sect, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. He turned to Hong Fu and her companions with a smile, exclaiming, "We are fortunate indeed. We have stumbled upon the Celestial Restoration Herb, a spiritual remedy that can significantly enhance our cultivation. Consuming it raw can shorten decades of arduous training. While it may not be exceedingly rare, it is perfectly suited for us at this moment." Hong Fu and her companions were elated at the prospect of reducing their years of hardship, which would save considerable time when it came to forming their cores. Just as they prepared to collect the mushrooms, Xu Changsheng suddenly intervened, gesturing for them to halt. Typically, places rich in spiritual herbs are guarded by demonic beasts. We must not act recklessly without understanding the strength of the guardian beast. With a wave of his hand, dozens of azure sword energies surged forth toward the cliff, and soon after, the rocks near the Celestial Restoration Herb began to tremble, shedding a cascade of stone debris. To their astonishment, a stone python, measuring over 10 feet in length, emerged from the depths. Xu Changsheng activated his spiritual vision and discerned that the beast was merely at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, which allowed him to relax. "Step aside. I shall engage this stone python. Having cultivated in this valley for over 30 years, it is an opportune moment for me to practice my skills," Xu Changsheng declared. Hong Fu and her companions willingly set aside their premium magical artifacts and stepped aside, eager to witness the extent of their senior brother's prowess. Xu Changsheng provocatively beckoned the stone python, which, although oblivious to the gesture's meaning, immediately retaliated by launching a barrage of stone arrows. Xu Changsheng swiftly summoned blue lightning at his feet, transforming into a series of afterimages that deftly evaded the onslaught. This display astonished Huangfu. The lightning evasion technique was a gift she had bestowed upon Xu Changsheng, yet he executed it with greater finesse than she had anticipated, manifesting the technique effortlessly without the need for hand seals, indicating he had mastered the art to perfection. After dodging all of the stone python's attacks, Xu Changsheng wielded his Qing Shuang sword, striking at the beast's formidable head. However, after numerous strikes, he only managed to leave a few white marks on its tough hide, revealing the python's defense to be beyond that of premium magical artifacts, an extraordinary feat indeed. Realizing this, Xu Changsheng employed the Qing Shuang sword to execute the Qingyuan sword technique, causing sharp sword light to emanate from the blade. After a series of resounding clashes that echoed through the grove, cracks began to appear on the stone python's head, inciting its rage. With a furious roar, it charged at Xu Changsheng, leaving the celestial restoration herb unguarded. Xu Changsheng swiftly communicated with Huangfu and the others, urging them to harvest the herb without delay. While the stone python posed no serious threat to him, it was crucial to prevent it from destroying the precious mushrooms. After luring the creature away, he no longer felt any apprehension. He sheathed his Qing Shuang sword and summoned a protective azure spiritual armor, a minor divine ability from the Qing Emperor's longevity technique. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, this armor appeared almost corporeal, rendering him impervious to the stone python's assaults. After a brief engagement with the stone python, Xu Changsheng received word from Huangfu and her companions that they had successfully gathered the celestial restoration herbs. With no reservations now, he unleashed a surge of lightning, instantly appearing beside the stone python. He delivered a powerful strike to its stony body, activating the minor divine ability Life Severance, swiftly draining the creature's vitality until it lay lifeless, reduced to mere rubble. Xu Changsheng meticulously collected the shattered remnants of the stone python, as they were composed of a material known as cloud essence stone, highly prized for crafting second-tier puppets. This was a discovery he had made during the battle. In the future, he could utilize it for puppet refinement, as he had long coveted the Great Transformation technique, which enhanced both consciousness and puppet manipulation. However, only the first tier, in its incomplete form, was available in the market. After the four individuals tidied up, they soared toward the heart of this celestial realm, certain that it housed the resting place of the master of this cave dwelling, where the true treasures lay. As for the spiritual herbs needed for concocting the nurturing infant elixir, Xu Changsheng did not take it to heart. Although he was unaware of how Ancestor Linghu had procured the formula for the elixir, he was well aware that the guardian beasts of the requisite herbs would undoubtedly be formidable. While it was certain that no demon beasts at the core formation stage or above existed within this celestial realm, the four decided to prioritize searching for treasures beneficial to themselves, planning to seek out the spiritual herbs later. After all, Ancestor Linghu hadn't explicitly demanded their retrieval, and the existence of the herbs in this realm remained uncertain, as one of the primary ingredients, the Yinji Ma, had long been extinct in the human world. Xu Changsheng suspected that Ancestor Linghu had only acquired a fragmented version of the elixir's formula. Otherwise, he would have exchanged it with other Yuanning elders long ago. Chapter 34. The ancient herb garden within the celestial realm. Xu Changsheng and his companions were soaring through the skies on their swords, their destination being the central area. Along the way, they encountered skirmishes among various cultivators, but chose to ignore them. Soon, they landed at the outskirts of a vast herb garden, abundant with precious spiritual herbs. Xu Changsheng even discerned several millennium-old herbs from the spiritual radiance emanating from them. The air was rich with the fragrance of these herbs, infused with thick spiritual energy. However, the garden was currently swarmed with adventurers harvesting herbs, with the millennium-old ones left untouched due to the presence of a 20-foot-long silver-armored python guarding them, exuding an aura that reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Consequently, the cultivators maintained a respectful distance. The cultivators had instinctively divided the garden into territories, refraining from interference. However, any breach would promptly incite conflict. Xu Changsheng and his companions swiftly moved to an unoccupied area to collect herbs. Here, they found numerous high-grade spiritual herbs, including several primary ingredients for crafting foundation establishment pills. Although these were of lesser significance to them at their current cultivation stage, they still held considerable value. Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy, as his cultivation of the resource-intensive Qingdi, Changsheng Gong, and Qingyun sword technique made foundation establishment pills a valuable consumable. Thus, the four began harvesting eagerly. However, they soon depleted the herbs in their vicinity, directing their gaze toward other areas, particularly the storage bags of the other cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, resources were inherently scarce, leading to constant competition among practitioners. Despite the seemingly calm atmosphere among the cultivators present, all were covertly eyeing each other's storage bags. After all, harvesting herbs could never match the efficiency of direct theft. Xu Changsheng and his companions were no exception, merely biding their time before the storm broke. Just as they prepared to make their move, a group of 5 cultivators, unable to contain their impatience, swiftly surrounded them. Xu Changsheng glanced up to see they all wore matching blue robes, clearly belonging to Tianke Castle. Aside from one middle-aged cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage, the other 4 were in the early stage. The middle-aged cultivator scrutinized Xu Changsheng and his companions before sneering, "I have no desire for idle chatter. Hand over your storage bags, and we may let you go, considering we are all disciples of the 7 sects, and our elders are watching outside." Xu Changsheng merely scoffed, then immediately communicated with Hong Fu and the others. "I'll handle this mid-foundation cultivator. You take care of the others. Once I've dealt with him, I will come to support you." Hong Fu and the others nodded and swiftly charged at the 4 early foundation cultivators, while Xu Changsheng unleashed a stream of azure sword energy aimed directly at the middle-aged cultivator's face. The latter, dismissive of the attack, summoned a flying shield for defense, underestimating the power of Xu Changsheng's sword energy, which shattered the shield. In that moment of shock, Xu Changsheng's Qing Shuang sword was upon him. The middle-aged cultivator hastily drew 2 exquisite broadswords to cross against the incoming attack, sparks flying as they clashed. Though the Qing Shuang sword did not immediately slay him, the force of the blow left his hands numb, and tension gripped his features as he realized he was up against a formidable opponent in Xu Changsheng, who was equally in the mid-foundation establishment stage. "Junior brothers, this is troublesome. Retreat," he shouted, turning to flee using his movement technique. The other 4 cultivators from Tianke Castle quickly followed suit. However, Xu Changsheng and his companions were not inclined to let them escape. The 5 disciples had lost their will to fight and only sought to flee in the face of Xu Changsheng's overwhelming strength. Hong Fu lashed a thunder whip around the neck of one early foundation cultivator, sending arcs of lightning coursing through him until he ceased to breathe. Lei Wankai's lightning sword pierced the back of another fleeing cultivator, while Li Huayuan wielded his massive sword, crushing another disciple into a pulp. Xu Changsheng guided the Qing Shuang sword in rapid pursuit, slicing through the neck of one Tianke cultivator before veering off in pursuit of the middle-aged one. The latter, realizing the danger, attempted to manipulate his premium flying shield while hastily retreating, but Xu Changsheng would not allow him such an opportunity. Employing the wood spirit escape, he melded into the grass beneath him, only to reappear directly in front of the middle-aged cultivator. Fear gripped the middle-aged cultivator as he wondered how the Huangfeng Valley practitioner had bypassed his shield and reached him so swiftly. Before he could react, Xu Changsheng unleashed a Tuzhong-long azure sword beam aimed at his body, slicing through him as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Cleaving the middle-aged cultivator in 2 upon the grass, his eyes still wide with shock and fear, Xu Changsheng seized the middle-aged cultivator's flying shield, broadswords, and storage bag. As he scanned the contents, satisfaction bloomed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Hong Fu and the others gathered the storage bags and treasures from the remaining 4 Tianke cultivators. Excitedly surrounding him, Xu Changsheng cast a discontented glance at the ground, remarking, "Your skills could use some refinement." In the next instant, he flicked his fingers, sending 5 fireballs accurately onto the corpses of the Tianke cultivators. In the blink of an eye, 5 piles of ash remained, with the grass below untouched, showcasing Xu Changsheng's mastery of the technique. The skirmish had lasted only a few minutes. Xu Changsheng surveyed the herb garden, noting that aside from the millennium spiritual herbs at the center, the remainder had mostly been harvested. Simultaneously, the cultivators began to clash amongst themselves in a frenzy to seize each other's storage bags, with various spells lighting up the scene accompanied by cries of distress. Xu Changsheng and his companions joined the fray, their sights set on the nearest adventuring team, which appeared to be comprised of loose cultivators, the strongest among them barely at the mid-foundation stage. The battle concluded swiftly, yielding them a wealth of spiritual herbs and treasures, prompting them to target other teams as the entire herb garden erupted into chaos among the various sections. As Xu Changsheng and his companions wreaked havoc, several exquisite flying daggers suddenly hurtled toward him from the shadows. Xu Changsheng sensed the danger immediately. Lightning crackled beneath his feet as he dodged. leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, successfully evading all the daggers. Yet, the daggers curved and converged from all directions, compelling Xu Changsheng to summon the previously acquired flying shield to encircle himself in defense. Chapter 35. The teleportation array at the same time. Xu Changsheng's eyes glimmered with insight as he surveyed his surroundings, eager to identify the insidious assailant lurking in the shadows. Soon, he discerned unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from an inconspicuous corner. With a firm stamp on the ground, verdant tendrils sprouted from the grass, sweeping toward the source of the disturbance. Concurrently, he extended 2 fingers of his right hand, unleashing a beam of white lightning toward that direction. Boom! A deafening roar resonated as the previously vacant corner suddenly revealed a figure, forced out by Xu Changsheng's heavenly thunder. Upon closer inspection, Xu Changsheng recognized the man as an oddly alluring figure, clutching a white cloak, clearly a practitioner from the blade transformation workshop. The man, with his strikingly painted purple eyes, gazed at Xu Changsheng in terror and coldly remarked, "Xu Changsheng of Huangfeng Valley, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. It seems the demise of Yi at your hands was not unjust. I, Han Shu, am no match for you. Farewell." With that, the enigmatic man donned the white cloak, which shimmered and turned translucent upon the infusion of spiritual energy, as if he had vanished from this world. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. He had heard of Han Shu from the floating cloud of the Void sect, recognizing him as a prodigy from the blade transformation workshop. However, he did not pursue further, as the chaotic brawl around them posed imminent dangers. As the conflict escalated, only the powerful practitioners would endure, while weaker cultivators would see their harvested spiritual herbs become spoils for others. Days passed, and the tumult within the herb garden gradually subsided, with many practitioners retreating voluntarily toward the exit. Those who remained were either formidable cultivators or cohesive teams. Xu Changsheng and his companions arrived at the heart of the herb garden, where several robust Foundation establishment cultivators had gathered. Notable figures included the enchanting Fairy Nizhang of the Moon Concealment Sect, the Beast Master Hans Han from Spirit Beast Mountain, and the young Lord Yin Yin of the Yin family fort. Even the floating cloud of the Void sect was present, yet Han Chu was conspicuously absent, leaving one to wonder if he had hidden away or departed entirely. Fairy Nizhang addressed the assembled elite, her charming smile illuminating the air. "Esteemed friends, we have several millennium-old spiritual herbs here, and it is clear that our numbers are insufficient for fair distribution. We must devise a plan for allocation, lest we descend into needless conflict. What say you?" Yin Yin, the young lord of the Yin family fort, was the first to concur. "Fairy Nizhang speaks wisely. Allow me to propose a preliminary idea. Whoever can establish dominance over the guardian spirit beast, the silver-armored python, shall claim the millennium-old spiritual herbs for themselves. How does that sound?" His suggestion elicited astonished reactions from the gathered cultivators, prompting immediate dissent from one among them. "Esteemed Yin friend, your proposal is impractical. The silver-armored python is at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Who among us could hope to claim its allegiance? This is mere folly." Laughter erupted as Hans Han, the burly beast master clad in vibrant attire, chimed in. "I find Yan's proposal quite reasonable. I, Hans Han, stand in support. Otherwise, we shall only be embroiled in endless strife over a few millennium-old herbs, disrupting the harmony among our sections. Moreover, the one who can command the silver-armored python will be deserving of exclusive access to the herbs." Hans Han exchanged knowing glances with Yin Yin, suggesting an unspoken alliance had formed between them. However, floating cloud of the Void sect's presence could not be overlooked as he waved his feather duster and remarked, "I must disagree with your assessment, Yin. Hans Han, being a beast master from Spirit Beast Mountain, is already on the path to the mid-foundation establishment stage, nearing the late stage. Thus, your suggestion may seem biased." As floating cloud's words settled, many cultivators voiced their agreement. Xu Changsheng and his companions remained silent amidst the crowd. In Xu Changsheng's estimation, the silver-armored python was unlikely to be easily swayed. After all, for ancient formidable practitioners, deploying such a powerful guardian merely to protect millennium-old spiritual herbs seemed a gross underutilization, unless the serpent served a more significant purpose. Xu Changsheng observed that Yin Yin appeared to possess some knowledge of the underlying secrets. For the Yin family is the foremost cultivation family in the state of Yu, a local powerhouse that undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the area's intricacies. The 7 sects' nascent soul ancestors had merely conducted a cursory exploration before departing, as the ancient adept's cave abode offered little of utility to them beyond the spiritual herbs contained therein. At this juncture, Xu Changsheng silently infused his innate greenwood essence into the herb-laden ground beneath his feet, instantly revealing the topographical features of the surrounding 10-mile radius within his mind. However, when his innate greenwood essence probed toward the coiled, silver-armored python, he encountered resistance. Consequently, he concentrated all of his innate greenwood essence, directing it downward. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng's eyes brightened with astonishment as he realized that the silver-armored python was ensconced within a mysterious formation. Although he had attained the status of a proficient formation master, he still could not decipher the intricacies of this array. Nevertheless, he discerned the presence of spatial inscriptions, indicating that this formation might indeed be a teleportation array. Yet, to where did this teleportation array lead? Was it connected to the stone hall at the core of the cave realm? Xu Changsheng sensed that the energy emanating from the array resonated with the core stone hall, suggesting that the silver-armored python was not merely guarding the millennium-old spiritual herbs, but rather the teleportation array leading to the core stone hall. The key to activating this teleportation array likely lay with the silver-armored python. This revelation led Xu Changsheng to suspect that Yin Yin might be privy to certain secrets and had forged an alliance with Hans Han from Spirit Beast Mountain, as their synchronized actions were difficult to explain otherwise. Moreover, was the initial speaker, Fairy Nizhang from the Moon Concealment Sect, also complicit? Xu Changsheng recalled that Li Huayuan would eventually possess a silver-armored python as a spiritual pet. He pondered the connection between Li Huayuan's silver-armored python and the one currently before him. Could it be a descendant? As Xu Changsheng contemplated, he glanced at Li Huayuan, who appeared bewildered by his sudden scrutiny. Regardless, the sole means of accessing the core stone hall of this cave realm lay through the teleportation array beneath the silver-armored python. Given the impenetrable defenses of the stone hall, a direct assault would be futile. The cave left behind by an adept in the god transformation stage was certainly beyond the capabilities of mere foundation establishment practitioners to breach. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng harbored a lingering suspicion that this cave realm was more akin to a temporary sanctuary for the ancient adept. If this were indeed a legacy site left by an ancient adept, it would not permit such an abundance of foundation establishment practitioners to approach so easily. Furthermore, the spiritual herbs within this herb garden held little value for cultivators of the god transformation stage. It was entirely possible that the truly valuable herbs had already been harvested long ago. Chapter 36. The silver-armored python. Many cultivators present expressed dissent regarding Yin Yan's proposal. However, most of them were at the initial foundation establishment stage, while those at the mid-foundation establishment stage and above remained silent. At this moment, Fairy Nizhang stepped forward, her enchanting smile captivating all as she addressed the assembly. I find Yan's proposal quite feasible. After all, the silver-armored python is a formidable beast, and I doubt any of you wish to take the lead. If we were to unite and slay the silver-armored python, how would we then distribute the millennium-old spiritual herbs? Would we not be plunged into yet another chaotic battle? As the ethereal voice of the fairy in colorful garments faded, the once contrary cultivators fell into a profound silence. Even the floating cloud from the Qingshu sect opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. For these nascent cultivators, Yin Yan's proposal bore no merit. Attempting to subdue the silver-armored python with their meager strength would be tantamount to courting death. Nonetheless, they acknowledged the wisdom in the fairy's words. Seeing that the dissenters had quieted, the fairy smiled and said, "All right, since there are no objections, which of you fellow cultivators shall take the lead?" At this, Yin Yan, the young master of the Yin family fortress, immediately gestured to Han Shan, the beast-taming expert from Spirit Beast Mountain, while simultaneously conveying through his spiritual power, "Friend Han, let us proceed as previously discussed. The silver-armored python is yours, but half of those millennia-old spiritual herbs shall be shared between me and the fairy. We shall explore the core stone hall together." The burly Han Shan, with a beard adorning his face, chuckled and nodded, though a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He stepped forward and proclaimed, "When it comes to beast taming, it is I from Spirit Beast Mountain who reigns supreme. Since none dare to act, allow me to take the first step." As Han Shan approached the location of the silver-armored python, a golden sword suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground before him and creating a deep pit. Countless sword energies erupted in all directions, prompting Han Shan to hastily retreat, awakening the seemingly slumbering silver-armored python. With an indignant roar, the python directed its ire towards the cultivators, its icy golden eyes fixated on Han Shan. The oppressive aura of a perfected foundational cultivator radiated without reservation, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Han Shan's brow. He realized he had underestimated the creature before him, yet he composed himself, for he had his own trump card. As the silver-armored python roared, the tension among the gathered cultivators escalated. Fearing the python might unleash its wrath upon them, they braced for the worst, yet the python remained still, merely casting a cold gaze over the assembled cultivators. Han Shan scrutinized the golden sword that had descended and recognized it as the formidable great sword of Wang Sun, a senior inner disciple of the great sword sect. He then shouted back, "Ah, Wang Sun, you've been absent until now, and only show up when it's time to reap the rewards. Why not reveal yourself instead of hiding behind your schemes? Ha ha ha, Han Shan. You lack the qualifications to challenge my schemes. Had I not been delayed by trivial matters, I would have been the first to confront the silver-armored python. Treasures belong to the strong. Now step aside and allow me, Wang Sun, to confront this python." Suddenly, a hearty laughter reverberated through the air, and as the words fell, a towering figure, 2 meters tall, materialized beside the great sword. His speed was astonishing, and with a disdainful glance at Han Shan, he seized the great sword from the ground and charged towards the silver-armored python. As Wang Sun entered the python's alert range, the creature's cold gaze gleamed with malice. In an instant, a massive tail swept towards Wang Sun with such swiftness that the air was sliced apart, producing a piercing whine. Wang Sun raised his great sword to block, but within the next moment, he was sent crashing underground like a cannonball, creating a pit over 10 meters deep. The gathered cultivators collectively gasped in astonishment at the overwhelming strength of the silver-armored python. With a single sweep, it had sent the late-stage foundational Wang Sun flying, and the speed of the attack left him with no chance to react. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the python's cold gaze surveying the cultivators, radiating anger and disdain. With a grunt, Wang Sun awkwardly emerged from the pit, his body battered but miraculously unhurt, save for a split in the skin of his right hand. Rather than fear, exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. What a remarkable, perfected, foundational silver-armored python. Its prowess is indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for my refined body, I would have sustained serious injuries from that strike. Wang Sun approached the silver-armored python, boldly declaring, "Silver-armored python, I know you understand my words. The millennia-old spiritual herbs do not concern me. I demand your allegiance as my spiritual companion. Should you refuse, I shall force you into submission." Upon hearing this, the python's eyes glinted with increased malice. It opened its mouth and unleashed a golden beam towards Wang Sun, who promptly dodged. The beam continued its relentless path, incinerating anything in its wake. The cultivators hastily employed their techniques to evade, while Xu Changsheng and the 3 companions of Hong Fu retreated several miles away, taking refuge on a small hill to observe the unfolding chaos. Once settled, the trio remained shaken, with Lei Wankai consuming spiritual food to alleviate his nerves. Li Huayuan remained silent, intently watching the battle between the silver-armored python and Wang Sun. While Xu Changsheng mused, it appears the silver-armored python's strength is close to that of the core formation stage, perhaps a half-step away. Were it not for the restrictions of this cave world, it might have already broken through. Hong Fu chimed in. The Great Sword sect has been rather low profile. Yet they have produced a remarkable figure in Wang Senator. His swordsmanship is indeed impressive, and he wields several minor sword techniques, including the famed 10,000 swords returned to one. However, the number of condensed sword energies seems a tad lacking. The unity of man and sword is undeniably powerful. Just witnessing it is awe-inspiring. Xu Changsheng replied with a smile. While they may be referred to as minor techniques, they merely mimic the form of true divine abilities. To exert even 1/10 of the true power is commendable. Yet, I believe Wang Sun is no match for the silver-armored python. Despite his flashy techniques, they inflict no substantive harm on the creature. Were it not for the python's inability to move freely, Wang Sun would have already faced defeat. Hong Fu seemed to grasp a crucial point, inquiring, "Elder brother, what do you mean by the silver-armored python's inability to move freely? Is there something significant beneath it?" Lei Wankai and Li Huayuan shared her curiosity, looking towards Xu Changsheng, who merely smiled mysteriously and said, "In time, you shall understand. The elite disciples are not merely fighting for a few millennia-old spiritual herbs. The true treasures of this cave world lie within the core stone hall. What awaits inside remains to be seen." Chapter 37. The 4 heroes of Yellow Maple Valley. Cursed silver-armored python. It is far too powerful. I cannot subdue it. If this continues, I may perish here. Wang Sun thought in alarm. Despite unleashing several minor sword techniques, he found himself utterly helpless against the silver-armored python, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Although he still possessed talismans, using them now would jeopardize their exploration of the stone hall, especially with numerous elite cultivators from various sects observing. Seeing Wang Xin struggle, Han Shan could not resist taunting. Wang Sun, are you finding it difficult? You were so arrogant earlier, thinking you could subdue the silver-armored python through sheer force. Retreat now and allow me to demonstrate the beast-taming techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain. Wang Sun snorted in disdain, but quickly retreated. Once he had exited the python's alert range, he stopped, and the silver-armored python did not pursue, merely fixing its cold gaze upon him. Han Shan, not far away, smirked and approached the python. But as he neared the edge of its warning zone, he did not venture in immediately. Instead, he produced a purple pill. This is a high-grade spirit-nourishing pill, crafted by Spirit Beast Mountain to replicate an ancient formula. It has the effect of promoting the advancement of spirit beasts below the core formation stage. Silver-armored python. Should you become my spiritual companion, I can provide you with this. Han Shan held the superior spirit-feeding pill in front of the silver-armored python, his eyes briefly flickering with cunning. Though this python possessed the strength of a half-step core formation, its intelligence was akin to that of a 10-year-old human child. Thus, when it caught a whiff of the fragrant pill, an instinctual yearning surged within it. However, the ancestral duty imposed upon it prevented any whimsical departure, leaving it to merely gaze hungrily at the pill while flicking its forked tongue. Han Shan, observing this, smiled knowingly. He was well aware that a single superior spirit-feeding pill would not suffice to subdue the silver-armored python. Yet, he had a backup plan and felt no urgency. He tossed the pill beside the python, which, although puzzled, was driven by its instinctual hunger to seize the pill and swallow it whole. For many years, the silver-armored python had fed on the spirit herbs of this garden, and while it had grown weary of them, the exquisite taste of the superior spirit-feeding pill now brought it bliss. Its massive tail thumped joyfully against the ground, producing a resonant thud, which only widened Han Shan's smile. But mere minutes later, the python suddenly opened its eyes wide and let out a piercing roar, as violet flames erupted from its colossal body. The terrifying heat incinerated the surrounding spirit herbs, reducing even a millennium-old herb to ash. The onlookers, including the cultivators present, were struck with shock and regret. Fairy and Chong glared at Han Shan, exclaiming, Han Shan, what have you done? That superior spirit-feeding pill is flawed. If those millennium herbs are lost, how will you compensate me? The young master of the Yin family, Yin Yin, also cast a furious glance at Han Shan, saying, Taoist Han, this is not what we agreed upon. What are you plotting? In response, Han Shan merely scoffed, a bunch of short-sighted fools. These millennium herbs pale in comparison to this half-step core formation silver-armored python. If I can tame it, our Spirit Beast Mountain will gain a guardian beast of core formation. Hence, I have never regarded those herbs as particularly valuable. With that, he ignored Fairy N.I. Chong and Yin Yin, turning his attention to the silver-armored python, speaking coldly. Silver-armored python, are you suffering? This superior spirit-feeding pill was personally concocted by the ancestor of our Spirit Beast Mountain. It contains his primal violet fire, a potent tool for taming spirit beasts. If you wish to avoid destruction, you should submit to me. Otherwise, you will be reduced to ashes by this violet fire. The silver-armored python, enduring the searing pain, roared in defiance, yet Han Shan remained outside its range of caution. In its mind echoed the ancestral command to protect the teleportation array beneath it, a duty upheld by its kind for countless generations. This unwavering conviction prevented the python from lunging at Han Shan. Seeing that the python still refused to yield despite the violet flames scorching its flesh, Han Shan's anger flared. Silver-armored python, will you not submit? Persisting in this defiance leads only to your demise. If you comply, I can immediately extinguish the violet flames afflicting you. The python remained unresponsive, only emitting pained roars, rolling its massive form on the grass. Spectators, witnessing this, displayed expressions of sympathy, shocked at Han Shan's profound cunning. Even Fairy N.I. Chong and Yin Yin were momentarily at a loss, hesitant to intervene, as the violet flames posed a danger to them as well. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from above. What an entertaining spectacle! The crowd looked up in astonishment to see 4 figures floating in midair. The speaker was a young man clad in a yellow silk robe, exuding an extraordinary presence, akin to a celestial being. The other 3 were more distinctive, a rotund fellow, a charming maiden, and a square-faced man. This was the renowned group of Xu Changsheng. The cultivators from Qingsu sect, including Yun, were perplexed by the appearance of Xu Changsheng and his companions, unsure of their intentions. However, their entrance was undoubtedly unique and stylish, something to consider for future endeavors. From the attire, it seems you are all cultivators from Huangfeng Valley. May I ask your esteemed names? Fairy N.I. Chong inquired, viewing their audacity as a sign of confidence. possibly even an opportunity to seize the spoils. Despite Han Shan's earlier actions damaging the Millennium Herbs, acquiring a single one was still feasible, while the treasures in the core stone hall were of paramount importance. Meanwhile, Han Shan and Yin exchanged surprised glances at the sight of Xu Changsheng and his companions. Han Shan, particularly wary, took several steps back, recalling his harrowing near-fatal encounter with Xu Changsheng in the blood-forbidden grounds. If not for his talisman, he might not have escaped. Yin, who had shared a rapport with Xu Changsheng at the tavern, hesitated, not wishing to draw Xu Changsheng into their carefully laid plans. Even if Han Shan had underestimated the python's strength, prompting his desperate measures. Xu Changsheng, hearing Fairy Ni Cheng's inquiry, smiled with pride. Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall graciously inform you. We are the 4 talents of Huangfeng Valley, Xu Changsheng, Lei Wanhai, Hong Fu, and I am Li Huayuan. This was the first time Li Huayuan had boldly proclaimed his name before such a multitude. And upon hearing Xu Changsheng declare their status as the 4 talents of Huangfeng Valley, he felt an inexplicable embarrassment. In contrast, Hong Fu and Lei Wanhai were confident smiles. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity for fame in the cultivation world, which held reputation in high regard. What? The 4 talents of Huangfeng Valley. I've never heard of them. Are they here to amuse us? A cultivator below jested, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Had it not been for the silver-armored python's anguished roars, the tension in the air might have dissipated completely. Han Shan, keeping a wary eye on Xu Changsheng and his companions, stated, This is a joint operation by our Spirit Beast Mountain, the Yin Moon sect, and the Yin family. Do you Huangfeng Valley intend to recklessly involve yourselves? You may take one of the Millennium Herbs, but the treasures within the core stone hall are off-limits. Xu Changsheng, in response, sneered. I have heard no such agreement regarding your 3 factions collaborating. This is merely your unilateral wishful thinking. I, Xu Changsheng, claim the silver-armored python, the Millennium Herbs, and all treasures within the core stone hall. Anyone who dares to oppose me may try, but should you act against me, I may just eliminate you all. Arrogant, presumptuous, utterly foolish. The gathered cultivators exclaimed in outrage, including Fairy Ni Cheng, Wang Sun, Han Shan, and Yin, all feeling that Xu Changsheng was overstepping his bounds by challenging everyone present with just 4 individuals. Among the crowd, 4 cold-faced youths clad in black conferred quietly. One of them sent a thought message, What should we do? Should we remain passive? Another replied, Let us observe for now. The treasures sought by our ancestors should lie within that core stone hall. Indeed, patience is the wisest course. Let the clam and the heron contend, and the fisherman shall reap the benefits. Our ancestors' purpose in coming to Tian-Nan remains unclear, another youth remarked. Perhaps it is for the beauty or possibly for the handsome lads, quipped a scruffy-looking man with a laugh. How dare you speak of our ancestor in such a manner? You must be seeking death. We are deep within enemy territory. It is best to remain low-key and prudent, another warned. The final youth transmitted a sharp reprimand. Xu Changsheng and his 3 companions descended from the air to the ground, directly approaching the perimeter of the silver-armored python. Xu Changsheng observed the creature, which, having been scorched by purple flames, had lost much of its capacity to resist. However, this purple fire was no ordinary flame. It was the primordial fire of the Yuan Ying ancestor from Spirit Beast Mountain. Although the high-grade spirit-feeding pill likely contained only a trace of it, it was beyond the capability of a mere half-step into the golden core stage to withstand. Over the years, Xu Changsheng had read extensively in the transmission pavilion of Yellow Maple Valley and knew precisely how to deal with this primordial purple fire by extinguishing the vitality within the flames. This would render the flames akin to rootless weeds, for the vitality held the spiritual will of the master of the purple fire. Xu Changsheng's current strength was certainly insufficient to contend with the Yuan Ying ancestor's mental will, but extinguishing vitality was his forte. Having made up his mind, Xu Changsheng retrieved a dozen golden seeds from his storage bag. These were 3rd-tier spirit wood seeds procured by Sect Master Wang from the Golden Core Elders of Yellow Maple Valley. As he concentrated his innate greenwood essence in his palm and cast the seeds toward the location of the silver-armored python, they rapidly grew into towering trees upon touching the ground. These giant trees, through a special technique, formed a circular formation that radiated a gentle green light. Their branches elongated continuously, entwining the writhing, anguished silver-armored python, which soon found itself immobilized. Meanwhile, the purple fire spread to the branches of the colossal trees. Seeing this, Xu Changsheng swiftly entered the tree formation and employed a minor technique to sever vitality, constantly extracting the primordial vitality contained within the purple fire. Even though the trees were enveloped in the purple flames, they did not immediately ignite and perish, for Xu Changsheng served as the formation's core, supplementing it with innate greenwood essence. The onlooking cultivators were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Yuan-Ying ancestors' primordial purple fire was actually being subdued by Xu Changsheng. Although the fire contained only a trace of the Yuan-Ying's spiritual will, it was not so easily suppressed. Had they not feared the purple fire, the cultivators would have rushed in long ago. As time passed, the purple flames on the silver-armored python began to diminish, and it gradually quieted down. However, in resisting the flames, the python had expended a significant amount of spiritual power and was now in a weakened state. Xu Changsheng intensified his absorption of the fire's vitality, and soon the purple flames completely vanished, condensing into a thumb-sized purple crystal in his hand, which contained a trace of spiritual will. Xu Changsheng did not immediately consume or disturb this trace of the spirit beast mountain ancestor's spiritual will, as doing so would undoubtedly attract the Yuan-Ying ancestor's attention from afar. If the ancestor projected his soul into the void, it would spell danger. Thus, Xu Changsheng resolved to hand the purple crystal over to Ancestor Linghu, as it would be of great use to him in dealing with the ancestor of Spirit Beast Mountain. After managing the purple fire, Xu Changsheng levitated before the silver-armored python and invoked the beast-taming technique he had acquired long ago. As he swiftly formed incantations with his fingers, a circular golden rune imprinted itself upon the python's forehead, prompting a painful roar from the creature. Xu Changsheng exclaimed, "Do not resist. You lack the strength to guard the teleportation array below. Better to become my spirit companion than to be slain." Despite the silver-armored python's unwillingness, Xu Changsheng was resolute. Ignoring whether the python was inclined to become his spirit companion, he directly inscribed a servant's mark into its soul sea, where a miniature silver-armored python resembling a cute hatchling resided. As the rune imprinted upon the small python's brow, it acknowledged its master. Retracting his consciousness, Xu Changsheng noticed that the python's formerly cold and fierce gaze had transformed into one of submission. With a wave of his hand, the branches that had ensnared the silver-armored python withdrew, and the creature bowed respectfully before Xu Changsheng, who nodded in satisfaction. The surrounding cultivators gasped in disbelief, particularly Han Shan, who angrily demanded, "Xu Changsheng of Yellow Maple Valley, how did you come to master the advanced beast-taming techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain? Where did you acquire such knowledge?" Xu Changsheng paid no heed to the question, beckoning to Huangfu and the others, who immediately soared toward the giant tree formation. The four of them swiftly harvested several thousand-year-old spirit herbs, placing them into jade boxes. Next, they would explore the core stone chamber, and Xu Changsheng intended to claim all the treasures for himself. In Chapter 39, Silver Page and Golden Page, after Huangfu and the others entered the giant tree formation, Xu Changsheng instructed the silver-armored python, "This place is protected by my formation. You are responsible for guarding it while we enter the core stone chamber through the teleportation array beneath you." The python nodded obediently, moving aside and sharing the method to activate the teleportation array via their spiritual connection. Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, finally understanding why Han Shan and the others sought to subdue the silver-armored python. Even if they could defeat it without subjugating it, they would never gain access to the teleportation array's activation method. With both hands forming incantations, Xu Changsheng infused a green essence into the ground, causing a golden circular formation to emerge. This spectacle astonished all present, aside from a few cultivators who were aware of the situation. The rest realized that the elite disciples of the seven sects had been battling for the true purpose of this teleportation array, revealing a hidden agenda. The four figures, Aishang, Han Shan, Yin Yin, and Wang Sun, exchanged glances, then unleashed their top-tier magical artifacts against the giant tree formation. Unfortunately, as the formation was constructed from third-tier spirit wood, its power rivaled that of an early-stage third-tier formation, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators below the golden core stage to breach. Moreover, with Xu Changsheng's vast supply of innate greenwood energy, their assaults proved futile. Observing their relentless attacks, Xu Changsheng chuckled lightly. "I have stated that all treasures here are mine. If you dispute this, feel free to challenge me, but alas, your strength is insufficient. My third-tier formation is not easily broken. Unless you resort to using talismans, there might be a chance. But would you be willing to do so? Even if you could shatter this formation, we would have long since departed with the treasures. Ha ha ha." Xu Changsheng's words incited frustration among Han Shan and the others, who gritted their teeth, yet they could not deny the truth in his claims. They had not anticipated Xu Changsheng's ability to set up a third-tier formation using such rare spirit wood, an astounding waste of resources. Xu Changsheng paid them no further mind. The third-tier formation served as the first line of defense, while the silver-armored python was the second. After extinguishing the purple fire, he provided the python with a second-tier healing pill, restoring much of its strength, allowing him to confidently explore the core stone chamber with Huangfu and the others. As the golden formation activated, under Xu Changsheng's control of the innate greenwood essence, the four figures quickly vanished, teleported away. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances, particularly Han Shan and the others, filled with both indignation and helplessness. Yet, unwilling to concede, they continued to unleash various spells against the giant tree formation. The icy gaze of the silver-armored python remained fixed upon them, yet it did not act, adhering to Xu Changsheng's command to maintain the second line of defense. Meanwhile, among the many cultivators present, the four youths in black began to transmit messages, discussing their strategies. One youth with a rather unseemly appearance turned to a tall, broad-shouldered companion and asked, "Big brother, should we take action?" The tall and sturdy youth shook his head and said, "No, let us observe the situation. There may be dangers within the core stone hall, and having those four from Yellow Maple Valley scout the path for us wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, they are merely cultivators below the mid-foundation stage. We can wait here and seize all their treasures once they emerge. Not only will we be able to report back to the ancestor, but we will also gain a significant fortune." The lecherous youth, upon hearing this, flattered. "You always think things through, older brother. With your prowess at the fake dance stage, dealing with these individuals would be akin to child's play." After activating the teleportation array, Xu Changsheng and his companions felt a sudden dizziness. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing in a stone hall. To their astonishment, the hall contained nothing but a solitary stone coffin, which struck them as rather shabby. Was this truly the dwelling of an ancient powerhouse? Surely, there should be some artifacts or treasures present. The sight left them feeling disheartened. Xu Changsheng turned to the ancient stone coffin and remarked, "There might be treasures within. Let us open it and take a look. For safety's sake, I will send the cloud-winged bird to lift the lid." Its strength is now comparable to that of a perfected qi refining cultivator. Huangfu and the others nodded in agreement, retreating to the farthest position from the coffin. Xu Changsheng released the cloud-winged bird from his spirit beast pouch, directing it to fly toward the coffin while also observing for any signs of danger. Should anything seem amiss, he would promptly activate the teleportation array and retreat. As the cloud-winged bird landed atop the coffin without encountering any anomalies or traps, Xu Changsheng felt compelled to manipulate the bird to gently pry the coffin lid open with its claws, akin to a superior-grade artifact. Despite the entire lid being removed, no changes occurred, which led to a sense of disappointment among the four, indicating that the likelihood of treasures being contained within was slim. With the cloud-winged bird perched on the coffin, Xu Changsheng shared its vision and beheld the contents. Aside from a jade box, there was nothing else. The anticipated remains of the cave's master were absent, confirming that this was merely a retreat of the ancient cultivator. He hoped the jade box would contain some valuable treasures. Otherwise, his utilization of a third-tier array would indeed feel like a loss. Upon commanding the cloud-winged bird to open the jade box, he discovered a sheet of silver paper, a sheet of gold paper, and a blue token. Xu Changsheng's pupils dilated with excitement as a bold conjecture formed in his mind. He maneuvered the cloud-winged bird to bring these three items closer for a meticulous examination. Huangfu and the others, witnessing this, felt disillusioned. They had expected heavenly materials to enhance their strength, but were instead met with merely these items. They scrutinized the silver and gold sheets for an extended period without uncovering any notable secrets. Xu Changsheng held the silver sheet in his left hand and the gold sheet in his right, unleashing the azure sword radiance, which was then absorbed by the two sheets. A surge of joy filled him as he conjured spiritual fire in his left hand, causing the silver sheet to dissipate and transform into another gold sheet. Now, he possessed two sheets of gold paper, into which he infused a substantial amount of azure sword radiance. Before long, dense characters began to emerge upon the surface. After thoroughly reading the contents inscribed on the two sheets of gold paper, Xu Changsheng realized he had stumbled upon the complete version of the 13 layers of azure element sword technique, capable of being cultivated up to the god transformation stage. It also contained supplemental techniques to bypass the bottleneck at the core formation stage, namely the 3 transformations of heavy yuan technique. Along with the crafting method for the wood element artifact, the azure bamboo B-cloud sword, which could be forged into a set of 72 swords at maximum. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Although the contents did not align with the attributes of Huangfu and her companions, they committed the information to memory. While the three transformations of heavy yuan technique offered a chance to enhance core formation, it held little value for them, as their cultivation talents practically guaranteed their advancement to core formation without needing to waste time on this. However, Xu Changsheng required it, possessing ample time to cultivate. Coupled with the advantages of the Azure Emperor longevity technique, his chances of breaking through the core formation stage would significantly increase. Chapter 40. The Ancient Teleportation Array and Blood Jade Spider. Xu Changsheng stored the 2 sheets of gold paper in his storage pouch and picked up the blue token, attempting to infuse it with spiritual power, but to no avail. He then tried inputting innate Azure with true essence, yet it still bore no results. After some contemplation, he switched to infusing Azure Sword Radiance, which indeed activated the token. A sudden azure light emanated from it, illuminating the stone coffin in the hall. To their astonishment, the once unremarkable stone coffin began to shift, revealing an entrance to a stone pathway. Xu Changsheng and his companions felt a surge of joy. It appeared there was more to this coffin than met the eye. Yet, exercising caution, Xu Changsheng did not rush in, but instead directed the cloud-winged bird to explore the stone passage. Through their shared vision, Xu Changsheng followed the cloud-winged bird as it traversed the lengthy stone steps until reaching the end, where it discovered a stone door. The surroundings resembled the interior of a mountain, seamlessly integrated with the entire structure, with no visible seams for opening. Thus, Xu Changsheng instructed the cloud-winged bird to search for a mechanism to open the stone door. On the right side of the door, a recess was found that perfectly matched the shape of the blue token in his hand. Finding no apparent dangers, Xu Changsheng led Huangfu and her companions into the stone passage, arriving at the stone door, where he placed the blue token into the recess. With a low hum, a gentle vibration resonated from the stone door, which began to rise slowly. Illuminated by the moonlight stones, the interior revealed an expansive cavern filled with numerous spirit stone ores, exuding rich spiritual energy that made Xu Changsheng and his companions feel invigorated and at ease. However, in the center of the cavern lay an ancient hexagonal formation, surrounded by stone walls with intricate and mysterious inscriptions. Xu Changsheng recognized this as an ancient teleportation array, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust due to its age. His excitement surged upon seeing a floating 5-colored skeleton at the edge of the formation. The ancient teleportation array leading to the chaotic star sea was indeed located here, and the skeleton belonged to the disciple of Xiangu, holding the blue token known as the Great Displacement Token. Relieved, Xu Changsheng felt assured of a retreat. Just as Huangfu and her companions prepared to investigate the 5-colored skeleton out of curiosity, Xu Changsheng swiftly stopped them. With the aid of the Eye of Heaven technique, he spotted a massive white figure rapidly approaching them, prompting him to urge Huangfu and her companions to evade. Simultaneously, he produced a handful of prepared moonlight stones from his storage pouch, embedding them into the cavern walls. Instantly, the cavern was illuminated as brightly as day, revealing the true form of the swiftly moving white figure. To their astonishment, it was a white jade spider, measuring several feet in length, glaring menacingly at Xu Changsheng and his companions with its multiple fierce eyes. The aura it emitted indicated that this beast was comparable to a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator, a troublesome demon beast. Xu Changsheng surmised that it was likely brought here by Xiangu, though its lineage remained uncertain. Realizing the urgency, Xu Changsheng addressed Huangfu and her companions. This is a white jade spider, comparable to a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator, known to enter a frenzy state that significantly enhances its power. We must eliminate it before it enters that state. Coordinate with me. As Xu Changsheng issued his battle orders, Huangfu and the others swiftly moved to encircle the white jade spider, forming a formation with him. With rapid hand gestures, a blue magic circle appeared overhead, enveloping the spider in a shimmering blue light. Realizing the impending danger, the white jade spider raised its white claws and frantically struck at the light barrier. The spider's immense strength caused several large holes to rupture through the confinement barrier with just a few strikes. In response, Xu Changsheng and his companions immediately intensified their spiritual energy input, allowing the barrier to rapidly restore itself. As the formation solidified, Xu Changsheng focused his thoughts, transforming the blue magic circle into a green sword formation, unleashing a barrage of azure sword beams that rained down upon the white jade spider. The cavern echoed with thunderous roars, yet Xu Changsheng frowned upon witnessing the spider merely crouching on the ground, emitting anguished cries. He had underestimated the creature's defensive capabilities. Its shell was extraordinarily tough. Despite the concentrated assault, they had failed to eliminate it outright. Reluctant to use his precious talismans, which were invaluable and could only be employed sparingly, he pondered his options. Suddenly, the confined white jade spider unleashed a furious roar, its crystalline shell radiating a sinister crimson glow as it transformed into a blood jade spider. Its several pairs of blood-red compound eyes scanned Xu Changsheng and his companions with a frenzied glare. In no time, the blood jade spider seemed to have discerned the formation's weak points, sinking its sharp fangs into the light barrier at the formation's core where Li Huayuan stood. Having the weakest strength among the four, Li Huayuan was swiftly overwhelmed by the frenzied spider's assault, causing the confinement barrier to shatter like glass, dismantling the four-person formation. "Get back!" Xu Changsheng shouted urgently. The three quickly retreated, but the blood jade spider took this opportunity to unleash a torrent of crimson venom, corroding everything in its path into deep craters. The four had no choice but to evade. At that moment, Hong Fu communicated telepathically, "Elder brother, use the talismans now. This spider has already reached the pseudo-Dan realm. If we delay, it will be too difficult to handle." Xu Changsheng sighed in resignation. "You underestimate the situation. Do not be fooled by its size. This spider is extraordinarily swift. That is why I initially had us use the four-person formation to confine it and concentrate our attacks. I never anticipated its defensive strength would be so formidable. Even with my talismans, I might not be able to subdue it immediately." Lei Wanheng, equally anxious, chimed in. "What should we do then? This spider has ascended to pseudo-Dan strength, albeit temporarily, and is not easy to deal with. We would likely need to use the talismans multiple times to subdue it." Xu Changsheng contemplated briefly before responding, "No worries. I will use this blood jade spider to test the pseudo-thunder artifact I acquired." "Stand back." The trio was startled. They knew Xu Changsheng possessed a pseudo-thunder artifact, which was significantly more powerful than a talisman, akin to a true treasure. However, they had never witnessed him use it before, and now they would finally have the opportunity to see it in action. Especially Hong Fu and Lei Wanheng. They were envious and yearned to possess such a remarkable artifact. Chapter 41. Thunderstrike on the Spirit Spider. Celestial Restoration. The blood jade spider dashed towards Xu Changsheng at lightning speed, sensing he posed the greatest threat. However, Xu Changsheng remained unfazed. He produced a segment of jade-like thunderwood, and under the impetus of his innate greenwood essence, a multitude of intertwining blue lightning bolts erupted. With a mighty roar, Xu Changsheng unleashed a barrage of thunder upon the approaching blood jade spider. Wherever the lightning struck, the spider was reduced to mere dust. Despite its speed, a bolt as thick as an arm struck its head, eliciting a piercing scream. Its once impenetrable shell now charred and cracked. The four were taken aback. The thunder's power, comparable to that of a talisman, failed to annihilate the spider instantly. Moreover, the red glow flickering across the spider's shell indicated a robust self-healing ability. Intrigued, Xu Changsheng noted that while this spirit beast appeared fearsome, its combat prowess was indeed commendable. He recalled that blood jade spiders typically bore a male and female egg within them. If he could capture one, it could be nurtured as a battle companion. However, the mature blood jade spider before him clearly would not submit easily, and without a mate, its advancement would be impossible. The blood jade spider was momentarily hindered by the myriad of flashing thunderbolts, its blood-red compound eyes fixated on Xu Changsheng. It swung its sharp claws to deflect the thunder, managing to block several strikes, yet sustaining injuries as a few claws were shattered. Sensing its power waning, the spider shifted its gaze toward Hong Fu and the others, evidently planning to target the weaker foes to regain its strength. Understanding the spider's intentions, Xu Changsheng reluctantly retrieved several golden seeds from his storage bag. His supply of third-tier spiritwood seeds was limited, necessitating careful use. However, the odds of obtaining more were higher than with talismans. In a critical moment, he could still deploy a talisman for a decisive blow. Yet, Xu Changsheng decided to first employ the thunderwood for a significant strike. He infused the golden seeds with innate greenwood essence and cast them into the air. As they soared, they rapidly sprouted, transforming into golden vines that extended toward the blood jade spider. Recognizing the imminent threat, the spider's crimson glow intensified, and it moved with blinding speed, evading the encroaching vines. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, realizing this blood jade spider was exceptionally tenacious. He promptly stomped the ground, causing massive stone spikes to erupt, lifting the spider into the air and disrupting its balance. Before it could recover, the golden vines ensnared the spider tightly, wrapping it as if preparing a dumpling. Yet, Xu Changsheng knew these golden vines would not restrain the blood jade spider for long, given its current frenzied state and strength comparable to a pseudo-Dan cultivator. Unlike the previously scorched silver-armored horned python, this spider was far more formidable. Even though the third-tier spiritwood seeds, when infused with innate greenwood essence, lacked immediate third-tier potency. They could only delay the inevitable. Realizing time was of the essence, Xu Changsheng ascended into the air above the blood jade spider, disregarding its furious roars. With a wave of his hand, the previously chaotic thunderbolts coalesced under his control into a colossal thunder sword. He noted the rapid depletion of his innate greenwood essence and understood he could not afford to delay. Die! Xu Changsheng bellowed, thrusting the thunder sword downward. The golden vines, still coiling around the blood jade spider, began to disintegrate. The spider, unable to react in time, could not withstand the onslaught of the thunder sword. It was pierced through, pinned to the ground, its consciousness obliterated by the thunder's might. The azure lightning, under Xu Changsheng's command, swept over the blood jade spider's entire being, deftly avoiding the 2 live eggs nestled against its abdomen. Moments later, the once formidable creature lay lifeless, wafting the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. With a swift movement, Xu Changsheng positioned himself before the spider, retrieving the 2 egg-like orbs and sensing the vitality within them. A smile graced his lips as he stored them in his spirit beast pouch. At this moment, Huangfu and her companions approached, their eyes wide with curiosity as they examined the blood jade spider. Notably, Lei Wankai, without hesitation, tore off a well-roasted spider leg and began to gnaw on it. Chuckling as he remarked, "Elder brother, this heavenly thunder-roasted spirit spider is truly delightful. Its texture is crisp and chewy. This is a peak 4th-tier spirit beast, on the verge of breaking into the 5th tier. It has thrived remarkably here at the core of the spirit stone, or..." Huangfu, slightly repulsed, retorted, "Lei fatty. You really dare to eat anything? Aren't you concerned that this blood jade spider might be poisonous?" Unfazed, Lei Wankai replied, "Even if the blood jade spider were poisonous, the heavenly thunder would eliminate it. Sister Huangfu, as cultivators of the thunder element, do you not comprehend the might of heavenly thunder? By the way, the power of Elder Brother's pseudo-magic artifact is truly formidable. I wonder why I lack such fortune." Xu Changsheng, with no intention to elucidate, simply smiled and said, "Since you enjoy this roasted blood jade spider, I shall gift it to you. However, having defeated the creature, it is now time for us to reap our rewards. Feel free to indulge." With that, Xu Changsheng stowed away the thunder-striking wood and approached the ancient teleportation array nearby. He activated his heavenly eye technique. Scrutinizing the 5-colored skeletal remains suspended in midair. Finding nothing amiss, he seized the blue token from the skeletal hand, which bore ancient patterns and inscriptions. Despite being a 3rd-tier formation master, he still found it difficult to decipher. This must be the great translocation token. How intriguing, Xu Changsheng mused, examining the blue token seemingly crafted from a remarkably resilient wood. He refrained from testing it with spiritual energy, unwilling to take risks. Instead, he stored the great translocation token in his storage pouch and directed a fireball at the 5-colored skeleton. After the flames subsided, he collected 7 or 8 5-colored pills, leaving Huangfu and her companions astonished. Curiously, Huangfu inquired, "Elder brother, what is that blue token you just acquired, along with these 5-colored pills?" Noticing their gaze fixed upon him, Xu Changsheng replied with a smile, "As you have seen, this hexagonal formation is, in fact, an ancient teleportation array for ultra-long distances. The blue token I obtained is called the Great Translocation Token, which serves as the key to activate the array. It significantly alleviates the spatial pressure created by excessive teleportation distances, making it a life-saving artifact. As for these 5-colored pills, they are the legendary pill of heaven repair." Chapter 42. Temporal and spatial nodes. Upon hearing this, Huangfu and her companions were taken aback. As disciples of the venerable Linghu, they were privileged to study some profound texts from Huangfeng Valley, and they recognized the pill of heaven repair as a treasure capable of enhancing one's spiritual root qualifications during ancient teleportations. However, the 3 of them already possessed exceptionally high spiritual root qualities, just shy of the celestial spiritual root, and they could not guarantee that these pills would elevate their spiritual roots to that level. Xu Changsheng distributed 1 pill of heaven repair to each of Huangfu and her companions, keeping the remaining ones for himself, intending to consume them later. Yet, he did not place particular importance on the pills, as his Qing Emperor longevity technique already aided in breaking through major bottlenecks. Furthermore, once he transcended to the nascent soul stage, he could refine the innate blue wood essence. Provided the essence was sufficient, it would elevate his physique to the immortal body, which would surpass any spiritual root. In later stages, Xu Changsheng also aimed to enhance his spiritual root to encompass all 5 elements. The pill of heaven repair would not diminish the attributes of a cultivator's spiritual root, but would randomly enhance the value of certain attributes. It was akin to having a total spiritual root attribute value of 100, while this total was immutable. The Pill of Heaven Repair could alter the distribution of those values, thereby enhancing specific attributes. Having completed these tasks, Xu Changsheng surveyed the ancient teleportation array before him. The dust had long been cleared away, revealing its intricate and profound patterns that captivated even him, a formation master. He speculated about the ancient adept who inscribed it, likely associated with the creation of cave worlds. However, one corner of the hexagonal formation appeared to have been deliberately damaged. Xu Changsheng suspected that the one responsible for this damage was the flamboyant figure he had just reduced to ashes. This individual had taken a considerable risk by betraying the Xiangu, only to perish while attempting to acquire the Blood Jade Spider and the Pill of Heaven Repair, a truly lamentable fate. Resolving to be more cautious in the future, he acknowledged the need to seize opportunities. To this end, he had trained his Earth Spirit Escape technique to the point where it could mask his presence from early-stage nascent soul cultivators, expending considerable Earth attribute spiritual materials in the process. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, yearning for the day he could shield himself from transformation stage cultivators and roam freely in the mortal realm. Hongfu, Wanhe Huayuan. You three should promptly excavate the spirit stone crystal cores here. When I activated the green token earlier, I received information that once we open that stone door, the cave world will vanish into the fabric of time and space. However, we can return to this cave with the green token later, as I need to set up a concealed formation. As Xu Changsheng spoke, he produced a jade slip to replicate the ancient teleportation array, intending to study and restore it meticulously upon returning. Hongfu and her companions nodded in agreement. This cave was rich in spirit stone, but the most valuable treasures lay within the spirit vein below. However, excavating them would take time, and all four began their labor. Once Xu Changsheng had replicated the ancient teleportation formation, he took out some precious materials for crafting formations and dedicated considerable time to establishing a third-tier concealed formation. Originally, this cave had been protected by a concealed formation laid by an ancient adept, but once the cave world vanished, it would revert to an ordinary location. If any cultivator were to penetrate the mountain, they could uncover its secrets. After successfully setting up the third-tier formation, Xu Changsheng input a substantial amount of innate blue wood true essence according to the operation of the Earth's Spirit Escape technique, creating a dense array of inscriptions that enveloped the entire cave. Ultimately, he connected the array's energy source to the core of the underground spirit vein, enabling it to function autonomously and shield against the divine sense probing of early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Fortunately, the cave was not excessively large, otherwise, he might have struggled to complete the setup. Hongfu and her companions also unearthed a significant number of spirit crystals, yielding considerable gains, provided they did not disrupt the underground spirit vein. However, should a deranged individual decide to detonate the entire spirit stone vein, it would pose a serious threat. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng's formation could last for several hundred years without issue, and he would periodically return to check on it. If anyone unwittingly obstructed his path, he would have no choice but to send them to their demise. In the following days, the four of them rested within the cave, recovering their spiritual energy with the spirit crystals. However, after 2 days, Xu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a frown creasing his brow as he addressed Hongfu and her companions. The giant wood formation I set up has been breached by cultivators from various sects working together. Currently, the silver-armored horned python is holding them back, and among them is an unidentified false dance stage cultivator. We must rush to provide assistance. Upon hearing this, Hongfu and her companions were struck with shock. The giant wood formation was a third-tier array, although it was only in its early stages. Its defensive power was comparable to that of an early-stage core formation. The combined strength of those cultivators was formidable, likely aided by talismans, indicating their urgent desire to prevent Xu Changsheng and his companions from monopolizing the treasures left behind by ancient adept cultivators. The four individuals promptly exited the cave, with Xu Changsheng utilizing the Azure Sword's radiance to activate the Azure token. The stone door sealed itself seamlessly with the mountain, and they emerged from the stone path. Xu Changsheng then repositioned the stone coffin and, using a hand gesture, connected with the teleportation array outside. After a brief moment of temporal transition, they returned to the Heaven's Cave world. Xu Changsheng realized that the core stone hall was not within this small world, but rather served as a temporal nexus. However, just as Xu Changsheng and his companions comprehended their surroundings, a streak of black light rushed toward them. In an instant, a protective azure spirit armor materialized around Xu Changsheng, emanating a luminous aura that formed a shield to intercept the black light. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a small black sword, a premium magical artifact. Seeing this, Xu Changsheng immediately directed his focus toward a shadowy figure among the surrounding cultivators using the resonant energy of the black sword. This figure was the false Dan cultivator he had sensed earlier through the giant tree formation. Strangely, this false Dan cultivator appeared rather impoverished, wielding merely a premium magical artifact and donning only a superior robe. It was uncertain whether this was a deliberate attempt to conceal their identity or a reflection of genuine poverty. Xu Changsheng's azure spirit light deflected the small sword of the black-clad cultivator, and then he communicated with the silver-armored horned python, which was currently fending off attacks from various sect cultivators. The silver-armored python swiftly coiled protectively around Xu Changsheng and his companions, its cold, serpentine gaze seething with fury at those who dared to attack. The cultivators present, realizing that Xu Changsheng and his companions had emerged, paused their onslaught. The celestial maiden of the rainbow garb chastised, "The fellows from Huangfeng Valley are truly overbearing, monopolizing the treasures here. We all seek fortune, and your actions will surely incite public wrath." Indeed, numerous cultivators surrounded them, making escape nearly impossible. "If you wish to resolve this peacefully, relinquish 70% of the treasures to us. Otherwise, we shall not allow you to depart," added Han from Spirit Beast Mountain. Xu Changsheng, uninterested in engaging with them, recognized that only 3 days remained before the opening of this Heaven's Cave world. If they did not leave soon, they would be swallowed by the temporal rifts along with this small world. While Xu Changsheng and his companions were aware of this impending danger, the other cultivators remained oblivious, still eager to seize treasures from them. Chapter 43. Battle. Xu Changsheng was reluctant to entangle himself with these encircling cultivators, knowing that reaching the exit of the Heaven's Cave world would take time. Prolonging this confrontation would yield no benefit, especially since the gains from this ancient powerful being's cave were not substantial. For Xu Changsheng, the most valuable outcome had been pinpointing the location of the ancient teleportation array and securing control over it beforehand. Thus, Xu Changsheng spoke up, "Esteemed cultivators, we indeed discovered something at the core stone hall, but it holds little value for you. Aside from the Azure Origin Sword technique that Huangfeng Valley has already acquired, there is nothing else of worth, far less valuable than the Millennium Spirit herbs outside. Furthermore, this Heaven's Cave world is merely the leisure abode of an ancient cultivator. According to the ancient cultivator's remaining information, in 3 days, this Heaven's Cave world will merge into the temporal rift, where chaotic temporal currents will shred even the most powerful Yuan Ying ancestors into fragments. We do not wish to waste time entangled in conflict. Let us all leave this small world promptly. Preserving our lives is paramount." As Xu Changsheng's seemingly urgent voice echoed, the surrounding cultivators displayed expressions of uncertainty. However, Xu Changsheng's demeanor suggested sincerity, prompting some weaker cultivators to step back, contemplating retreat. They understood that remaining here would yield no benefits, and if Xu Changsheng's warning held truth, danger loomed. Wang Sun from the Great Sword sect scoffed, "Xu Changsheng of Huangfeng Valley, do you think such alarmist claims will cause us to retreat and allow you to escape with all the treasures? I do not believe a word you say." The other cultivators pondered this, while the celestial maiden of the rainbow garb and Han from Spirit Beast Mountain exchanged glances, recognizing the determination in each other's eyes. Without further ado, they charged towards Xu Changsheng and his companions, their premium magical artifacts radiating brilliant light, ready for confrontation. Wang Sun likewise sneered, joining the fray. For these elite disciples, Xu Changsheng's claims about the cave's secrets were deemed untrustworthy. After all, Xu Changsheng and his companions had been inside for quite some time. If the core stone hall contained only the Azure Origin Sword technique, they would have emerged long ago, especially considering the significant value of the previous Millennium Spirit herbs. Each sect's ancestors had tasked them with locating Yuan Ying level spirit herbs, a mission they could not ignore. As the Celestial Maiden and her companions launched their assault, those cultivators who considered themselves capable merely observed, eager to gauge Xu Changsheng and his companions' true strength. The notion of the Heaven's Cave world merging with the temporal rift in 3 days was met with skepticism, but time had yet to reach that critical juncture. They could afford to wait and see. Seeing the Celestial Maiden and her companions attacking, Xu Changsheng felt a sense of helplessness. His words seemed ineffective, and although his statements held a mix of truth and exaggeration, the danger of the Heaven's Cave world was indeed real. However, it was no surprise, after all. Wealth could be a powerful motivator, and ultimately, strength would dictate the outcome. Hong Fu, you 3 handle the Celestial Maiden. The disciple of the Moon Concealment sect excels in charm and illusion, so remain vigilant. As for Wang Sun and Han, I shall deal with them myself. It is time to demonstrate that the four prodigies of Huangfeng Valley are not to be trifled with. Upon Xu Changsheng's telepathic instructions, Hong Fu and her companions nodded in agreement. Wang Sun and Hans Han were formidable opponents, and the trio would not necessarily be able to match them, thus relying on Xu Changsheng's protection as their elder brother. With the opponents assigned, Xu Changsheng ascended into the air, commanding the silver-armored horned python to confront Wang Sr. With its half-step dance strength, the python was more than capable of handling Wang Sun, while Xu Changsheng himself would face Hans Han. This outstanding disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain had previously escaped from Xu Changsheng's grasp in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, and now, both old and new grievances would be settled. As Hans Han saw Wang Sun ensnared by the silver-armored python and noticed Xu Changsheng approaching with a cold smile, he hesitated, contemplating retreat. The psychological shadow Xu Changsheng had cast upon him in the blood-colored Forbidden Land still lingered, and he feared he might not be able to withstand Xu Changsheng's might. Therefore, Hans Han sent a telepathic message to Yin Yin, the young master of Yin family fort. Friend Yin, weren't we in agreement? Why have you yet to make your move? Upon hearing this, Yin Yin frowned. He had hoped to remain a passive observer. But the thought of the Yuan Ing ancestor backing Hans Han from Spirit Beast Mountain sent shivers down his spine. After all, the strongest combatant from Yin family fort was merely at the dance stage, and he could not afford to provoke them. Although he had formed a rapport with Xu Changsheng, for the sake of Yin family fort, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and engage. Seeing Yin Yin approaching, as if reluctantly pressed into action, Xu Changsheng recalled their jovial moments shared at the tavern and felt a pang of regret. Thus, he transmitted, Friend Yin, you are not my adversary, and I hold no desire for enmity with you. I understand that you find yourself caught between the major sects, but I hope you can recognize the situation. Without delay, Xu Changsheng unleashed the Qing Shuang sword, its sharp azure radiance surging forth as it descended upon Yin Yin. The flying sword transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly cleaving through Yin Yan's premium protective shield before continuing unabated. Before Yin Yin could react, the sword pierced through his shoulder, pinning him to the ground and creating a crater several meters wide. In the pit, Yin Yin seemed gravely wounded, spitting out a mouthful of old blood before losing consciousness. A thought flickered through his mind. Good job, Xu Changsheng. Was it necessary to act so ruthlessly? The oncoming Hans Han, who had initially charged at Xu Changsheng, was taken aback. His strength was comparable to Yin Yan's, yet Yin Yin was swiftly defeated by Xu Changsheng in a mere exchange. With Xu Changsheng possessing a talisman, Hans Han realized he stood no chance. Thus, after a rapid assessment of the situation, he hastily veered back towards his original direction, retreating. Meanwhile, the enchanting Yin Aichong, embroiled in fierce combat with Hong Fu and her companions, gritted her teeth in frustration. Wang Sun, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, had already been struck into the ground by the silver-armored horned python, his massive sword now shattered into two pieces. Suddenly, a resounding clang, imbued with a metallic resonance, pierced the air. All present saw a golden light erupting from the ground where Wang's Sun had been, transforming into a colossal sword over 3 meters long. Aimed at the silver python, the air split apart in its wake, an awe-inspiring display of power. Realizing Wang's Sun had unleashed his trump card, the onlookers were left wondering whether it was a talisman or a true treasure. Xu Changsheng, noticing the fleeing Hans Han, chose to disregard him. With a swift motion, Xu Changsheng activated his flying boots, appearing before the silver python as if teleporting. He drew forth the thunderstrike wood, channeling a surge of innate blue wood true essence into it. The blue essence sword technique unfolded, coalescing into a 4-meter-long azure white sword aura shaped by heavenly thunder, clashing against the golden giant sword. With a thunderous collision, Xu Changsheng's azure thunder sword aura met the golden giant sword, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. The grass in the medicinal garden was torn asunder and lifted into the air, sending nearby cultivators hurtling back, including the combatants Hong Fu and her companions, who hastily dodged the oncoming force. A sound akin to shattering metal resonated, and Xu Changsheng was taken aback to see his sword aura marred by countless cracks before dissipating into azure energy particles. The golden giant sword also dimmed, eventually fading into a golden talisman suspended in the void. Xu Changsheng, seizing the moment, drew the talisman into his hand. After a moment of scrutiny, a delighted smile graced his lips. It was indeed a true treasure, far more precious than a talisman, capable of wielding a third of the power of a magical artifact. Had he not prudently used the pseudo-artifact Thunderstrike wood, he might have faced disaster. Return the golden sky sword to me, Wang Sun, the disciple of the giant sword sect. erupted from the ground, his expression a mixture of fear and fury as he shouted at Xu Changsheng. Xu Changsheng gazed at the disheveled Wang Sun, coldly laughing. So, this true treasure is called the Golden Sky Sword. Quite remarkable to have countered my strongest strike. However, Wang Sun, while your appearance may be unappealing, your aspirations are rather grand. Any treasure that falls into my hands becomes mine. If you disagree, feel free to challenge me. Wang Sun, enraged to the point of gritting his teeth, dared not continue the fight. Xu Changsheng was a man who could withstand a true treasure's assault unscathed. Even a false Dan cultivator would be obliterated under such an attack. Clenching and unclenching his fists, Wang Sun lowered his head, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. His heart's resolve had been tainted. Henceforth, his path to advancement would be fraught with challenges. Noticing Wang Sun's submission, Xu Changsheng refrained from further aggression. It was imperative to exit this cave realm swiftly. He conveyed to Hong Fu and her companions, "Hurry over. I will use my flying vessel to carry you away. I can already sense the tremors in this cave space." Upon hearing this, Hong Fu and her companions quickly converged towards Xu Changsheng. And Ai Chong, her brows furrowed, observed their departure with lingering dissatisfaction, still holding a deep blue talisman, contemplating whether to launch a surprise attack. Sensing her intent, Xu Changsheng cast a cold, indifferent glance at her, as if seeing through her thoughts. And Ai Chong, startled by his penetrating gaze, felt a surge of instinctual dread, causing her to break into a cold sweat. She swiftly stowed her talisman, offering Xu Changsheng a charming smile, replete with allure. Xu Changsheng, recognizing Ai Chang's prudent acquiescence, chose not to engage further. Once Hong Fu and her companions boarded his jade-green flying vessel, he promptly maneuvered it towards the exit of the cave realm. Observing this, the surrounding cultivators also summoned their magical artifacts to ascend. After a harrowing 2 days of flight, the cave realm began to tremble violently. Massive fissures marred the mountains and lands within, as if on the brink of collapse. The sky, resembling shattered glass, was laced with countless spiderweb-like cracks, and fragments of space plummeted down, allowing chaotic spatial currents to surge in. Several unfortunate cultivators were obliterated by these turbulent flows. The remaining cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, hastening their flight in response to the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. They began to grasp the truth of Xu Changsheng's warnings, lending credence to his claims of not obtaining any treasures. As the third day approached its end, Xu Changsheng and his companions finally burst forth from the spatial exit, while behind them, a myriad of cultivators, cloaked in a spectrum of colors, fled chaotically. As the spatial passage sealed completely, the surviving cultivators collapsed onto the ground in relief, gasping for breath after 3 relentless days of rapid flight that had nearly exhausted their true essence. The elders of the 7 sects regarded one another with expressions of confusion and gravity. Once they had learned the full details of the events, their gazes turned complex as they scrutinized Xu Changsheng and his companions. Sensing the unusual scrutiny from the Golden Core elders, Xu Changsheng and his companions remained silent. Elder Qiong of the Moon Concealment Sect turned to Elder Lin of the Yellow Maple Valley with a smile. "The 4 heroes of Yellow Maple Valley, indeed intriguing. It seems your valley will gain notoriety from this incident. Since this ancient cave has been destroyed, there is no need to pursue further investigations. I shall take my leave." With that, the disciples of various sects, guided by their respective Golden Core elders, began to depart. Xu Changsheng and his companions followed Elder Lin towards Yellow Maple Valley. Along the way, Elder Lin refrained from questioning them. After all, any benefits Xu Changsheng and his companions had gained were of no concern to him. As old ancestor Linghu awaited, the multitude of cultivators and rogue practitioners from the canyon could only depart in disappointment. Among them were 4 young men clad in black, who hastened to a nearby cultivation market, arriving at a tavern on the 2nd floor. There, seated by the window, was a strikingly handsome young man with an otherworldly charm. He gazed at the makeup shop across from him, a reminiscent smile gracing his lips. The 2nd floor was otherwise empty, suggesting he had reserved the entire space. Perhaps because others had ventured to the ancient cave in search of treasures. Upon seeing the enchanting young man, the 4 black-clad youths knelt on one knee in unison, respectfully declaring, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The alluring young man merely nodded lightly and inquired, "How did the task fare? Have you discovered any rare spiritual herbs I require?" The youths immediately tensed. The false Dan cultivator among them stepped forward to recount the events at the ancient cave, even conjuring images of Xu Changsheng and his companions with spiritual power. To their surprise, the young man did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled, a hint of wicked charm in his smile. "The 4 heroes of Yellow Maple Valley, how amusing. It seems there are indeed remarkable individuals among them. And those two are actually siblings. That's even better, he murmured to himself. The four individuals kneeling below maintained a stoic demeanor, yet internally they were rife with complaints. Pondering their ancestors' peculiar tastes, it seemed the two others were destined for misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, the enigmatic man glanced at the four disciples in black and coldly remarked, "This task arose from necessity, so I shall not impose any punishment upon you. I harbor no great expectations, as the arrangement of that cave does not resemble that of ancient legacies. Henceforth, prioritize our sect's infiltration tasks. You may leave now." Upon hearing this, the four young disciples respectfully withdrew, only to relax with a sense of relief once they distanced themselves from the tavern. Chapter 45. Deception in the Huangfeng Valley. At the Taiyue Mountain Market, within the VIP room of Sanwei Tower, Xu Changsheng raised his glass with a smile. Addressing his fellow disciples, "Come, my dear brothers and sisters, let us toast to the abundant rewards from our expedition to the ancient cave." "Haha, thank you, senior brother, for the treat. However, I, Lei Wanhua, shall cover the cost of this second-tier spirit wine. Drink freely, cheers." Lei Wanhua chuckled, patting his round belly. Hong Fu and Li Huayuan also raised their glasses in celebration, and after a hearty feast, the trio commenced a leisurely conversation. After some thoughtful silence, Xu Changsheng spoke. "My esteemed brothers and sisters, the most valuable treasures we acquired from the ancient cave are undoubtedly the Paition Dan and the ancient teleportation array. Our master remains in seclusion and will likely summon us in a few days. However, I wish to keep these matters from our master's knowledge. So I implore you to swear an oath to the heavens to maintain this secret. Speak of it to no one." Upon hearing this, Hong Fu and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting their confusion regarding Xu Changsheng's intentions. Observing their bewilderment, Xu Changsheng felt compelled to elaborate. "You may not realize the extraordinary value of the Paition Dan and the ancient teleportation array. Even if our master were to learn of them, he would covet them fiercely. Should he become aware, we would gain no benefits from this venture and might even face the erasure of our memories. Would you prefer such a fate?" The trio fell silent, contemplating the implications. As mere disciples of the revered Linghu ancestor, their benefits were limited to a semblance of protection, with resources for cultivation needing to be sought independently. Even Xu Changsheng, being a true disciple, had access to only scant resources. The motives behind Linghu's acceptance of him as a disciple were far from altruistic. Thus, the four of them held little loyalty to the Linghu ancestor, primarily driven by fear of his stature and power. For Xu Changsheng, Linghu was merely a temporary protector until he grew strong enough to stand on his own. Even if Linghu wished to seize Xu Changsheng's essence, he would not succeed, as Xu Changsheng's soul would be obliterated by the Dao Fruit of longevity, a force even the will of the heavens could scarcely challenge. The ancient teleportation array served as Xu Changsheng's contingency plan and a shortcut for future endeavors. He was determined to keep it firmly in his grasp. If Hong Fu and the others were unwilling to swear the oath, he would have no choice but to administer a forgetting dust pill to them, subsequently swearing his own oath to Linghu to obscure the truth. After all, Linghu would not forcibly probe the minds of his disciples regarding an ambiguous ancient cave, as doing so could damage their consciousness and hinder their paths to immortality. Xu Changsheng recognized the risks of placing Hong Fu and the others in danger outside, as well as the potential for distrust to arise among them. In a world as treacherous as this, where treasures could corrupt even the strongest of bonds, Xu Changsheng maintained a fundamental wariness towards everyone. Initially, Linghu had refrained from taking liberties with Xu Changsheng, not fully understanding his unique constitution, but rather weighing the balance between gain and risk. After considerable reflection, Hong Fu and the others ultimately swore the oath to the heavens. Although the oath could not bind Xu Changsheng, it held absolute power over the denizens of this realm, where all were deemed insignificant beneath the heavens, even immortals. Thus, none would question its validity, and this world was one governed by cause and effect. After several days of waiting in Huangfeng Valley, the sect leader Wang personally sought out Xu Changsheng, informing him that Linghu had summoned him. Xu Changsheng found this unsurprising. Though he was taken aback that Linghu sought only him, Wang stated it was sufficient for him to explain alone. Following Wang, Xu Changsheng entered the grand palace where Linghu resided. In the ancient hall, Linghu sat upon a raised platform, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized Xu Changsheng. After a moment, a faint smile broke across Linghu's face as he inquired, "My dear disciple, did you uncover any significant treasures during your exploration of the ancient cave? Were you able to locate the spiritual herbs I previously mentioned?" Xu Changsheng, compelled to withhold certain details, recounted the events of the ancient cave, deliberately omitting any mention of the ancient teleportation array. Ling Hu regarded Xu Changsheng for an extended moment before skeptically questioning, "Is that truly all? Was there merely the 13 layers of the Qingyuan sword technique within the ancient cave?" Xu Changsheng recognized that Ling Hu was not easily deceived. So he produced the 2 golden pages containing the 13 layers of the Qingyuan sword technique. Having memorized the information long ago, he also solemnly swore an oath to the heavens, assuring there was no concealment. After reviewing the golden pages, Ling Hu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is the 13 layers of the Qingyuan sword technique, along with a method for crafting magical artifacts. Alas, it holds little value for me now. But this is your fortuitous opportunity. With the Sanjuan Chong Yuan Gong, your prospects for breaking through to the golden core stage have significantly improved. Since you have sworn the oath to the heavens, I shall not doubt you. Your account aligns closely with the information I have received. Though there are dissenting opinions from other Yuan Ing ancestors of different sections, I can use this to explain to them. Focus on your cultivation and strive to attain the golden core stage before the age of 200. As for the rewards I promised you, seek out Wang. Now, you may leave. Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully and exited the ancient hall, his mind racing with the realization that Ling Hu undoubtedly had contingency plans of his own. It was possible that among the cultivators in the cave world, there were spies reporting to him. Nonetheless, he had successfully navigated the situation, and regardless of Ling Hu's beliefs, he would not act against his interests for the time being. Upon arriving at the council hall where Wang was present, Xu Changsheng found him perusing the list of disciples. Wang, discerning the purpose of Xu Changsheng's visit, smiled and said, "Xu Shishu, the ancestor previously instructed me to take you all to his personal treasure vault. I did not expect you to arrive so soon." Xu Changsheng merely nodded, having already sent a message to Huangfu and the others to join him. Soon, the 4 gathered and followed Wang to a grand hall adorned with a plaque designating it as a treasure vault. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a row of stone shelves displaying a sparse assortment of a dozen items. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow, suspicion creeping in that Ling Hu might be toying with him. Noticing the disappointment on the faces of Xu Changsheng and his companions, Wang awkwardly remarked, "Xu Shishu, this is indeed a treasure room of the ancestor, but it is designated for ancient artifacts that are not currently in use." Xu Changsheng could not help but scoff. He had anticipated Ling Hu's treasure vault would not be so meager. It seemed that, having seen they returned with nothing of value, Ling Hu had sent them to this inconsequential treasure room. Indeed, Ling Hu was quite stingy. Chapter 46. The Great Method of Transforming Infants and Establishing the Pinnacle of Foundation. Though Xu Changsheng and the other 3 found the ancestor Ling Hu to be rather pragmatic, they could hardly express discontent, considering his esteemed status as a nascent soul ancestor. Thus, they were left with no choice but to select one item from the numerous treasures before them. Xu Changsheng, however, noted that several jade slips were among these items, and without any restrictions placed upon them, it seemed they could peruse their contents freely. He thus took the opportunity to examine the information contained within these slips. Yet, upon employing his divine sense to scrutinize the jade slips, Xu Changsheng's expression turned peculiar. It was readily apparent that these slips were ancient artifacts, documenting techniques from a bygone era that were utterly incompatible with the present age. Among the revelations, 2 secret methods particularly captured Xu Changsheng's attention: the 5 elements transformation method and the divination technique. Even seasoned transformation stage experts would shake their heads in dismay at these. The 5 elements transformation method was a secret technique meant for ancient cultivators at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage to transcend into the nascent soul stage. It significantly enhanced the likelihood of such a breakthrough and could condense 5 distinct nascent souls representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This would result in combat prowess quintupled compared to other nascent soul cultivators. However, the drawbacks were exceedingly severe. First, a cultivator must reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage, followed by the collection of transformation materials corresponding to the 5 elements, which could be the inner elixirs of top-tier beasts or spiritual materials over 10,000 years old. The latter was more potent and stable, though utilizing beast elixirs carried the risk of beastification. Xu Changsheng deemed it more prudent to opt for 5-element spiritual materials aged over 10,000 years. However, the requisite quantity was considerable, and one would need a substantial amount of spiritual energy to first establish the foundation before transforming. The time required for cultivation was 5 times that of others. In this era, unless one possessed a miraculous treasure like Han Li's celestial bottle to expedite growth, such aspirations were futile. As if the aforementioned prerequisites were not enough, The final stipulation would deter most cultivators from even considering the 5-element transformation method. Upon successfully breaking into the nascent soul stage, the lifespan would be halved, allowing only a mere 1,000 years of existence in that stage. If the outcome of cultivating this method equated to the lifespan of the foundation establishment stage, who in their right mind would pursue it? It was no wonder that the ancestor Linghu had discarded it here. Nonetheless, Xu Changsheng noted the potential of the 5-element transformation method for its significant ability to replenish the 5 elemental spiritual roots, which could prove beneficial in the later stages. As for the needed 10,000-year spiritual materials for transformation, he could devise a plan to procure them later, perhaps by leveraging Han Li's interests, such as the Qingyuan sword technique from the 13th tier, which the 3 from Hongfu had already agreed would not be shared with others without Xu Changsheng's consent. Alternatively, he could barter with other treasures he might acquire in the future. Xu Changsheng had no intention of seizing Han Li's celestial bottle. The karmic entanglements tied to that artifact were far too significant. Without the favor of celestial fortune granted to the child of the world, that treasure would have long since attracted ruin, considering the formidable forces eyeing it. The second secret technique, divination technique, was a method that consumed one's lifespan to forecast the future, though its efficacy was uncertain, rendering it somewhat superfluous. However, for Xu Changsheng, it presented an opportunity for exploration. The thought of divining the trajectories of all things in the universe was undeniably enticing. Ultimately, Xu Changsheng departed the treasury with an ancient soul jade, said to expedite the cultivation of divine sense, albeit at the cost of the wielder's vitality. This left him somewhat exasperated. Fortunately, he possessed life crystals derived from a minor divine ability that could replenish the soul jade, provided he obtained a suitable method for cultivating divine sense. This rekindled his desire for the great transformation technique. The 3 from Hongfu emerged from the treasury with only a few fragments of dilapidated ancient artifacts. Having realized that the ancestor Linghu was indeed stingy, here lay ancient treasures that no one would take even if offered for free. They left in disappointment. Upon returning to his cave abode, Xu Changsheng immediately entered seclusion. He had acquired numerous superior spiritual herbs, with half a dozen millennia-old herbs enriching his collection. It was time to focus on his cultivation, and he resolved not to emerge until he had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Believing that only by converting his cultivation resources into tangible progress could he find peace. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the maple leaves in Huangfeng Valley had fallen 60 times. One day, the stone door of a cave dwelling atop the highest peak slowly creaked open. Xu Changsheng, clad in a golden silken robe, stepped out, surveying the valley awash with fiery red maple leaves, a wave of emotions washing over him. His phoenix-like eyes deepened with contemplation. After 60 years of seclusion, he had finally reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The Qingdi longevity technique had indeed grown increasingly arduous to cultivate as one progressed, requiring unimaginable time and resources. It seemed necessary for him to venture into the Chaos Star Sea. The cultivation resources in the southern region were still too scarce, especially given the intense competition among cultivators in this area, Xu Changsheng mused. In these 60 years, he had nearly exhausted the spiritual herbs obtained from the ancient cave, successfully elevating his cultivation from the mid to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. While other cultivators with inferior spiritual roots might envy him, Xu Changsheng was acutely aware that this modest advancement was insignificant in the grand scheme of the world. However, he had thoroughly researched the ancient teleportation array and could repair it independently. Sensing the vast, surging innate green with true essence within his dantian, a smile crept upon his lips. His current strength was sufficient to contend with cultivators below the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Whether employing minor divine abilities or various secret techniques, he had reached a level of mastery where he could wield them at will. His actions were straightforward and unpretentious, in stark contrast to those cultivators who displayed flamboyant postures in battle. However, he had not made significant progress in mastering the escape technique Earth Spirit Escape. Currently, it could only temporarily mask him from the divine sense of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, a limitation stemming from the scarcity of high-grade Earth attribute spiritual materials available to him in the southern region. Thus, the thought of exploring the Chaos Star Sea began to take root in his mind. His escape technique now rivaled that of late foundation establishment stage cultivators, and he felt ready to test it. However, given that the Chaos Star Sea was teeming with oceans and islands, employing Earth Spirit Escape would prove cumbersome. Therefore, Xu Changsheng planned to first seek out a water escape technique to master at a profound level before embarking on his journey. Having been in seclusion for 60 years, It was time for him to celebrate at the Drunken Life Pavilion. Yet, he lamented that the fairies there must have changed several generations by now. No fairy remains eternally youthful, but there will always be young fairies. With these thoughts in mind, Xu Changsheng promptly sent a message to his friend Chunzhe, inviting him to enjoy some music together. Soon, Chunzhe replied that he was currently reveling at the Drunken Life Pavilion, prompting Xu Changsheng to chuckle softly, recognizing that this companion was indeed a kindred spirit. Thus, Xu Changsheng swiftly took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the Drunken Life Pavilion in the Taiwan Mountain Market. Upon his arrival, he found the venue still alive with song and dance, with vibrant red sleeves beckoning, evoking nostalgic memories of his early days in the world of cultivation, a poignant sentiment. Chapter 47. The old demon of Cloud Dew days passed without incident as Xu Changsheng and Chunzhe enjoyed music and conversation at the Drunken Life Pavilion. Chunzhe, possessing commendable cultivation talent with dual attributes, had reached mid-foundation establishment stage, and though he lagged behind Xu Changsheng, he was nonetheless content. For Xu Changsheng's cultivation resources and environment were far superior to his own. One day, the trio of Hongfu returned from their worldly experiences. Upon learning that Xu Changsheng had exited his seclusion, they promptly made their way to his cave abode to await his return. Just as they arrived, Xu Changsheng also returned, and the four engaged in pleasantries within the cave. After 60 years of cultivation, Xu Changsheng's demeanor had grown even more ethereal, while the trio from Hongfu had matured significantly, their cultivation levels also having risen to the late foundation establishment stage. Xu Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional cultivation talents of Hongfu and her companions, noting how swiftly they progressed. During this period of seclusion, Xu had already consumed several Tianshan pills obtained from the ancient legendary formation, elevating his spiritual root quality to the level of 3 spiritual roots, not far from the dual spiritual root realm. With ample cultivation resources, he could, in 60 years, reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, in Xu's perspective, cultivation resources held greater significance than spiritual root quality. Unless one possessed extraordinary spiritual roots such as, or, which significantly enhanced a cultivator's speed, the rate of cultivation for other spiritual roots largely depended on resources. The cultivation talents of Hongfu and her companions were already only slightly inferior to, thus after consuming a Tianshan pill, they exhibited no remarkable changes. Subsequently, Hongfu and her companions recounted their thrilling adventures in the Yu Kingdom, where they vanquished demons and monsters over the past 60 years. Particularly, when they mentioned encountering a demonic cultivator, Xu Changsheng inquired further, but he noticed an unusual expression on Hongfu's face. Lei Wanka revealed that during their trials, they had encountered the strikingly beautiful male cultivator who had once vied with Hongfu for a cosmetic box in the cultivation market. Li Huayuan expressed his outrage, stating that this androgynous individual had publicly confessed his feelings to Sister Hongfu, even presenting a millennium-old spiritual herb as a gift. If they had not firmly rejected him, that man would have persisted in pursuing Sister Hongfu. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow and thoughtfully asked Hongfu, "What is the name of that male cultivator?" "Do you know?" Hongfu, with a slight pout, replied, "He claimed to be Yunlu, from a minor righteous sect, and he has been traveling the world. His previous attempt to obtain the cosmetic was merely to get acquainted with me." "Indeed, it seems there is more to it," Lei Wanka chimed in. "We even heard that this male cultivator professed his love at first sight for Sister Hongfu, showering her with a plethora of romantic declarations. Old Lei gained quite an education from it. Perhaps such knowledge may prove useful in the future." Li Huayuan, still displeased, coldly interjected, "I could tell that fellow was no good from the start, too polished and delicate, even more charming than a woman. Initially, I thought he was a female cultivator, which left me quite unsettled. He kept pursuing Sister Hongfu, and had I not been there to protect her, who knows what wicked intentions he harbored." Listening to their conversation, Xu Changsheng felt a tempest of emotions within him. The strikingly beautiful man he had encountered near the Spirit Stone Mine was, in fact, the infamous Yunlu from the Hahuan sect, a likely Yuan Ing stage cultivator who had been training for centuries and was known for his notorious pursuits of beauty, regardless of gender. How curious it was that such a notorious figure had taken on the guise of innocence. Xu Changsheng, with a complex expression, turned to Hongfu and inquired, "Sister Hongfu, what do you think of Yunlu as a person?" Hongfu, meeting his gaze, seemed to hesitate momentarily before shyly responding, "I find him less handsome than senior brother, and his demeanor feels somewhat eerie, making me uncomfortable, which is why I've been avoiding him." Xu Changsheng's lips twitched slightly at her words, and he continued, "Sister Hongfu, I was inquiring about Yunlu, not comparing him to me. Moreover, I can assure you that you have all been deceived." Upon hearing this, Hongfu, Lei Wanka, and Li Huayuan exchanged astonished glances. Lei Wanka asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean by that? While I do think Yunlu appears somewhat effeminate, he has behaved fairly decently during our time together and has even saved us on several occasions. He seems around our age but has already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment." Though Li Huayuan felt a twinge of anger, he refrained from arguing, acknowledging that Yunlu's displayed skills and strength far surpassed their own. Hongfu, too, was curious and asked, "Senior brother, do you know Yunlu's true background?" Seeing their expressions, Xu Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, I happen to possess some information. If my assumptions are correct, Yunlu may very well be the old demon of the Hahuan sect, a Yuaning stage cultivator who has lived for several centuries." What? Hongfu and her companions were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The notion that a Yuaning stage demon would masquerade as a righteous cultivator and journey alongside them was unfathomable. Could it be that such an ancient being had lost his sanity? The three remained silent for a while, struggling to comprehend. Xu Changsheng, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "Are you not curious why this old demon Yunlu would engage in slaying demons alongside mere novices like yourselves?" In response, they all nodded, their expressions rife with confusion as they awaited Xu Changsheng's explanation. With nothing else on his agenda, and having recently indulged in leisurely days at the Zuisheng Tower, Xu Changsheng found amusement in teasing his innocent junior siblings while ensuring that Hongfu remained unscathed from Yunlu's potential schemes. Thus, he smiled and said, "I have heard that this old demon Yunlu possesses peculiar tastes, having practiced some formidable and bizarre demonic arts that render him androgynous. He seeks to acquire the essence of both yin and yang to further his cultivation. Thus, when he encounters exceptionally talented beauties, he tends to abduct them. It appears he has set his sights on Sister Hongfu, but I did not foresee him adopting such a Navi approach." Hongfu and her companions shuddered at this revelation, a chill coursing through them as they grimaced in disgust. Hongfu exclaimed, "If what senior brother says is true, that Yunlu old demon is utterly revolting." Lei Wanka, clicking his tongue in dismay, added, "It seems this Yunlu old demon has quite the discerning taste. Does he intend to possess both the body and heart of Sister Hongfu? After all, she outright rejected his advances, and should he become enraged, we could all be in grave danger." Li Huayuan suddenly shouted, "That vile creature! Even if he is a Yuan-ing stage demon, if he dares to harm Sister Hongfu, I will sacrifice my life to stop him." Though touched by his words, Hongfu cautioned, "Little junior brother, if you encounter that Yunlu old demon, you should flee. You cannot withstand him." Chapter 48. He has caught my interest. Li Huayuan, absorbing Hongfu's words, remained silent but resolute, his unwavering gaze betraying no sign of retreat. This made Hongfu sigh, for she only viewed Li Huayuan as a younger brother, devoid of any romantic feelings. Meanwhile, Lei Wanka expressed his relief. "Fortunately, I am plump and fair, which likely does not align with Yunlu's preferences. But senior brother, could it be that you are also at risk of being noticed by that old demon, considering your appearance and cultivation?" At this, Xu Changsheng paused, recalling the encounter in the tavern, where he had locked eyes with Yunlu, particularly the way Yunlu had smiled at him. A wave of discomfort washed over him, even more intense than that felt by Hongfu and her companions. Let us not dwell on that Yunlu old demon any longer. This is merely my speculation. To verify his identity, I believe a portrait would suffice, and then we can consult with old ancestor Linghu. As a Yuaning stage elder with vast experience, he is likely familiar with Yunlu's appearance. Xu Changsheng began sketching as he spoke. Hongfu interjected, "Senior brother, do you truly think we can approach Master about this? Will he even entertain our request?" Xu Changsheng chuckled, "This is no trivial matter. Consider this. The sudden appearance of a Yuaning elder from the demonic faction within the borders of our Yu country is rather suspicious, don't you think? It could very well be a precursor to an infiltration aimed at our realm, possibly preparing for an assault on our Xioshin community by the 6 sects of the demonic path. We ought to inform Elder Linghu as well. Once we have confirmed the information regarding that old demon Yunlu, we will be better equipped to respond." Hearing this, Hongfu and the others felt that Xu Changsheng's thoughts had escalated dramatically, suddenly elevating the situation to the level of a conflict between two realms. It seemed rather far-fetched, yet they refrained from dissuading him. After all, what if Xu Changsheng's assertions held truth? They were also eager to verify whether the peculiar male cultivator they had encountered was indeed that old demon Yunlu. Being targeted by a Yuaning monster was certainly no trifling matter. Thus, Xu Changsheng sent a message to Elder Linghu, indicating that he wished to meet personally about an important matter. Elder Linghu, who was currently experiencing a bottleneck in his cultivation, did not decline the invitation. The four of them once again found themselves in the ancient and grand hall where Elder Linghu resided. Xu Changsheng approached directly and recounted the situation regarding the old demon Yunlu, subsequently presenting the portrait he had drawn for Elder Linghu as confirmation. Upon viewing the image of the strikingly beautiful, yet sinister-looking man, Elder Linghu's expression turned grave. You are not mistaken. This individual is indeed the old demon Yunlu of the Hahuan sect from Tianluo Kingdom. I have encountered him a few times in the past. It is certainly not a good thing for you both to attract the attention of this old demon. Henceforth, you should remain in Huangfeng Valley and avoid unnecessary excursions. As for the infiltration and subterfuge mentioned by Changsheng, I shall investigate further, but you must not involve yourselves in this matter. The four of them nodded respectfully in response. As they exited the hall, their expressions were significantly more solemn than before. Hongfu and the others were now genuinely convinced of Xu Changsheng's earlier assertions, and within them brewed a profound sense of anger and disgust towards the old demon Yunlu, coupled with a deep-seated apprehension. They could only blame Yunlu for his exceptional cunning, as they were still naive in the ways of the world. Meanwhile, in an estate located in the eastern part of Yu country, the old demon Yunlu sat leisurely atop a platform in the discussion hall, savoring tea. Below him stood a black-robed cultivator at the peak of the Jedon stage, bowing respectfully with his head lowered. Yunlu glanced down at the individual and casually inquired, Elder Han, how goes the investigation? The black-robed cultivator, known as Elder Han, lifted his head, revealing a gaunt, sharp-featured face, particularly marked by his shifty, small eyes that betrayed his shrewdness. Hehe, reporting to the elder, I have already uncovered the identities of the two individuals you seek. The woman is named Hongfu, and the man is Xu Changsheng. Both are currently at the Foundation establishment level, possessing considerable strength. Although I could not ascertain their specific identities in Huangfeng Valley, it is evident that they have a close relationship with Elder Linghu. They may even be his disciples. The fact that Hongfu possesses a lightning spirit root is understandable. But Xu Changsheng is merely a pseudo-spirit root of 4 attributes, yet his cultivation speed rivals that of a true spirit root cultivator. Reports from my 4 disciples indicate that Xu Changsheng displayed strength comparable to that of a false stand cultivator over 60 years ago in an ancient cave, and his current combat prowess is likely on par with that of a true Jedon cultivator. This is quite astonishing, and I suspect he may possess a unique constitution. Elder Han relayed all his findings and analyses. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Yunlu's lips, revealing a sinister smile. Interesting. It seems I have underestimated Xu Changsheng. I had sensed that he was not an ordinary individual, yet I could not discern any peculiarities. Now, it appears he has likely cultivated a secret method to conceal his aura, managing to deceive even me. Truly remarkable. Initially, I thought that discovering Hongfu would be worthwhile, but it seems I have stumbled upon someone even more intriguing. He has piqued my interest. I did not pay him much heed before, but it is not too late to take notice now. I require these two to assist in my cultivation, yet I must devise a long-term strategy. Upon hearing this, Elder Han cackled twice and suggested, Elder, in my opinion, we need not complicate matters. Allow me to simply capture the two of them. Even if Huangfeng Valley is under the watch of Elder Linghu, I believe there is an opportunity to succeed. Yunlu's gaze sharpened instantly, a formidable yuanying pressure emanating from him as he coldly glared at Elder Han. What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? At this, Elder Han was taken aback, quickly dropping to his knees. I dare not. Seeing Elder Han's demeanor, Yunlu could not help but sneer, truly useless. With my cultivation, do I still need to resort to robbery? There is no one I cannot obtain. Your incessant thefts have tarnished my reputation. And what enjoyment is there in capturing unwilling subjects? I desire those who willingly submit. Elder Han hurriedly replied, Yes, I understand my mistake. I shall not dare to act so again. Though Elder Han verbally acquiesced, internally, he could not help but resent Yunlu, recalling how the old demon had previously taken matters into his own hands. Now, as a yuanying elder, he seemed to be concerned about his image. Was this a new game he was playing? Elder Han lamented the unpredictability of Yunlu's temperament, which made him difficult to serve. Yunlu, observing Elder Han's subservient posture, chose not to continue reprimanding him, recognizing that he would still require his services in the future. Chapter 49. Qian Bamboo Sect Huangfeng Valley, Main Peak. Xu Changsheng's cave dwelling. 6 tiles, do you want them? No. Hurry and draw a tile. I have 4 of a kind. It's my turn. Hey, I've won. Bring out the spirit stones, haha. Lei Wangkong laid out all his mahjong tiles, grinning at Xu Changsheng, Hongfu, and Li Huayuan. The 3, seeing this, had no choice but to reluctantly pull out their spirit stones. Li Huayuan rummaged through his storage pouch for a long time, only to find it utterly empty. He sighed in frustration. My luck is just too poor. I'm done playing. Hongfu, with a haughty expression, also looked displeased, while Lei Wankong remarked, the mahjong game invented by the senior brother is quite excellent. I believe it could be popularized in our country. After all, prolonged cultivation can become rather monotonous. Xu Changsheng shook his head and replied, this is merely a game for passing the time. However, now that all of you have reached the later stages of foundation establishment, it is time to begin preparing for Jidan. With your cultivation talents, achieving Jidan should not be too difficult. I, however, need to procure some treasures to assist in that process. Upon hearing this, Hongfu and the others nodded seriously. Although their cultivation talents were second only to true spirit roots, they could not guarantee a 100% success rate in achieving Jidan. Moreover, Elder Linghu was not overseeing them. He would only accept them as formal disciples upon their successful attainment of Jidan. Yet, given Elder Linghu's nature, even as master and disciple, the bond would likely remain tenuous. At this moment, Li Huayuan looked at Xu Changsheng, somewhat shyly stating, Senior brother, I have a request I would like to put forth. Xu Changsheng casually replied, speak. If it is within my capabilities, I will consider it. After contemplating, Li Huayuan finally said, Senior brother, I have heard that your silver-armored horned python has given birth to a young one. I wish to take it as my spirit pet. May I? Xu Changsheng did not refuse Li Huayuan's request, as one silver-armored horned python was sufficient. After receiving the gift from Xu Changsheng, Li Huayuan even offered to treat everyone to a grand feast at Sanwei Tower. During the gathering, he also brought along a late-stage foundation disciple from Huangfeng Valley named Qin, and they all introduced themselves briefly, though Xu Changsheng did not pay it much mind. After exiting the Sanwei building, the trio led by Hongfu returned to Huangfeng Valley, while Xu Changsheng ventured alone to the bustling market of the Tianxing sect in the Yuanwu Kingdom. This locale was not far from the Taiwa Mountain Market. Given that the Yu Kingdom bordered the Yuanwu Kingdom, with the Tianxing sect situated in proximity to this boundary. However, Xu Changsheng had rarely visited this place before, primarily due to the complex and perilous nature of its populace compared to that of the Taiwa Mountain Market. He made his way directly to the largest establishment here, the Stardust Pavilion, renowned for its superior treasures that even surpassed those at the Wanbao building. It also offered high-grade materials for crafting advanced magical artifacts. Xu Changsheng sold a collection of foundational peak formations, talismans, and elixirs he had casually refined over the years, which enabled him to procure a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Additionally, he acquired a set of teachings on artifact crafting at the foundational peak level, preparing for his future breakthrough into the core formation stage. His considerable expenditures attracted the personal attention of a foundational peak shopkeeper at the Stardust Pavilion, granting him an invitation to an upcoming auction, which would take place in 3 days. Intrigued by the auction, Xu Changsheng did not mind waiting a few days. Thus he began to explore the Tianxing sect market. He visited a shop owned by the Xian family, where the proprietor was an elegant woman of mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation. Despite her modest cultivation level, her graceful demeanor left a strong impression on Xu Changsheng. He noted that the formation flags and discs for sale were not of high grade. Yet the refinement techniques employed were remarkably exquisite, suggesting a notable ancestral lineage in formation knowledge. After a pleasant discussion with the Xian matron, he exchanged a foundational elixir for the Xian family formation insights, deeming the visit worthwhile. Subsequently, he arrived at a refined establishment known as the Ningxiang Pavilion, where he experienced a cultural ambience distinctly different from the Drunken Life Pavilion at Taiwa Mountain. The enchanting maidens there possessed exceptional skills and narrated captivating tales, leading Xu Changsheng to indulge in their melodies for 3 days, blissfully lost in enjoyment. On the 3rd day, Xu Changsheng returned to the Stardust Pavilion, where indeed, the influx of cultivators had increased significantly, many of them possessing formidable abilities. Presenting the jade token bestowed by the shopkeeper, he was respectfully escorted to a VIP box for the auction. This box, situated on the 2nd floor, overlooked a spacious hall below, where a circular platform likely served as the auction stage. The hall was illuminated as brightly as day, despite the absence of windows, thanks to the moonstone embellishments and the luxurious red carpet adorned with exquisite jade pillars, reflecting the opulence of the Stardust Pavilion. Within the hall, numerous orderly chairs were occupied by cultivators, all of whom were foundational stage practitioners. Interestingly, the presence of higher-level cultivators could be felt from other boxes on the 2nd floor, emitting spiritual pressure that commanded respect. All foundational cultivators present sat quietly, refraining from idle chatter. For an aura of a core formation cultivator enveloped the venue, likely an elder from the Tianqing sect, ensuring order. As the attendees gathered, the auction commenced. Xu Changsheng's primary intention was to broaden his horizons, as he was already at the foundational peak level, while the auction primarily catered to foundational stage cultivators. Consequently, he refrained from bidding on most items, possessing treasures of greater worth himself. He did, however, purchase some rare earth materials conducive to cultivating the earth spirit escape. Among the displayed items, a mid-grade puppet mechanized beast piqued his interest. The auctioneer, aiming to boost the item's value, mentioned that it belonged to a disciple from the far western Qianzhou sect. This revelation captured Xu Changsheng's attention, prompting him to secure the mechanized beast. However, when he requested the Stardust Pavilion to contact the Qianzhou disciple for a more significant transaction, his request was outrightly declined. Unperturbed, Xu Changsheng decided to stake out around the Stardust Pavilion, knowing that the seller would eventually come to collect their spiritual stones without causing a commotion, as the Tianqing sect's core formation elders would not intervene in such matters. As evening descended, Xu Changsheng noticed a figure cloaked in black robes entering the Stardust Pavilion. Upon exiting, the figure departed the Tianqing sect market and headed towards a desolate mountain. Xu Changsheng hastily pursued, intrigued by the black-robed individual, whose probing gaze exuded a stronger spiritual sense than their foundational stage cultivation implied. Notably, he observed a small mechanized puppet snake concealed within the robes, suggesting a strong likelihood that this person was indeed a disciple of the Qianzhou sect. Chapter 50. Journey to the Far West employing the Earth Spirit Escape. Xu Changsheng swiftly caught up with the Qianzhou sect disciple. They had traversed far from the Yuanwu kingdom, entering the northwestern region of the Yu kingdom. Observing their trajectory, it seemed they were headed back to the Far West, though they would need to pass through Windy Capital, a territory dominated by the Righteous Path Alliance, where the cultivation sects wielded greater power than those in the Yu and Yuanwu kingdoms. To avoid potential complications, Xu Changsheng decided to apprehend the Qianzhou disciple at a location known as Kaixia Mountain, using wooden vines to subdue them. Following this, he conducted a soul search for intelligence on the Qianzhou sect, subsequently retrieving the disciple's storage pouch and mechanized beast before erasing all traces of his presence. Utilizing a secret technique to alter his appearance, he transformed to resemble the Qianzhou disciple named Lin Feng. With a newfound plan to infiltrate the Qianzhou sect and scheme for the dying decision, Xu Changsheng gleaned from Lin Feng's memories that the Qianzhou sect, while holding significant status in the Far West, only possessed mid-core formation level combatants at their peak. Their leader, Lin Kuei, was Lin Feng's clan uncle, further facilitating Xu Changsheng's machinations. As he prepared to depart, a sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the name Kaixia Mountain. Upon discovering a minor sect within, the Seven Shin Gate, he marveled at the serendipity, though it appeared the gate had recently established itself with only a handful of members. Disregarding the Seven Shin Gate, Xu Changsheng continued westward. Now assuming the identity of Lin Feng, he sent a message to Hongfu and the others, stating he would be entering seclusion for cultivation. Windy Capital lay to the west of the Yu Kingdom, serving as the capital of the Tiannan Empire, encompassing territory thrice that of the Yu Kingdom, belonging to the Righteous Path Alliance. Numerous nascent soul experts resided there, prompting Xu Changsheng to exercise caution and avoid provoking the disciples of the sections. Eventually, he arrived at Windy Capital, experiencing the local customs before boarding a public flying vessel bound for the Hurricane Desert. The Hurricane Desert, situated between Windy Capital and the Far West, was named for its year-round violent winds. Thus, those seeking passage to the Far West had to traverse this vast expanse of sand. Even cultivators could only proceed on foot, lest they exhaust their powers against the relentless winds. Xu Changsheng couldn't help but admire the tenacity of the Qianzhou sect disciples. However, the Far West was exceedingly barren, home solely to the Qianzhou sect. Consequently, its cultivators were compelled to seek resources elsewhere. Lin Feng, whom Xu Changsheng had eliminated, had taken such risks to wander through the Yuanwu and Yu kingdoms, as Windy Capital was not a preferred locale for Qianzhou disciples, being too perilous. The Wind Capital, belonging to the Righteous Alliance, has long had its resources for cultivation divided and occupied. Thus, it is quite challenging for other factions to gain any advantage here. However, both the Yu Kingdom and the Yuanwu Kingdom are neutral powers, making the acquisition of cultivation resources somewhat easier. This circumstance is one of the reasons various factions have attempted invasions, notably the 6 demonic sects of Tianluo Kingdom, which have set their sights on the Yu Kingdom. A month later, Xu Changsheng descended from his flying vessel, donning a windproof cloak as he traversed the Hurricane Desert on foot. The landscape was barren, filled only with swirling yellow sands, devoid of any living creature, and fierce winds howled incessantly. Yet, Xu Changsheng's thoughts were solely focused on obtaining the Dayan method from the Qian's Hejio sect. The luck of Han Li, the son of the world, was extraordinary. The former young master of the Qian's Hejio had traveled great distances to present him with the first 4 layers of the secret mental technique, Dayan method. Xu found this quite absurd, for he had waited nearly a century in Huangfeng Valley without encountering such fortune. This time, however, luck favored him as he encountered a core disciple of the Qian's Hejio, who, through soul search, provided him with the first 3 layers of the cultivation method. Nevertheless, Xu Changsheng was not content with this. He yearned for the complete Dayan method. The full version was known only to the Dayan deity, prompting Xu to decide to make the journey himself. He was unafraid of the Dayan deity's potential soul attacks, for the longevity fruit within his dantian could resist even the will of the heavenly path, let alone a fragment of the Dayan deity's soul. As Xu Changsheng gained a deeper understanding of the longevity fruit, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Not only did it provide an unending vitality to maintain his immortality, but it also safeguarded his soul from illusions and mental assaults, rendering him immune to possession attempts by other cultivators. Should any cultivator recklessly attempt to seize control, the longevity fruit would annihilate both their form and spirit. Time flew by, and a year later, Xu Changsheng finally emerged from the hurricane desert, arriving in the extreme western lands. The moment he set foot on the parched yellow earth, excitement surged within him. After a year of enduring sandstorms, he felt his willpower had grown stronger than ever. Upon reaching a mortal town, he encountered a landscape strikingly different from that of the southern heaven region. This western land bore a resemblance to the Miao territory he had visited in his past life, albeit in its ancient form. The locals were distinctive Miao attire, and the dialect of Xiangxi amused Xu Changsheng, as he had not expected to hear the familiar sounds of his former life in this realm. Thus, he perceived it as a world of mortals engaged in the pursuit of immortality, which seemed paradoxically familiar. Utilizing Lin Feng's memories to navigate, Xu Changsheng flew to the mountain gate of the Qian's Hejio. To his surprise, the entrance appeared rather dilapidated, with most structures constructed from wood and bamboo, save for a few central halls built of stone. Clad in the guise of Lin Feng, a core disciple of the Qian's Hejio, and possessing all of Lin Feng's memories through soul search, he found it effortless to impersonate him, especially given the current state of decline within the sect, which made it difficult to unearth his true identity. As Xu Changsheng entered the gates of the Qian's Hejio, the disciples on guard, who were still in the qi refinement stage, greeted him respectfully, exclaiming, "Greetings, Uncle Lin." Xu, maintaining Lin Feng's demeanor, nodded indifferently and proceeded directly to the central meeting hall. Along the way, several disciples familiar with Lin Feng greeted him, which surprised Xu. It seemed Lin Feng had quite a good rapport, likely due to his foundational cultivation and his status as the sect master's nephew. Upon arriving at the meeting hall, Xu found the current sect master, Lin Kuei, engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon spotting Xu, Lin Kuei smiled and said, "Fenger, you're back. Did you bring the foundation pills that Lan needs for her breakthrough?" Xu Changsheng solemnly nodded in response, retrieving a jade box from Lin Feng's storage pouch that contained 3 plump foundation pills radiating profound spiritual energy. Lin Kuei's daughter, Lan, was also a member of the Lin family, having reached the peak of qi refinement. Lin Feng had embarked on the perilous journey to the Yuanwu kingdom specifically to procure these foundation pills for her advancement. Seeing the 3 exquisite foundation pills, Lin Kuei's eyes sparkled with delight. Although he was in the mid-stage of golden core cultivation, acquiring such valuable resources in the desolate extreme west was no small feat. Now, his daughter had a promising chance to break through to the foundational stage. Chapter 51. Plotting for the complete Dayan method. Lin Kuei was in high spirits. His son, the young master of the Qian's Hejio, Lin Tao, had reached the mid-foundational stage, while his daughter, Lin Lan, was at the peak of qi refinement. With the 3 foundation pills Xu Changsheng brought back, even with Lan's tri-attribute spiritual root, she was assured a breakthrough to foundational stage. Lin Kuei was quite pleased with his nephew's capabilities. After accepting the 3 foundation pills, Xu Changsheng jokingly remarked, "Uncle Kuei, it has been quite a while since I've seen the young master. Is he still in seclusion to cultivate the Dayan method?" Lin Kuei, without any suspicion regarding Xu's intentions toward Lin Tao, replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, Tower has already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the Dayan method, and he is not far from the 3rd layer. However, Lin Feng, you have been cultivating the Dayan method for so many years and have only reached the 2nd layer. That seems rather slow. When Tower has the time, you might consider seeking his guidance. By the way, our sect recently produced a prodigy named Jin Nantian, who is also at the mid-foundational stage. Remarkably, He has achieved the pinnacle of the second layer of the Dayan method in under 20 years. I believe you could benefit from interacting with him. I intend to betroth my daughter to Jean Nantian, hoping they may become partners, but she remains resistant. It seems she has not quite given up on you yet. Lin Kuei spoke with a complex expression as he gazed at Xu Changsheng, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xu was currently disguised as Lin Feng, who belonged to a collateral branch of the Lin family. As a cultivator with only a tri-attribute spiritual root, Lin Feng had spent a century reaching the foundational stage, a feat attributed largely to his fortune in acquiring foundation pills. Lin Feng's cultivation pace was indeed slow. Achieving the golden core stage before the impending deadline seemed nearly impossible. However, he had maintained a good relationship with Lin Kuei's precious daughter, Lin Lan. Having deliberately drawn close to her during her youth by weaving tales of adventures in the cultivation world and treating her to various delicacies from the mortal realm. Through this nurturing, Lin Feng had captured Lin Lan's heart, inciting Lin Kuei's fury, yet he refrained from taking action against Lin Feng. Considering the limited number of foundational cultivators among the Lin family's younger generation. Eventually, Lin Kuei had sent Lin Feng to the Yuanwu kingdom to obtain foundation pills for Lin Lan without offering any form of reward. From Lin Feng's memories, Xu Changsheng learned that all of Lin Feng's actions were motivated by a desire to access the later layers of the Dayan method. According to the sect's ancestral rules, only the sect leader and the heir to the leadership had the right to delve into the contents beyond the third layer of the Dayan method, while the sect leader alone could access the complete version. However, Xu was aware that the so-called complete latter three layers were merely a fade, as the Dayan deity had left certain secrets concealed. The first four layers of the Dayan method remained intact, and Xu understood that the Dayan deity's residual soul had been residing within a puppet for nearly 10,000 years, rendering it exceedingly weak. Yet, Xu Changsheng was unaware of the precise location of the secret chamber where the puppet inhabited, a fact unbeknownst even to the higher-ups of the Qian's Hegio, due to the Dayan deity's exceptional concealment of his secrets. Thus, it became imperative for Xu to embark on his own search. However, obtaining the complete content of the first four layers of the Great Yin decision was essential for assurance. Xu Changsheng discovered that the first three layers of the Great Yin decision acquired by Lin Feng were, in fact, incomplete versions. This conclusion emerged after his cultivation during the journey to the extreme west. The technique lacked fluidity in its operation and consumed a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Although his consciousness had significantly improved, it fell short of the anticipated effects. This revelation made Xu Changsheng lament the penchant of the higher-ups of the Qian's Hegio sect for secrecy, perhaps a practice learned from the Great Yin divine monarch. Only the upper echelon and the lineage of the sect leader could access the complete four layers of the Great Yin decision. The sect leader, Lin Kuei, was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and was the publicly acknowledged strongest force within the sect. However, through Lin Feng's memories, Xu Changsheng was aware that the Qian's Hegio had several esteemed elders, possibly at the late stage or even the peak of foundation establishment, though they were aged and reclusive, remaining hidden from the outside world. Though Xu Changsheng's current strength allowed him to contend with Lin Kuei for a while, failing to subdue him swiftly would result in peril. Thus, Xu Changsheng resolved to proceed with caution, especially since the secret chamber harboring the Great Yin divine monarch's puppet contained high-level formations and formidable guardians. This necessitated the utilization of the Qian's Hegio's strength to breach the chamber. Although Xu Changsheng's mastery of Earth Spirit Escape could shield him from mid-stage nascent soul practitioners temporarily, it could not traverse the high-level formations laid by nascent soul experts. Even if those formations had weakened over time, Xu Changsheng could not afford to take risks. Consequently, he devised a plan to acquire the complete Great Yin decision, yet he remained uncertain of its success, necessitating a visit to Lin Tao, the sect's young master, to obtain the full content of the first four layers. After exiting the council stone hall, Xu Changsheng sought out Lin Tao, who had just concluded his secluded meditation. Although he had not yet broken through to the third layer of the Great Yin decision, he was close, which put him in high spirits. Upon learning that Lin Feng had come to see him, Lin Tao expressed surprise. However, when Lin Tao discovered that Xu Changsheng had returned with the foundation establishment pills needed for Lin Lan's breakthrough, his demeanor towards Xu Changsheng improved considerably. In Lin Tao's eyes, Lin Feng was unworthy of his sister, harboring a sense of discontent towards his perceived cunningness. Lin Feng, what brings you here? If it is not of great importance, do not disturb my cultivation. Lin Tao regarded Xu Changsheng with indifference. Xu Changsheng, adhering to Lin Feng's usual mannerisms, cautiously replied, "Young master, during my journey to the Yuanwu kingdom to procure foundation establishment pills, I acquired significant news regarding the inheritance of our Qian's Hujio's founding ancestor, the great Yin divine monarch. Lin Tao's eyes widened in shock and skepticism as he gazed at Xu Changsheng. Lin Feng, are you being truthful? Xu Changsheng nodded earnestly, declaring, my words are as the heavens bear witness. I, Lin Feng, am willing to swear an oath to the heavens as proof. What? An oath to the heavens? Such things cannot be taken lightly. In that case, tell me what you have to say, and once I have heard you out, I will decide whether to allow you to swear an oath. After all, the great Yin divine monarch's inheritance is of utmost importance. Any issues could jeopardize our Qian's Hujio. Lin Tao felt a surge of credibility in Xu Changsheng's words upon hearing the willingness to swear an oath. Seeing Lin Tao taking the bait, Xu Changsheng smiled. Young master, let us not be hasty. There are ears on the other side of the wall. Let us find a secure location to converse, and I assure you will be satisfied. Chapter 52. The Great Yin Divine Monarch's Secret Chamber. Recognizing the wisdom in Xu Changsheng's suggestion, Lin Tao understood that the inheritance of the Great Yin Divine Monarch was a closely guarded secret. Although he was unaware of how Xu Changsheng, disguised as Lin Feng, had obtained this information, it did not deter him from listening. Furthermore, Lin Tao decided that if he discovered this relative was merely spouting nonsense, he would teach this schemer, eyeing his sister, a lesson. Xu Changsheng led Lin Tao to the entrance of Lin Feng's cave dwelling. As Lin Tao entered, Xu Changsheng swiftly activated a self-crafted third-tier formation. Although Lin Tao was not an array master and could not gauge the formation's level, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Before he could inquire, Xu Changsheng abruptly seized Lin Tao by the neck, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Ow! Lin Feng, what are you doing? How dare you? You're courting death. My father is the sect leader, the clan head. How dare you treat me this way? Your cultivation is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. You are not Lin Feng. Who are you really? Xu Changsheng, observing the nearly unconscious Lin Tao, smirked and coldly stated, you would do well to behave, or I shall end you. After thoroughly subduing Lin Tao, Xu Changsheng placed his right hand on Lin Tao's forehead and invoked a soul-searching technique. Despite Lin Tao's advancement to the peak of the second layer of the Great Yin decision, he stood no chance against Xu Changsheng's overwhelming power. Soon, Xu Changsheng had explored all of Lin Tao's memories, particularly regarding the complete content of the first 4 layers of the Great Yin decision and the puppet manipulation techniques. As Xu Changsheng withdrew his hand, Lin Tao's eyes had already rolled back, and he had lost consciousness. The soul-searching technique affected the subject's spiritual awareness. But Xu Changsheng was unperturbed, as he intended to turn Lin Tao into his soul servant. This was an ancient demonic art, though the soul servant technique required substantial lifespan to execute. Xu Changsheng had exchanged for it in a secret shop and rarely dared to use it. But in this extreme West, no one monitored his actions. From Lin Tao's memories, Xu Changsheng indeed acquired the complete content of the first 4 layers of the Great Yin decision, which bore significant differences from what Lin Feng had practiced previously. Xu Changsheng promptly cultivated the authentic Great Yin decision, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in his consciousness and a smoother operation of the technique. It seemed the lineage of the sect leader harbored a profound level of secrecy, not merely concealing one hand, but several. Approaching the unconscious Lin Tao, Xu Changsheng rewarded him with a few heavy slaps. As Lin Tao groggily regained consciousness, Xu Changsheng immediately employed the demonic soul technique, causing Lin Tao to grimace in pain. Yet he soon fell silent. Ultimately, a blood-red rune appeared on his forehead, vanishing as it fused with Lin Tao's soul, completing the servant contract. After a considerable time, Lin Tao finally awoke, but when he looked at Xu Changsheng, he now appeared exceedingly obedient and respectful, even displaying a tinge of flattery. This was because the servant mark interfered with his mind, compelling him to feel loyalty towards Xu Changsheng. If Xu Changsheng became dissatisfied with Lin Tao, he could extinguish his spiritual awareness via the servant mark, ultimately rendering him a living puppet. Moreover, this servant mark would not disrupt Lin Tao's cognitive processes. Xu Changsheng still required Lin Tao to mobilize the entire Qian's Hujio for his purposes, particularly in dealing with the secret chamber housing the Great Yin Divine Monarch. The guardians within were undoubtedly formidable puppets, likely at the foundation establishment stage, and Xu Changsheng had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. He was also aware that expecting the entire Qian's Hujio to seek out the secret chamber was unrealistic. If it were so easily located, it would not have remained sealed for nearly 10,000 years, a testament to the Great Yin Divine Monarch's cleverness becoming his own undoing. Xu Changsheng beckoned to Lin Tao, who promptly approached with an air of compliance, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Xu Changsheng presented a storage bag to Lin Tao and said, Within this bag lies a collection of second-tier spiritual wood seeds infused with my true essence. You are tasked with burying them at various locations within the Qian Bamboo sect, particularly in significant yet concealed areas, such as the former cave abode of the great divine Lord De Yin or the sect's numerous hidden chambers. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao promptly nodded and set off to carry out Xu Changsheng's instructions. It was indeed more prudent to leave such matters to the young master, as even if the elders of the Qian Bamboo sect were to learn of it, they would not be overly concerned. As Lin Tao returned to report, Xu Changsheng commenced his quest to locate the hidden chamber of the great divine Lord De Yin. By communicating with the innate azure wood essence embedded within the second-tier seeds, he initiated the growth of numerous seeds beneath the Qian Bamboo sect. These seeds sprouted into intertwining green branches, forming a network that enveloped the entirety of the sect's underground. Once this subterranean network was established, a three-dimensional holographic map materialized in Xu Changsheng's mind. He continued to expand and explore through these spiritual wood branches, a task that required significant innate azure wood essence and ample time. However, with a stockpile of essence-replenishing elixirs in his storage bag, he was not short on either time or patience. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Xu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a smile gracing his lips. He had discovered a protective formation at a depth of 1,000 meters within the Qian Bamboo sect, which was of considerable strength. The branches he commanded would be immediately obliterated to ashes upon approaching. Moreover, the formation possessed exceptional concealment. Had it not been for the branches inadvertently triggering its destruction, Xu Changsheng would have remained unaware of its anomaly. He promptly summoned Lin Tao and issued a few directives, leading to Lin Tao's stunned silence upon learning that Xu Changsheng had located the inheritance chamber of the great divine Lord De Yin. Under Xu Changsheng's guidance, Lin Tao relayed this revelation to the sect leader, Lin Kuei. Initially skeptical, Lin Kuei was compelled to investigate after Lin Tao's insistence, employing the earth escape technique to probe the area. Upon his return, he appeared disheveled and covered in dirt, evidently having been injured by the protective formation. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Kuei sought out several reclusive elders of the sect, who were equally invested in the inheritance of the great divine Lord De Yin. They emerged from their meditative states to employ their formidable abilities to dismantle the formation, designating that area as a forbidden zone accessible only to the sect's higher-ups. At this juncture, Xu Changsheng remained within his cave, utilizing the network formed by the spiritual wood seeds to observe all happenings within the Qian Bamboo sect, including the situation surrounding the hidden chamber of the great divine Lord De Yin's residual spirit. However, despite a month of relentless assaults by the sect's leadership and elite disciples, the protective formation remained unbroken, illuminating the sect's significant decline. Although the formation established by the great divine Lord De Yin was powerful, it had weakened considerably after nearly 10 millennia. The combined efforts of a peak-stage core formation elder, 2 late-stage elders, and Lin Kuei, a mid-stage core formation master, had proven insufficient to breach the formation, revealing a profound inadequacy. Chapter 53. The Fisherman's Gain. Witnessing the futile attempts of the Qian Bamboo sect's upper echelons to break the protective formation over the course of a month, Xu Changsheng grew anxious. Though he had previously instructed Huangfu and others to enter seclusion, remaining in this remote western land for too long would be detrimental, especially since he had utilized the earth escape technique to discreetly depart. He summoned Lin Tao and tasked him with persuading the sect's higher-ups to unite all disciples at the mid-core formation stage and above to collaborate in breaking the formation. Although the upper management was reluctant to disclose the location of the great divine Lord De Yin's inheritance, they had no choice but to comply. After the disciples swore oaths of secrecy, they resumed their efforts to dismantle the formation. With the strength of many, the combined assault from all the sect's higher-ups and elite disciples finally succeeded in breaching the formation surrounding the hidden chamber. They expended a considerable amount of magical power. However, once they excitedly entered the chamber, they were immediately met with the onslaught of over 1,000 formidable puppets, several of which possessed power exceeding the core formation realm. This led to devastating losses for the Qian Bamboo sect, resulting in the deaths of numerous disciples. Even 3 of the sect's elder members sustained injuries, and Lin Tao, the sect leader, lost an arm in the chaos, instilling a sense of panic throughout the sect. Yet, the inheritance of the great divine Lord De Yin lay tantalizingly close, and the upper echelons were unwilling to abandon their pursuit. They understood that the last 3 layers of the great Yin decision were mere illusions. Otherwise, they would not have placed such importance on the hidden chamber's inheritance. If the complete last 3 layers of the great Yin decision could be secured, not only would it enhance their ability to control puppets, but it would also significantly strengthen their spiritual consciousness, allowing those at the core formation stage to possess the formidable consciousness of the nascent soul stage. This would increase the likelihood of overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, making the transition from foundation establishment to core formation considerably easier, thus presenting a hope for the revival of the Qian Bamboo sect. After deliberation, the sect's higher-ups resolved to employ 2 ancestral legacy puppets, despite the substantial cost in premium spiritual crystals. These puppets could exhibit half a step into the nascent soul realm, albeit at the cost of considerable damage, reducing their combat effectiveness. Should they be utilized again, their power would likely diminish to that of peak core formation, unless repaired. Although the higher-ups were reluctant to expend such resources, they were prepared to take the risk for the sake of securing the complete inheritance of the great divine Lord Diyan. As the young master of the Qian Bamboo sect, Lin Tao was privy to these secrets. When he reported this information to Xu Changsheng, the latter was somewhat surprised. Evidently, the Qian Bamboo sect still possessed some depth. Otherwise, how could it maintain its foundation for millennia after the fall of the great divine Lord Diyan, even if it had become somewhat decrepit while still controlling 2 mortal kingdoms? With the mantis poised to catch the cicada, the yellow bird waits in the shadows. The Qian Bamboo sect was diligently working to breach the hidden chamber of the great divine Lord Diyan. Xu Changsheng felt quite pleased. Through Lin Tao, he learned that the sect's resources could only support the use of 2 legacy puppets once, and the higher-ups had sustained significant injuries. Even if most of the puppets within the hidden chamber were merely at the foundation establishment stage, their combined strength was formidable. Ultimately, however, these puppets would become trophies for Xu Changsheng. To obtain the inheritance of the great divine Lord Diyan, Xu Changsheng had devised several execution plans along his journey, which naturally included these powerful puppets. Securing the over 1,000 puppets left behind by the great divine Lord Diyan would grant him the combat strength equivalent to a mid-sized immortal sect, albeit at the cost of a vast number of spiritual crystals. Fortunately, the site of the ancient teleportation array was replete with spiritual crystals, providing him a potential bounty. Xu Changsheng now awaited the Qian Bamboo sect's members to work together to dismantle the puppet formation within the hidden chamber, allowing him to reap the benefits of their labor. To ensure thoroughness, he had previously taken some precious 3rd-tier spiritual wood seeds from his storage bag and entrusted them to Lin Tao, instructing him to act as circumstances dictated. Yet upon learning that the Qian Bamboo sect possessed 2 half-step nascent soul legacy puppets, Xu Changsheng realized that his contingency plans were somewhat lacking. Contemplating further, Xu Changsheng retrieved a jade box from his storage bag. Upon opening it, he revealed a deep purple seed, an invaluable life-preserving item he had acquired from the venerable Linghu. Classified as a 4th-tier spiritual wood seed, he had nurtured it with substantial innate azure wood essence, capable of withstanding the onslaught of even a powerful cultivator at the early nascent soul stage for several minutes. In pursuit of acquiring the legacy of the great Yin divine monarch, Xu Changsheng reluctantly surrendered a 4th-tier spirit would seed to Lin Tao as a contingency plan. Furthermore, Xu Changsheng had procured items to exchange for the legacy, which the great Yin divine monarch, given his current predicament, would be unlikely to refuse. Half a month later, after the senior members of Qian's Hejio had depleted the sect's treasury of spirit crystals, they were finally able to mobilize 2 half-step yuaning puppets. However, their operational time was limited to just a few minutes, as Qian's Hejio was in such dire financial straits that not even the righteous and demonic sects were willing to intervene in their struggles, rendering the prospect of dismantling a shrine for a mere tile utterly unworthy. Indeed, upon activating the 2 half-step yuaning puppets, their destructive power was akin to that of towering giants, relentlessly advancing into the inner sanctum with ease. The senior members of Qian's Hejio followed closely behind, but upon entering the inner chamber, they were dismayed to find it barren, save for an unremarkable puppet, nearly leading them to the brink of despair. Just as they exchanged bewildered glances, the puppet's eyes suddenly gleamed with light, and an ancient voice resonated. "Ha! At last, someone has arrived. It seems to be the disciples of Qian's Hejio. You ungrateful descendants, I have waited nearly 10,000 years for your arrival." The senior members of Qian's Hejio were astounded. Could this voice belong to their founding ancestor, the great Yin divine monarch? Yet, they hesitated to believe it, as the great Yin divine monarch was merely at the yuaning stage. How could he possibly have survived for 10 millennia? Surely, this was a jest. The most powerful elder of Qian's Hejio approached the dilapidated puppet and bowed respectfully, asking, "May I inquire if you are the great Yin ancestor?" "Indeed, I am the great Yin divine monarch you are familiar with," the voice replied, albeit as a fragment of my soul residing within this puppet. Do you possess any treasures to nurture souls? I am in urgent need. If you can satisfy me, I would not hesitate to impart the true Great Yin method to you. The expressions of the senior members of Qian's Hejio turned sour upon hearing this. They had just emptied their sect's treasury, and the treasures to nurture souls were beyond the reach of their impoverished sect. The lingering soul of the Great Yin divine monarch, upon observing their countenances, understood that there was no hope, leaving him profoundly disappointed. He had never anticipated that Qian's Hejio, the sect he had founded, would descend into such destitution. At that moment, Lin Tao, who had been lingering at the back, swiftly utilized his skills to enter the inner sanctum, casting a handful of golden spiritwood seeds. These seeds immediately sprouted midair, transforming into intertwining golden vines that soon completely sealed the entrance to the inner chamber. This spectacle left the senior members of Qian's Hejio both astonished and perplexed, prompting them to turn to Lin Tao for an explanation. Chapter 54. A satisfactory transaction. Lin Tao recognized that his actions were rather abrupt, but fortunately, Xu Changsheng had provided prior guidance. Thus, he promptly conveyed to the senior members of Qian's Hejio through spiritual communication, "Esteemed elders, my actions are for the greater good." It is rumored that the Great Yin Divine Monarch's 7 emotions technique is both enigmatic and formidable, capable of subtly controlling others. If you enter, escaping will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the Great Yin Divine Monarch has been trapped for over 10,000 years. Even as a mere remnant of a soul, he was once a powerful Yuan-Ing ancestor. Should he possess the ability to seize another's body, how would we respond? Hence, I have sealed the inner door, allowing us ample time to deliberate before proceeding. Lin Tao's astute analysis startled the senior members of Qian's Hejio, particularly the elders, who knew well that the Great Yin method cultivated a formidable spiritual awareness, affording them a significant advantage in body snatching. Though they were unaware of how the Great Yin Divine Monarch had preserved his soul for nearly 10 millennia, they recognized the peril that awaited should he choose to act. Despite being homegrown cultivators of Qian's Hejio, they shared no particular bond with the Great Yin Divine Monarch, nor could they claim to be loyal to him. In the world of cultivation, rife with deceit, strength was the foundation of all. After all, were they not seeking immortality and control over the fates of others? The sect leader, Lin Kuei, spoke up. "I believe Tower has made a compelling argument. We know little of the Great Yin Divine Monarch and what his intentions may be. From my understanding of Yuaning elders, none are easily dealt with, and we currently lack the soul-nurturing treasures he seeks. Thus, it would be prudent to deliberate further. It is best that we withdraw for now." Tower's mastery of plant manipulation is indeed remarkable. These spiritwood seeds appear to be third tier, indicating that he has encountered his own opportunities over the years. It is wise, as cultivators below the golden core stage would find it exceedingly difficult to enter, serving as an additional layer of protection. The other senior members of Qian's Hejio nodded in agreement. For Lin Tao was the sect's young master and the future leader. His words carried considerable weight. Consequently, the members of Qian's Hejio promptly began to retreat. As for the thousands of puppets within the inner sanctum, they had expended their spirit stone energy during the earlier battle, and it was prudent to leave them for now as a foundation for Qian's Hejio's future. Once all members of Qian's Hejio had exited the inner sanctum, they set up a third-tier formation outside and assigned several peak foundation establishment disciples to guard it, ensuring that all was secure. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng, who had been observing the changes within the inner chamber, revealed a satisfied smile, appreciating Lin Tao's competent handling of the situation. Indeed, his decision to transform Lin Tao into a servant had proven to be a wise choice. In the dead of night, Xu Changsheng stealthily employed his Xuanqi technique and earth spirit escape to enter the inner sanctum. He gazed upon the thousands of puppets, exhilarated, and collected them all into his storage pouch. The lowest among them were foundation establishment puppets, with several at the golden core stage, including 4 at the pinnacle of golden core, though all had exhausted their energy, making them a future source of spirit stone consumption. As Xu Changsheng approached the innermost door of the inner sanctum, he waved his hand, causing the intertwined golden vines to part automatically. These vines were infused with his innate greenwood essence, granting them such formidable power, and were naturally under his control, albeit only sustainable for less than 7 days unless he continued to infuse them with true essence. However, there was currently no need for such measures. Upon boldly entering the inner sanctum, he was met by the sight of a tattered puppet, its eyes suddenly igniting with light as the ancient voice of the Great Yin Divine Monarch echoed, "Little one, you are the true puppeteer behind the scenes, are you not? I was wondering when you would arrive." Xu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Feeling both cautious and curious, he inquired, "Great Yin Divine Monarch, It seems you are aware of my existence? The great Yin divine monarch chuckled heartily. Though I remain merely a remnant of my soul, my insights surpass those of most cultivators in this southern region. I noticed the abundance of spirit-wood branches appearing near this inner sanctum long ago, extending and exploring autonomously. It is evident that someone is manipulating them, especially given the vibrant aura of true essence emanating from them, identical to that of the vines that sealed the inner door. That boy, Lin Tao, is your soul servant, is he not? The moment he arrived, I sensed a shift in his spiritual awareness. Are you here to acquire the complete version of my Great Yin method? Ah, how curious that my 7 emotions technique seems ineffective against you. This is impossible. You are merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. How have you achieved this? Xu Changsheng responded with a cold smirk. Great Yin divine monarch, I anticipated that you would not engage in idle chatter without purpose, attempting to subtly invoke my avarice with your so-called 7 emotions technique. Alas, you have underestimated me. I would not dare to enter this place without a measure of confidence. I am indeed intrigued by the Great Yin method you created, thus I propose a transaction. What say you? Transaction? Do you possess a treasure that nurtures the soul? Xu Changsheng chuckled lightly. If your treasure can satisfy me, I might consider it. The Da Yin divine lord, having been trapped for nearly 10 millennia, spoke casually, no longer holding the same reverence for the Da Yin method. Upon hearing his words, Xu Changsheng took out an ancient soul jade from his bosom, radiating a vibrant life force. The Da Yin divine lord, upon seeing this, expressed delight. This is an ancient soul jade, a remarkable item indeed, though it must have some flaws, correct? Xu Changsheng replied with a smile, indeed. The Da Yin divine lord is quite knowledgeable. This ancient soul jade does have a flaw. It requires the absorption of a substantial amount of life force to transform into the power that nurtures the soul. However, you need not worry. I possess numerous life crystals, sufficient for you to utilize for a millennium. You will only need to endure the negative emotions contained within the life crystals, but for one practicing the 7 emotions technique, that should be a trivial matter. Pleased, the Da Yin divine lord responded, not bad, young one. You possess quite a talent. In that case, I agree. First, hand me the ancient soul jade, and once I transfer my soul, I shall impart the complete Da Yin method to you. Xu Changsheng did not object to the Da Yin divine lord's words. After all, the ancient soul jade would be worthless without the infusing life force. He observed the Da Yin divine lord performing the soul transfer technique, and once the remnants of his soul were successfully transferred into the ancient soul jade, the divine lord kept his promise, imparting the full 7 layers of the Da Yin method to Xu Changsheng. After carefully reviewing the 7 layers of the Da Yin method, Xu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and handed over a large bundle of life crystals to the Da Yin divine lord. Just as both were pleased with the transaction, the Da Yin divine lord remarked, young one, I still do not know your name. Since we are fated to meet, it would be nice to introduce ourselves. Xu Changsheng casually responded, I am Xu Changsheng, a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future. Chapter 55, The Journey West concludes. The return trip, Xu, my young friend. Have you not considered taking me with you? With my experience, I could be of assistance. After a moment's hesitation, the Da Yin divine lord spoke, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Despite his current state as a mere remnant of a soul, he had once been a Yuan Ing ancestor and had been trapped for over 10,000 years, longing to see the outside world. He recognized Xu Changsheng as exceptional, especially after observing the behavior of the higher-ups of the Qianzhu sect, which did not inspire confidence in him. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow at the Da Yin divine lord's words. He was not Hanli, and he harbored his own secrets. He had no desire to have an ancient entity of over 10,000 years surveilling him. Moreover, he was wary of the Da Yin divine lord's hidden intentions. Since they had completed their transaction, it was best to part ways. Therefore, Xu Changsheng shook his head and said indifferently, no, I value my freedom and dislike being followed. Besides, we are not familiar. How can I trust what your true intentions are? The Da Yin divine lord found this amusing. He had his own motives for wanting to accompany Xu Changsheng. He sought rebirth. Otherwise, he would not have endured for over 10,000 years, residing within a puppet. His research into puppetry was not yet complete, and he believed that following Xu Changsheng would significantly increase his chances of achieving his goals compared to the Qianzhu sect. Thus, the Da Yin divine lord proposed, in truth, my expertise lies not in the Da Yin method, but in the art of puppetry. The Da Yin method was merely created to better control puppets. If you would be willing to take me with you, I would gladly impart my lifelong knowledge of puppetry to you. Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at this. To claim he was not intrigued by the Da Yin divine lord's puppetry techniques would be disingenuous. However, He feared the potential for the Divine Lord to manipulate those around him. The 7 emotions technique had no effect on Xu Changsheng due to the protection of his longevity fruit, but other cultivators might not be so fortunate. If the Da-Yin Divine Lord were to control those near him, it could spell danger. Xu Changsheng said, "How about this? First, impart to me a portion of your puppetry techniques. If I deem you worthy of the risk, I will agree to your request. Should your techniques prove ineffective for me, I shall regrettably decline, as we are both driven by self-interest, are we not?" The Da-Yin Divine Lord fell silent for a moment. Despite his longevity of over 10,000 years, he recognized that the young man from Huangfeng Valley was not easy to deal with, shrewd and cautious. One who would not act without assurance. He understood that unless he offered some enticing benefits, Xu Changsheng might not take the bait. Moreover, sharing only a portion of his puppetry techniques would not cost him much, even if Xu Changsheng were to change his mind. Thus, the Da-Yin Divine Lord conveyed through his divine sense a portion of his puppetry techniques to Xu Changsheng. After a brief contemplation, Xu Changsheng's expression turned joyful. The Da-Yin Divine Lord truly was an esteemed master of puppetry. The techniques he imparted were far more profound than the widely circulated methods in the cultivation world. Xu Changsheng felt confident that he could use them directly to control his army of over 1,000 puppets. In this moment, Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy. This journey to the extreme west had proven to be immensely fruitful. He did not wish to prolong the conversation with the Da-Yin Divine Lord and stated directly, "Your puppetry techniques are indeed impressive, but I cannot take you with me. If I were at the Yuaning stage, I might consider your request. But as I am now, I cannot afford such a risk. I must be responsible for those around me. Moreover, I foresee that the person you await is not me. You may need to wait several hundred years. In due time, a young man named Han will come to seek you, and perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope for you. With the ancient soul jade as your vessel, you could extend your existence for another 1,000 years. That is all. I shall take my leave." Without allowing the Da-Yin Divine Lord a chance to respond, Xu Changsheng activated the Earth Spirit Escape combined with the Wood Spirit Escape, leaving the area unnoticed. The cultivators of the Qianzhou sect outside remained oblivious to the events that had transpired within. Xu Changsheng felt gratitude towards the Qianzhou sect for their assistance in breaking the formation of the secret chamber and repelling the puppet army. They truly were good people. As for the 2 legacy puppets of the Qianzhou sect, he decided against taking them, considering they had already sustained significant damage. This young man is quite adept at slipping away. Yet, acquiring an ancient soul jade to prolong my soul's existence by 1,000 years is still a worthy gain. However, what does he mean by a fated person named Han? Perhaps he is merely trying to mystify me. Regardless, it matters not. Next, I can manipulate the younger generation of the Qianzhou sect to my advantage, allowing me to gain control over the sect. Good days are ahead. I have nearly grown weary of this monotony over the past 10 millennia. As the Da-Yin Divine Lord contemplated his next steps, he had many tasks ahead. His research into puppetry could now accelerate, and he resolved to support Lin Tao, the young master of the Qianzhou sect, to become the next leader. Given Lin Tao's status as Xu Changsheng's soul servant, he would undoubtedly remain within the Qianzhou sect, allowing the Da-Yin Divine Lord to establish a connection with Xu Changsheng through Lin Tao. The Da-Yin Divine Lord's speculation was not far from the truth. After fulfilling the objectives of his journey to the extreme west, Xu Changsheng instructed Lin Tao to remain and oversee the entire Qianzhou sect, advising him to avoid wandering into the Da-Yin Divine Lord's secret chamber. This would serve as Xu Changsheng's hidden strategy, regardless of the Qianzhou sect's decline. It still controlled 2 mortal realms and held geographical advantages, providing a potential retreat in the future. After Xu Changsheng resolved the matters concerning the Thousand Bamboo sect, he began preparations to return to Huangfeng Valley. Before his departure, he discreetly dealt with Jin Nantian, an outstanding disciple of the sect who had recently gained notoriety. Xu Changsheng had encountered Jin Nantian and sensed a resemblance to Sima Yi. He was not a benign character, thus Xu Changsheng eliminated this potential source of instability. As for the Da-Yin God, Xu Changsheng harbored no concerns. He did not believe the Da-Yin God would invest much interest in the Thousand Bamboo sect. After all, the Da-Yin God was a recluse, and had he not been trapped for millennia, he would have perished long ago. The Da-Yin God was likely only utilizing the Thousand Bamboo sect to gather materials for crafting advanced puppets, perhaps even summoning a few beautiful maidens to play music and dance. As Xu Changsheng embarked on his journey home, Lin Lan, who had successfully established her foundation thanks to the 3 foundation-building pills he had brought back, was searching for him throughout the Thousand Bamboo sect. Upon learning this, Lin Tao lamented to his foolish sister, "Forget about him. Lin Feng has always had ill intentions towards you, and it is unfortunate he left so swiftly." Chapter 56. Establishing the Golden Core. Time flew by, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xu Changsheng finally returned to Huangfeng Valley. During these 2 years, he traversed the vast and endless hurricane desert on foot, and in the wind capital, he encountered various intriguing individuals and events, further enhancing his sense of authenticity in this seemingly mundane world of mortal cultivation. Next, Xu Changsheng needed to prepare for the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. His meticulous efforts to obtain the complete version of the Destined decision from the extreme western lands were not solely for the significant enhancement of his spiritual awareness. A crucial effect was the increased probability of breaking through the Golden Core bottleneck, which would also be beneficial for his future advancement to the nascent soul stage. In Xu Changsheng's view, breaking through to the Golden Core was not a trivial matter. Without absolute confidence, he would not attempt it. With his immortality, there was no need for haste. A steady and cautious approach was wise. He first needed to complete the cultivation of the 3 transformations of heavy primordial art, which would not only enhance his chances of breaking through the Golden Core bottleneck, but also expand his meridians, solidify his dantian, and improve the quality of his true essence, ultimately allowing him to condense a top-tier Golden Core. He also needed to cultivate the Destined decision. By combining the capabilities of the 3 transformations of heavy primordial art and the Qing Emperor's longevity art, which inherently increased the probability of breaking through the Golden Core bottleneck, Xu Changsheng could ensure a complete success rate in establishing his core. Thus, upon his return, after a brief gathering with Hong Fu and the others at the Sanwei building, he entered a state of seclusion. Prior to this, Xu Changsheng had also secured a considerable amount of cultivation resources from ancestor Linghu, who expressed disdain at Xu Changsheng's growing dependency, considering him a treasure that only yielded without contributing. Nevertheless, for future grand plans, ancestor Linghu tolerated it. Once Xu Changsheng sealed his cave dwelling, he laid out all his prepared cultivation resources for easy access. With the substantial resources acquired from Tianqing sect and the gifts from ancestor Linghu, Xu Changsheng had both the time and means to cultivate the 3 transformations of heavy primordial art and the Destined decision, thus amassing the foundation for breaking through to the Golden Core. The wheel of time began to turn again, and the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom was in a period of peace. Thus, Xu Changsheng's training remained undisturbed. 60 cycles of leaves falling in Huangfeng Valley passed, marking the passage of 60 years. One day at noon, the sky above the main peak of Huangfeng Valley suddenly darkened, gathering ominous calamity clouds that enveloped the entire sky. Within these clouds, numerous heavenly lightning bolts flickered, and the thunder resonated across a 1,000-mile radius. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, forming a massive funnel-shaped vortex, even extracting energy from the main peak's spiritual vein with tremendous force. At this moment, nearly all the cultivators in Huangfeng Valley were alerted to the commotion atop the main peak. Elders above the Golden Core stage who were not in seclusion hurriedly emerged to strengthen the protective array. They understood that Xu Changsheng, the direct disciple of ancestor Linghu, resided in that cave dwelling. Now nearing 200 years of age, Xu Changsheng's late breakthrough to the Golden Core was not surprising, although the commotion he caused was indeed considerable. Suddenly, a figure in a yellow robe appeared as if teleporting to the sky above the main peak. The Golden Core elders hovering in the void respectfully addressed the newcomer as ancestor. This was the only nascent soul cultivator of Huangfeng Valley, ancestor Linghu. Xu Changsheng, as his direct disciple, was expected to emerge to protect the law, otherwise it would be quite disrespectful. Moreover, Xu Changsheng's rising power directly influenced ancestor Linghu's future plans. Oh, this young lad has been dormant for so many years, only now attempting to break through to the Golden Core at nearly 200 years old. This is overly cautious. Ancestor Linghu mused, stroking his beard. He reflected on Xu Changsheng's tribulation scene, which appeared more formidable than his own breakthrough to the Golden Core in years past. He wondered how this young man had cultivated over the years. Could the Qingmu's spiritual body truly be so extraordinary? At this moment, ancestor Linghu chose not to intervene in Xu Changsheng's tribulation process. He believed that if Xu Changsheng could not even withstand the thunder tribulation of the Golden Core stage, he would have no hope of advancing to the nascent soul stage, rendering him devoid of cultivation value. Thus, ancestor Linghu opted to observe quietly, ensuring no other cultivators disrupted Xu Changsheng's tribulation. Meanwhile, Xu Changsheng opened the door of his cave and soared into the void, calmly sitting beneath the center of the thunder tribulation, exuding an air of tranquility as if the tribulation was not directed at him. Suddenly, 3 figures flew over. They were Hong Fu and her companions, now emanating the spiritual pressure characteristic of early golden core cultivators. Xu Changsheng noticed this and felt astonished. However, it was not surprising, considering that the lifespan of those at the foundation establishment stage was merely over 200 years. As Hong Fu and her companions were beings of exceptional talent, it was understandable that they would break through to the golden core given sufficient resources. Had Xu Changsheng not prioritized stability and deepening his foundation, he would have broken through to the golden core long ago. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the heavenly thunder within the calamity clouds transformed into lightning dragons surging towards Xu Changsheng. Unfazed, he retrieved the thunderwood, suspending it above his head. This time, Xu Changsheng resolved to utilize the power of the heavenly thunder to completely metamorphose the thunderwood, transforming it into a true lightning artifact. Furthermore, this lightning artifact could later be infused with other spiritual materials to enhance its quality. Technically, it was a wood-type artifact that had mutated to possess the power of thunder, becoming even more formidable. As the lightning dragon struck the thunderwood, the ferocious heavenly thunder did not cause destruction. Instead, it was completely absorbed and devoured. The power of the thunder then became gentle, merging into Xu Changsheng's body below. Instantly, he experienced the exhilarating yet painful sensation of being refined by heavenly thunder, gritting his teeth to endure the agony. The ancient body refining technique, the golden cicada body refinement art, activated automatically, undergoing a mutation. The heavenly thunder assisted Xu Changsheng in cleansing his meridians and dantian, ultimately leading to the continuous condensation of the heavenly thunder into heavenly thunder liquid that fused into his dantian. The innate Qingmu true essence within his dantian, akin to an ocean, gradually concentrated and solidified. After half a year, all the innate Qingmu true essence finally transformed into a verdant golden core. In truth, the term golden core is merely a colloquialism. It does not imply that the golden cores of the golden core stage must be golden. This greatly depends on the cultivation method of the practitioner. Xu Changsheng's cultivation of the Qing Emperor's longevity art, a pure wood-based technique of high caliber, resulted in a golden core that was greenish-blue in color, adorned with 9 lightning dragon patterns that exuded an extraordinary aura, a consequence of the integration of heavenly thunder liquid. Now seated in the void, Xu Changsheng sensed a significant enhancement in his power. He also noted that the golden core in his dantian appeared somewhat unconventional. But as long as it was powerful, that sufficed. In the future, after cultivating the 5 elements transformation art and condensing 5 golden cores of different attributes, he could experiment further. According to the description of the 5 elements transformation art, this would enable him to directly master a grand supernatural ability known as the 5 elements divine light after breaking through to the divine transformation stage. Half a year later, the ominous clouds above the summit of Huangfeng Valley dissipated entirely, and Xu Changsheng officially entered the core formation stage. He sensed that his prowess in this stage rendered him nearly invincible among his peers, perhaps even capable of confronting early Yuan Ying practitioners head-on. His golden core was exceptionally formidable, not only allowing him to wield wood energy, but also to command thunder, making him potentially stronger than many core formation practitioners with thunder spiritual roots. Chapter 57 Invitation Upon completing his tribulation, Xu Changsheng expressed his gratitude to the numerous core formation elders who had come to protect him. The elders of Huangfeng Valley responded courteously. Despite Xu Changsheng achieving core formation at nearly 200 years of age, none dared to underestimate him. The might he displayed during his tribulation far surpassed their own. Approaching Ancestor Linghu, Xu Changsheng bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Master, for personally safeguarding me." Ancestor Linghu stroked his beard and smiled. "Changsheng, you have done remarkably well. Your Xuanqi technique has reached a level that even I cannot perceive. If not for the overwhelming force generated during your tribulation, no one would have known you were undergoing it today. However, choosing to conduct your tribulation within the sect was somewhat inconsiderate. Had there not been so many elders present, Huangfeng Valley could have been reduced to ashes by that thunder tribulation." Xu Changsheng could not help but smile awkwardly. In truth, he had deliberately chosen Huangfeng Valley for his tribulation, as no place could offer greater safety. With several core formation elders and an early Yuan Ying ancestor personally guarding him, an honor not bestowed upon ordinary practitioners. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Ancestor Linghu did not dwell on the matter, merely hinting to Xu Changsheng not to become complacent upon reaching core formation. For many core formation practitioners had fallen in the cultivation world. However, his self-preservation abilities had greatly increased compared to the foundation establishment stage. In this mortal realm, practitioners at the core formation stage were the mainstay, typically holding elder positions, while those below were often treated as mere pawns in the game of life and death. Thus, Xu Changsheng no longer needed to tread as cautiously as before, for he was no ordinary core formation practitioner. His strength rendered him nearly invincible. At that moment, Xu Changsheng felt an urge to proclaim to all core formation practitioners, "I can take on 10 of you at once. Come at me together." After Ancestor Linghu and the elders departed, the disciples of Huangfeng Valley bowed to Xu Changsheng, addressing him as either Xu Shizhu or Xu Shizhu, allowing him to feel the disparity of status and honor that came with his cultivation. Hongfu and her companions also flew to Xu Changsheng's cave abode to extend their congratulations. Thus, Xu Changsheng treated Hongfu and the others to a lavish feast at Sanwei Tower, during which he learned from them that many events had transpired over the past 60 years. Hongfu and her companions had only reached the core formation stage a decade before him, not due to a lack of effort, but rather to deepen their foundation. Considering that core formation was merely the beginning, the path of cultivation ahead was long. Particularly, Hongfu had matured significantly, shedding her former arrogance and capriciousness. After all, they were all nearing 2 centuries of age. It would be peculiar not to have matured. A person's character often evolves with time and experience. And Xu Changsheng was pleased with Hongfu's transformation, as it would alleviate many troubles. In the past, during their excursions to the mortal realms, Hongfu had caused numerous issues, resulting in Xu Changsheng visiting less frequently, especially when Xu Changsheng was surprised to hear that Li Huayuan had found a partner. He looked at him and said, "Little junior brother, weren't you always preoccupied with Sister Hongfu? You used to express your feelings for her. How is it that you now have a partner?" Li Huayuan's face flushed with embarrassment, but years of experience had made him more composed. With a beaming smile, he replied, "Elder brother, please do not mock me. Sister Hongfu never reciprocated my feelings, and I have come to terms with it. Moreover, Yunyang treats me exceptionally well. She is intelligent and virtuous. Meeting her is the fortune of my life." Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Oh, interesting. I am curious to see what kind of female cultivator could sway my little junior brother's heart. She must be incredibly beautiful." Li Huayuan laughed. "Yunyang and I are a couple forged through adversity. Many things have transpired in these 60 years, and I won't trouble elder brother with the details now. Perhaps you will meet her someday. But, elder brother, have you never considered finding a partner?" As Li Huayuan finished speaking, Hongfu immediately turned her gaze towards Xu Changsheng. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, making her even more enchanting. Witnessing this, Xu Changsheng felt a twinge of curiosity. Wondering what had come over Hongfu, Li Huayuan awaited Xu Changsheng's response, who, in jest, pointed to Lei Wanhai and said, "Junior brother Lei has no partner either. I am in no hurry." Lei Wanhai was momentarily taken aback by Xu Changsheng's comment, having been engrossed in his meal, and was surprised to find himself included in the conversation. Li Huayuan chuckled, "Elder brother, Lei Shixiang has already had a partner arranged by his family. They are simply waiting for her to break through to core formation before making it public." Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng was taken aback. It turned out both Li Huayuan and Lei Wanhai had found partners. This left him somewhat speechless, as he, a practitioner of longevity, was not eager to be bound by a woman so soon unless she did not mind him having several partners and did not interfere with his private affairs. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts for fear of backlash. It is worth noting that even Han Li had numerous female companions. What was wrong with Xu Changsheng having multiple partners? However, he held high standards for his own partner. At the very least, someone who could accompany him on the path to immortality. He did not wish to witness his partner grow old and eventually become dust. That would be exceedingly sorrowful. Xu Changsheng had come to terms with the fact that while he possessed the fruit of longevity, allowing him to remain ageless, it did not mean he would reject a satisfying partner. He simply would not collect partners indiscriminately. He needed to think long-term and seek a cultivation companion who could complement him rather than one who relied solely on him, for that would be devoid of meaning. Pragmatism often proved more beneficial. After contemplating for a moment, Xu Changsheng stated, "If I encounter a satisfying female cultivator, I would consider forming a partnership with her." Li Huayuan and Lei Wanhai exchanged knowing smiles, glancing at Hongfu, who immediately flushed crimson and lowered her head to sip from her cup, though her eyes darted towards Xu Changsheng with a hint of contemplation. After their hearty meal, the four returned to Huangfeng Valley. Lei Wanhai and Li Huayuan departed first, while Hongfu followed Xu Changsheng to the entrance of his cave abode. Xu Changsheng, puzzled, asked, "Sister, is there something else you wish to discuss?" Hongfu, brushing aside her hair with a hint of shyness and anticipation, replied, "Elder brother, I would like to take you to a place. The scenery there is exquisite. Located in Yujing, a garden filled with a myriad of colorful flowers that bloom year-round, far more beautiful than the maple leaf landscape of Huangfeng Valley. Hearing this, Xu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, a woman inviting me to a garden. What could this mean? Could this be the same place where Qin Xiaoqing expressed her feelings to Han Li in the future? Is it possible that Hong Fu has feelings for me? When did this happen? Chapter 58 Heartfelt Intentions. Hong Fu was indeed beautiful, especially after being tempered by the passage of time, which had added a few layers of maturity to her charm. It would be disingenuous to say Xu Changsheng was not moved. However, he was also aware of the wisdom in not pursuing what lay too close to home, and thus had not entertained any notions previously. For he was uncertain of Hong Fu's feelings. When the old demon Yunlu appeared, Xu Changsheng had worried that Hong Fu might be deceived as history had shown, perhaps motivated by a sense of responsibility towards his junior disciples, or perhaps feeling that the enchanting Hong Fu should not be tarnished by the likes of the old demon Yunlu. Xu Changsheng chose to expose the true nature of Yunlu. Consequently, Hong Fu seldom ventured out of Huangfeng Valley, and Yunlu ceased to pursue her. After all, Yunlu was a Yuanying elder and a prominent figure in the Hahuan sect. There was no need for him to become entangled with a young girl when he could have any beauty he desired. To Yunlu, Hong Fu might have merely appeared as a striking flower encountered along his path, a fleeting whimsy, and without Dong Xian'er, their paths would likely have never crossed again. At this moment, as Xu Changsheng beheld Hong Fu's bashful demeanor, he realized her affections for him. Intrigued, he wished to see the beauty of the flower-laden garden. He turned to Hong Fu and smiled indeed. Upon hearing this, Hong Fu's face lit up with joy, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, causing Xu Changsheng's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that she had already developed feelings for him? As memories of their past interactions flooded his mind, he recognized that he had overlooked many details. For instance, when they emerged from the blood-forbidden land, Hong Fu had been the first to pledge her oath to the heavens without hesitation. He recalled the peculiar glances she cast in his direction, and now he understood that perhaps this was what one referred to as love. A phrase from a cynical philosopher suddenly echoed in Xu Changsheng's mind. Love is a foolish endeavor. Abruptly quelling the romantic sentiments he had been nurturing, he hastily dismissed the thought from his mind. Together, Xu Changsheng and Hong Fu soared on their swords towards the flower mountain and the cloud sea of Yuejing, resembling a pair of celestial companions. However, as they neared the flower mountain, Hong Fu grew increasingly anxious, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Xu Changsheng's profile, filled with affection. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng leaned in closer, turning to smile at her, which startled Hong Fu into turning away, her cheeks aflame. Xu Changsheng found Hong Fu amusing. Despite nearing 2 centuries of age, she retained a remarkable shyness. He was eager to witness her expression when she finally confessed her feelings, for he had yet to experience a woman declaring her affections for him. When he had witnessed Li Huayuan confess to Hong Fu and her subsequent rejection of him, he had deemed such declarations terrifying. Yet, now that he was on the receiving end, he found it intriguing. Surely, many women shared this sentiment. Before long, they arrived at the flower mountain and cloud sea, a breathtaking expanse of vibrant blossoms that seemed to exist in a dream. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers enveloped the air, rendering it a truly magnificent scenic area, worthy of 5 stars on Earth, with ticket prices that would be beyond the means of ordinary folk. As Xu Changsheng and Hong Fu descended into the sea of flowers, she plucked a stunning red bloom and adorned it in her hair. Turning to Xu Changsheng, she asked with a hint of teasing, "Senior brother, do I look beautiful?" Xu Changsheng replied with a smile, "The flower is beautiful, but the person is even more so." Hong Fu's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It seems my senior brother is not as dull-witted as I thought. Do you understand my intentions?" Xu Changsheng feigned ignorance, asking, "What intentions?" With a playful pout, Hong Fu retorted, "Are you pretending not to know? You were quite forward on the way here." Xu Changsheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had frequented the Zuesheng building too often, developing a habit he now wished to abandon. For he considered himself a gentleman of integrity. "Well, to be honest, I had an inkling of your feelings from the moment I saw you before coming here. My actions on the road were merely a test," Xu Changsheng stated earnestly. Hong Fu huffed, then asked seriously, "And what were your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changsheng responded, "You are exceptionally beautiful and talented, both in cultivation and character. You are indeed a worthy partner, and I would be honored to call you my companion. However, I fear the attention of other alluring women, for I, too, possess certain merits." Initially, Hong Fu was delighted, but then her brow furrowed in contemplation as she scrutinized Xu Changsheng's handsome face. "You are quite audacious. Are you suggesting you might seek several partners in the future? Xu Changsheng was taken aback by her perceptiveness, realizing she had discerned his true thoughts. He admitted candidly, Huangfu, you are remarkably astute. Humph. I knew you were not entirely virtuous, but at least you are more honest than others. The path of immortality is long, and I do not demand you take only me as your partner. After all, many elders in our sect have multiple partners. I only wish to be the most significant one. Although somewhat discontent, Huangfu did not outright refuse, as the customs of this world still lean towards the ancient traditions, especially among formidable cultivators. Xu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised by her acceptance, having anticipated a strong rejection followed by her swift departure. Yet, it seemed fitting for Huangfu to be his foremost partner, considering she would be his first. Thus, he declared, Huangfu, you shall be my primary companion, and naturally, your position will be paramount. I am very discerning when it comes to choosing partners. I will not accept those who are not exceptional. Upon hearing these words, Huangfu's expression softened. She was not averse to Xu Changsheng having multiple partners. Her primary concern was her standing in his heart. Moreover, given her understanding of Xu Changsheng over the past 2 centuries, he had not shown any inclination towards romantic entanglements with other female cultivators. Huangfu looked at Xu Changsheng and said, since you are willing to become my partner, you must promise never to visit places like the Xu Changsheng building again. I want you to swear an oath to the heavens. Xu Changsheng felt a shiver run down his spine. It appeared Huangfu was already aware of his visits to that establishment. Yet, with such an exceptional partner at his side, where else would he wish to go? Therefore, with heartfelt sincerity, he made his solemn oath to the heavens. Although he knew this oath held no power over him, he resolved to adhere to it earnestly. After affirming their feelings, the barriers between them vanished, and they nestled close together. Xu Changsheng even hewed a large stone from a nearby mountain, inscribing their vows upon it before placing it in the heart of the flower sea, encircling it with a protective formation. Both Xu Changsheng and Huangfu engraved their names upon the stone. Let heaven and earth bear witness. I, Xu Changsheng, take Huangfu as my partner. Through the vicissitudes of time and the endless cycle of life, hand in hand, we shall journey towards immortality. Should either of us harbor 2 hearts, may we perish and cease to exist. Let heaven and earth bear witness. I, Huangfu, take Xu Changsheng as my partner. I desire to know you, and may our lives be long and unbroken. Should mountains crumble and rivers run dry, should thunder roar in winter and snow fall in summer, only then would I dare depart from you. Chapter 59. Departure Preparations. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The flowers exude fragrance under the moon's shadow. The next day, Xu Changsheng and Huangfu returned to Huangfeng Valley, where they announced their partnership. Huangfu moved into Xu Changsheng's cave dwelling on the main peak. Elders in the Destined stage from Huangfeng Valley came to offer their congratulations, including Lei Wanhe and Li Huayuan. They celebrated joyfully, and even the esteemed Linghu Laozu arrived, presenting the couple with a pair of jade pendants for communication over great distances. Xu Changsheng and Huangfu, along with Lei Wanhe and Li Huayuan, became elders of Huangfeng Valley, all recognized as true disciples of Linghu Laozu. Thus, the reputation of the 4 talents of Huangfeng Valley spread widely among the 7 sects of Yu, marking the Destined stage cultivators as figures of considerable significance in the current realm. At this moment, the kingdom of Yu remained in a state of peace. On the surface, everything appeared tranquil, yet beneath the calm, the 6 demonic sects were steadily infiltrating. Both the demonic and righteous paths began to erode the neutral nations, even delineating territories, with Yu being one of the chosen locales for the 6 demonic sections. Time flew by, and a year had passed since Xu Changsheng broke through to the core formation stage, solidifying his cultivation to a point where he could further enhance it. However, one day a young man delivered a letter, and upon reading it, Xu Changsheng felt a profound sense of loss. His dear friend, Chunzhe, had perished during his own breakthrough to core formation, reduced to ashes by a lightning tribulation. Xu Changsheng recalled that Chunzhe had previously asked him to look after the Qin family. The Qin family was an affiliated cultivation clan of Huangfeng Valley, which had once produced core formation practitioners, but now lacked a formidable presence, diminishing their status considerably. The messenger was none other than Chunzhe's son, Qinche, who, at the mere age of 30, had already reached the foundation establishment stage, indicating remarkable talent. At Qinche's request, Xu Changsheng agreed to become the honorary elder of the Qin family, essentially a nominal role, yet it provided him with an annual income of 500 low-grade spirit stones. A modest gain nonetheless. With sufficient strength for self-defense, Xu Changsheng decided it was time to explore the chaotic Star Sea, primarily for reconnaissance, as he was unfamiliar with the area. Moreover, the chaotic star sea boasted more abundant cultivation resources, particularly high-grade demon cores, which were more accessible than in the southern regions. Although Xu Changsheng's path of cultivation was formidable, it required substantial resources, especially after he chose the 5 elements transformation into infancy technique as the foundation for his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. He needed to gather precious 5 elements materials, ideally those aged for millennia, yet such items were scarce in the mortal realm, unless he could find rare materials for Han Li to enhance with his celestial bottle. His 5 elements transformation technique surpassed the 5 elements spirit infant secret art of the spirit control sect, albeit with more stringent requirements. A limitation Xu Changsheng was capable of enduring. The supernatural ability within his Qingdi longevity art, known as life severing, could extract life force from all things and transform it into life crystals. However, due to the negative emotions and soul energy of the original owner embedded within, it could not be used to cultivate spiritual materials. Otherwise, it would yield demonic creatures, leading to a potential madness if used to cultivate a nascent soul. Xu Changsheng had attempted to extract life force from the longevity Dao Fruit to cultivate materials, but failed, as such energies dissipated into nothingness once removed from his body. Only by reaching the nascent soul stage and condensing the innate blue wood essence could he extract and cultivate spiritual materials, at which point he would no longer envy Han Li's celestial bottle. Significant transformations in the Qingdi longevity art would only manifest upon reaching the nascent soul stage, greatly enhancing his power, particularly as the condensed innate blue wood essence could improve his constitution until it evolved into the Imu celestial body. However, this effect was exclusive to Xu Changsheng. Others utilizing the innate blue wood essence would merely prolong their lifespan, and excessive absorption could lead to fatal consequences. After conferring with Hong Fu, Xu Changsheng declared that he would no longer meet visitors under the guise of seclusion. He then employed Earth's spirit escape to discreetly make his way to the ancient teleportation array hidden within the spirit stone mine. Xu Changsheng's speed with Earth's spirit escape had become astonishing, comparable to the flight speed of a practitioner in the early nascent soul stage when exerted to its fullest. Moreover, it could obscure the spiritual perception of practitioners below the mid-nascent soul stage, particularly when combined with the mysterious breathing technique. He could remain undetected unless confronted by a late nascent soul expert specifically searching for him. It had been quite some time since he had seen a certain transformation expert residing in Huangfeng Valley, leaving him uncertain of their whereabouts, though he suspected a change in identity upon their return. Days later, Xu Changsheng arrived at the underground cavern housing the ancient teleportation array, where he had originally set up protective concealment formations, still functioning perfectly and unnoticed by other practitioners. He enhanced the formation's level and fortified it, especially strengthening its concealment measures. Over the years, his proficiency in formations had improved significantly, nearing the 4th tier, equivalent to the nascent soul level. Of course, these were his own defined levels, as the specific definitions of levels among practitioners in this world were often vague. Yet Xu Changsheng was a meticulous individual. After repairing the ancient teleportation array, he anticipated that its activation would create considerable commotion, particularly the radiant light it emitted, which would surely draw the attention of other practitioners. Therefore, he prioritized reinforcing the concealment and protective formations, ensuring that even a nascent soul elder would find it challenging to discern anything unusual. To guarantee absolute security, Xu Changsheng arranged a high-level reverse 5 elements array at the outermost part of the cavern where the ancient teleportation array was located, effectively masking any changes. The highest cultivation level of the practitioners stationed around the Spirit Stone Mine was only at the late foundation establishment stage, rendering them incapable of detecting any disturbances. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng stealthily extracted a significant amount of high-grade spirit crystals from the mine. These were far superior to spirit stones, with each crystal worth thousands of spirit stones, proving invaluable for activating the ancient teleportation array, procuring cultivation resources, or utilizing high-tier puppets. In preparation for exploring the chaotic Star Sea, Xu Changsheng had also practiced advanced water escape techniques, mastering the escape arts of thunder, earth, wood, and water. Once he gathered the remaining escape techniques of gold, fire, and wind, he would be adaptable to any environment. Having gathered a sufficient amount of high-grade spirit crystals, Xu Changsheng began the repair of the ancient teleportation array. The array had only suffered damage to one corner, and after he re-established the foundation and inscribed the formation patterns, it instantly regained its spiritual resonance, as if reborn. This indicated that Xu Changsheng's work in repairing the formation was complete, and he proceeded to place the high-grade spirit crystals into the array's receptacle. Once filled, the ancient teleportation array emitted a deep, resonant hum, and a brilliant beam of light shot upwards from its center. However, before the beam could reach the cave's ceiling, it was enveloped by successive layers of golden formations, ultimately breaking through only one layer of defense while leaving the others intact. All activity remained concealed within the hidden formations, and outside, the mountain stood undisturbed. Seeing this, Xu Changsheng couldn't help but smile, pleased with his preparations. And he was now ready to venture into the chaotic star sea for exploration. Chapter 60. Initial exploration of the chaotic star sea. At this moment, Xu Changsheng stood at the center of the ancient teleportation array, holding the grand teleportation order. As the array's radiance enveloped him completely, his form vanished from his original location. Boom! Xu Changsheng found himself in a temporal tunnel, surrounded by swiftly passing streams of light. Fortunately, the protective barrier generated by the grand teleportation order shielded him from harm. Otherwise, the spatial forces unleashed during the transmission could have torn him to shreds. With his cultivation at the core formation stage, Xu Changsheng possessed strength comparable to a practitioner in the early nascent soul stage. Additionally, his body had been refined to a level akin to a core formation-grade magical artifact, so he felt no significant discomfort. After an indeterminate period, as the streams of light dissipated, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. However, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Quickly, he produced several moonlight stones to illuminate the area, and as the light emerged, the scene before him came into view. He found himself in an underground stone cavern, standing at the center of the ancient teleportation array. Yet, the place was thick with dust, and the air carried a musty, decayed odor that nearly choked him. Upon witnessing the situation, Xu Changsheng promptly employed the cleansing technique several times to tidy up the area. Afterward, he embedded a dozen moonlight stones into the rocky cave walls, significantly enhancing its aesthetics. He then released a cloud-winged bird, which had already reached the foundation establishment stage, from his spiritual beast pouch to scout the surroundings. He dared not rely on his spiritual sense for exploration, as the presence of powerful cultivators nearby could pose a grave danger. Through the shared vision with the cloud-winged bird, Xu Changsheng discerned that he was on a small island, surrounded by endless, boundless sea, and notably, there were no other cultivators in sight, which alleviated his concerns. Next, Xu Changsheng began to arrange a high-level array, intending to take control of the ancient teleportation array located here. Without it, returning to Tiannan would prove quite troublesome. As he planned to conceal the entire island, he spent an entire week perfecting the array, ensuring not only the ancient teleportation array within the rocky cave was secured, but also fortifying the island itself with layers upon layers of intricate formations that possessed formidable concealment and defensive capabilities. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator passing by would be none the wiser, while those below the nascent soul level would be ensnared by the outermost array, becoming disoriented and unknowingly departing, oblivious to the existence of the island. Having completed this task, Xu Changsheng finally found the time to ascend above the island and admire the breathtaking sea view, particularly entranced by the beauty of the sunrise. The scenery was indeed distinct from that of Tiannan, a feast for the eyes. The brilliance of a myriad rays colors the sea breeze, as the waves surge in ceaseless rhythm. The majestic eagle soars for 3,000 miles, while the sun and moon align within a single horizon. Such poetic verses surged through Xu Changsheng's mind, resonating with the moment. With a swift motion, Xu Changsheng produced his jade flying boat and commenced his initial exploration of the Chaos Star Sea. Lacking a map of the region, he was entirely oblivious to the specific coordinates, though he was aware of nearby islands such as Huangfeng Island and Changsheng Island. However, the precise locations and distances remained a mystery. Blind exploration could be perilous, yet he had left a spiritual mark at the island housing the ancient teleportation array, allowing him to sense it even from a distance. As Xu Changsheng navigated the surface of the sea with his boat, he occasionally encountered unwary sea beasts, but their strength was rather mediocre. He easily dispersed their spiritual consciousness using a secret technique from the Great Evolution method. However, after several days of aimless exploration on the vast ocean, he had yet to encounter any other figures, save for some low-tier sea beasts. Having brought only a limited supply of spirit-replenishing pills, he was nearly at the point of nausea from consuming seafood, and ultimately resorted to absorbing spiritual energy to sustain himself. Days passed, and during his maritime exploration, Xu Changsheng finally spotted a colossal ship. Not sensing any powerful cultivators aboard, he discreetly probed with his spiritual sense, discovering it to be a merchant vessel. This ship was indeed impressive, measuring over 1,000 meters in length and 100 meters in width, surpassing even an aircraft carrier. The realm of cultivation could not be fathomed by ordinary logic, especially with the ship adorned with pavilions and magnificent structures. The grand merchant ship was home to thousands of mortals and a dozen cultivators, the strongest among them merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, with others being 2 at the initial stage and several at the chi refining stage. Most of these cultivators were beautiful female practitioners, dressed in matching attire, likely affiliated with a particular sect. Having finally encountered cultivators after such a long wait, Xu Changsheng intended to hitch a ride on their ship. However, as he approached, the vessel was immediately enveloped by a protective array, with alarms ringing throughout the ship. This was the ship's built-in protective formation, which would sound an alert upon the approach of formidable cultivators. The dozen or so female cultivators rushed out, wielding various musical instrument-like artifacts, their expressions serious as they scrutinized the figure of Xu Changsheng hovering in midair, while the mortals trembled in fear. Xu Changsheng found himself at a loss. He merely sought directions and a lift, yet they had created such a commotion. Suddenly, a graceful and elegant female cultivator emerged from the ship, cradling a pipa-shaped artifact. She raised her beautiful eyes to appraise Xu Changsheng, but was unable to discern his cultivation level, leaving her greatly astonished. The ability to appear silently and trigger the ship's defensive array could not possibly belong to an ordinary cultivator. "Might I inquire who you are and your purpose for approaching the Miao Yin sect's merchant vessel?" she asked, her tone laced with caution. Xu Changsheng's brow arched at her words. She spoke the same standard language as that of Tian Nan, confirming that this world was not merely a realm of ordinary mortals. This was a relief, as it eliminated any barriers to communication. However, he had not anticipated that his first encounter in the Chaos Star Sea would be with a member of the Miao Yin sect, a faction well-versed in commerce. Indeed, it could be deemed a commercial organization. Notably, the Miao Yin sect possessed one of the 3 divine trees, the Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, which was one of Xu Changsheng's objectives for venturing into the Chaos Star Sea, desiring to forge a good relationship with the Miao Yin sect's cultivators. As he coveted their treasured items and needed their assistance to acquire a map of the Chaos Star Sea and establish his identity, Xu Changsheng displayed a gentle smile. "There is no need for such wariness, esteemed friends. I am Xu Changsheng, a wandering loose cultivator who has inadvertently arrived here and simply seeks a lift. I bear no ill intentions." Upon hearing this, the Miao Yin sect cultivators remained on high alert, still poised for action. Noticing their distrust, Xu Changsheng frowned. It seemed they doubted his words. Suddenly, he flashed before the protective barrier of the merchant ship, extending his hand to flick his fingers. With a resounding crash, the second-tier protective array shattered like glass, while Xu Changsheng's nascent soul pressure was unleashed. The female cultivators from the Miao Yin sect turned pale and fell to their knees on the deck, realizing that Xu Changsheng's previous claims might indeed hold truth. For the power he exhibited left no room for pretense. "Now do you believe my words?" Xu Changsheng's voice resonated within the minds of every Miao Yin sect cultivator aboard, sending tremors through their spirits and instilling fear. They had not anticipated that someone so youthful could already be a nascent soul cultivator, causing them to worry about his potential wrath. The leading female cultivator, at the mid-foundation establishment stage, knelt in terror and pleaded, "Esteemed senior, please forgive our ignorance. We are willing to compensate for our previous disrespect." As she knelt, everyone on the ship, both the Miao Yin sect cultivators and the thousands of mortals, followed suit, creating a rather imposing scene. Though the sentiment was primarily one of fear, for Xu Changsheng possessed the power to obliterate them entirely. Seeing this, Xu Changsheng smiled. Indeed, strength was the ultimate truth in any realm. He had initially sought a passage on the Miao Yin sect's ship, and their refusal was understandable. However, Xu Changsheng would not let this opportunity slip away, for he had already wasted considerable time on this vast ocean, and he was a man who greatly valued time. Thus, upon witnessing the Miao Yin sect cultivators concede, he retracted his nascent soul pressure and descended onto the merchant ship's deck. In a swift motion, he approached the female cultivators of the Miao Yin sect and calmly stated, "Very well, I happen to have some matters that require your assistance." In the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the female cultivator from the Miao Yin sect, Zhou Yuan, respectfully bowed and said, "I am Zhou Yuan, the envoy of the Miao Yin sect. Please feel free to issue any commands. I shall spare no effort as long as it is within our capabilities." Xu Changsheng raised an eyebrow at her words, surprised to find that the foundation-building cultivator he encountered was actually an envoy of the Miao Yin sect, a position second only to the sect leader. Typically, the sect leader's role is held by a member of the Wang clan, indicating that Zhou Yuan holds significant weight within the sect. There is nothing too demanding. I simply require a detailed map of the chaotic star sea and the identification proof for the recent islands. Additionally, if your sect possesses any high-tier 5-element spiritual items, I would be willing to negotiate, Xu Changsheng stated casually. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression softened. She noted Xu Changsheng's calm demeanor, devoid of arrogance. Particularly given his formidable foundation establishment stage. The fact that he had shattered the merchant ship's protective array with a mere gesture further intrigued her, especially after he had introduced himself as a wandering cultivator. The Miaoyin sect is a modest faction within the chaotic star sea, with only the sect leader possessing foundation establishment capabilities, while the dual envoys and other disciples are at the chi refining and foundation building levels. The sect relies on recruiting wandering cultivators at the foundation establishment stage as guest elders to bolster its reputation, using treasures and beauty as their means of persuasion. The Miaoyin sect excels in various artistic pursuits, particularly in musical instruments. Having gleaned some insights into Xu Changsheng's background, Zhou Yuan felt inclined to recruit him. As a wandering cultivator lacking even a map of the chaotic star, Xi might very well be a struggling practitioner. The female cultivators of the Miaoyin sect are well aware of the desires of male cultivators, having used their beauty and skills to incite jealousy and conflict among many powerful male practitioners. Zhou Yuan then offered Xu Changsheng a captivating smile, saying, "We shall attend to your requests immediately. However, since you are new here, might we treat you to a welcoming banquet?" Xu Changsheng, having grown weary of seafood during his travels, found the thought of a feast appealing, as he was not inclined to forsake the joys of life for the sake of asceticism. The Miaoyin sect may not be powerful, but they certainly excel in indulgence. Initially, Xu Changsheng had assumed the merchant ship was associated with a grand sect, only to find it filled with a few low-level cultivators and thousands of mortals. This indicated that the Miaoyin sect was thriving in the chaotic star sea, or they would have been devoured by rival factions long ago. Very well, Xu Changsheng agreed. It has been some time since I have savored fine cuisine. Under Zhou Yuan's guidance, he entered a magnificent hall aboard the merchant ship, which was lavishly decorated. The ornate white jade columns adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings made him feel as if he had entered the heavenly realms. At the elevated dais in the hall stood a stone table and chairs crafted from raw spiritual stones, resembling a dragon throne, where Xu Changsheng, being the highest-ranked guest, was seated. Zhou Yuan stood beside him, while below, stone tables and cushions were arranged. With a gentle clap of her hands, fragrant spiritual dishes were brought forth by maidservants. To Xu Changsheng's delight, the dishes were crafted from the meat of peak foundation-building beasts, accompanied by third-tier spiritual wine, an extravagant display, indicating the sect's earnest desire to win him over. As the feast commenced, 2 early foundation-building female cultivators from the Miaoyin sect flanked Xu Changsheng, serving him wine and delicacies, allowing him to indulge in a rare moment of pampering. Soon, 8 enchanting female cultivators from the Miaoyin sect entered the hall, dancing gracefully to melodious celestial sounds. The music seemed to weave a spiritual resonance, soothing Xu Changsheng's spirit and refreshing his soul. As a foundation establishment practitioner who had cultivated the Dayan Ju to enhance his spiritual awareness, he found the Miaoyin sect truly remarkable. The dancers occasionally soared into the air, their colorful ribbons fluttering like the celestial maidens he had seen in Dunhuang murals. This was an ethereal spectacle, a true manifestation of beauty in the mortal realm. While enjoying the sumptuous food and mesmerizing dance, Xu Changsheng felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, astonished by the entertainment available in the world of cultivation. Previously, he had secluded himself in Huangfeng Valley, with his only indulgences being the occasional visits to taverns with his friend Shenzhe. Indeed, let the music play and the dance continue, Xu Changsheng exclaimed with great delight. Observing his exuberance, Zhou Yuan became increasingly convinced that he was merely a reclusive practitioner who had emerged from seclusion only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. After all, cultivators must cultivate their minds to avoid the perils of heart demons. Only with clear thoughts can they advance boldly along the path of cultivation. The welcoming banquet lasted for several hours, and as night fell, Xu Changsheng felt the effects of the third-tier spiritual wine weighing upon him. Even with his formidable strength, indulging without restraint led to intoxication. Just as he prepared to retire for the night, the 2 early foundation-building female cultivators who had served him earlier entered his chamber. "Senior, I am Fanmeyer, Schwaner. Please bestow your favor upon us." The 2 women, dressed alluringly, smiled seductively at Xu Changsheng. He frowned at the sight and promptly dismissed them. He was a man with a family and could not afford to behave as he once did. The next day, Xu Changsheng awoke from his slumber and opened the wooden window to behold a stunning ocean view, with a gentle sea breeze lifting his spirits. Upon exiting his room, a maidservant promptly invited him to the reception hall, informing him that Zhou Yuan had prepared the items he required. When Xu Changsheng arrived at the hall, the dignified and radiant Zhou Yuan immediately greeted him with a bow and presented a tray containing a scroll crafted from beast hide, depicting a map. Upon opening it, he confirmed it to be a map of the chaotic star sea, satisfying his curiosity with a nod. In truth, the chaotic star sea, also known as the Inner Star Sea, is governed by an official faction called the Star Palace. Originally, it was a territory dominated by beasts, but the Inner Star Sea has now been established by the ancestors of the human race. The map Zhou Yuan provided was of this Inner Star Sea. Xu Changsheng inquired, "Is there a map of the Outer Star Sea?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. She had assumed most cultivators would be familiar only with the Inner Star Sea, while the Outer Star Sea was primarily explored by powerful cultivators seeking high-tier beast cores. Xu Changsheng's apparent unfamiliarity with the geography made her regard him as a secluded practitioner, though his foundation establishment cultivation level commanded her respect. "Please forgive me, Senior," Zhou Yuan replied respectfully. "While the Miaoyin sect does have a presence in the Outer Star Sea, we lack a detailed map. We are currently in the process of gathering one, but I shall provide you with a general map shortly." Xu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to press further. He had just arrived in the chaotic Star Sea and did not intend to venture into the Outer Star Sea immediately. Instead, he planned to establish himself in the Inner Star Sea, selecting an island near the ancient teleportation array for convenience in traveling between the Tiannan region and the chaotic Star Sea, effectively creating a secondary stronghold. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng requested Zhou Yuan to enlighten him regarding the chaotic Star Sea. This chaotic Star Sea poses three significant threats, aside from the common demonic beasts. There exist the celestial winds and the ominous black mist. The celestial winds give Xu Changsheng an impression akin to an amplified typhoon, occurring biannually and proving perilous. Even those in the core formation stage must exercise extreme caution, lest they meet their demise. However, as there are discernible patterns, it is manageable. As for the most perilous black mist, Xu Changsheng discerned that it originates from the true spirit Luo Hu. It drifts unpredictably, and any living being enveloped by it is swallowed whole, ultimately descending into a realm devoid of spirit, known as the land of Yin and Ming. Even ancient beings at the nascent soul stage find it exceedingly challenging to escape once ensnared, with most succumbing to their fate. Thus, Xu Changsheng remains vigilant against this calamity. Should he detect an impending black mist, he would not hesitate to employ his evasion techniques to flee. During their conversation, the female cultivator Zhou Yuan subtly endeavored to entice Xu Changsheng into joining their Miaoyin sect. However, Xu Changsheng refrained from an immediate agreement. Although he was open to the possibility of serving as a guest elder, he did not inquire whether the Miaoyin sect possessed the legendary thunder bamboo, as such information would be a closely guarded secret. One Zhou Yuan, as a left envoy, could scarcely divulge to an outsider. Xu Changsheng had never contemplated that joining the Miaoyin sect would grant him access to the thunder bamboo. Presently, the sect boasted core formation cultivators at its helm and would not relinquish such a rare treasure unless driven to desperation. The notion that the thunder bamboo was sold to the Miaoyin sect by a descendant of a declining minor sect was something Xu Changsheng found utterly implausible. Hence, he resolved to pilfer the thunder bamboo directly upon arriving at the Miaoyin sect stronghold. With his prowess, such an endeavor was well within his capabilities. He dismissed any notions of dishonor in this act. As in the treacherous realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. As long as his actions remained undiscovered, all would be well. Moreover, the thunder bamboo held little utility for the Miaoyin sect itself. Time flew by, and days later, the Miaoyin sect's merchant vessel docked at the nearby Kuaishing Island. This Kuaishing Island is one of the 24 extraterrestrial islands governed by the Star Palace, home to 3 core formation cultivators, 1 island master, and 2 deputy island masters. To avoid drawing undue attention, Xu Changsheng concealed his cultivation level, presenting himself as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator as he and Zhou Yuan disembarked at the Kuaishing Island port. Zhou Yuan did not question Xu Changsheng's decision to mask his cultivation, recognizing it as his prerogative. Upon arriving at the port, they were intercepted by the guards, but were permitted entry once Zhou Yuan presented her jade token. Due to Xu Changsheng being an outsider, Zhou Yuan vouched for him, allowing him to obtain a temporary green jade token as identification. Xu Changsheng was taken aback by the stringent regulations imposed on cultivators on the islands of the chaotic Star Sea. Following this, he accompanied Zhou Yuan to the ascending Immortal Pavilion located on Qinyun Mountain in Cultivation Island. This was the venue for processing residency applications. Naturally, Xu Changsheng sought to secure permanent residency, as he would need a stronghold in the chaotic Star Sea. Given his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he was allowed to choose a mountain peak on Qinyun Mountain, but the peaks abundant in spiritual energy had already been claimed by other foundation establishment cultivators. The 3 largest peaks were reserved for the island master and the 2 deputy island masters. Ultimately, Xu Changsheng selected a peak known as Shaozhu Peak as his dwelling. To obtain a peak rich in spiritual energy, he would need to participate in the decennial Spirit Land competition, but that event was still 3 years away, and he was unwilling to wait. Xu Changsheng had no desire to become an island master on one of the lesser islands, as they not only lacked spiritual energy, but also offered limited convenience for purchasing goods. It was akin to the stark contrast between a well-equipped city and a remote village, with the added burden of annual spirit stone taxes for the entire island. Thus, he opted to remain on Cultivation Island. Moreover, various protective formations on Cultivation Island provided a measure of safety in case of unforeseen events. If necessary, Xu Changsheng could discreetly depart without a trace. As he was new to this environment, he chose to maintain a low profile. Had he revealed his core formation cultivation from the outset, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the island master, leading to unwelcome solicitations or cautious insinuations. To avoid such complications, Xu Changsheng chose to conceal his true power. The Miaoyin sect primarily conducts business within the inner Star Sea, with limited involvement in the outer Star Sea. Regardless, both the 12 inner Star Islands and the 24 outer Star Islands, under the Star Palace's dominion, maintain their respective branches. In the largest city of Cultivation Island, Cultivation City, the Tiandu Street hosts a Miaoyin sect store. Xu Changsheng expressed interest in exploring Tiandu Street, and under Zhou Yuan's guidance, he arrived there. This area resembled a vast commercial district rather than a mere street, specifically catering to cultivators, shrouded in formations that barred ordinary mortals from entry. Upon entering Tiandu Street, Xu Changsheng beheld a magnificent pavilion suspended 100 meters above the ground, crafted from a jade-like substance. Zhou Yuan explained that this aerial edifice was known as Yunming Pavilion, a high-end establishment catering exclusively to high-tier cultivators. The street was lined with numerous shops, the most conspicuous being 6 establishments located in the prime area, including names such as Yuhuanju, Baishualu, and Shanghai Pavilion. Zhou Yuan revealed that these were properties of the affluent Lu Liandian. Chapter 63. Guest Elder Zhou Yuan led Xu Changsheng to the Miaoyin sect's branch established on Cultivation Island, a sizable establishment known as Les Huxuan. Although it did not rival the scale of Lu Liandian's shops, it was still commendable on Tiandu Street, particularly given that it employed over 100 individuals, most of whom were female cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Following Zhou Yuan's lead, they entered a private room within Les Huxuan, where she brewed 2 cups of celestial tea. Turning to Xu Changsheng, she inquired, "Senior, have you given any thought to my previous suggestion regarding joining our Miaoyin sect as a guest elder?" Xu Changsheng smiled at her words, replying, "That is certainly negotiable. However, I would like to know what benefits I may receive from becoming a guest elder of the Miaoyin sect." Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing Xu Changsheng's response. It appeared that the core formation senior had shown interest. If she could successfully recruit a core formation loose cultivator into the Miaoyin sect, the advantages to her would be considerable. With a smile, Zhou Yuan elucidated. According to the regulations set forth by our sect's ancestors, any core formation cultivator who joins the Miaoyin sect receives an annual stipend of 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, any treasures you desire from Miaoyin sect shops can be procured at half price, and we can assist in selling any personal items you wish to dispose of. Additionally, any female cultivators under our sect who catch your eye may become your partners, provided they consent. Xu Changsheng remained silent for a moment, appearing contemplative. The terms Zhou Yuan presented held little allure for him. Nonetheless, they were not without merit, as he required resources for his cultivation. Having Miaoyin sect's shops handle transactions would certainly save him considerable time. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "If I were to take a liking to you, would that be permissible?" Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue. She playfully responded, "To earn the favor of a senior brings me great joy. However, I have already been chosen by the sect master as the future sect mistress's partner, so I cannot comply. However, our right envoy remains unclaimed. Her beauty rivals my own, and you may wish to consider her." Xu Changsheng chuckled, shaking his head. He had merely jested, having noted Zhou Yuan's previously serious demeanor. He understood that the Miao Yin sect predominantly selected beautiful female cultivators as disciples, subsequently pairing them with powerful cultivators as a means of ensuring the sect's protection. After pondering for a moment, Xu Changsheng continued, "It is not out of the question for me to join the Miao Yin sect as a guest elder. However, I am accustomed to a solitary existence, and I cannot guarantee that I will come to your aid in times of peril. Additionally, I prefer to immerse myself in my cultivation without interruption. If the Miao Yin sect can accept this, I have no objections." Zhou Yuan nodded earnestly in response. "That is perfectly acceptable. The other guest elders of the Miao Yin sect are similar to you, senior. We will not restrict your movements. We only hope that when a crisis arises, you will assist us. If you cannot, that is also fine. Your presence alone will enhance the prestige of our sect." Xu Changsheng understood Zhou Yuan's words. As a cultivator in the core formation stage, even without direct intervention, his reputation would suffice to benefit the Miao Yin sect, which posed no loss to him. Soon, the two reached a cooperative agreement. After finalizing their discussion, Zhou Yuan said to Xu Changsheng, "Elder Xu, our sect's mountain gate is located on Miao Yin Island, not far from Tianqing City. When we set sail, we will take you with us. At that time, the Miao Yin sect will invite various forces from the Chaos Star Sea to host a banquet in your honor, where your mere presence will demonstrate your strength in the core formation stage." Hearing this, Xu Changsheng felt a surge of joy. He had been troubled about locating the Miao Yin sect's headquarters, and now he learned it was on Miao Yin Island. This was fortuitous, as it would allow him to gain insight into the sect's particulars before taking action. His life-bound magical treasure had yet to be fully formed, and he particularly needed the Miao Yin sect's assistance in locating the rare materials of the 5 elements. Nodding, Xu Changsheng replied, "Very well, I will accompany you to Miao Yin Island. By the way, please keep an eye out for the 5-element materials I mentioned earlier, especially precious spiritual materials. Even if their age is not optimal, it will suffice. Additionally, I need you to help me gather some refined metal for artifact crafting and some earth attribute ores." Zhou Yuan diligently noted down Xu Changsheng's requests and smiled. "I have taken note of your requirements, senior. I will relay your instructions shortly. I see you require such a vast array of crafting materials. Might you also be an artifact master?" Xu Changsheng proudly replied, "I am not merely an artifact master. I dabble in all 4 arts of cultivation: talismans, elixirs, artifacts, and formations. I have also conducted some research into the path of puppetry. Therefore, I will ask for your assistance in selling these items in exchange for the cultivation resources I need." Zhou Yuan was genuinely astonished. While many cultivators study the 4 arts, very few manage to master them simultaneously, especially those in the core formation stage. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan barely exceeds 2 centuries, leaving little time for such pursuits. Yet, Xu Changsheng not only mastered these arts, but also delved into the intricate path of puppetry, making Zhou Yuan feel she had indeed recruited an extraordinary core formation master. If she were not already destined to be the sect's future leader, she would have readily accepted his proposal to become his partner. However, this was merely Zhou Yuan's one-sided wish. Xu Changsheng held high standards for his partner and would not casually choose a female cultivator. Previously, he had only flirted out of boredom, as he preferred a less serious atmosphere. Since he expressed his admiration for Zhou Yuan, her demeanor toward him had become more sincere and affectionate, her smiles more enchanting. Xu Changsheng knew that the female cultivators of the Miao Yin sect were skilled in the art of seduction, yet before him, who had cultivated the great transformation decision to the 4th layer, it had no effect. His spiritual consciousness was now comparable to that of an infant soul cultivator, and he could simultaneously command thousands of puppet soldiers in battle, which emboldened him to venture into the Chaos Star Sea. After chatting with Zhou Yuan for a while longer, Xu Changsheng took his leave and returned to his cave dwelling on Shaozhu Peak at Qingyan Mountain. The area contained structures left by previous foundation establishment cultivators, but Xu Changsheng preferred not to inhabit places previously occupied by others. Thus, he razed the existing buildings and constructed a classical garden on Shaozhu Peak, enhancing the entire area with a peak-level 3-tiered formation. Xu Changsheng was confident that even if the island master of the Kueisheng sect and the 2 deputy island masters joined forces, they would not be able to breach the protective array of his cave. The foundation establishment cultivators residing in the surrounding mountains would not discern the formidable nature of the array unless they attacked. Chapter 64, Azure Thunder Sword. Core Formation Spirit Pet. The members of the Miao Yin sect required nearly a year to arrange a series of affairs on Kueisheng Island. Thus, Xu Changsheng decided to focus on his cultivation at Shaozhu Peak in Qingyan Mountain. He resolved to refine his life-bound magical treasure first, adding more materials later as they became available. Zhou Yuan, the left envoy of the Miaoyin sect, also delivered some useful items to him. After Xu Changsheng broke through to the core formation stage, he needed to further enhance his strength. The members of the Miaoyin sect thoughtfully provided him with intermediate spell manuals, refined metal, and unique alchemical formulas from the Chaos Star Sea. After reviewing them, he found them quite intriguing, particularly the practical spells related to water, as many of the alchemical recipes were astonishing. The alchemical recipes from the Chaos Star Sea differed from those in the Tiannan region. Here, the primary materials for alchemy were demon cores, and the higher the grade of the elixir, the more advanced the demon beast core required. This was unlike Tiannan, which demanded exceedingly rare spiritual herbs, some of which were even extinct. For instance, obtaining foundation establishment pills in Tiannan was quite challenging, but in the Chaos Star Sea, they were not so highly valued. Xu Changsheng diligently studied the alchemical recipes from the Chaos Star Sea, particularly the knowledge regarding local demon beasts, committing it to memory. The recipes included explanations of the corresponding demon beast knowledge, which would allow him to venture into the outer Star Sea for high-grade demon cores to refine elixirs in the future. After a month of arriving in the Chaos Star Sea, Xu Changsheng prepared to craft his initial life-bound magical treasure. Previously, during his tribulation to break into the core formation stage, he had refined a strike of thunderwood to the level of a magical treasure through constant tempering with heavenly lightning. However, this thunderwood had now become a mass of energy, containing both pure wood essence and the power of heavenly thunder, which required shaping. Xu Changsheng did not deliberate for long. He intended to mold this mass of thunderwood energy into a flying sword, adopting the design of the Wangshu sword. As a high-level artifact master, and with his golden core having absorbed the liquid heavenly thunder, he had also mastered the heavenly thunder fire, which was excellent for alchemy and artifact crafting. Thus, after infusing various refined metals into the process, his life-bound flying sword quickly took shape. The flying sword resembled a crystal of azure hue, shimmering with a clarity akin to autumn waters, adorned with enigmatic lightning patterns. The connection between the sword body and hilt lacked a guard, and blue heavenly lightning flickered intermittently. Xu Changsheng was greatly pleased. He could sense the nascent consciousness emerging within the magical treasure, and if nurtured properly, it might develop into a spirit. Xu Changsheng decided to name this life-bound flying sword the Azure Thunder Sword. The sword began to orbit around him, and he felt its joy and affinity. Extending his right hand, he summoned a flickering blue flame of lightning, which was the heavenly thunder fire, a variant of celestial fire, far superior to the alchemical flames of other core formation cultivators. Thus, Xu Changsheng resolved to dedicate time to studying fire-based spells, as the heavenly thunder fire was quite formidable in combat, particularly when used according to the alchemical recipes of the Chaos Star Sea. It could annihilate the malevolent aura within demon cores. This ability would surely evoke envy and admiration among other alchemists in the Chaos Star Sea. Xu Changsheng became enamored with a particular elixir suitable for cultivators in the core formation stage, known as the Shenyuan Dan, which is essentially an upgraded version of the Xingyuan Dan. With the spirit crystals he currently possessed, he could procure a considerable amount of the required demon pills. Thus, he resolved not to venture into the alien seas for the time being. His Qingyuan sword technique had also reached the 7th layer, allowing him to master the sword shadow splitting technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Zhou Yuan, the left envoy of the Miaoyin sect, seldom interrupted Xu Changsheng's cultivation, which he greatly appreciated. He diligently studied the intermediate spells utilized by core formation practitioners and became increasingly adept at controlling his life-bound flying sword. He even fully mastered the heavenly thunder fire, crafting several side-effect freezing Yuan Dawn to enhance his cultivation. With the Miaoyin sect's merchant ship not set to return to its base on Miaoyin Island for another 6 months, Xu Changsheng grew more leisurely. Occasionally, he would wander through Tiandu Street, casually acquiring any treasures that caught his eye, amassing a collection of low-grade 5-element spiritual materials, which, however, were insufficient for his future transformation into an infant. One day, Xu Changsheng's spirit beast pouch reacted, revealing that his beast companion, the silver-armored python, had awakened and showed signs of impending core formation. This thrilled Xu Changsheng, as he had diligently crafted numerous spirit-feeding pills for it. Opening his mouth, he summoned a cyan flying sword and soared towards the desolate island near Kuaishing Island. The speed of this life-bound flying sword surpassed that of the jade flying boat he had previously piloted, for the jade flying boat was merely a top-grade artifact. In less than half an hour, Xu Changsheng arrived at a remote island far from Huangfeng Island, where he released the silver-armored python. Shortly thereafter, calamity clouds appeared in the sky, an omen of the python's tribulation, with Xu Changsheng acting as its protector. Simultaneously, he released 2 blood jade spiders that had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The 2 translucent spiders circled around Xu Changsheng affectionately, prompting him to smile and pat their heads. The silver-armored python's tribulation proceeded smoothly, encountering no significant obstacles due to its formidable defensive capabilities, which allowed it to withstand the lightning tribulation. Xu Changsheng was quite satisfied, even when other practitioners passed by during the tribulation. He unleashed his consciousness comparable to that of a nascent soul practitioner, scaring them all away. Having successfully weathered the lightning tribulation, the silver-armored python underwent a transformation, developing limbs and claws, with its horns multiplying to 2, signs that it was destined to evolve into a dragon. Xu Changsheng was elated, as he now possessed a core formation beast companion, and he eagerly anticipated the day it would transform into a dragon. Suddenly, the silver-armored python shrank to palm size, transforming into a flickering light that landed on Xu Changsheng's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against his neck. Xu Changsheng understood that the python had acquired the innate ability to alter its size, potentially possessing other mystical powers as well. He chuckled. Now that you have formed your core, it is time to bestow upon you a proper name. Let's call you Silverhorn. If you transform into a golden dragon in the future, we shall change it to Golden Horn. How does that sound? The silver-armored python joyfully danced in the air, its tail swishing about. It even conjured a bolt of lightning to roast a 4th-tier demon fish, presenting it to Xu Changsheng. Delighted, Xu Changsheng communicated with the python's soul, learning that it had mastered size alteration, flight, cloud manipulation, and thunder control. He felt a tinge of envy towards these powerful bloodlines, as they inherently possessed various innate abilities and only needed to reach a certain level to master them, unlike the human race, which had to cultivate diligently for such skills. However, he acknowledged that humans had a remarkable growth rate and a higher potential ceiling. After securing the blood jade spiders and the newly transformed silver-armored python in his spirit beast pouch, Xu Changsheng set forth towards Huangfeng Island. On the way, he conveniently passed by Xiaohuan Island, recalling the presence of a peculiar creature known as the golden devouring worm beneath its surface. Utilizing his consciousness akin to that of a nascent soul practitioner, he meticulously searched and collected the worms, seizing this opportunity for himself. Upon returning to his cave dwelling on the small bamboo peak of Qingyun Mountain on Huangfeng Island, he constructed a jade chamber for the golden devouring worms, tossing in high-grade pills crafted from rainbow silk grass for them to consume each other, thereby birthing stronger worms and expanding their colony. He left their fate to the whims of destiny. As time passed swiftly, another 6 months elapsed. Xu Changsheng continued his leisurely cultivation, frequently meandering through Tiandu Street, where he procured iron essence, copper essence, silver essence, and metal essence to enhance the quality of his Qinglei sword. He also traded his crafted talismans and artifacts at the Miaoyin sects Les Huxuan for a substantial amount of spirit stones. One day, Xu Changsheng received a notification from Zhou Yuan that it was time to set sail. After activating the formation of his cave dwelling, he made his way to the port. Soon, under Zhou Yuan's guidance, he boarded the massive merchant ship that swiftly glided towards Miaoyin Island, propelled by spirit stones. The presence of Xu Changsheng, a core formation guest elder, brought much comfort to the crew aboard the merchant ship. Miaoyin Island was in close proximity to Tianqing City, as the Miaoyin sect aimed to conduct business near the turbulent Star Seas power centers, which ultimately benefited Xu Changsheng, for Tianqing City was sure to offer many treasures for sale. The tumultuous Star Sea was vast, so much so that no faction had fully explored it to date. Even the official faction, the Tianqing Palace, only managed to control the largest 36 star islands by harnessing the spirit veins. Since the Tianqing twin saints had secluded themselves for an extended period, the palace's grasp on the Star Sea had significantly weakened. As the merchant ship traversed the boundless ocean, Xu Changsheng's days were spent indulging in delightful cuisine and watching the female cultivators of the Miaoyin sect perform music and dance. Yet, the monotony of the same routines began to wear on him, prompting him to compose music and choreograph dances for them, establishing himself as an artistic master in their eyes. The cultivators of the Miaoyin sect were a group of cultured youths, divided into 6 departments based on music, dance, poetry, calligraphy, chess, and painting, each brimming with talent, eloquent speech, and a penchant for grandeur and enjoyment. Their attire and architectural styles exuded an ethereal quality, making it hard to believe that this was merely a small sect. However, The Miaoyin sect thrived commercially, thanks to its leader, a core formation practitioner who had also formed alliances with 3 other core formation rogue cultivators, granting them considerable strength. Their method of recruitment often relied on beauty, hence Zhou Yuan's intention to introduce Xu Changsheng to the right envoy. Through conversations with Zhou Yuan, Xu Changsheng learned that the current leader of the Miaoyin sect was named Wang Lan, a mid-core formation female cultivator. However, she had only one descendant named Wang Heng, who was a male practitioner. According to the sect's customs, the leader was typically a female, but the current situation was exceptional, allowing Wang Heng to be appointed as the junior sect master. Furthermore, the leader had designated Zhou Yuan as the junior sect master Wang Heng's partner, essentially the future mistress of the sect. Xu Changsheng was taken aback by this revelation, unsure of which version of the mortal realm he had entered. Yet, it mattered little. For the moment he appeared in this world, the timeline had subtly shifted. As time's gears continued to turn, another 6 months passed. The members of the Miaoyin sect finally arrived at Miaoyin Island. When Xu Changsheng set foot on this medium-sized island, he was taken aback. For most of the inhabitants were beautiful women, both cultivators and mortals, giving him the uncanny feeling of having entered a realm of femininity. In particular, all the women of Miaoyin Island are exquisitely adorned, exuding an ethereal charm. The commerce here thrives, allowing women to openly assume roles as managers, a rarity in this ancient world. As Xu Changsheng traverses the bustling crowd, he draws the attention of several bold women who cast flowers and handkerchiefs in his direction, only to be halted by the left envoy, Zhou Yuan. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of Miaoyin Gate with Zhou Yuan, Xu Changsheng is once again taken aback. The entrance is established upon a colossal floating mountain, enveloped in swirling clouds, with pavilions and towers adorned with intricate carvings, luxurious glazed tiles, and white jade pillars. Celestial birds flit about, and the air is filled with enchanting melodies, while many beautiful female cultivators dance and sing, resembling a heavenly paradise. Zhou Yuan escorts Xu Changsheng to the central hall of Miaoyin Gate, where he is dazzled by the resplendent white jade that comprises the entire chamber, a veritable palace of jade, the cost of which must be astronomical. No wonder this sect would later fall prey to other factions. At that moment, seated upon a jade throne at the hall's elevated platform is a woman of enduring grace, appearing to be in her 30s. Though Xu Changsheng surmises she must be several centuries old, well-preserved, likely having consumed beauty elixirs in her youth. The aura of a mid-stage core formation cultivator emanates from her. Xu Changsheng immediately recognizes her as the current sect leader, Wang Lan, accompanied by a refined male cultivator, presumably the young master Wang Heng, who bears a resemblance to her. While Xu Changsheng observes the pair, they too scrutinize him. Wang Lan and Wang Heng express surprise at Xu Changsheng's youthful and handsome visage. For with his early-stage core formation prowess, he should be at least a century old, yet he appears remarkably youthful. Perhaps he too has partaken of beauty elixirs. Wang Lan and Wang Heng do not maintain an air of superiority. Instead, they descend from the platform to stand before Xu Changsheng, who, in turn, subtly releases his early-stage core formation aura, dispelling any doubts they may have, though they still wish to assess his true strength. Wang Lan gazes at Xu Changsheng with a gentle smile, saying, "Elder Xu, you shall henceforth be our esteemed guest elder at Miaoyin Gate. Please feel free to voice any requests, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate you, provided it is within our means. However, we would first like to evaluate your strength, if you permit." Xu Changsheng, not one to decline, agrees, and under Wang Lan's supervision, he showcases merely a fraction of his power, effortlessly defeating her, a testament to his early-stage core formation dominance over her mid-stage cultivation. This victory prompts Wang Lan to elevate Xu Changsheng to the position of the foremost guest elder. Wang Lan then leads Xu Changsheng to the highest pavilion of Miaoyin Gate, offering a panoramic view of the majestic entrance. She inquires, "Elder Xu, how do you find the scenery of Miaoyin Gate?" Xu Changsheng surveys the surroundings and responds with a smile. "In the jade capital of the heavens, 12 towers and 5 cities. Celestials caress my crown, granting me the blessings of longevity." At his poetic words, Wang Lan's eyes sparkle with delight, and the allure of her slightly upturned lips enhances her charm even further. Elder Xu is quite the connoisseur of poetry. Interestingly, our esteemed envoy, Zhu, also hails from a poetic background. You two may enjoy a delightful conversation, Wang Lan suggests with a smile. Xu Changsheng, intrigued by the prospect of gathering information through Zhu, nods in agreement. According to Zhou Yuan's previous remarks, Zhu frequently remains at Miaoyin Gate, aiding Wang Lan in various affairs, thus possessing considerable knowledge. Wang Lan subsequently invites Xu Changsheng to witness a singing and dancing competition organized by Miaoying Gate as a means of welcoming him. During the festivities, Xu Changsheng also meets 3 other guest elders of the core formation stage, who, while of average strength, exhibit a notable fondness for beauty. Upon subtly probing their physical conditions with his spiritual sense, Xu Changsheng frowns. He discovers that although they appear to be at the core formation stage, their bodies are in a state of decay, raising his suspicions about the leadership of Miaoying Gate. After the welcoming banquet, Xu Changsheng returns to the opulent palace arranged for him by Miaoying Gate. Shortly thereafter, an elegant and strikingly beautiful woman enters his chamber. Elder Xu, I am Zhuiwei, the right envoy of Miaoying Gate. I humbly seek your favor. She gazes shyly at Xu Changsheng, embodying a delicate charm that starkly contrasts her composed exterior. Xu Changsheng merely smiles, recognizing this as a common ploy among the female cultivators of Miaoying Gate. Had their power differential not been so vast, she might have resorted to using charm techniques, as these guest elders of the core formation stage could more accurately be described as puppets rather than true elders. Not wishing to engage in pretense with the mid-stage foundation establishment Zhuiyu, Xu Changsheng swiftly casts a hand, enveloping the room in a pre-arranged third-tier formation. He then employs a secret technique to probe Zhuiyu's memories, during which she remains powerless to resist, her eyes wide with terror. After approximately 15 minutes, Xu Changsheng ceases his exploration, a smile curling upon his lips. Indeed, Zhuiyu possesses a wealth of information regarding Miaoying Gate, including the existence of the thunder bamboo within its core treasury, a small segment divided into 2 parts, brought from the founding master of Miaoying Gate, but kept hidden to avoid drawing attention. The thunder bamboo, lacking proper nourishment, resembles ordinary decayed wood. Yet as one of the 3 divine trees, it garners interest from numerous factions. However, it is primarily a treasure for wood-based cultivators, rendering its utility limited for others. Thus, Wang Lan intends to reserve the thunder bamboo for future generations as a foundation for acquiring cultivation resources, to prevent other factions from discovering its presence. She has unified the higher-ups narrative, stating that if the thunder bamboo were ever sold, it would be claimed as having been acquired from a fallen minor sect's heir, thereby safeguarding the other treasures in the core treasury from covetous eyes and ensuring Miaoying Gate's security. Xu Changsheng appreciates the caution displayed by the higher-ups of Miaoying Gate. Yet he finds their fabricated tale rather far-fetched. After all, the thunder bamboo is a divine wood, and a fallen minor sect's heir would have no claim to it. If discovered by powerful cultivators, they would have been eradicated long ago. While Miaoying Gate possesses only moderate strength in the chaotic Star Sea, its complex operational model has allowed it to maintain intricate relationships in this realm. The absence of a discontinuity in core formation cultivators has ensured its survival for over a millennium. However, the subsequent sale of the thunder bamboo by the succeeding Wang Lan led to a calamity, resulting in near annihilation of Miaoying Gate, had it not been for the emergence of the purple spirit fairy. Through his probing of Zhuiyu's memories, Xu Changsheng also uncovers the location of Miaoying Gate's core treasury, piquing his interest in its treasures. Consequently, he employs soul techniques to transform Zhuiyu into his servant, akin to Lin Tao, the young master of Qianzhou Jiao in the far west, retaining her independent thoughts, yet utterly loyal to Xu Changsheng, ready to obliterate herself at the first sign of betrayal. Servant Zhuiwei pays homage to my lord. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhuiwei immediately bows respectfully before Xu Changsheng, her soul ensnared by his secret technique, compelling her to regard him as her master to whom she owes her lifelong allegiance. Xu Changsheng, upon witnessing the situation, felt a sense of satisfaction. Although the application of this soul's secret technique had depleted some of his lifespan, the replenishment from his longevity Dao Fruit rendered it inconsequential. The execution of this soul technique necessitated that the target be devoid of any defensive capacity, with the consumption of lifespan corresponding to the opponent's strength. However, should he confront a being whose soul strength vastly exceeded his own, the technique would prove ineffective and could even rebound upon him. This was why Xu Changsheng held such significance for the complete version of the Great Yin decision. Through its cultivation, not only would his divine consciousness be enhanced, but his soul would also be fortified, resulting in a symbiotic relationship. It was apparent that the Great Yin deity possessed remarkable talent, yet his severely damaged soul origin foretold a bleak future. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng orchestrated a plan with Zhuiyu to access the core treasury of the Miaoying sect, with the thunder bamboo being a crucial component. However, Xu Changsheng preferred to remain in the shadows, reluctant to reveal his secrets to others. It was prudent to maintain a low profile until he achieved invincibility. A few days later, Xu Changsheng requested to depart for Tianqing City from the Miaoying sect's Lord Wang. But only his wooden avatar left, a manifestation of one of the minor supernatural abilities from the Green Emperor's longevity art, which was a step above mere puppetry, indistinguishable in appearance and spiritual essence from his true self. After arranging everything, he instructed Zhui Yushi to divert Lord Wang's attention while his true self utilized Earth Spirit Escape to reach the core treasury of the Miaoying sect. There, a third-tier formation guarded the treasures, but for Xu Changsheng, a master of formations, it was as insubstantial as air. He swiftly identified the key to dismantling the array and stealthily infiltrated. Upon entering the core treasury, Xu Changsheng beheld numerous precious artifacts, the most prominent being a jade box resting on a central stone platform. When he opened it, he discovered two seemingly unremarkable segments of withered bamboo. It was evident that a single stalk had been split. Yet, Xu Changsheng sensed the immense vitality and thunderous power contained within. This was the thunder bamboo. Indeed, a serendipitous acquisition. He chuckled softly to himself. Xu Changsheng then proceeded to abscond with the most valuable third of the treasures housed within the core treasury. As a guest elder of the Miaoying sect, he was mindful not to overreach. Losing too many treasures could lead to a gap in the sect's powerful hierarchy. Chapter 67. Second Golden Core of Tianqing City. After acquiring a plethora of treasures, including the thunder bamboo, from the Miaoying sect's core treasury, Xu Changsheng instructed Zhui Yushi to continue lurking in the shadows to control the sect's influence, while he himself made his way to Tianqing City. Once he dispelled his wooden avatar, he confidently approached the city's entrance. The guards of Tianqing City were surprisingly Foundation establishment cultivators. But upon Xu Changsheng revealing his core formation spiritual pressure, they quickly presented him with a red ring, granting him permanent residency in Tianqing City as a core formation cultivator. Serving as his pass, this convenience spared Xu Changsheng considerable trouble. In this realm, the stronger one's power, the greater the privileges one enjoyed. Upon entering Tianqing City, he was astounded by the sights. The city was built around a colossal mountain peak, structured in a circular formation with 81 tiers. The apex housed the core of the Star Palace, the residence of the twin saints of Tianqing. From the top tier to the 30th, the internal management personnel resided, while the remaining 50 tiers accommodated cultivators from all directions, where one could rent caves simply by possessing spirit stones. As a newcomer, Xu Changsheng was not yet familiar with the intricacies of Tianqing City. Thus, he sought a local guide, a captivating beauty at the 9th level of qi refinement. Following her, he wandered through the first tier of Tianqing City, the largest area situated at the foot of the sacred mountain, enclosed by towering city walls. Here, cultivators of various backgrounds mingled amidst a plethora of shops, teeming with an array of goods. Xu Changsheng visited a place named the White Gate Pavilion, acquiring numerous books relating to the beasts of the inner and outer star seas, as well as spiritual herbs, which would prove invaluable for his future adventures in the outer star sea. However, what captivated him the most was the auctions held by the four great merchant alliances, which amassed all manner of rare treasures from the inner and outer star seas. Xu Changsheng aimed to procure some 5-element spiritual materials through these auctions. Following the guide, he arrived at a luxurious loft at the foot of the sacred mountain, where he spent nearly 3,000 spirit stones to rent a cave on the 51st tier for a 100-year duration, renewable thereafter. For Xu Changsheng, this sum was but a trifling expense. After arranging his cave, he meticulously catalogued the precious items he had retrieved from the Miaoying sect's core treasury, with the 2 segments of thunder bamboo undoubtedly being the most valuable, alongside some ironwood intended for crafting high-tier puppets, albeit the oldest only being a millennium old. He also discovered some refining crystals for fortifying magical artifacts and some rare gung essence, which could greatly enhance the sharpness and potency of his treasures. Among his findings were several precious blood phoenix woods, materials for crafting ancient Yuaning-level puppets, carelessly discarded in a corner of the treasury, indicative of the sect's lack of discernment. Aside from these treasures, there were merely some high-grade spirit crystals, leaving Xu Changsheng somewhat disappointed as he had yet to find the millennial 5-element spiritual materials. Thus, he placed his hopes on the auctions of the 4 great merchant alliances. However, after participating in several large-scale auctions, he realized his own financial constraints. The attendees were all exceedingly wealthy. After expending the majority of his spirit crystals, he finally acquired a piece of millennial gung gold at the auction, a superior material for crafting, which Xu Changsheng intended to refine into his gold attribute golden core, aiming to integrate various millennial spiritual materials into it prior to his transformation into an infant. Xu Changsheng's efforts to obtain the thunder bamboo were not solely for enhancing the quality of his Qing Lei sword. He also sought to elevate the grade of his wood attribute golden core, augmenting his foundation and enabling him to wield the evil-repelling divine thunder and potentially even stronger golden scale demon-extinguishing divine thunder. However, this required waiting for Han Li to arrive with his celestial bottle, a rare herbalist Xu Changsheng greatly valued. Consequently, Xu Changsheng secluded himself in his cave for 2 years, employing the thunder fire to continuously refine the millennial Gung gold into the purest Gung essence. Although the yield was modest, after expending a millennium of his lifespan, he successfully refined it into a gold attribute golden core. Only someone like Xu Changsheng, who possessed the longevity Dao Fruit, could undertake such a feat. Other core formation cultivators would find it impossible to sacrifice a millennium of lifespan. This gold attribute golden core was a pure golden hue, albeit currently only the size of a soybean due to limited materials. The disparity between this second golden core and his original wood attribute golden core was akin to that between the moon and the sun. It would require Xu Changsheng to continually infuse it with millennial Gung essence in the future. This revelation led Xu Changsheng to understand why the ancient 5-element transformation method had been neglected in the treasury. It was tremendously taxing, likely not intended for human cultivators. With his second golden core, Xu Changsheng felt a substantial enhancement in his strength, his spiritual roots fully restored, rendering him complete in the 5 elements and alleviating concerns regarding future advancements in cultivation. This was essentially a form of quasi-spiritual root, purer than a Dan's spiritual root. Xu Changsheng's spirits soared, yet he recognized the necessity of earning spirit stones in the outer star sea. Xu Changsheng initially believed that through his mastery of the 4 arts of cultivation, he could acquire sufficient resources for his training. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated the enormity of the undertaking he had chosen. Though his path was formidable, it demanded an unimaginable consumption of resources. And without spirit stones, he found it difficult to sustain his journey. Consequently, Xu Changsheng emerged from his cave dwelling and made his way to the 50th level of Tianqing City, where a starry palace stood. Within this palace lay a teleportation array leading to the alien sea, a number of which required a hefty amount of spirit stones for activation. Each array could transport 7 individuals at a time, thus necessitating the gathering of a group to share the costs. Upon arriving at the teleportation area of the starry palace, Xu Changsheng discovered a number of cultivators waiting to form a party of 7. Each teleportation array was marked with the destination of various islands in the alien sea. Xu Changsheng had already selected a particular island named Earth's Spirit Island, drawn by rumors of the abundant presence of ancient ginger crystals there. In truth, ginger crystals were a high-grade material found beneath the vast deserts of the southern regions of the Great Jin. And though Xu Changsheng was uncertain why Earth's Spirit Island also possessed them, perhaps due to tectonic shifts, he resolved to take a chance. However, after searching for some time, Xu Changsheng could not locate a direct teleportation array to Earth's Spirit Island. Upon inquiring with a white-clad steward of the Star Palace, he learned that the remote island rarely attracted cultivators, hence the absence of a teleportation array. He would have to travel to the nearest Baiyun Island and then change routes. This island was under the control of the Baiyun sect, guarded by a nascent soul elder and a multitude of core formation cultivators, prompting Xu Changsheng to decide on a more discreet approach. As Xu Changsheng arrived at the teleportation array marked for Baiyun Island, he found 6 individuals already gathered, 4 men and 2 women, all of whom possessed mid-stage foundation establishment strength or higher. Among them, 1 man and 1 woman were at the initial stage of core formation. They dressed casually, making it difficult for Xu Changsheng to discern their true capabilities. So he opted to maintain a respectful distance. "Fellow cultivator, you also wish to go to Baiyun Island? We are just 1 person short," called out the male cultivator at the initial stage of core formation with a friendly smile. Xu Changsheng saw no reason to decline, as sharing the cost of spirit stones with others was advantageous. However, he noticed that the female core formation cultivator among the group was staring at him intently. She wore bold attire and a black veil, her alluring eyes glinting with malice. Sensing demonic energy from her, Xu Changsheng decided to keep his distance. Once the white-clad steward activated the teleportation array, a beam of white light enveloped the 7 of them, and they vanished from the spot. Xu Changsheng felt as if he had entered a time-space tunnel, with countless streams of light rushing past him. When the temporal turbulence stabilized, they found themselves in a stone chamber, with the teleportation array beneath their feet and the steward nearby, observing them impassively. "Welcome to Baiyun Island. Please exit swiftly to avoid delaying the next group," urged the steward. Reluctantly, the 7 stepped out of the teleportation array and exited the stone chamber. However, The male and female core formation cultivators approached Xu Changsheng directly. The male appeared cultured and maintained a gentle smile. But Xu Changsheng sensed a hidden threat beneath his amiable demeanor. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xu Changsheng asked them calmly. The male cultivator, seemingly acquainted with the female, exchanged glances with her before addressing Xu Changsheng. Fellow cultivator, I am Wu Shan from the Extreme Island. And this is Sang Jiao from the Demonist sect. We have heard rumors of an ancient cave dwelling appearing near Baiyun Island. As fellow core formation cultivators, why not join forces to explore it together? Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow at the mention of an ancient cave dwelling. Was it merely coincidence? He discreetly employed his formidable divine sense to probe the two, confirming their initial stage of core formation. Given his mastery of the mystical breath technique, discerning their true strength was no challenge, yet he felt uneasy about them and was inclined to decline their invitation. Before he could respond, the female cultivator named Sang Jiao directly transmitted her voice to him. Have you heard of the Void Sky Palace? Xu Changsheng was taken aback, but quickly shrouded himself in caution. The Void Sky Palace opened every 300 years, drawing numerous cultivators. Yet he had heard no whispers of it in Tianqing City. It was likely that this demoness was attempting to deceive him. What could their true intentions be in luring him to the so-called ancient cave dwelling? No, I prefer to venture alone. I shall not accompany you to that ancient cave dwelling. Xu Changsheng replied indifferently before turning to leave, disregarding their presence. Watching him depart, Sang Jiao's eyes glinted with malice. While Wu Shan approached her and remarked, Sister Sang, perhaps it is best to let it go. There is no need to antagonize an unfamiliar core formation cultivator over past grievances. Sang Jiao snorted in response. During the auction in Tianqing City, he continuously outbid me. Especially for that ancient gold piece I intended to use to enhance my life-bound treasure. He snatched it all away. I could not act there, but out here, no one will stop me. Wu Shan chose not to press the matter further. The relationship between Extreme Island and the Demonist sect was amicable, which was why he had come on this expedition with Sang Jiao. However, the mindset of demonic cultivators often veered towards extremism, leading to impulsive behavior. Yet my clan elders have sent me to investigate the Void Sky Palace. Frankly, I find it dubious. After all, the palace has yet to manifest, and its location is elusive. Who knows where it will appear? We only have a general direction for this occurrence, and will need to verify it further. Wu Shan said with a bitter expression. Sang Jiao pouted. That's why I wanted to lure that fellow into our exploration. The area is perilous, with high-level beasts lurking. But why is Baiyun sect so quiet? Who knows what the master of the Baiyun sect, the Miao He Jinren, is contemplating? I've heard he has a penchant for beautiful women. Perhaps you should personally test the waters, Wu Shan suggested with a lewd grin. Bah, who would want to serve that old man? If you want to go, you go? Sang Jiao retorted angrily before soaring into the sky, prompting Wu Shan to frown but hurry after her. Once the pair departed, Xu Changsheng emerged from a concealed corner, having overheard their conversation through his divine sense. He found their exchange intriguing. It appeared the Void Sky Palace was indeed on the verge of opening, likely nearby Baiyun Island. The precise time and location, however, remained unknown. For Xu Changsheng, this information held little significance. He would allow them to investigate first. He summoned his flying sword and set course for Earth Spirit Island, which lay some distance away from Baiyun Island. His primary objective was to seek out the ancient ginger crystals. 7 days later, Xu Changsheng descended upon a small, earthen island, modest in size with a diameter of mere kilometers. Here, he sensed a rich reservoir of earth energy, making it a promising locale for practitioners of earth attribute cultivation. Yet, after scanning the area with his divine sense, he found no trace of other cultivators, which struck him as peculiar. However, Xu Changsheng paid little heed to the complexities surrounding him. He began his quest for the ancient turmeric crystal on this Earth Spirit Island. At the center of the island, there were indeed turmeric crystals, but their ages did not exceed a century. Thus, Xu Changsheng employed the art of Earth Spirit escape, descending from the mountain peak. As he delved deeper, he discovered that the age of the turmeric crystals increased significantly. Yet, upon reaching a depth of 1,000 meters, a powerful aura emanated from below, startling Xu Changsheng. Who dares disturb my slumber? Seeking death. A deep, wrathful voice resonated from the depths of the earth. Before Xu Changsheng could fully comprehend the situation, a beam of reddish-yellow light surged towards him. He quickly conjured the Azure Spirit battle armor, and as a blue defensive shield materialized, the reddish-yellow light struck fiercely against it. A cracking sound echoed as the blue shield displayed spiderweb-like fissures. Xu Changsheng was taken aback. This shield was capable of withstanding the attacks of an early-stage nascent soul practitioner. Fortunately, the shield had not shattered completely, With the infusion of his innate blue wood mana, it began to restore itself. Xu Changsheng hastily retreated, but at that moment, the entire Earth Spirit Island began to tremble, as if something terrifying was about to emerge from the depths. Chapter 69, National Treasure. Fragment of the void sky, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the Earth Spirit Island. Observing this, Xu Changsheng swiftly utilized Earth Spirit Escape to emerge outside, with a brilliant yellowish-brown light trailing closely behind him, pursuing him with incredible speed. Just as Xu Changsheng steadied himself, the light transformed into a powerful yellow dragon, ethereal and resembling a spirit beast. Having perused numerous texts, Xu Changsheng formed a bold hypothesis. This yellow dragon spirit might be the spirit of a treasure, and, judging by its aura, it was likely an ancient relic of considerable power. Ancient relics were artifacts from bygone eras, their might far surpassing that of contemporary treasures. The fusion of a spirit beast into a treasure as its spirit could significantly amplify its power, with stronger spirits enhancing the artifact's efficacy. Xu Changsheng had not anticipated encountering the spirit of an ancient relic in such a remote location. It seemed that the core of the Earth's Spirit Island concealed a remarkable ancient treasure, inciting excitement and anticipation within him. For he understood the rarity and immense value of such artifacts. The yellow dragon spirit, towering 1,000 feet long, emanated an aura comparable to that of an early-stage nascent soul practitioner, indicating the high grade of the ancient treasure buried beneath. Despite this, Xu Changsheng remained unfazed, recognizing the possibility of overcoming it, especially considering the likelihood that the ancient turmeric crystal he sought lay hidden below. The yellow dragon spirit coldly fixated its gaze upon Xu Changsheng, declaring, "I expected a formidable being, yet you are merely a trifling early-stage core formation practitioner. Since you dare to disrupt my slumber, your life shall be the price. Countless bones have already filled this island." Xu Changsheng's heart sank at these words. Realizing the absence of any living creature on the Earth's Spirit Island, no human cultivators nor demonic beasts were in sight. They had all been eradicated by this yellow dragon spirit. Yet, on the flip side, this could be advantageous. Perhaps the fallen cultivators and beasts still carried valuable resources for cultivation. Calmly, Xu Changsheng replied, "Enough with the idle talk. Let us settle this with action. All the treasures here belong to me, Xu Changsheng. Even if an old monster from the nascent soul stage were to arrive, it would be futile. I stand by my words. Arrogant, you shall meet your end." The yellow dragon spirit, upon uttering these words, opened its maw and unleashed a beam of yellowish light towards Xu Changsheng. In response, Xu Changsheng immediately employed Earth Spirit Escape, skillfully evading the attack. No matter how the yellow dragon spirit unleashed its breath, it could not inflict harm upon him. Instead, the beam wreaked havoc upon the island's surface and the surrounding sea, resulting in a cacophony of sounds as the earth cracked and the ocean erupted, countless corpses of demonic beasts bobbing to the surface. Noticing that the yellow dragon spirit's assault yielded no results and drained considerable energy, Xu Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. It was now his turn to retaliate. Given that the yellow dragon spirit lacked a physical form, he opted for a spell-based attack. The technique of the Azure Origin sword formula manifested, conjuring a multitude of sword shadows resembling the Azure Lightning Sword, densely packed and solid. In the blink of an eye, the number of sword shadows reached 10,000. A testament to Xu Changsheng's formidable strength and profound mana. "Go." Xu Changsheng gestured towards the yellow dragon spirit, and instantly, the myriad swords surged forward, creating a breathtaking spectacle as they bombarded the yellow dragon spirit. Sensing the might of the sword shadows, the yellow dragon spirit coiled defensively, its energy scales becoming denser in a bid to withstand the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of countless sword shadows colliding with the massive form of the yellow dragon spirit reverberated through the air. Initially, the yellow dragon spirit managed to deflect the first wave of attacks, but in the next instant, under Xu Changsheng's manipulation, the sword shadows concentrated their assault on the spirit's vital point. With successive impacts, spiderweb-like cracks appeared at the yellow dragon spirit's critical area, prompting an enraged roar from it. Recognizing the opportune moment, Xu Changsheng swiftly condensed the myriad sword shadows into a colossal sword, reminiscent of the technique 10,000 swords returning to the source. Under his command, the enormous sword darted towards the vital point of the yellow dragon spirit. At this juncture, the spirit, having expended much energy resisting the previous barrage, was left vulnerable, unable to replenish its earth energy from below. Yet, Xu Changsheng remained composed and unfazed, his mana abundant and seemingly inexhaustible. Thus, under the immense force of the colossal sword, The yellow dragon spirit's already injured vital point was forcefully breached. With a piercing cry of anguish, the spirit dissipated into countless particles of light. Seeing the yellow dragon spirit vanish affirmed Xu Changsheng's victory. The potency of his consecutive attacks could even challenge an ancient nascent soul practitioner. With no adversary remaining on the Earth Spirit Island, it was now time to reap the rewards. Xu Changsheng swiftly employed Earth Spirit Escape, burrowing deep into the core of the island's central mountain. In less than half an hour, he beheld the ancient relic suspended amidst a circle of 10,000-year turmeric crystal ore. This relic resembled an imperial seal, crafted from yellowish jade, akin to yellow dragon jade, adorned with a vividly carved coiling earth dragon. At the base of the jade seal were inscribed the words commanded by heaven, "May longevity and prosperity last." Within its core, the yellow dragon spirit lay in slumber, albeit appearing quite weakened, likely due to the earlier assault. This fortuitously facilitated Xu Changsheng's acceptance of it as his own. Each of his golden cores could command a single artifact. Consequently, Xu Changsheng excavated all the 10,000-year turmeric crystals from the mountain's core. Utilizing heavenly thunder fire, he refined them into a massive orb of yellow energy. He then settled into meditation, employing the prelude of the 5 elements transformation technique to condense this yellow energy into his third golden core, representing the earth attribute. Cultivating a third golden core was no simple feat. It was a gradual process. However, as Xu Changsheng had already transcended the golden core lightning tribulation and gained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, he would not be subjected to tribulations when forming additional golden cores. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Xu Changsheng, seated at the core beneath the mountain peak, slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he felt the powerful force within him. Although he had consumed a significant portion of his lifespan, it was not all at once, but rather accumulated over time. After all, Xu Changsheng's current lifespan was only a little over 500 years. It was the support of the Dao Fruit of longevity that allowed him to maintain everlasting vitality. The millennia-old turmeric crystal contained within the Earth's Spirit Island had been entirely consumed by Xu Changsheng. Presently, he possessed 3 golden cores in his dantian, with the wood attribute golden core being the most formidable. Not only was it the largest in size, but it also harbored the power of heavenly thunder. Following closely was the earth attribute golden core, which further enhanced Xu Changsheng's earth spirit escape technique, elevating both his concealment and speed to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Thus, Xu Changsheng immediately began the process of recognizing the yellow dragon seal as his own. He aimed to transform this formidable primal treasure into a magical artifact of the earth attribute. Following previous battles, the spirit of this primal treasure had been injured and lacked energy replenishment, making it relatively easy for Xu Changsheng to assert his ownership. He also discovered the name of this primal treasure, the Yellow Dragon Seal, a national treasure from a powerful ancient kingdom of the primal era, serving as a guardian artifact of the nation. According to the rules of this world, primal ancient treasures could not be absorbed by other cultivators. However, the Yellow Dragon Seal was different. It was not the personal treasure of any cultivator, implying that it was not merely an ancient treasure but a magical artifact meant to suppress national fortune, crafted by the founding monarch of that ancient kingdom using profound powers. To achieve this, the true spirit of a yellow dragon had been integrated into it. Unfortunately, with the fall of the ancient kingdom, its power had diminished significantly over time. After utilizing the 5 elements transformation technique, which allowed him to possess 5 golden cores of different attributes, Xu Changsheng could likewise wield 5 corresponding personal magical artifacts, thereby amplifying his combat power beyond that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Hence, he was resolute in his decision to cultivate such esoteric techniques. With the Dao Fruit of longevity at his disposal, Xu Changsheng need not worry about the lifespan consumption incurred by practicing this technique. Nor did he fear the inability to subdue these spirits of artifacts. The Dao Fruit of longevity within Xu Changsheng's dantian could not be suppressed even by the heavenly laws, and these artifact spirits had no choice but to comply in its presence. Thus, once Xu Changsheng refined the Yellow Dragon Seal into his personal magical artifact, he could easily absorb it into his being. He had not anticipated such an effortless acquisition of a national treasure from the primal era, marking a significant opportunity for him. Subsequently, Xu Changsheng excavated all the turmeric crystals on Earth Spirit Island, allocating a portion to restore the spirit of the Yellow Dragon Seal and reserving the rest for future cultivation resources. He also stumbled upon numerous skeletons of cultivators and demon beasts buried underground, most of which were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment to late-stage golden core. He collected the remaining intact storage bags, magical artifacts, and demon cores, including those affected by the previous battle. This expedition to Earth's Spirit Island proved immensely profitable for Xu Changsheng. However, the island would subsequently lose its value and gradually fade from memory. With a sigh, he summoned the Azure Thunder Sword and set off towards Cloudy Jade Island, where a teleportation array awaited his return to Tianqing City, providing him an opportunity to rest. Upon returning to Cloudy Jade Island, Xu Changsheng noticed an influx of high-level cultivators compared to before, including several at the Golden Core stage. This reminded him of the news brought by the female cultivator Sangjiu from the Charm Demon sect 2 years prior about the impending emergence of the Void Heaven Palace. Yet, was it not typically found in the chaotic sea of stars, specifically within the inner star sea where human cultivators congregated? When had it appeared in the outer star sea? In truth, when people spoke of the chaotic sea of stars, they referred to both the inner and outer star seas. Most human cultivators resided in the inner star sea, leading to the misconception that the chaotic sea was synonymous with the inner star sea. Furthermore, the frequency of the Void Heaven Palace's appearances in the inner star sea had fostered an illusion among human cultivators that it generally manifested there. Thus, Xu Changsheng could not entirely dismiss the possibility of the Void Heaven Palace appearing in the outer star sea. After all, its location was random. The only way to obtain information about it would be to visit the Northern Night Minor Extreme Palace. However, if the Void Heaven Palace indeed emerged, Xu Changsheng would need to devise a thorough plan. First, he must secure the passage permit, the fragmented map of the Void Heaven, which opened once every 300 years. Without it, he would be unable to locate the palace. After all, the outer star sea was home to many demon beasts, including numerous high-level ones, necessitating caution in his endeavors. This realization led Xu Changsheng to conclude that Sangjiu from the Charm Demon sect had ulterior motives. Reflecting on the possible connection between Wu Shan from Extreme Een Island and Sangjiu from the Charm Demon sect, who had also come to investigate the location of the Void Heaven Palace, Xu Changsheng surmised that they likely possessed the fragmented map, prompting his intent to acquire it from them, as his strength was more than sufficient to overpower the two. One fateful noon, while Xu Changsheng dined in a restaurant within the Cloudy Jade Island's cultivation market, he overheard discussions among the surrounding cultivators about the emergence of the Void Heaven Palace. After all, the palace was no secret in the chaotic sea of stars. However, for cultivators below the Golden Core stage, venturing there in search of treasures would be tantamount to courting death. The Void Heaven Palace was regarded as a high-level instance in the chaotic sea of stars, accessible only to cultivators of Golden Core stage and above, with even nascent soul experts seeking treasures within. Even if a Foundation Establishment cultivator were fortunate enough to obtain the fragmented map, they would likely struggle to pass the first trial, the Ghostly Grievance Realm. After several days of searching on Cloudy Jade Island without a trace of Wu Shan or Sangjiu, Xu Changsheng shifted his focus to other Golden Core cultivators in hopes of finding the fragmented map among them. Observing carefully, he identified a mid-stage demonic cultivator who possessed the coveted map, discerned through his nearly nascent soul-level spiritual sense. The demonic cultivator carried a white silk handkerchief adorned with a map, indeed, the fragmented map of the Void Heaven. At that moment, the demonic cultivator hurriedly walked past the street of the restaurant where Xu Changsheng was. As Xu Changsheng sipped his spirit wine, he discreetly watched the demonic cultivator through the second-floor window. Unfamiliar with the cultivator's background, he deemed it prudent to adopt a disguise. Just as the demonic cultivator summoned a bone spear-like magical artifact and took flight, Xu Changsheng swiftly exited the restaurant and descended into a nondescript corner. Emerging from the shadows, Xu Changsheng had transformed into a dashing young man, a playful smirk on his face. He produced a gourd-shaped magical artifact obtained from Earth's Spirit Island and hastened to pursue the demonic cultivator. In no time, he caught up with the demonic cultivator, boldly tailing him without concealment. The latter, sensing Xu Changsheng's presence, barely registered him as a mere Golden Core early-stage youth daring to follow. A sinister expression crossed the demonic cultivator's face, yet he remained cautious, unaware of Xu Changsheng's true abilities. The demonic cultivator suddenly slowed and descended onto an inconspicuous deserted island. Turning to Xu Changsheng and coldly inquiring, "Who are you? And why do you follow me? Do you wish to provoke the Holy Demon Island?" Xu Changsheng frowned at the mention of the Holy Demon Island, the foremost demonic sect in the chaotic sea of stars, ruled by the strongest in the region. The Six Paths Extreme Saint. Disguised as he was, he understood the necessity of acquiring the fragmented map at all costs, and with his rapidly advancing strength, Even encounters with the Six Paths Extreme Saint would pose no significant threat. Chapter 70. Demonic Slaying and Treasure Acquisition. Xu Changsheng descended upon a desolate island, casting a disdainful glance at the demonic cultivator before him. I shall not alter my name nor my lineage. I am Xu Quebec. No matter how formidable your sacred demon island may be, on this desolate isle, should I slay you, none will be the wiser. The demon cultivator, surnamed One, could not suppress a scoff at Su's audacity. Suke, is it? You, a mere early-stage core formation rogue, dare to threaten me? A mid-stage disciple of Sacred Demon Island? Such arrogance is laughable. Prepare to meet your demise. As his words fell, One swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of black mist that enveloped the area within a 10-mile radius. Suddenly, a colossal demonic hand emerged from the shadows, reaching hungrily for Xu Changsheng, who was taken aback by the eerie maneuver. Crackling with electricity, Xu's feet ignited with intertwining blue lightning, allowing him to deftly evade the onslaught of the demonic hand. Wen's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Xu would be a lightning cultivator. His initial plan to crush Xu swiftly would now require additional effort. Wen began to dance his fingers in a flurry of complex seals, the speed reminiscent of a whirling windmill, leaving Xu somewhat bemused. Clearly, this demon cultivator was a master of intricate techniques. Xu, however, chose not to hasten his demise, as this was his inaugural encounter with a mid-stage demonic cultivator from the renowned Sacred Demon Island. He wished to witness the prowess of such an elite adversary. In a mere breath, Wen completed his incantations, summoning a towering demonic effigy behind him, adorned with 6 sinuous arms that exuded a sinister aura, reminiscent of a creature emerging from the depths of the abyss. Foolish child, I have no time to squander. Behold the might of my 6 extremes true demon technique. Attack. With that, the demonic effigy inhaled the surrounding black mist, solidifying as it lunged forth with its 6 hands, attacking Xu with a ferocity that surpassed its previous strikes. Xu adeptly employed his lightning evasion technique, weaving between the onslaught. The island trembled as the demonic effigy struck, causing the very mountain to fracture and stones to scatter, creating a scene of overwhelming chaos. Yet, Xu found the demon's attacks rather monotonous. Despite their potency, they exhibited no other discernible advantages. Is this truly your limit? If you have any formidable techniques, you would do well to unveil them, or I shall be compelled to send you on your way. Xu remarked lazily as he continued to evade. One, infuriated by Xu's insolence, glared at him with icy disdain. Just as the demonic hands descended upon Xu, several golden streaks shot towards him with blinding speed, slicing through the air. Xu's keen awareness revealed the incoming golden streaks as enchanted golden needles, crafted from extraordinary materials. Recognizing their lethal potential, he did not attempt to confront them directly. Instead, he summoned a protective azure battle armor, which deflected the needles upon impact, leaving Wen aghast. Wen Tianyi, the demon cultivator, was acutely aware of the potency of his golden needles, forged with the assistance of his family's nascent soul elder, Wen Bai. Even late-stage core formation cultivators had fallen to this weapon, making it his ace in the hole, ideally suited for ambushes. Surprised that his golden needles had been so easily thwarted, Xu, now losing patience, decided against further delay. He retrieved the recently acquired treasure, the yellow dragon seal. Eager to test its might against this demon. Go! Xu hurled the yellow dragon seal into the sky, where it ascended above Wen's head. The seal emitted a deafening roar, expanding into a colossal size that obscured the heavens before plummeting towards Wen with tremendous force. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and the island itself seemed to shrink as the yellow dragon seal crushed Wen into obliteration. Fortunately, Xu had controlled its might, sparing Wen's storage pouch from destruction. With a swift gesture, Xu summoned the flying needle treasure and a dark storage pouch into his grasp, erasing all traces of Wen Tianyi's presence with a flick of his sleeve. Among the remnants lay shattered jade stones, remnants of a defensive talisman that Wen had attempted to wield in his final moments, but alas, it had proven futile against the yellow dragon seal. After gathering his spoils, Xu probed the now unsealed black storage pouch with his divine sense. It was vast, akin to a football field, though its contents were sparse: 3 jade boxes and a plethora of spirit stones. Opening the boxes revealed a jade slip, a white silk handkerchief, and a black spear. Upon examining the silk handkerchief, Xu discovered it bore a map, revealing the remnants of the void heaven. To his astonishment, a golden dot now illuminated the map, signaling that the void heaven palace had indeed materialized. No wonder the demon cultivator appeared so hasty earlier. The jade slip contained the cultivation notes of Wen Tianyi, detailing the 6 extremes true demon technique, particularly the method of conjuring the demonic effigy, which piqued Xu's interest. This technique bore similarities to the legendary Dharma forms, offering potential insights. The black spear, upon closer inspection, was identified as an ancient relic, a true treasure of the wilds, albeit heavily sealed and unusable for now. It seemed when Tianyi had not had the opportunity to unlock its potential before becoming Xu's prize. Indifferent to the demonic relic, Xu resolved to sell it in the future for useful cultivation resources. After cataloging his acquisitions, he promptly followed the markings on the white silk handkerchief, eager to reach the newly revealed Void Heaven Palace. Meanwhile, in a grand hidden chamber within sacred Demon Island, a striking woman in white suddenly opened her eyes, a chilling aura radiating from her beautiful yet frosty visage. The early-stage nascent soul pressure emanated from her being. Alas, my son has perished. The defensive talisman I left him was powerless to protect him. And what of that overwhelming true dragon aura? How could there be a dragon spirit in this realm? I must inform the Six Paths at once. Chapter 71. A gathering of powerhouses in the chaotic expanse of the starry sea. Xu Changsheng soared upon a flying sword, adjusting his course according to the glowing points on the map. He occasionally glimpsed other core formation cultivators, similarly holding white silk handkerchiefs, all of them intent on locating the Void Heaven Palace, with no time for exchanges. After an indeterminate time in flight, Xu arrived at the designated sea region on the map. Looking skyward, he beheld a magnificent palace suspended in the air, seemingly carved from a single block of exquisite jade. Basking in resplendent golden light, resembling a celestial abode and stirring his heart with exhilaration. At last, the Void Heaven Palace has been found. A sudden voice filled with joy echoed through the air, followed by a nascent soul cultivator who, upon arrival, activated the white silk handkerchief in his hand with his magical power. The handkerchief emitted a radiant white light that enveloped him, allowing him to effortlessly soar into the Jade Palace. The other cultivators followed suit, and upon witnessing this, Xu Changsheng imitated their actions and entered the Void Sky Palace. After traversing through the golden light, Xu Changsheng found himself before the Jade Palace, an imposing edifice towering several hundred zhang high, with its grand entrance standing 30 meters tall. A plaque adorned the gate, inscribed with 3 silver characters, Void Sky Palace. However, Xu Changsheng did not linger, as he felt an overwhelming aura of profound Tao contained within those characters, knowing that prolonged gazing would ensnare him in their depths. Upon stepping through the grand door, he entered a long jade stone corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely. Xu Changsheng immediately employed his agility, transforming into a streak of lightning as he sped through the passage. The cultivators still traversing the corridor were taken aback by the lightning-like figure, prompting them to hasten their pace. Upon reaching the corridor's end, Xu Changsheng beheld a portal radiating blue light, reminiscent of a teleportation gate. He observed other cultivators stepping into the portal, disappearing from sight, and without hesitation, he followed suit. Upon entering, a sense of enlightenment washed over him as he found himself in an extraordinarily spacious hall, adorned with dozens of jade columns intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Atop these columns sat various cultivators in meditation. Xu Changsheng realized he was not among the early arrivals. Numerous cultivators were already seated upon the jade columns. Among them, he spotted the familiar figures of Wu Shan and Sangjiu. Yet, the most striking were 2 elderly figures of the nascent soul stage. One was a pale-skinned, stern-looking elder with red hair, while the other was a peculiar man with curly yellow whiskers clad in a blue robe. Instantly, Xu Changsheng deduced their identities. The red-haired elder was the Grandmaster of Extreme Een Island, while the peculiar figure was none other than the infamous barbarian bearded man from the Chaos Star Sea. It was quite unexpected to encounter them so early. Based on the timeline, the remnants of the Xianbone ascendant, Xiao Cha, had been trapped in ancient ruins for several hundred years, discovered by Han Li. The Void Sky Palace opened every 300 years, indicating that Xiao Cha had been betrayed by his disciple, Extreme Een, over a century prior, leaving the whereabouts of his remains a mystery lost in some ancient island's ruins. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator does not exceed 1,000 years. Had Xiao Cha not later transitioned to the Xian soul body, he would have perished long ago. Xu Changsheng chose not to compete for the jade columns, but instead settled into an inconspicuous corner of the hall to cultivate and recharge his energy. Gradually, more cultivators arrived, but the entrance of 3 new nascent soul elders immediately captured the attention of all present. One was a middle-aged man with a square face and thick brows, dressed in a purple robe with a jade belt, exuding an air of authority. Through the conversations of other cultivators, Xu Changsheng learned that this man was Wan Tianming, the leader of the 10,000 Methods sect, Another was a cold, beautiful woman clad in white, the Dao companion of the 6 paths of Saint Demons. And a senior elder of the Wen family went by. Her fierce demeanor swept across the hall as she surveyed the assembled cultivators, her gaze lingering on Xu Changsheng for a moment before shifting away. The last was a lean, scholarly elder in green, known as Qing Yi, a nascent soul rogue cultivator from southern Crane Island. Fortunately, all 5 new nascent soul elders were at the initial stage of their cultivation. Xu Changsheng believed he could contend with them if necessary. However, 4 of the 5 hailed from demonic factions, with only Wan Tianming representing the righteous path. The barbarian bearded man turned to Wan Tianming, mockingly stating, "I say, Wan sect leader, is your righteous path faltering? You are the only nascent soul here this time. Where are Tian Wu and the others? Do you think you can contend for the treasures of the Void Sky Palace all alone against us 4? The woman named Wan Bai interjected coldly, "I will not partake in your conflicts. Do not involve me." Wan Tianming responded with a sneer, "Barbarian bearded man, I am aware of your formidable heavenly demon art, but my heavenly net true art is no trifling matter. I alone can handle you 3. Despite all of you belonging to the demonic factions, can you truly work seamlessly together? The treasures of the Void Sky Palace can only be claimed by the strongest." The barbarian bearded man recognized the truth in Wan Tianming's words and fell silent, sitting cross-legged upon his jade column. The Grandmaster of Extreme merely observed coldly, while Qing Yi remained absorbed in an ancient bamboo scroll, entirely uninterested in the exchange between the barbarian bearded man and Wan Tianming. Xu Changsheng quietly watched this fascinating interplay among the nascent soul elders from both the righteous and demonic paths. Had it not been for the restrictions placed on the cultivators' powers within the hall, a confrontation between the barbarian bearded man and Wan Tianming might have ensued. However, the attention of Wan Bai, the Dao companion of the 6 paths of Saint Demons, had shifted toward him previously, hinting at something amiss. The demonic cultivator he had recently eliminated, associated with the Wen family, was evidently linked to this Wan Bai. It was possible that both were kin from the same esteemed cultivation family. Xu Changsheng had swiftly dispatched Wen Tianyi using the yellow dragon seal, without approaching him, and had thoroughly examined his storage pouch, finding nothing amiss. The potential revelation could lie within Wen Tianyi's flying needle artifact, crafted by Wan Bai for her clan nephew. Thus, it was uncertain whether any hidden restrictions lay within. As for the protective jade token used by Wen Tianyi before his demise, it had shattered without resistance, leaving no time for tracking, a fact Xu Changsheng remained unaware of. Just as the banter between the barbarian bearded man and Wan Tianming ceased, 2 more elderly figures clad in white entered the hall. These 2 were also at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, embodying an ethereal presence. The gathered cultivators recognized them as the law elders from the Star Palace, tasked with overseeing the treasure hunt in the Void Sky Palace. As representatives of the official faction, they held supervisory authority. Chapter 72, Star Palace Law Enforcement. Upon the arrival of the 2 law elders, both righteous and demonic nascent soul elders regarded them warily, their eyes reflecting envy and anger, while the rogue cultivators appeared visibly relieved. Xu Changsheng, however, merely cast a cold glance at the 2 white-haired elders. The Star Palace, as the most powerful force in the Chaos Star Sea, faced no open challengers. The Reverse Star Alliance was but a distant memory. The 2 law elders, though at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, were well aware that neither the righteous nor the demonic factions were benevolent toward rogue cultivators. Having existed in the Chaos Star Sea for many years, the Star Palace dispatched 2 law elders each time the Void Sky Palace opened, ostensibly to maintain order among participants. However, through their explorations, the Star Palace had uncovered various hidden restrictions within the Void Sky Palace, and often manipulated these to ensnare cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths, resulting in numerous rogue cultivators suffering collateral damage. The Void Sky Palace was already fraught with perilous environments and restrictions, and the Star Palace's clandestine augmentation of these challenges was tantamount to treachery. Their machinations were so well concealed that only the higher echelons of the righteous and demonic factions were privy to them. As a result, they would equip their juniors with defensive artifacts before entering, leaving rogue cultivators to bear the brunt of the losses. At this moment, 2 elders of the Star Palace's enforcement division ascended a high platform in the hall. One of them, a plump elder with a benevolent appearance, addressed the gathered crowd. The Hall of Void Heaven opens once every 300 years. According to tradition, we dispatch 2 enforcement personnel to oversee the proceedings. This time, it is our honor to carry out this task. I am Elder Jiang, and this is Elder Ling. Given the presence of many newly arrived Golden Core cultivators, I must reiterate the rules of the Star Palace. While treasure hunting within the Hall of Void Heaven is permitted, disorderly conduct is not. Should any cultivator dare to resort to theft or murder for treasures, do not blame us for taking action and delivering you to the Star Palace's enforcement hall. This is to ensure your safety. Attaining your current level of cultivation is no easy feat, so why resort to violence? Of course, we can only guarantee your safety in the outer hall. What transpires within the inner hall is beyond our purview. The inner hall is not a place for ordinary golden core cultivators, and should you fall there, it will be due to your own inadequacies and greed. Upon the conclusion of Elder John's remarks, the golden core cultivators nodded in agreement. Given his authority as a member of the Star Palace and his initial stage of nascent soul strength, none dared to oppose him. However, the four nascent soul elders from the righteous and demonic factions exchanged disdainful glances. They perceived these two enforcement elders as hypocritical, always posturing with a sense of righteousness while themselves being the least compliant with rules. Yet, when it came to ruthlessness, the righteous and demonic factions had the upper hand. Suddenly, a deep, rugged voice resonated from a bearded figure seated atop a jade column. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of your two holy masters? It has been quite some time since we last beheld their esteemed presence. Following his words, the other three nascent soul elders from the righteous and demonic factions regarded the two enforcement elders with complex expressions, as rumors had circulated that the twin saints of the Star Palace were in seclusion due to a cultivation mishap. However, the Star Palace had yet to issue an official statement. At this juncture, Elder Ling, the lean elder among the two, coldly responded, "Our holy masters are currently engaged in the cultivation of a profound technique and remain in seclusion. You of the righteous and demonic factions should focus on your own affairs and not entertain any unwarranted thoughts." The four nascent soul elders furrowed their brows upon hearing Elder Ling's words, their expressions turning grave. Whether or not Elder Ling spoke the truth, this was the first explicit declaration from the Star Palace, and the surname Ling was particularly intriguing, for one of the twin saints bore that name. After articulating the rules, the two enforcement elders casually found a spot in the hall to sit down, eschewing any ostentation. Unlike the nascent soul elders from the righteous and demonic factions who would forcibly commandeer the jade columns of the cultivators, the atmosphere in the hall fell into a hushed silence. Even those wishing to converse resorted to telepathic communication. The Hall of Void Heaven had not yet fully opened, allowing some of the golden core cultivators to engage in private exchanges. Xu Changsheng remained seated in an inconspicuous corner, observing the proceedings with a detached demeanor. His aim was to locate water and fire attribute materials or treasures within the Hall of Void Heaven to enhance his 5 elements golden core, thereby preparing for future transformation. Naturally, the Hall of Void Heaven housed numerous other treasures, such as powerful ancient elixirs and techniques. But these could only be acquired after traversing the pathways of ice and fire, and each individual was permitted to claim only one item. Xu Changsheng understood that these treasures were generally mediocre. The most valuable artifacts lay within the inner hall, including the Void Heaven Cauldron and its contents. Time flew by, and soon several more golden core cultivators arrived. Xu Changsheng, having altered his appearance and assumed a new identity, was unrecognizable to Wu Shan of the Extreme Yin Palace and Sang Jiao of the Enchantress sect. This allowed him to evade much trouble, presenting himself merely as an ordinary golden core cultivator. One fateful afternoon, as everyone awaited developments, the entire hall began to tremble. The sole entrance was sealed by a white jade gate, reinforced by a formation. It became evident that those who chose to enter the Hall of Void Heaven could no longer retreat. The cultivators who had been meditating opened their eyes and rose, though the newly arrived golden core practitioners appeared somewhat flustered. In contrast, the nascent soul elders from the righteous and demonic factions remained remarkably composed, as they were not first-time visitors to the hall. They turned their gazes toward the two enforcement elders of the Star Palace, who controlled the teleportation formation leading to the first level of the Hall of Void Heaven. Elders Jiang and Ling did not keep the crowd waiting long. They promptly rose and moved to the center of the hall's high platform. The two elders performed hand seals and chanted incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, a teleportation formation emanating white light appeared on the jade floor of the platform, looking quite extraordinary. After activating the teleportation formation, the enforcement elders addressed all the cultivators daring to venture into the Hall of Void Heaven with calm demeanor. This teleportation array is the sole entrance to the outer hall of the Hall of Void Heaven. As the saying goes, life and death are predestined, and fortune lies in destiny. Henceforth, the treasures you acquire will depend on your own fortune. We will supervise the entire treasure-seeking process. With that, the two elders with white hair and beards stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished, leaving no indication of their destination. The Golden Core cultivators, unfamiliar with the Hall of Void Heaven, hesitated, for each of them, having achieved their current level of cultivation, was a person of deep thought and prudence, unwilling to step blindly into an unknown teleportation array. Meanwhile, the nascent soul elders from the righteous and demonic factions confidently approached the teleportation array and disappeared. Wu Shan from the extreme Yin Island stayed close to his master, while Sang Jiu from the Enchantress sect lingered, seemingly reluctant to depart. Xu Changsheng remained oblivious to her intentions, surmising that she had no significant historical impact and was likely a fleeting presence. Thus he did not regard her with much concern. As more and more cultivators passed through the teleportation array, Xu Changsheng finally stepped in. He felt a sensation of being pulled, and as the world around him shifted, he instinctively closed his eyes. In an instant, the sensation stabilized, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an unfamiliar hillside, surrounded by desolation. Xu Changsheng gazed around and noted that visibility extended only about 50 meters, shrouded in a gray haze reminiscent of smog. Dark shadows flitted through the air accompanied by piercing, mournful cries that sent shivers down his spine. This was the first trial of the outer hall of the Hall of Void Heaven, known as the Land of Ghostly Grievance, where the vengeful spirits of those who had perished during past adventures manifested as ghostly mist. These ghostly mists lacked physical form, yet should any cultivator come into contact with them, their vitality and soul would be instantly siphoned away, leaving only a corpse that would gradually decay into bones. However, the hillside where Xu Changsheng stood seemed to possess a protective barrier about 50 meters away, preventing the ghostly mist from approaching, evidently providing a safe space for newcomers to acclimate. If one wishes to continue the quest for the treasures of the Void Heaven Palace, it is imperative to venture beyond the safe zone. Undoubtedly, this will lead to encounters with the ghostly mists, which Xu Changsheng is acutely aware represent fallen cultivators from the past, their strength correlating with their realms in life. However, those who have reached the Void Heaven Palace are predominantly at the Golden Core stage or above, so it is prudent to proceed with caution. While Xu Changsheng was surveying his surroundings, several cultivators were teleported into the area, 2 men and 2 women, all at the Golden Core level. Among them was the previously encountered Enchantress, Sang Jiu, who stood at the edge of the safe zone, seemingly lost in thought, a fact Xu Changsheng chose to ignore. Suddenly, a young man clad in a sky-blue scholar's robe approached him, exuding a gentle smile and the demeanor of a refined gentleman, accompanied by a graceful woman. Xu Changsheng had no recollection of them and was uncertain of their intentions. The young man, holding a fan-shaped artifact, greeted Xu Changsheng with a bow, introducing himself as Qin Tianzi of the 10,000 Dharma sect, alongside his senior sister and companion, Lan Yuer. Xu Changsheng was taken aback. This Golden Core couple hailed from the prestigious 10,000 Dharma sect, known as the foremost righteous sect in the chaotic Star Sea. He recalled witnessing an exchange of words between the sect's leader, Wan Tianming, and a rugged practitioner of the demonic path in the hall. However, Xu Changsheng, being an outsider, remained cautious of all cultivators in this realm. In the safe zone, there were only 5 individuals: himself, the 2 righteous cultivators from the 10,000 Dharma sect, and a man and woman who were unmistakably practitioners of the demonic path, evident from the dark aura emanating from them. Sang Jiu from the Demonist sect was one, and the other was a bald, muscular man covered in mysterious runes, whose fierce appearance and cold demeanor suggested he was not to be trifled with. With Xu Changsheng appearing as the only seemingly upright individual, it was no surprise that Qin Tianzi sought his company, likely aiming to form a temporary exploration team. Despite Xu Changsheng's formidable strength, he was not one to underestimate the dangers of the ghostly realm, where many powerful cultivators had perished, and the existence of a ghost king loomed. The approach of the 2 Golden Core practitioners from the 10,000 Dharma sect indicated they likely sought his assistance as a shield against danger, a notion that Xu Changsheng found appealing, considering their presence might draw attention away from him in the event of a ghost king's appearance. In a fleeting moment, Xu Changsheng grasped this dynamic and, addressing Qin Tianzi and Lan Yuer, introduced himself as Xu Ke, a mere rogue cultivator. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzi and Lan Yuer exchanged glances filled with delight, a subtle exchange that Xu Changsheng noticed, eliciting a cold smile from within him. The 2 from the 10,000 Dharma sect seemed to regard Xu Changsheng's status as a rogue cultivator with less apprehension. Recognizing that a rogue who had reached the Golden Core stage would possess commendable combat skills, and without any backing, he would present minimal trouble should complications arise, an ideal choice for their purposes. Thus, Qin Tianzi's demeanor grew more cordial, seemingly unperturbed by Xu Changsheng's rogue status. Eager to befriend him, Su Daoyu, he said with a smile, you appear remarkably composed. Might you possess knowledge of this ghostly realm? Feigning ignorance, Xu Changsheng replied, I have not. This is my first visit to the Void Heaven Palace. I simply have a propensity for boldness. Is this place truly called the ghostly realm? Qin Tianze felt reassured by Xu Changsheng's apparent naivety. It was unlikely that a fledgling rogue cultivator would be aware of the intricacies of the Void Heaven Palace or the ghostly realm, making it easier for him to manipulate the overly innocent rogue before him. Su Daoyu, you may not be aware, but the vengeful spirits in this ghostly realm are the manifestations of cultivators who perished during previous openings of the Void Heaven Palace. Each possesses formidable powers, and should one encounter a ghost king, even a nascent soul elder must tread carefully. Thus, I believe it prudent for you to join me and my sister in forming a temporary exploration team. This would ensure mutual support and greater safety. Xu Changsheng inwardly scoffed, knowing that the Ghost King's power was merely at the late Golden Core level, posing no threat to a nascent soul elder. After all, this was merely the first trial of the Void Heaven Palace. He chose not to expose Qin Tianze's embellishments, preferring to maintain an unspoken understanding. As Xu Changsheng observed the enchantress Sang Jiao of the Demonist sect and the enigmatic bald man, he turned to Qin Tianze and suggested, though those two are clearly practitioners of the demonic path, they may possess methods to counter the ghostly mists. Why not invite them to join us? Qin Tianze's expression darkened at this suggestion. Coldly, he replied, my sister and I hail from a righteous sect. How could we consort with those of the demonic path? Su Daoyu, you appear to be a person of integrity, which is why I approached you. Moreover, demonic cultivators are often cunning and inscrutable. I advise you not to provoke them. Xu Changsheng merely smiled, recognizing that both righteous and demonic paths were often two sides of the same coin in the face of absolute interests. He sought merely to gather allies for protection. However, given his own strength, the two from the 10,000 Dharma sects sufficed, and he chose not to press further. As Xu Changsheng conversed with Qin Tianze and Lan Yuer, the bald man, Wang Ming, unexpectedly approached. Ignoring Qin Tianze and his companion, he addressed Xu Changsheng directly, fellow cultivator, I am Wang Ming. I've been observing you for some time. Like you, I am a rogue cultivator. Would you consider joining forces to brave this ghostly realm together? Xu Changsheng scrutinized Wang Ming, who, despite his intimidating appearance adorned with arcane demonic runes, revealed sincerity in his eyes when he smiled. Without hesitation, Xu Changsheng replied, that sounds agreeable. If Brother Wang Ming is willing to join us in solidarity, that is excellent. Qin Daoyu, Lan Daoyu, do you have any objections? Qin Tianze merely snorted in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Lan Yuer evidently deferred to Qin Tianze. The unspoken intentions among them were clear, and there was no necessity to exacerbate the tension. Thus, 4 of the 5 individuals in the safe zone formed a temporary exploration team, while Sang Jiao, the enchantress from the Demonist sect, cast a cold glance in their direction but did not approach. Instead, she produced a radiant white orb and ventured alone into the ghostly realm. This scene astonished the other 4, as Xu Changsheng wondered what means Sang Jiao possessed to brave the ghostly realm alone. The orb she wielded appeared to be an extraordinary artifact, and intriguingly, as she stepped into the ghostly mists, they parted before her. In no time, Sang Jiao vanished from their sight, and the mists resumed their ominous presence, leaving the remaining 4 in disbelief. Qin Tianze's eyes glinted with greed, while Wang Ming's gaze flickered with a crimson light, confirming Xu Changsheng's suspicion that those who came to this place were certainly not innocuous. The orb in the witch's hand is undoubtedly a remarkable ancient treasure, possessing the ability to dispel the ghostly mists of this cursed land. This indicates that the woman has a significant background, Qin Tianze remarked, shaking the fan-shaped talisman in his hand. Upon hearing this, Xu Changsheng became intrigued by the witch, eager to discover if she possessed any other more precious artifacts. However, he had only seen her alone in the hall earlier, without any followers, revealing her confidence in her own strength and abilities. Very well, let us set forth. We must not miss our opportunity. Since we have ventured into this void sky temple, we should not hesitate, Xu Changsheng said with a smile, stepping out of the safe zone. Qin Tianze and the others had no choice but to follow suit. Once outside the safety of the area, Xu Changsheng noticed the surrounding ghostly mists surging toward him, accompanied by piercing wails that sounded like a soul's attack, greatly affecting one's psyche. However, for Xu Changsheng, who had cultivated the Great Yin technique and possessed the longevity of Dao fruits to guard his mind, there was no discomfort whatsoever. Yet, the ghostly mists were perilous. Lacking a tangible form, they could directly siphon the life essence of the living if ensnared, leaving weaker cultivators as mere bones. their souls transforming into entities akin to the very mists, losing their consciousness and unable to reincarnate. At this moment, Xu Changsheng conjured a defensive barrier of azure light around him, interwoven with blue lightning. Any ghostly mists attempting to approach him were obliterated by the electric strikes, a spectacle that caused Qin Tianze and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Xu Changsheng was a formidable lightning cultivator. Knowing that lightning is particularly effective against demons and spirits, stealing a glance at Qin Tianze and the others, Xu Changsheng observed that they were also employing their methods to counter the ghostly mists, facing no immediate danger since these mists were not particularly strong. Qin Tianze and Lan Yuer each held a lightning pearl, which emitted strands of celestial lightning, enveloping them in a protective layer. However, the power emanating from their pearls was nowhere near comparable to the lightning under Xu Changsheng's command, and once their energy was depleted, the duo from the 10,000 Dharma sect would find themselves in peril, as Xu Changsheng was aware that a ghost king lurked in this place. The burly bald man appeared quite robust, yet he held a crimson embroidered shoe in his hand, surrounded by a faint red glow that formed a protective barrier. It seemed this embroidered shoe was also an ancient treasure, leading Xu Changsheng to believe that the bald man had an impressive background, albeit one that was concealed. However, it was evident that this ancient artifact was not as formidable as the witch Sangjiu's orb. The orb could cause the ghostly mists to retreat automatically, whereas the bald man's embroidered shoe could only provide a layer of defense, and once its magical energy was exhausted, they would not have the continuous supply of power that Xu Changsheng possessed. As the four advanced, a constant crackling sound was heard as ghostly mists were annihilated by lightning or other forces, yet these mists, devoid of consciousness, relentlessly lunged at the living. Fortunately, their quartet could share the burden. Xu Changsheng walked calmly through the desolate land shrouded in ghostly mists. Whenever any mist approached, it would be automatically struck down by the blue lightning surrounding him, turning to nothingness. However, as they progressed, Qin Tianze and the others began to feel increasingly fatigued. Their magical energy severely depleted, while Xu Changsheng remained as composed as ever, instilling a deep sense of trepidation in the trio. Chapter 75, Ghost King. Soul-nourishing wood. With each flash of lightning, the ghostly mists that approached were turned into azure smoke. Xu Changsheng felt somewhat bored. He had not expected so many ghostly mists to inhabit this cursed land. How many cultivators must have perished here? These mists were mindless, fearlessly charging forward in waves, which left Xu Changsheng feeling quite helpless. In contrast to Xu Changsheng's ease, Qin Tianze and his companions appeared increasingly weakened. Although they too were golden core cultivators, their magical energy could not compare to Xu Changsheng's, and as they continued to deplete their powers, their faces turned pale, especially as the light of the lightning pearls in the hands of the couple dimmed. With a mere glance, Xu Changsheng discerned that Qin Tianze and his wife might very well meet their demise in this cursed land, especially since the Ghost King-level specters had yet to emerge. However, given their affiliation with the 10,000 Dharma sect, they might possess hidden cards. The bald man's ancient embroidered shoe, while decent in power, was also losing its luminous protective aura. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed, heightening the vigilance of Xu Changsheng and his companions. Subsequently, a black ghostly figure flashed by, revealing a corporeal form, indicating the appearance of a more formidable specter. It seemed this ghost was searching for something, and soon a slender figure clad in black emerged, engaging in combat with the ghost. Upon closer inspection, Xu Changsheng realized that the figure was none other than the witch Sangjiu from the Demonist sect. Yet the white orb in her hand was now shrouded in black mist, losing its luster. The malevolent spirit appeared intent on seizing the white orb. Qin Tianze and his companions exchanged glances, yet they refrained from intervening. Xu Changsheng also held back, carefully observing the struggle between the witch and the ghost. It was clear that the specter was far more solid than the ghostly mists, capable of effortlessly shifting between corporeal and incorporeal states, rendering Sangjiu's physical attacks ineffective unless she employed demonic spells. The specter's strength was undoubtedly at the golden core level, and it might even be a weaker ghost king. Meanwhile, Sangjiu wielded a bone zither talisman, producing dissonant, eerie melodies that unsettled the specter, while the white orb hovered above her head, warding off the encroaching mists despite their blackened shroud. After watching the battle for a while, Xu Changsheng concluded that Sangjiu could not hope to defeat the specter. She was merely holding on. Suddenly struck by an idea, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing behind Sangjiu before she could react, swiftly snatching the white orb from her grasp, and promptly retreated into the distance. Disregarding Qin Tianze, and the others altogether. All of this transpired within a heartbeat. And before anyone could react, Xu Changsheng had vanished. Now devoid of the protective orb, Sangjiu found herself besieged by the ghostly mists. Yet the Ghost King-level specter did not pursue her. Instead, it set off in the direction Xu Changsheng had fled. As Xu Changsheng traversed through the mists, he examined the orb in his hand. With a surge of blue lightning, the black mist enveloping the orb was dissipated, revealing its true form. To his astonishment, he discovered that the orb bore intricate wood-grain patterns, and he felt a wave of comfort wash over his mind and soul, as though he had experienced a subtle enhancement. This revelation filled Xu Changsheng with incredulity. He sensed that this orb was likely an ancient treasure of extraordinary material. After all, why else would a Ghost King-level specter seek to seize it? Without hesitation, he employed a mind akin to that of a nascent soul cultivator to erase the remnants of the previous user's consciousness from the orb, thereby recognizing it as his own. Meanwhile, the witch Sangjiu, still entangled with the ghostly mists, suddenly spat out blood, her complexion growing even paler, and she muttered in fear, "Nascent soul-level consciousness." The individual in question turned out to be an ancient nascent soul practitioner. Cough, cough. This time I have truly suffered a significant loss. The soul-nurturing pearl granted by my master has been lost. How infuriating. Not far from Li Sangjiu, the trio of Qin Tianzi, being cultivators in the core formation stage, naturally overheard the words of this enchantress. They felt a shiver run down their spines, realizing that the earlier acquaintance, Su Daoyu, was indeed a formidable nascent soul elder who had ventured into the haunted realm alongside them. They felt fortunate for not having acted against him, for that would surely have led to their demise. Unbeknownst to these four, Xu Changsheng had already acknowledged the white pearl and received feedback about it. This precious orb was identified as the soul-nurturing pearl, an ancient treasure crafted from the soul-nurturing wood, one of the 3 divine woods used by ancient cultivators. Within it resided a spirit of a mysterious serpent, albeit one whose power had significantly waned over countless years. However, for Xu Changsheng, the primary function of the soul-nurturing pearl was not for combat, but rather to nourish the soul and spirit, gradually augmenting one's consciousness. It could also serve as a vessel for the soul, ensuring the mind does not disperse, a feature beneficial for fallen cultivators. This treasure was undoubtedly more valuable than the ancient soul jade Su had previously acquired from old ancestor Linghu, and it might very well be the most prized possession of the Enchantress sect. It appeared that the Enchantress, Sangjiu, held a considerable position within the sect. Yet Xu Changsheng hoped she would recognize her place. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. After all, she had previously attempted to deceive him into searching for the illusory Heaven Palace, regardless of whether they were righteous or demonic. Anyone who opposed Xu Changsheng would face his wrath, contingent upon his strength. At this moment, Xu Changsheng was in high spirits, as he had not anticipated that his expedition to the illusory Heaven Palace would yield such a remarkable treasure so early on. He transformed the soul-nurturing pearl into an unremarkable white jade ring, adorning his finger, and employed a concealment technique to mask its aura, making it undetectable even to late-stage nascent soul practitioners. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards Xu Changsheng at high speed, glinting with a sharp light. Noticing this, Xu Changsheng merely sidestepped effortlessly. When the shadow revealed its true form, he raised an eyebrow. It was none other than the ghostly king he had previously confronted to deal with the Enchantress Sangjiu. It seemed this ghost king was also aware of the extraordinary nature of the soul-nurturing pearl, for such an item was indeed a treasure to spirits. However, Xu Changsheng had no intention of engaging the Ghost King in a drawn-out battle. After traversing the haunted realm for quite some time without discovering any treasures, those belonging to fallen cultivators had long been claimed by others, he decided it was time to move on. Yet, eliminating a Ghost King before passing through this trial would be quite advantageous. Thus, with a thought, he summoned forth a surge of celestial thunderous energy, intertwining and coalescing it into a Tinzhonglong thunder dragon that charged towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King, upon seeing the thunder dragon, realized it was in for a formidable challenge and promptly attempted to flee. However, the Ghost King's speed could not compare to that of the celestial thunder. In the blink of an eye, it was obliterated by the thunder dragon. After vanquishing the Ghost King, Xu Changsheng continued onward. The ghostly mist recoiled from the blue lightning radiating from him, instinctively feeling dread, particularly after the death of the Ghost King. The number of approaching ghostly mists had diminished considerably. Not far away, a green ghostly figure lurked in hiding. It was the remnant soul of a nascent soul elder who had perished in a previous battle against other cultivators. Initially, it had intended to possess Xu Changsheng, but upon witnessing his prowess, it abandoned the idea. Xu Changsheng, through his spiritual perception, also detected the green figure, suspecting it was the same entity that had followed the Xiangu master. However, he did not wish to engage in a confrontation with this ghostly figure, which was comparable to a ghost king, so he deployed the Thunder Dragon as a deterrent. The effect was indeed satisfactory, allowing him to traverse the ghostly mist as if in a realm of his own. Upon reaching the end of the ghostly mist, Xu Changsheng discovered a white light barrier. As he stepped through, he found himself in a relatively spacious safe zone, protected by a bowl-shaped array. Inside, several pavilions constructed from exquisite jade were present, and a few cultivators were already resting within. Xu Changsheng scrutinized the surroundings and noted that the cultivators who had safely arrived here included several nascent soul elders he had previously observed. Among them 2 law enforcement elders from the Star Palace, the Grand Master of Extreme Yin, and Wan Tianming, the leader of the 10,000 Methods sect. The remaining individuals were all cultivators at the mid-core formation stage or higher, exuding a formidable aura. Xu Changsheng even spotted Wu Shan, who was accompanying the Grandmaster of Extreme Yin. As Xu Changsheng entered the protective array, many cultivators turned to look, including Wu Shan. However, having disguised himself, his true identity remained undetected, even by the early-stage nascent soul elders present. The spiritual pressure emanating from Xu Changsheng in the early core formation stage surprised the onlookers. Yet they merely cast a glance and quickly looked away. After all, the first trial of the illusory Heaven Palace, the haunted realm, was neither too difficult nor too easy. One could still fall if they encountered a powerful ghost king, although possessing a strong ancient treasure or technique could ensure safe passage. Xu Changsheng chose a less crowded jade pavilion to sit in, maintaining distance from the other cultivators since they were all strangers and in a competitive atmosphere, which precluded any friendliness. However, he soon felt a gaze upon him, which made him slightly uncomfortable. Upon discreetly probing, he discovered that the source of this scrutiny was none other than Madame Wen from Sacred Demon Island, the partner of the 6 Paths of Extreme Saints. When by a pang of anxiety struck Xu Changsheng, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. He understood that Madame Wen could not be watching him without reason. It was likely related to his earlier slaying of Wen Tianyi, a disciple of Sacred Demon Island, which had left some trace for her to sense. Yet, Xu Changsheng was at a loss regarding what exactly had gone awry. As Xu Changsheng waited in the Jade Pavilion, Madame Wen unexpectedly approached directly from another pavilion, prompting him to become immediately alert. While he believed he possessed the strength to contend with early-stage nascent soul practitioners, he had never truly battled one, which left him somewhat apprehensive. As the alluring Madame Wen drew nearer, her formidable nascent soul spiritual pressure surged forth, causing the cultivators in Xu Changsheng's pavilion to flee in fright. Not wishing to entangle himself with her, Xu Changsheng prepared to relocate, but Madame Wen intercepted him, her gaze cold as she addressed him. "Junior, I wish to ask you a few questions, and I expect your answers to be sincere." Realizing he could not evade her, Xu Changsheng steadied his mind, knowing this safe zone had restrictions, and thus felt secure that Madame Wen would not immediately act against him. He respectfully replied, "What questions do you have, esteemed elder?" "I, Xu, shall answer openly and without reservation." Madame Wen nodded and inquired, "Do you know a core formation practitioner named Wen Tianyi? He is a disciple of Sacred Demon Island, and this is his likeness." Upon speaking, she conjured an image of a young and handsome man in the air with her magical power. The man's eyes were sinister, exuding a nefarious aura. Indeed, it was the very Wen Tianyi whom Xu Changsheng had slain. Yet, Xu Changsheng would not concede to this. He surmised that Madame Wen must have sensed Wen Tianyi's aura on him through some means, but was unable to ascertain whether Xu Changsheng himself had been responsible for his demise, given that his apparent cultivation level was merely at the early core formation stage. Xu Changsheng, having contemplated these matters, feigned a moment of recollection before respectfully replying, "I must report to you, esteemed elder, that I have indeed encountered the Taoist Wen Tianyi. During my previous sojourn on Biyun Island, I had a fleeting meeting with this Taoist, and we even considered exchanging items, but our negotiations ultimately fell through." Upon hearing this, Madame Wen narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xu Changsheng's expression. Earlier, in the Grand Hall, she had sensed the presence of her nephew Wen Tianyi emanating from him. This resonance was a manifestation of the supreme inheritance of the Sacred Demon Path, the 6 Extremes' true demon skill, which her nephew also practiced. It created a distinctive aura that lingered on those who came into contact with him, a phenomenon that was quite peculiar. Had they been outside, the matriarch of the Sacred Demon Path would have swiftly subdued Xu Changsheng, regardless of whether he had a hand in her nephew's demise. She could have discerned the truth through soul-searching. However, within the confines of the Shutian Hall, Madame Wen understood the necessity of restraint, not only due to the restrictions imposed by the realm, but also because of the numerous cultivators present. An impulsive act could render her a target of collective ire. Suppressing her inner doubts, Madame Wen realized that even if Xu Changsheng had indeed eliminated Wen Tianyi, he would not confess to such an act. For now, confirming his prior interaction with her nephew was sufficient. Once they departed from the Shutian Hall, she would have ample opportunity to investigate. With the sacred demon island and the 6 paths of extremity as her backing, she was not overly concerned about Xu Changsheng escaping, unless he fled from the chaotic Star Sea. After Madame Wen's departure, Xu Changsheng heightened his vigilance towards her. He was not particularly apprehensive about the early-stage nascent soul cultivator herself. Rather, he was wary of the formidable forces behind her, the sacred demon island and the 6 paths of extremity. Thus, he resolved to return to the Tiannan region to enhance his strength once their venture in the Shutian Hall concluded. Intending to re-enter the chaotic star, see only after achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. In truth, Xu Changsheng had ventured into the chaotic star sea primarily to cultivate the 5 elements transformation method and acquire the necessary resources for his practice. The Tiannan region was exceedingly impoverished and fiercely competitive, making it difficult to obtain the 5 elements spirit materials he sought. Having already condensed the golden core of 3 attributes, metal, wood, and earth, he was in search of the millennia-old spirit materials or treasures corresponding to water and fire. The fire aspect was manageable. He had his sights set on the Qianlan ice flame surrounding the Shutian cauldron, one of the 3 great cold flames of the Ziyajigong, extremely cold and pure. By merging it with his heavenly thunder fire, he could forge an immensely powerful fire attribute golden core. However, he remained uncertain regarding the millennia-old water attribute materials or treasures. He hoped to uncover them within the Shutian Hall. Chapter 77, 9 Curves Spirit Ginseng, Longevity Fruit. As Xu Changsheng pondered his future plans in the Jade Pavilion, cultivators gradually arrived from the ghostly grievance land into this space. However, he did not encounter Qin Tianzi or any of the others, including the enchantress from the Charm Demon sect, Sangjiu, who seemed to have vanished. Perhaps they had all perished. This was not surprising. Those individuals were at the initial stage of golden core cultivation, and despite their affiliations with powerful factions, the inherent dangers of this place were abundantly clear. Xu Changsheng had received the soul-nourishing pearl crafted from soul-nourishing wood from Sangjiu, and thus he harbored no concerns. To his knowledge, the most formidable cultivator in the Charm Demon sect was only at the early nascent soul stage. Moreover, given that he was currently disguised, he felt no fear. Once he secured sufficient benefits from the Shutian Hall, he intended to retreat to Tiannan and cultivate until he reached the nascent soul stage before re-emerging. The fall of Sangjiu and her companions was advantageous. Otherwise, Xu Changsheng might have had to eliminate them himself. With Madame Wen already fixated on him, he was unconcerned about attracting further trouble. As time passed, the number of cultivators in this safe haven diminished significantly, with roughly half the attendees from earlier in the Grand Hall now absent. At this moment, 2 enforcement elders from the Star Palace emerged once more, one of whom, a portly elder, announced, "Very well, the time is nearly upon us. It seems the remaining cultivators who have yet to arrive have likely perished. We shall now commence the second trial of the Shutian Hall, the Ice and Fire Path. This path leads into a cave world filled with numerous precious spirit herbs, which you may gather within a day. Afterward, you will proceed to the Ice and Fire Path, leading to the third trial, the Marvelous Illusion Realm. However, should you choose not to continue, you may remain here for a brief moment and be teleported away." Upon concluding their address, the 2 enforcement elders began to chant incantations, and a white glowing teleportation array materialized in the Jade Pavilion's open space. Subsequently, the 2 elders were directly teleported away. Following their example, the cultivators present eagerly stepped into the teleportation array. For those who had arrived at the Shutian Hall were all keen to acquire treasures and would not simply depart. Xu Changsheng also stepped into the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. He felt the familiar tugging sensation as the fabric of space and time shifted before him. And soon he found himself in a verdant valley teeming with life, adorned with countless flowers, grasses, and trees, along with spirit beasts frolicking about, a stark contrast to the desolate and eerie ghostly grievance land. Ascending into the air for a better view, Xu Changsheng discerned that this was indeed a cave world of vast expanse. The adventurous cultivators had a full day to gather precious spirit herbs before proceeding to a grand canyon, leading to the Ice and Fire Path, which also encompassed the Xianjing Path and Lava Route. However, Xu Changsheng had a singular goal in mind, the 9 Curves Spirit Ginseng. a rare herb renowned for its ability to enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Although the Qingdi longevity skill he practiced also offered a chance to overcome the bottlenecks of major realms, and he possessed the ancient 5 elements transformation method. He was determined to maximize his odds of success and ensure a stable and secure breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. What golden core cultivator would not desire such an outcome? Even if he could not utilize it himself, it could be exchanged for resources to elevate his cultivation. Thus, Xu Changsheng soared through the air on his sword towards a small rocky mountain within this cave world. Given his speed, he reached the barren mountain in less than half an hour. He was alone here, for it was evident that this desolate locale could not possibly harbor any precious spirit herbs. Yet, the 9-curved spirit ginseng was concealed within. Noticing the absence of other cultivators, Xu Changsheng immediately unleashed his formidable divine sense, comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, to conduct a thorough search of the small rocky mountain. Soon, he spotted a plump white rabbit in a corner of the barren mountain, nibbling on a spirit herb. The rabbit exuded a vibrant life force, leading Xu Changsheng to deduce that it was the manifestation of the 9-curved spirit ginseng. If he could capture the manifestation of the 9-curved spirit ginseng, it would facilitate the search for its true form. Consequently, Xu Changsheng swiftly retrieved a bundle of golden threads from his storage bag, an item he had previously purchased for emergencies. He had not anticipated their utility would arise so soon, as only golden threads could easily ensnare this manifestation. While the white rabbit manifestation continued to munch on the spirit herb, Xu Changsheng deftly wove the golden threads into a net. Being a third-tier artifact craftsman, this task was second nature to him. Before the rabbit manifestation could react, he cast the golden net, enveloping the creature within. Despite its futile struggles, Xu Changsheng felt a sense of wonder at the extraordinary nature of the 9-curved spirit ginseng, capable of transforming into various animals and evading capture, a phenomenon he had never before encountered. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changsheng drew forth a thread of vitality from the white rabbit manifestation. Raising his right hand, he formed a seal, intending to employ his long-neglected divination technique to ascertain the hidden location of the true 9-curved spirit ginseng. Although this technique consumed a portion of his lifespan, Xu Changsheng, possessing the Dao Fruit of longevity, had no cause for concern. As Xu Changsheng calculated, he swiftly located the hiding place of the 9, nestled within the crevices of a small rocky mountain. Utilizing his earth spirit escape technique, he descended underground, where he unearthed an aged ginseng that appeared somewhat shriveled. This elder ginseng bore a striking resemblance to ordinary ginseng, save for the delicate silver flower blooming atop it, which lent it an air of uniqueness. However, having cultivated the Qing Emperor's longevity technique, Xu Changsheng could sense the immense vitality and spiritual energy contained within the ginseng. He brought forth the illusory body white rabbit, which immediately transformed into a beam of white light and merged with the ginseng, confirming to Xu Changsheng that he had indeed found the 9. He sealed the precious ginseng within a jade box, a satisfied smile gracing his face. When Xu Changsheng emerged from the underground, the day was still young, granting him ample time to gather more spiritual herbs. He resumed his search throughout this celestial realm, his practice of the Qing Emperor's longevity technique bestowing him with a keen sensitivity to spiritual herbs. To his delight, he discovered several millennium-old herbs, including all the necessary ingredients for concocting the baby-nurturing pill, such as the Een mushroom and the transformation grass. Truly, this place was deserving of its reputation as the Celestial Palace's bounteous paradise. While Xu Changsheng diligently searched for rare spiritual herbs, other cultivators were engaged in their own pursuits. A group of Yuaning elders was currently locked in a standoff over a millennium-old vitality fruit, a rare find that could significantly extend one's lifespan if used to craft the longevity pill. Though the adventurers before had overlooked it, the Yuaning elders, despite not being at their life's end, were nonetheless eager to enhance their longevity. Should Xu Changsheng have witnessed this scene, he would have scoffed. For the vitality fruit and the longevity pill held no allure for him. His interest lay solely in herbs that could elevate his cultivation. Chapter 78. The Lava World. As the Yuaning elders contended for the vitality fruit, Xu Changsheng fervently sought out precious spiritual herbs. Regrettably, the oldest herbs he encountered were merely a millennium in age, and he lamented the absence of 10,000-year-old herbs. Yet, it was not surprising, as the Celestial Palace opened only once every 300 years. Had there been 10,000-year herbs, they would have long been harvested. Nevertheless, within this ancient celestial realm, Xu Changsheng unearthed numerous herbs vital for enhancing his core formation stage, including those long thought extinct, which were essential for crafting the baby nurturing pill for the Yuaning stage. This ensured that when he departed the chaotic star sea, he would not lack for alchemical materials. Time flew by, and soon the day was drawing to a close, signaling the adventurers' time for gathering herbs was at an end. They now faced a choice: to leave the celestial palace or to brave the next challenge, the ice and fire path. With a sudden eruption of blue and red light columns reaching towards the heavens in a great canyon, all present cultivators understood that the ice and fire path was about to open. Many rushed toward the canyon, Xu Changsheng among them. But his goals extended beyond merely the millennium-old herbs. Upon arriving at the canyon, Xu Changsheng witnessed the ground trembling as two paths emerged, one a chilling blue passage, the other a searing red one. At the entrances of both stood stone tablets, one inscribed with Xianjing Path and the other with Lava Route. The ice and fire path encompassed both the Xianjing Path, representing extreme cold, and the Lava Route, embodying intense heat. However, traversing these paths as the second trial of the Celestial Palace was no easy feat. Even Yuaning elders barely withstood such extreme conditions. Cultivators at the core formation stage required special ancient treasures to navigate the ice and fire path. Relying solely on their own strength could result in them expiring before they completed even half the journey. The cultivators capable of proceeding were all at least in the early stages of core formation, as they chose one of the two paths to continue their adventure. Xu Changsheng pondered briefly before deciding on the Lava Route. He had noted that the treasures left by fallen cultivators on Earth's Spirit Island predominantly possessed ice attributes, as the island itself was a realm of heat, leading adventurers to carry ice-based treasures to combat the oppressive temperatures. Stepping onto the Lava Route, Xu Changsheng was immediately met with a scorching gust of wind. The heat was so intense that even his well-honed physical constitution felt discomfort. He produced an ancient orb of ice attribute, and with a surge of his mana, a pale blue barrier enveloped him. Instantly, he felt a significant relief. Though he understood this was but a temporary respite, more severe environments and dangers lay ahead. However, with the three golden cores of metal, wood, and earth within him, his mana was abundant, allowing him to dismiss concerns about depleting his energy. Thus, Xu Changsheng pressed on beneath the protective barrier. Upon crossing the red passage and reaching the end of the lava route, he found himself in a world of molten lava. It became evident that both the Xianjing Path and the lava route required traversing an exceedingly perilous realm to complete the trial. The temperature here was exponentially higher than that of the passage he had just journeyed through, and the air was thick with scorching winds that evaporated any moisture. The landscape was painted in shades of crimson, as if engulfed in flames, with the ground uneven and vast rivers of lava flowing through it. Xu Changsheng stood at the edge of a wide river of lava, where only a slender, square stone pillar connected the banks, resembling a precarious tightrope. To cross to the other side, one had to traverse this narrow stone pillar, which could accommodate only one person at a time. Beneath it lay an endless expanse of fiery lava, occasionally bubbling and warping the very air around it. Strong gusts of wind, resembling serpentine dragons, swept through this area. Some cultivators were making their way across the stone pillar, but even with ice attribute treasures for protection, many were swept away by the fierce winds, plummeting into the molten depths below, turning to ash before the horrified eyes of their fellow adventurers. In truth, whether on the Xianjing Path or the lava route, flying was strictly forbidden due to powerful prohibitions. Even Yuaning elders could only walk, though ordinary martial artists were not similarly restricted. Xu Changsheng recognized that to pass this second trial, he must cross the stone pillar bridge over the lava river. Otherwise, the ensuing adventures and rewards would remain out of reach for him. Yet, he felt no fear of the dangers ahead. During his idle time in Huangfeng Valley, he had also studied some techniques of mortal martial arts, which would prove advantageous in a spirit-restricting environment. With a steadying breath, Xu Changsheng stepped onto the stone pillar bridge. Each step he took was deliberate, and the pale blue barrier from his ice treasure remained solid under the infusion of his robust mana. To ensure absolute safety, he summoned forth the Qingling battle armor, filling him with a profound sense of security. As he traversed the stone pillar bridge, other cultivators began to follow suit. However, lacking his steadiness, when Xu Changsheng reached the midpoint of the bridge, a serpentine gust of wind suddenly surged towards him, startling the cultivator ahead. The volcanic realm imposes a significant suppression on the strength of cultivators. Even an elder in the nascent soul stage can scarcely exhibit 1/1000th of their true power. For those in the core formation stage, the situation is even more dire. Suddenly, Xu Changsheng heard a piercing scream emanating from ahead. A cultivator, who had approached the stone pillar bridge, was swept away by a fierce whirlwind into the molten river below. Although this cultivator possessed an ancient treasure of ice attribute for protection, the temperature of the lava river was evidently far more intense. The luminous barrier formed by the ancient treasure required the cultivator to expend their mana to maintain it, and the direct contact with the lava rapidly drained their energy. In no time, the cultivator was overwhelmed and reduced to ashes by the searing flow. Witnessing this scene, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. The cultivator consumed by the lava was a mid-core formation practitioner, an individual of high status akin to an elder in the outside world, yet here in the Void Temple. They were as insignificant as ants. This incident heightened Xu Changsheng's caution. Chapter 79. Betrayal from within. Suddenly, the dragon-like whirlwind rushed towards Xu Changsheng. He promptly anchored himself to the stone pillar bridge using his mana. While the faint blue barrier from his ice attribute ancient treasure and the azure light from his Qingling battle armor combined to shield him. As the dragon whirlwind surged past, Xu Changsheng remained unyielding, but the cultivators trailing behind him were not so fortunate. They were swept into the molten river and turned to ash. Xu Changsheng turned a deaf ear to their cries for help. These cultivators were of no concern to him, and he would not play the role of a savior. Thus, Xu Changsheng traversed the stone pillar bridge over the river of lava, the crimson world around him starkly contrasting his resolute demeanor. Yet, fiery serpents born from the flames intermittently lunged at him. Xu Changsheng recognized these as the fire beasts spawned from the volcanic realm, mere manifestations of condensed fire energy. Ultimately, they were energy entities, and physical assaults would prove ineffective against them. Consequently, Xu Changsheng employed the Qingyuan sword technique, unleashing sword shadows of mana to obliterate the fiery serpents. The cultivators on either bank of the lava river, witnessing Xu Changsheng's formidable display, cast him sidelong glances, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable early core formation cultivator possessed such strength. They etched his appearance into their memories, wary of encountering him again. Having navigated the lava river without incident, Xu Changsheng reached the opposite bank, where the few cultivators who had also crossed greeted him with friendly smiles. Though their numbers were few, they were predominantly talented cultivators hailing from powerful factions, many of whom had relied on ancient treasures bestowed by their elders to endure this trial, unlike Xu Changsheng, who had relied primarily on his own strength. Xu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement before continuing along the path, soon arriving at an expansive meadow. However, the tranquility of the meadow prompted him to frown. While the volcanic world was largely devoid of life, sentient fire beasts still existed. Therefore, Xu Changsheng employed a consciousness akin to that of a nascent soul to scan his surroundings, only to discover that this unique environment constrained his perception, limiting it to a few hundred meters. Yet, this was sufficient. Before long, he detected an anomaly. Two mid-core formation cultivators were concealed beneath the grass, their appearances unfamiliar to him, suggesting they had undergone some form of disguise. According to the rules announced by the two law enforcers from the Star Palace, killing and looting outside the Void Temple was permitted, yet the presence of these two raised questions. Did they believe that their disguises would go unnoticed by the law enforcers? Xu Changsheng called out coldly, "You two, I have discovered your presence. Will you emerge voluntarily, or shall I force you out?" Before long, the two mid-core formation cultivators indeed emerged from the ground. The scene evoked memories of Xu Changsheng's first encounter with bandit cultivators outside the Huangfeng Valley market, eliciting a slight smirk from him as he found it rather amusing. These two cultivators, clad in black robes and bearing stern expressions, one stout and the other lean, were quick to make demands. The plump cultivator gruffly declared, "Kid, hand over all the spirit herbs you acquired in the cave world, as well as any other treasures on you, and we will let you pass." Xu Changsheng's eyes flashed with cold light at these words, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "The law enforcers from the Star Palace have made it clear that killing and looting outside the Void Temple is forbidden. Are you intending to directly challenge the rules of the Star Palace?" The lean cultivator responded with a derisive laugh. "Oh, do not concern yourself with that. Do you truly believe the two elders will intervene in disputes among us core formation cultivators? Countless battles have occurred in the cave world without their oversight." The stout cultivator interjected, "Why waste time talking to this doomed fool? Let us quickly join forces to eliminate him. All the treasures on him will be ours. The more times we engage, the less this trip to the Void Temple will be in vain. The challenges ahead are far too daunting for us to navigate." Listening to the two black-robed cultivators, Xu Changsheng realized he had encountered fools. Not all powerful cultivators possessed intelligence, and these two were evidently inexperienced, likely disciples from a large sect seeking practical experience. However, Xu Changsheng had no intention of indulging them. He had no time to waste on these two. The unique environment here imposed considerable limitations on the mana and methods of cultivators, which, in Xu Changsheng's case, was a fortuitous circumstance. As the two cultivators charged at him, Xu Changsheng also sprang into action. His feet flickered with blue lightning as he transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the two bandits, while his right hand coalesced a razor-sharp azure sword light. In an instant, Xu Changsheng darted past the two bandits, who were still in mid-charge, cleaving them in half. Their legs continued to propel forward, but their upper bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless moments later. Xu Changsheng had dispatched the two bandits with ease, collecting their storage bags. It was a simple matter to incinerate their remains with a fireball technique. He was exceedingly adept at this operation. A cursory examination of their storage bags revealed a trove of precious spirit herbs, prompting a smile to surface on Xu Changsheng's face. Evidently, these two bandits had been quite active in robbing other cultivators in the cave world, and indeed, the law enforcers from the Star Palace had turned a blind eye, further diminishing Xu Changsheng's impression of the Star Palace. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising, after all. The law enforcers sent by the Star Palace were not there to uphold any semblance of order. Their true mission was to eradicate both righteous and demonic core formation cultivators, a strategy employed by the Star Palace to maintain balance among the forces in the chaotic Star Sea. As for loose cultivators, they were beyond the protection of the Star Palace unless they had paid spirit stones in Tianqing City. Moreover, Xu Changsheng discovered a standard white robe for Star Palace stewards and a steward's token within the storage bags of the two bandits. This revelation turned his gaze icy. It became clear why these bandits exhibited such audacity towards the Star Palace. They were, in fact, internal operatives of the Star Palace. Was this not an act of betrayal from within? This revelation led Xu Changsheng to understand that within the chaotic sea of stars, regardless of whether one belonged to the righteous path, the demonic path, or any official faction, they were essentially all of the same ilk. Only strength remained the most crucial element for ensuring one's safety. Chapter 80. The Forbidden Killing Array. Upon emerging from the Crimson Grassland, Xu Changsheng beheld a vast expanse of lava marsh. At first glance, it appeared merely as a pockmarked terrain. However, Xu Changsheng discerned that the ground was soft and undulating, with occasional bubbles rising to the surface. Any careless cultivator who dared to tread upon this treacherous lava marsh would find themselves doomed. As a female cultivator of the core formation stage, entangled within its depths, struggled in vain to escape. The structure of this lava marsh was enigmatic. The more she fought against it, the deeper she sank, her magical tools rendered ineffective. Notably, Xu Changsheng observed that the marsh was actively consuming her spiritual energy, devouring more with each use. Frowning at this bizarre scene, Xu Changsheng remained aloof while the trapped female cultivator cried out for help. He was unaware of her true nature and felt it would be foolish to rescue a potential viper. Instead, he resolved to glean information about the marsh from her plight. Once she was completely engulfed, Xu Changsheng gained insight into the perilous nature of this locale. He realized that stepping directly onto the lava marsh was tantamount to courting death, and that spells would be futile, as the marsh would consume their energy. Even flight was impossible due to the existing prohibitions against it. Xu Changsheng found himself in a predicament. At that moment, he recalled a form of unstudied martial arts from the mortal realm. If executed swiftly enough, he could traverse the lava marsh before it could engulf him. However, he needed a point of leverage, which was evidently absent in the marsh. After a moment's contemplation, he remembered a technique known as ascending the clouds, which allowed one to use the air to gain momentum through a unique footwork method. This unconventional martial art, which defied Newtonian mechanics, had initially drawn his attention. However, he later understood that it merely harnessed the power of internal force from the air, expressed through a method of stepping upon one's own feet. Though Xu Changsheng lacked the internal energy of a mortal martial artist, his spiritual energy was vast enough to sustain this technique, with minimal expenditure required. Resolute, he retreated a short distance before launching himself into the air, employing the ascending the clouds technique to soar towards the opposite bank of the lava marsh. This remarkable maneuver left the onlooking cultivators in awe, their jaws agape at his display. Is that mortal martial art truly capable of such finesse? I have never encountered such an exquisite technique in the chaotic sea of stars before, one cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. With Xu Changsheng's intervention, other cultivators also began to devise methods to navigate the lava marsh using this peculiar martial art. Yet, not all were familiar with mortal techniques, leading some to sacrifice precious artifacts to force their passage, causing them considerable distress. Xu Changsheng, seemingly flying under the constraints of the prohibitions, successfully reached the far side. Those who had struggled through the marsh regarded him with admiration, for it was the first time they had witnessed a cultivator surmounting such an obstacle with ease. Meanwhile, the two enforcement elders of the Star Palace, concealed and manipulating the lava marsh's prohibitions, were equally incredulous. Historically, the elders had studied and dismantled various prohibitions within the Void Sky Palace, allowing the Star Palace to control many of its defenses. To maintain the balance of power in the chaotic sea of stars, the Star Palace routinely dispatched enforcement elders under the guise of maintaining order, resulting in the downfall of numerous cultivators, particularly loose cultivators. This time, they had activated the dangerous prohibitions of the lava marsh. Under normal circumstances, the marsh would not have posed such a threat. As long as one was swift enough, they could pass safely. However, this time, the two enforcement elders had intensified the dangers. Annoyed by the increasing number of cultivators successfully navigating the marsh, the plump elder exclaimed, "Too many cultivators have passed through the lava marsh, especially those from both righteous and demonic paths, without significant losses. This cannot stand. I intend to activate the Iron Fire Ants prohibition to reduce their numbers by at least half." However, the lean elder interjected, "No. Activating the Iron Fire Ants prohibition is far too perilous. If we do so, none of these core formation cultivators will likely survive, which would be detrimental to our Star Palace. After all, the two sovereigns have only recently entered seclusion, and rumors of their faltering cultivation have already spread throughout the chaotic sea of stars. Moreover, the higher-ups of both the righteous and demonic paths were aware of the Star Palace's manipulation of the Void Sky Palace. Should they activate the Iron Fire Ants prohibition prematurely, the higher-ups in the nascent soul stage would begin to question the sovereign's condition, which would be unwise. Upon hearing this, the plump elder calmed down. Their covert manipulation of the Void Sky Palace's prohibitions aimed to ensnare core formation cultivators from both paths. However, if their actions led to peril for the Star Palace, it would be an unwise trade. Thus, after deliberation, they resolved to activate the Flame Beast's prohibition. Although not as dangerous as the Iron Fire Ants, it would still lead to the demise of numerous core formation cultivators. As the two enforcement elders plotted the deadly array in the shadows, Xu Changsheng and several other cultivators who had successfully traversed the lava marsh pressed forward, unaware of the impending dangers that awaited them. Xu Changsheng maintained his composure. Yet inwardly, he harbored concerns regarding the potential traps and dangerous prohibitions that the two enforcement elders might unleash. He was well aware of the myriad hazards within the Void Sky Palace and uncertain of how many prohibitions the Star Palace controlled. Just as Xu Changsheng and his fellow adventurers stepped into a dark red valley, the ground suddenly trembled, as if a prohibition had been triggered. Crimson flames erupted, coalescing into various infernal beasts, including a mysterious serpent, a colossal elephant, two-headed firewolves, and flame giants. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow. The sheer number of infernal beasts was daunting, at least 100, each emanating the aura of core formation cultivators. The mightiest among them, a flame giant bear, possessed peak core formation strength. The two enforcement elders of the Star Palace were exceedingly ruthless. Were they truly intent on ensnaring all of these core formation cultivators? The other cultivators, who had painstakingly reached this point, were overtaken by despair upon seeing the throng of infernal beasts. Most remained unaware of the machinations of the two enforcement elders and questioned why this second trial of the Outer Palace was fraught with such peril, which seemed to defy the established rules. Chapter 81. Azure Fire Lightning. Slaying the old demon, Xu Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, observing a cold, stern man clad in black robes, a striking female cultivator, a pair of cultivators in blue robes, and a diminutive, rotund man. All of these individuals were at least at the mid-core formation stage. In comparison, Xu Changsheng's early core formation cultivation appeared the weakest, making him conspicuous among this cohort, who did not regard him with any real respect. The monks who have arrived at this place are all equipped with hidden cards and secret techniques, predominantly hailing from the core disciples of both the righteous and demonic sections. As for the wandering cultivators, the majority perished in prior perilous encounters, with the remaining few having voluntarily vacated the Void Heaven Palace. Xu Changsheng was uncertain whether any of these monks were infiltrators from the Star Palace, but he deemed it unlikely, given that the fiery beast horde was evidently a perilous trap. It was improbable that anyone from the Star Palace would dare to enter. They likely retreated earlier or took a detour under the guidance of the two enforcement elders. Roar, roar, roar. The multitude of fiery beasts in the Crimson Valley seemed to have received a command, suddenly charging towards all present cultivators. The scorching winds assaulted them, causing discomfort. Yet they had no choice but to brace themselves. Xu Changsheng, realizing the situation, felt helpless. Although his true strength was comparable to that of an early nascent soul stage cultivator, confronting so many golden core fiery beasts was no trivial matter. Moreover, two enforcement elders from the Star Palace lurked in the shadows, undoubtedly monitoring the situation. While Xu Changsheng understood that the two elders were primarily concerned with the nascent soul stage old monsters of both sects, they would still divert some attention to this area. However, he wished to keep his true combat abilities concealed from the Star Palace, opting for a more discreet approach. Thus, he engaged in battle with the fiery beasts in a conventional manner, with the ultimate goal of obtaining the Void Heaven Cauldron, the foremost treasure of the Chaos Star Sea. It was imperative not to attract the attention of the nascent soul elders before securing the cauldron. Allowing them to contend with each other while he reaped the benefits was the safest and wisest course of action. Bang! The azure sword light conjured by Xu Changsheng's right hand struck down a golden core fire wolf. As the wolf vanished, a fiery red spherical crystal floated in the void. Xu Changsheng grasped it, speculating that it was a flame crystal. Though it resembled the golden core of a fiery beast, he knew they did not possess such cores. Instead, their power derived from these flame crystals, valuable materials for crafting fire attribute artifacts. The prospect of acquiring flame crystals from slain fiery beasts piqued Xu Changsheng's interest. He realized that he would eventually condense 5 golden cores, implying ownership of 5 distinct attribute artifacts. However, crafting 5-element artifacts necessitated rare materials corresponding to each attribute. The Void Heaven Palace truly was a remarkable place. With renewed vigor, Xu Changsheng intensified his efforts in combating the fiery beasts, even competing for the flame crystals from those that had been vanquished. Other cultivators observed in astonishment, unable to fathom Xu Changsheng's formidable prowess. Nevertheless, he refrained from exhibiting strength beyond the golden core stage to avoid drawing undue attention from the two nascent soul enforcement elders. Boom! While Xu Changsheng was engaged with a serpent-like fiery beast, a tremendous roar erupted nearby, followed by the emergence of azure flames consuming the earth and the crackling sound of lightning. This commotion immediately captured Xu Changsheng's attention. He then witnessed a stern male cultivator clad in a black robe grappling with a peaked golden core flame giant bear, wielding a luminous green projectile in his hand. Previously, he had utilized one to slay the flame giant bear effortlessly, showcasing overwhelming power. Xu Changsheng surmised that the exquisite green projectile was the Qinghua of the Qingyang sect, its might rivaling the Yuanyang fire of nascent soul cultivators. This realization filled him with both trepidation and envy, for the Qinghua was a secret weapon of the Qingyang sect. It appeared that the black-robed male was a core disciple, possibly even a direct apprentice of a nascent soul elder. Xu Changsheng had long desired a trump card against nascent soul cultivators, and the Qinghua seemed promising. He bore no fear of offending the nascent soul elder of the Qingyang sect, as his current escape techniques could potentially outpace even those of late-stage nascent soul beings. Not to mention his current disguise. The remaining cultivators present regarded the black-robed man's Qinghua with a mix of wariness and covetousness. Yet they dared not challenge the nascent soul elder of the Qingyang sect. Meanwhile, the black-robed man smiled upon spotting a fist-sized crimson golden core floating in the void. Having discovered the potential for flame crystals from slain fiery beasts, he eagerly sought to slay more. Unfortunately, misfortune struck as he caught the attention of the peaked golden core flame giant bear. With only mid-golden core strength, the black-robed man resorted to employing the Qinghua bestowed by the sect's nascent soul ancestor in a moment of peril. The power of the Qinghua did not disappoint, as a single projectile felled the flame giant bear, prompting him to excitedly reach for the flame crystal. However, just as he was about to seize the crystal, a lightning bolt of unparalleled swiftness struck, causing him to miss. The flame crystal vanished before his eyes, infuriating him as he glared at the bolt of lightning. As the lightning coalesced, Xu Changsheng's figure emerged, joy illuminating his face as he held the spherical flame crystal, which was of superior quality and heavier than those from the fiery beasts he had previously vanquished, a true windfall. Damn it! How dare you steal my spoils? Do you wish to oppose the Qingyang sect? The black-robed cultivator bellowed in fury. Xu Changsheng merely smirked at the black-robed man's enraged expression, placing the flame crystal into his storage pouch. What of the Qingyang sect? My Huangfeng sect is the foremost righteous force in the Chaos Star Sea. Do not think that I would spare even a single flame crystal. All your treasures belong to me. If you wish to live, surrender everything, and I may grant you a complete corpse, he declared. The black-robed cultivator's expression shifted between green and white upon hearing Xu Changsheng's words, particularly when the name of the Huangfeng sect was mentioned. His demeanor became uncertain, for the Huangfeng sect's strength surpassed that of the Qingyang sect. which was a demonic force that the Huangfeng sect would not hesitate to confront. Xu Changsheng, observing the black-robed man's reaction, realized that casually invoking the name of the Huangfeng sect had indeed intimidated him. He had the audacity to do so because he noted the absence of any Huangfeng sect cultivators among those present, as they bore distinctive symbols on their attire. Like the earlier Qin Tianzi, arrogant. Even if you are truly a cultivator of the Huangfeng sect, what of it? You cannot escape the consequences of stealing my flame crystal. And now you wish to rob me of all my treasures? Very well, I am a direct disciple of the Sanyang ancestor. You are courting death. The black-robed cultivator shouted, charging at Xu Changsheng. He did not immediately use the Qinghua Lei, for it was a precious item, and he deemed a mid-golden core Xu Changsheng unworthy of such an expenditure. This played directly into Xu Changsheng's hands. Had the black-robed man used the Qinghua Lei right away, Xu Changsheng would have had to retreat, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, he understood that such powerful moves were typically reserved for the final moments. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changsheng transformed into a bolt of lightning, employing his perfected earth spirit escape technique, moving with a speed akin to teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the black-robed cultivator, unleashing a massive azure sword light that pierced through the man's dantian, severing his arm and appropriating his storage pouch. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The black-robed cultivator's spear, a formidable black artifact, had just emerged from the earth, seemingly intent on ambushing Xu Changsheng. However, he underestimated Xu Changsheng's remarkable speed. Not only did the black-robed cultivator fail in his attempt to strike, but in an instant, Xu Changsheng had seized the cultivator's storage bag and the Qinghua Lei, directly penetrating his dantian. The cultivator felt his life force and spiritual power rapidly depleting, realizing his folly too late, paying the ultimate price with his life. As the black-robed cultivator collapsed, completely devoid of breath, a jade pendant in his grasp emitted a dazzling green light, and a formidable aura of a nascent soul cultivator swept across the area, though it was quickly suppressed by the unique restrictions of the Su Tian temple. Upon acquiring the Qinghua Lei from the severed arm of the black-robed cultivator, Xu Changsheng sensed the potent pressure of the nascent soul, yet remained motionless, while the surrounding core formation cultivators struggled to remain upright, half kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, a white jade token floated into the air from the black-robed man, and a colossal phantom coalesced before them, a figure of a male cultivator with a sinister gaze yet an undeniable presence. Xu Changsheng immediately surmised that this might be a fragment of the Sanyang old demon's consciousness. This method of retaliation was akin to the jade token bestowed by the spirit fox ancestor, but he had left that token within the cave of the Tian Nan Huangfeng Valley and did not wish for the spirit fox ancestor to know of his solitary venture into the chaotic star sea. The icy eyes of the Sanyang old demon turned towards Xu Changsheng, coldly declaring, "Bold young one, you dare to kill my direct disciple? Prepare to meet your end." As he spoke, he raised his hand, summoning a massive turquoise energy hand from the void to strike at Xu Changsheng. In response, Xu Changsheng swiftly employed his lightning escape technique, evading the attack. He could have easily annihilated the phantom of the Sanyang old demon, but he refrained, needing to keep his trump card intact for seizing the Su Tian Ding. Meanwhile, two law elders of the Star Palace, hidden in the shadows, witnessed the Sanyang old demon's spectral display of power within the Su Tian temple and could not tolerate such a breach of order. To the higher-ups of the Star Palace, the Su Tian temple was under their dominion. They could not allow a nascent soul fiend to disrupt the established rules. Furthermore, Xu Changsheng was merely a rogue cultivator, not a practitioner of the orthodox path. For these two nascent soul elders, Xu Changsheng's annihilation of the Sanyang old demon's disciple was a boon, and they intended to protect him, planning to invite him to join their ranks once the Su Tian temple closed, seeking a formidable ally against the forces of both the righteous and demonic paths. Therefore, the two law elders immediately manipulated the restrictions of the fire beast domain, causing the Sanyang old demon's phantom to feel a powerful suppression, reducing its strength to that of a mid-core formation stage. Xu Changsheng noticed the sudden increase in the restrictions and quickly deduced that the two nascent soul elders of the Star Palace were at work, suppressing the power of the Sanyang old demon's phantom. Seizing the opportunity, he darted forward to stand before the phantom, his right hand conjuring a 10-foot-long azure sword light, which he struck down upon the Sanyang old demon's specter. The sharp sword light cleaved through the phantom as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, severing it in two. Star Palace, I, Qingyang sect, will not rest until we meet again. You vile brat, await your reckoning. The furious and resentful voice of the Sanyang old demon echoed through the valley. But this was the Su Tian temple, and no matter how enraged he was, he could not enter. As the phantom dissipated, the floating white jade token shattered into countless fragments, scattered by the winds. Xu Changsheng sighed in relief, simultaneously sensing the wary gazes of the surrounding cultivators upon him. He merely cast a glance at those cultivators, prompting them to retreat and maintain their distance. They had come to recognize Xu Changsheng's extraordinary prowess, capable of effortlessly slaying the disciple of the Qingyang sect and vanquishing the Sanyang old demon's consciousness. Such strength was far beyond that of an early-stage core formation cultivator. The onlookers assumed that Xu Changsheng had deliberately concealed his true cultivation level, revealing his capabilities only to seize the most coveted treasures. Even the two law elders of the Star Palace found themselves intrigued by Xu Changsheng, although they could not immediately approach him, needing to keep their manipulation of the Su Tian Temple's restrictions discreet from the core formation cultivators. At this moment, Xu Changsheng successfully dismantled the restrictions on the storage bag of the black-robed cultivator and, with a sweep of his consciousness, discovered not only a plethora of precious spiritual herbs, but also various rare materials. However, what delighted him most was a jade box containing 4 Qinghuolei, bringing his total to 5. With these 5 Qinghuolei, Xu Changsheng possessed a formidable trump card to confront nascent soul cultivators. Though he might not necessarily need to use them, more resources were never unwelcome. He cheerfully transferred all the treasures into his storage bag, then incinerated the black-robed cultivator's storage bag into nothingness before retrieving the pitch-black spear. This spear was the black-robed cultivator's lifebound artifact, and Xu Changsheng recognized its exceptional materials, including several pieces of a rare 10,000-year-old metal. He could not help but marvel at the favorable treatment received by the disciples of nascent soul monsters in the chaotic Star Sea, unlike the stingy spirit fox ancestor. The black spear would serve him well once refined, allowing him to extract the 10,000-year-old metal to enhance the quality of his gold attribute golden core. Chapter 82. A Yuan Heavy Water. Inner Hall. After Xu Changsheng had tallied his spoils, he noticed a decrease in the number of fire beasts and observed a white teleportation array emerging ahead. It seemed that the second trial of the Su Tian Temple's outer hall, the Ice Fire Path, was nearing its conclusion. Thus, Xu Changsheng made his way directly to the teleportation array, and the remaining surviving cultivators rushed towards it, fighting fiercely for the rewards that lay ahead. Upon stepping onto the teleportation array and undergoing a familiar transformation through space and time, Xu Changsheng found himself in an expansive stone hall where numerous cultivators had gathered. Among them were nascent soul experts from both righteous and demonic paths, 2 law elders from the Star Palace, and several late-stage core formation rogue cultivators. They stood apart, each group maintaining its own space, undisturbed by the others. Xu Changsheng's arrival drew some attention, as he was the only early-stage core formation cultivator amidst a sea of late-stage ones. The weaker cultivators had either chosen to forfeit or had perished. Yet those present regarded Xu Changsheng with a degree of intrigue, sensing that he possessed an ancient treasure capable of preserving his life. The cultivators understood that strength was not solely determined by cultivation level. Various artifacts and secret techniques played a crucial role, and some even concealed their true levels to navigate the tumultuous waters of competition. Furthermore, with the law elders present, no one would suspect an impending conflict. At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators from both paths engaged in a mental discussion, strategizing on how to acquire the Su Tian Ding within the inner hall, forming tentative alliances. However, none of this concerned Xu Changsheng, who simply sat down to restore his spiritual power, preparing to maintain peak strength for the battles to come. Time passed indistinctly until the white teleportation array at the center of the hall suddenly vanished, and stone doors opened on all 4 sides of the hall, revealing long stone pathways beyond, their ends shrouded in mystery. Was acutely aware that 3 of the 4 passages led to a treasure trove, housing ancient artifacts, high-grade elixirs, and manuals of profound techniques, all entirely random, while 1 passage was devoid of any treasures. According to the rules of the Void Heaven Palace, each adventurer could acquire but a single treasure before being teleported away. Driven by his desire to obtain precious water-attributed materials for crafting water-based golden elixirs, aimed to traverse the passage that contained the ancient artifacts. However, the destinations of the passages were not specified, prompting him to employ his divination skills, sacrificing 20 years of his lifespan to deduce the path he sought. As the other cultivators hesitated, boldly stepped into one of the passages. He ascended the stone steps for an indeterminate time until he finally beheld a radiant square door. Upon exiting, he found himself in an isolated realm, devoid of sun or moon, enveloped in a gray mist. Yet, a jade pavilion floated in the void, connected by an arched white jade bridge. The two-story pavilion radiated a crystalline white light, resembling an ethereal palace, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon reaching the entrance of the pavilion, he noticed a plaque inscribed with the ancient script of the Treasure Light Pavilion. A glance downward revealed an abyss that evoked an overwhelming sense of danger. Undeterred, strode into the first level of the pavilion, where he encountered countless circular jade platforms, each secured by white light shields, adorned with various treasures, including ancient artifacts and valuable spiritual materials. Some platforms were empty, clearly indicating that their treasures had been claimed. However, merely paused briefly before ascending to the second level, knowing that the true treasures lay there, albeit guarded by formidable protections that posed significant challenges. Upon reaching the second level, he discovered a solitary circular platform upon which dozens of dazzling treasures floated, shielded by a semicircular light barrier. A mere touch revealed that unless one employed specific artifacts or spiritual insects to breach the barrier, it would be nearly impossible for a core formation cultivator to claim the treasures. Yet, these obstacles were trivial for. He summoned the yellow dragon seal, unleashing a dragon exuding the pressure of the nascent soul stage, which, under his command, unleashed a golden beam against the barrier. The collision resonated with a thunderous boom, quickly creating a breach in the shield. Seizing the moment, retracted the yellow dragon seal and dashed through the opening into the barrier, standing atop the circular jade platform, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the floating treasures. Although the rules of the Void Heaven Palace dictated that each challenger could only claim one treasure before being teleported away, understood that with sufficient speed and cunning, it was indeed possible to acquire more. In the original narrative, had achieved this using the golden devouring insect, but this time had opted not to bring it, relying instead on his superior methods. From his storage pouch, he retrieved 3 violet spiritual wood seeds, classified as 4th-tier seeds capable of withstanding the short-term assaults of nascent soul cultivators. These treasures had been discovered in the storage pouch of a cultivator named from the sacred Devil Island, with a total of 8 seeds found. But he currently focused on just 3. 2. No ancient artifact could rival his own cultivation and innate treasures. After careful consideration, he set his sights on 3 specific treasures among the multitude: a drop of primordial heavy water, 10,000-year-old gung metal, and the refining crystal that could fortify artifacts. The primordial heavy water was extraordinarily precious, with a single drop weighing tens of thousands of pounds, surpassing the value of the 10,000-year water-attributed materials, conferring significant advantages when crafting water-based golden elixirs, both in combat and defense. The 10,000-year gung metal was intended to enhance the purity of his gold-based golden elixir, as his current supply was insufficient, even with the extraction from the ancient spear of a sect member from the Qingyang sect. The ample quantity of gung metal in the second level of the pavilion would alleviate his concerns, ensuring the balance of power in his 5-element golden elixir. As for the refining crystal, it was a specialty of the iron fire ants, capable of reinforcing both artifacts and golden elixirs, making it a highly practical material. Discerned that the 5 elements transformation technique resembled a method of artifact crafting and elixir refining, while others toiled to comprehend the Tao to enhance their cultivation. This secret technique was overwhelmingly domineering, allowing for direct refinement, albeit with high limitations, something would not dare attempt without the long-life Dao Fruit. Consequently, he infused his innate greenwood essence into the 3 violet seeds, causing them to sprout purple vines that, under his guidance, reached for the 3 treasures. Upon contact, a powerful white light enveloped, threatening to teleport him away. He commanded the vines of the 3 seeds to resist the white light, but its intensity was overwhelming, reducing even the 4th-tier wood to ash in an instant. Nonetheless, the time he gained was sufficient, allowing him to secure the 3 treasures just as the white light fully enveloped him, transporting him away. As experienced a momentary dizziness, he realized he had exploited a loophole in the Void Heaven Palace's rules, a feat made possible only by his remarkable strength and cunning. Once he regained his bearings, he found himself at the entrance of a square passage, leading to the 3rd trial of the Outer Palace, a realm of exquisite illusions. While this trial posed a daunting challenge for other cultivators, it was a boon for. With the long-life Dao Fruit safeguarding his mind, and having mastered the complete version of the Great Transformation Technique, he harbored no fears regarding the so-called illusions. He leisurely stepped into the passage, arriving at an open corridor. Ethereal melodies filled the air as countless celestial maidens appeared, showcasing various splendors too. He seemed to be enraptured in an entrancing illusion, savoring the pleasures of beauty and power, yet his mind remained unperturbed, his composure growing ever more steadfast. Without pausing, continued onward, swiftly reaching the end of the corridor, where he encountered a black hall. Recognizing this as the final trial before entering the inner palace of the Void Heaven Palace, he was greeted by a figure, a silhouette resembling, smiling, and beckoning to him. Seeing this, merely scoffed, raising his right hand to conjure a cyan sword beam that swiftly obliterated the illusion before him. Although the mimicry was impeccable, even matching the fluctuations of breath, awareness informed him that these manifestations were mere fabrications. Thus, successfully navigated all the trials of the outer palace. Arriving at the entrance of the inner palace, where he beheld a towering azure tower, constructed entirely from massive azure stones. Soaring into the clouds and exuding an air of ancient grandeur that struck as profoundly extraordinary. The inner sanctum of the azure stone tower, adjacent to the Hall of Virtual Heavens, was presently occupied by 8 individuals seated in meditation. Xu Changsheng raised his gaze and recognized the familiar faces of several Yuanying masters and late-stage Jedon cultivators, including the enigmatic Wushan, who trailed behind the Grand Master of Extreme Yin. Xu Changsheng sensed that this individual was merely present to fulfill a quota. Upon Xu Changsheng's arrival, the assembled cultivators began to scrutinize him, for it was indeed peculiar for a mere early-stage Jedon cultivator to arrive unscathed at the inner sanctum. The gaze of Madame One, hailing from the Holy Demon Island, turned particularly frigid as she regarded him. However, Xu Changsheng paid no heed. The inner sanctum had yet to open, allowing for a semblance of peace. Once the sanctum was accessible, the atmosphere would shift dramatically, as the conflicts within would be governed by no rules. This was explicitly stated by the 2 elders in charge of enforcement from the Star Palace. At that moment, the bearded man squinted at Xu Changsheng, but despite his probing, he could not discern any unusual traits about him. Xu Changsheng's cultivation level was indeed that of an early-stage Jedon, making it implausible to conceal his prowess before someone of his Yuanying level. Does anyone recognize that early-stage Jedon lad? His ability to reach the inner sanctum unscathed suggests he possesses some hidden cards. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so at ease. We are here for the Virtual Heaven Cauldron, and we cannot afford any unforeseen complications, the bearded man rumbled. Hearing this, the Grand Master of Extreme Yin let out a cold snicker, remarking, "Even if that lad has some hidden cards, how could he possibly contend with us? Once we enter the first layer of the inner sanctum, we shall eliminate him without hesitation. What storm could he possibly stir then?" Wushan, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment with a derisive laugh. What need is there for the esteemed ancestors to intervene against such a trivial early-stage Jedon cultivator? Allow me to test his capabilities myself. The leader of the 10,000 Laws sect, Wan Tianming, and Madame One from the Holy Demon Island remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the unfolding plan. The other 3 late-stage Jedon cultivators, evidently affiliated with some faction, also abstained from any verbal contributions. These cultivators communicated through their divine senses, leaving Xu Changsheng unaware of their conversation. However, he noted the sudden chill in Wushan's gaze, which now bore an intensity reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. It appeared that Wushan had already resolved to eliminate him. Suddenly, a resounding tremor echoed through the air as the stone door of the first layer of the Azure Stone Tower swung open, signaling the commencement of the inner sanctum's trials. The assemblage moved forward, yet Xu Changsheng refrained from rushing in, choosing instead to trail behind several others, with Wushan leading the way. Upon entering the first layer, Xu Changsheng was greeted by a multitude of stone doors, arranged in a formation resembling a maze, indicative of an intricate I-formation. He understood that each door concealed a treasure, but any attempt to seize a treasure would trigger immediate expulsion from the Hall of Virtual Heavens. His purpose here was to acquire the Virtual Heaven Cauldron and the treasures within. He could not afford to risk everything for trivial gains. Suddenly, a series of wolf-like howls reverberated through the chamber, as dozens of automatons with golden wolf heads and silver bodies surged forth, encircling the group. Though these mechanical beasts were only as formidable as mid-stage Jedon cultivators, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, for early-stage Yuanying masters were present, ensuring that the automatons were easily dispatched, while the Yuanying masters and 3 late-stage Jedon cultivators engaged the wolf-like constructs. Xu Changsheng remained vigilant, particularly towards Wushan, who had not immediately joined the fray against the automatons. Instead, Wushan brandished a long spear, directing his focus towards Xu Changsheng. "Listen closely, lad. I care not from whence you come, but the treasures of the inner sanctum of the Hall of Virtual Heavens are beyond your grasp. Aside from the 3 tasked with dealing with the automatons, you, as an anomaly, must be eliminated at once." Wushan's icy voice resonated, eliciting a bemused reaction from Xu Changsheng. It seemed that these Yuanying masters had not considered the possibility of allowing other participants to contest the treasures of the inner sanctum. Wushan's intention was to eliminate any superfluous cultivators, viewing the 3 late-stage Jedon cultivators merely as expendable resources. Such ruthless calculations were indeed chilling. As Wushan charged towards Xu Changsheng, the latter merely furrowed his brow, unperturbed by the approach of this mid-stage Jedon cultivator, whose name was unknown and whose strength seemed mediocre at best. The Grand Master of Extreme Yin had neither the time nor the capability to involve himself in this confrontation, and even if he did, he could not pose a threat to Xu Changsheng. At that moment, Wushan's spear swept towards Xu Changsheng with lethal intent. Despite Xu Changsheng's early-stage Jedon cultivation, Wushan could not shake the feeling of unease. After all, any cultivator capable of reaching the inner sanctum unharmed must possess formidable defensive artifacts or hidden strengths. Thus, Wushan unleashed his most powerful attack. The edge of the spear crackled with wind-infused mana and the frigid essence of extreme yin, rendering it a formidable weapon. Just as the spear was about to strike Xu Changsheng, he abruptly extended his right hand, catching the spear's blade with a single grip, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. How is this possible? Wushan gasped in disbelief as he witnessed his spear, forged from a millennium of cold iron, being effortlessly subdued by Xu Changsheng, who had employed no magical power but relied solely on his physical strength. This indicated that Xu Changsheng had surpassed most artifacts in terms of physical prowess. Without offering Wushan an explanation, Xu Changsheng recognized that a Yuanying cultivator might warrant caution. But this nameless mid-stage Jedon cultivator was merely a target to be easily subdued. With a sharp crack, Xu Changsheng snapped the icy spear in two, causing Wushan to recoil violently, spitting blood as the backlash hit him. The icy spear was Wushan's life-bound artifact, capable of maximizing his strength. Yet it had proven utterly ineffective against Xu Changsheng. Realizing Xu Changsheng must be a concealed powerhouse, Wushan abandoned the shattered spear and attempted to retreat. But Xu Changsheng would not grant him that opportunity. With a crackling sound of intertwining lightning, Xu Changsheng transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing beside Wushan in an instant. He then unleashed a swift slash of azure sword energy, moving with such blinding speed that Wushan, still in retreat, had no chance to react. No. Wushan's eyes widened in horror as the razor-sharp sword energy descended toward his midsection. The sheer velocity left him with no opportunity to defend himself. As the sword energy struck, Wushan was cleaved in two, and the residual sword energy continued to wreak havoc on his remains, reducing him to countless fragments and shattering his golden core into dust. He was irretrievably dead. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving all present in profound shock, for Xu Changsheng had effortlessly annihilated a mid-stage Jedon cultivator with a single strike, a feat typically reserved for powerful Yuanying masters. At this moment, Xu Changsheng no longer concealed his formidable strength. Aware that these nascent soul elders harbored intentions of annihilating him, he recognized the necessity of demonstrating a power that would instill fear and deter them from acting recklessly. These 4 nascent soul practitioners were not of one mind. However, after the risk of his life led Wushan to gauge Xu Changsheng's prowess, the Extreme Yin Patriarch and Madam One, from the righteous and demonic factions respectively, regarded Xu with an intensified murderous intent. Wushan was a young scion favored by the Extreme Yin ancestor, and witnessing his swift demise at Xu's hands ignited his wrath. Madam One had already sensed traces of her nephew Wentiani's aura emanating from Xu, but she had merely speculated. Now, however, she was convinced that Xu Changsheng had indeed slain her nephew. After all, the remnants of the Shutian map had been bestowed upon Wentiani by her, along with the crafting of his life-bound treasure. Thus, the essence of Wentiani would remain indelibly linked to Xu, making any attempt to cleanse his involvement futile. Though the Extreme Yin Patriarch and Madam, when simmered with fury, they refrained from immediate action against Xu Changsheng. The overwhelming strength he exhibited was undeniable. His speed and power were characteristic of the nascent soul stage, yet his spiritual pressure only reflected that of the initial foundation establishment stage. This discrepancy led them to suspect that Xu might be a nascent soul elder adept at concealing his true cultivation and wielding potent hidden arts. It was inconceivable that someone without nascent soul powers could execute such formidable techniques. Additionally, with Wan Tianming, the leader of the Wanfa sect, and the wild, bearded man observing, a confrontation that left both Xu and the elders severely weakened would likely invite opportunistic strikes from them, resulting in not only the acquisition of immense treasures, but also a reduction in competitors for the Shutian Ding. As for Madam Wen's backing from the Holy Demon Island and the 6 Paths of Extreme Saints, they would not instigate conflict over a fallen companion. Recognizing that strength was paramount to the formidable six paths, this understanding kept Madame Wen discreet, fully aware that should she encounter peril, the six paths would not intervene on her behalf. Xu Changsheng had long anticipated the stances and thoughts of the four nascent soul elders present. He understood that they would not act recklessly without knowledge of his true capabilities and background, save for potential hostilities arising over the Xu Tianding. At this juncture, Madame Wen's icy gaze fixed upon Xu Changsheng as she demanded, "Did you slay my nephew, Wen Tianyi? You seized the Xu Tian remnants from him, did you not? Answer me, yes or no." In response to Madame Wen's accusation, Xu Changsheng merely smirked and retorted, "And if I did? What if I did not? If you find me displeasing, feel free to confront me. I am ever ready to engage. Do not presume I fear the six paths. Even they must submit to my will." The other cultivators present could not help but flinch at Xu's audacious declarations. Only the two sovereigns of the Star Palace and the Chaotic Star dared to challenge the six paths so brazenly. Yet, Xu's assertive demeanor and confidence did not seem mere bravado, which only heightened the apprehension among the assembly. Nonetheless, the four nascent soul elders shared a common thought. They now had another rival for the Xu Tianding. Particularly, the two law enforcers hidden within the shadows of the Star Palace were intrigued but remained passive, adopting a spectator's stance, waiting for a moment when both Xu and the elders would exhaust themselves, allowing them to seize the opportunity. Even with their grievances against Xu Changsheng, the extreme Yin Patriarch and Madame Wen were acutely aware of their purpose for entering the Xu Tian Hall. The Xu Tianding and the well-being of their family scions were far more significant than any personal vendetta. They could not afford to lose sight of the greater goal. Thus, they continued their advance through the inner sanctum. The Xu Tianding lay at the pinnacle of the inner hall, specifically on the 5th level, necessitating confrontation with the mechanisms and puppets from the 1st to the 4th levels. Although the nascent soul elders were formidable, they needed to conserve their magical power for the final contest. Hence, the 3 Foundation establishment practitioners became expendable. As they progressed through the second trial against the Serpent Guard puppets, they suffered the loss of 2 Foundation establishment practitioners. By the time they reached the 5th level of the inner hall, only Xu Changsheng, the extreme Yin Patriarch, the wild bearded man, Wan Tianming, and Madame Wen remained, with Xu consistently trailing behind. Curiously, the 5th level of the inner hall lacked any guarding puppets, but was instead protected by a formidable white light barrier, encasing an impressively grand stone platform. Xu recognized this as the Tiangang barrier, a protective formation of nascent soul caliber, with the Xu Tianding resting atop this illuminated stone platform. This was merely the initial obstacle. The Xu Tian Hall was enveloped by the chilling Qianlan ice flame, one of the 3 frigid flames of the minor extreme palace. Even a late-stage nascent soul practitioner would be obliterated upon mere contact with this flame, unless protected by an exotic beast or rare insect capable of resisting its heat. Even if the Xu Tianding remained unattainable, the elixirs and ancient treasures within would prove invaluable. To breach the light barrier, the 4 nascent soul elders realized they would need to collaborate, as their current powers were only at the nascent soul's initial stage. Their primary objective for being here was the elixirs and ancient artifacts, not the Xu Tianding itself. Yet they had brought along some exotic beasts in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. In pursuit of successfully dismantling the Tiangang barrier, the 4 elders settled down to recover their magical power, restoring themselves to peak condition. Despite the earlier loss of 3 Foundation establishment practitioners as expendable means to confront the puppets, they had also expended some of their own magic in the process. Xu Changsheng, with his abundant magical energy, required no such recovery. While the 4 nascent soul elders meditated to regain their strength, he discreetly observed the Tiangang barrier enveloping the stone platform. Noticing Xu's seemingly casual exploration, the elders paid him no mind. They were not newcomers to this place and had previously collected any treasures that might exist. However, Xu was aware that behind the massive stone wall lay a detailed map outlining the inner hall's 5 levels. As he feigned nonchalance in his search, he discovered a hollow cavity within the wall behind the high platform, unearthing an ancient, yellowed scroll. Xu promptly stowed this valuable item into his storage pouch. This scroll contained a map that would aid him in swiftly navigating back to this location, leading to a secret chamber housing a millennium-old spiritual milk and soul-nurturing wood, along with a direct route out of the Xu Tian Hall. This was crucial for his subsequent acquisition of the Xu Tianding, as he still possessed the blood jade spider, which he had yet to reveal. Should the 4 nascent soul elders become aware of his possession of the blood jade spider and the Xu Tianding, they would undoubtedly unite against him, placing him in peril. He had no time to traverse the traps of the inner hall's 4 levels and depart safely. making this scroll his lifeline. As Xu Changsheng strolled back into the stone platform's hall with a leisurely demeanor, the 4 practitioners of the righteous and demonic paths had completed their magical recovery. As nascent soul elders, they possessed high-grade spirit stones, allowing for remarkable recuperation speed. Wan Tianming, the leader of the Huangfeng sect, addressed Xu Changsheng directly. Esteemed friend, we intend to dismantle this Tiangang barrier to seize the treasures within. Would you care to join us? I can share the method with you, and together we can break the barrier, with each of us claiming our respective spoils. After Wan Tianming concluded his remarks, the other 3 ancient beings of the nascent soul stage cast vigilant glances towards Xu Changsheng. However, Xu merely shook his head and said, "This is my first visit to the Su Tian Hall, particularly the inner sanctum, of which I have no knowledge. I possess neither the ancient treasures nor the means to acquire the treasures within, so I shall not partake. I am merely here to broaden my horizons." Upon hearing Su's words, the 4 ancient beings displayed expressions of skepticism. Yet, upon reflection, they found no cause for surprise, as they were not first-timers here. Armed with ancient texts left by their sects that provided them with insights into the Su Tian Hall, enabling them to prepare the necessary treasures. In contrast, Xu Changsheng was evidently a novice, likely a reclusive and formidable loose cultivator, leading them to refrain from pressing him further. Indeed, as they had surmised, Xu moved to a corner of the hall, quietly observing the proceedings, embodying the role of a bystander. Though the ancient beings found this displeasing, they did not confront him. Subsequently, the 4 ancient beings joined forces to execute a certain secret technique, each directing an energy beam towards the heavenly barrier on the high platform. Shortly thereafter, the barrier trembled, resembling shattered glass, revealing the scene within. Now, we have temporarily breached the heavenly barrier, but this is merely a fleeting victory. It will automatically restore itself shortly. Thus, our time is limited. Let us each employ our methods to see if we can extract the blue flames from the Su Tian Ding, or retrieve the replenishing pills and ancient treasures within. Wan Tianming intoned solemnly. As Wan Tianming's voice faded, the 4 ancient beings each summoned a rare beast from their spirit beast bags. The extreme Yin ancestor summoned a crimson flame serpent. Madam Wen called forth an ice wolf. The barbarian bearded one brought forth a bear enveloped in purple flames. And Wan Tianming summoned an ice phoenix. All were extraordinary beasts, and notably, at the initial stage of core formation. Xu Changsheng frowned at the sight. His blood jade spider had only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. If faced with these beasts, it would surely perish, so he needed to bide his time, waiting for the right moment to seize the Su Tian Ding once the beasts had sufficiently exhausted each other. The inner sanctum resembled a labyrinth, without a detailed map. No one could predict where they might end up. Su possessed a scroll with a detailed escape route. Thus he remained patient, waiting for the opportune moment to act. As the 4 ancient beings directed their beasts toward the blue flames, these creatures surprisingly demonstrated some capability, managing not to be instantly reduced to ashes by the Qian blue ice flames, and instead, they attempted to drag the Su Tian Ding forward. However, they sustained significant injuries from the flames, yet continued to endure the pain in their task. Chapter 84. Illusory Spirit Communication. Battle of the Nascent Souls. While the 4 ancient beings each employed their abilities attempting to maneuver the Su Tian Ding, Xu Changsheng observed coldly, refraining from summoning the blood jade spider for fear of becoming a target. He discerned that although the rare beasts they commanded were formidable, they appeared quite beleaguered when faced with the Qian blue ice flames, and if not for their control, they would have fled long ago. Therefore, it was unlikely these beasts could entirely extract the Su Tian Ding from its protective array. At best, they could topple it and procure a few replenishing pills. Notably, the 4 ancient beings harbored a wariness towards Xu Changsheng, aware that his actual combat prowess was not inferior to their own. Yet, Xu remained silently observant, waiting for the right moment, which instilled a sense of caution among them. As the 4 ancient beasts executed their maneuvers to open the lid of the Su Tian Ding, a dazzling yellow and white light suddenly erupted from within, coalescing into a 2-headed fire wolf, exuding a formidable presence akin to that of a human nascent soul cultivator. Astonishing all present, Xu Changsheng recognized that the 2-headed fire wolf was, in fact, an ancient treasure capable of illusory spirit communication, specifically a jade rui, containing the remnant soul of the celestial beauty Ling Long from the Silver Moon Wolf clan of the spirit realm, later known as Silver Moon. This was indeed a valuable treasure. The 4 ancient beings also recognized the potent nature of the 2-headed fire wolf, and, realizing it was a powerful ancient artifact, immediately commenced their assault against it, their collaborative efforts fracturing as they turned to battle. Xu Changsheng, however, continued to withhold his intervention, even as the ancient beings, acutely aware of his prowess, remained wary of him. Suddenly, amidst their fervent conflict, Xu Changsheng struck with lightning speed, manifesting as a bolt of lightning that pierced through the energy form of the two-headed fire wolf, seizing the yellow-red Jade Rui artifact. This left the four ancient beings in astonishment. While they were aware of Xu Changsheng's formidable physical prowess, they were not prepared for such overwhelming strength. His previous feat of shattering a treasure had already left them incredulous, and now he had executed yet another remarkable display. As Xu grasped the Jade Rui, he immediately sensed a fierce resistance emanating from it, flames licking at his palm. In response, he let out a cold snort, unleashing his powerful consciousness to suppress the artifact, manifesting a heavenly fire on his hand. The two-headed fire wolf vanished with a chilling howl. The four ancient beings, witnessing Xu Changsheng's acquisition of the Jade Rui, were instantly discontented. As they prepared to unite against him, they suddenly noticed the Su Tian Ding being tilted by the four beasts, causing a five-colored replenishing pill to roll out and land on the stone platform. The replenishing pill. At this moment, the four ancient beings shifted their focus entirely to the fallen pill, deeming it of greater value than the uncertain ancient treasure. Fully recalling their previous battles over the lifespan fruit, they were not inclined to miss this opportunity. Xu Changsheng, however, paid no mind to the fallen replenishing pill. Instead, he took this opportunity, while the ancient beings contended for the pill, to probe the Jade Rui with his consciousness. Indeed, he discovered a remnant soul at its core, a beautiful silhouette that elicited a satisfied smile from him. Xu Changsheng stowed the Jade Rui into his storage bag and observed as the four ancient beings were so consumed by their pursuit of the replenishing pill that they neglected all restraint. The four beasts, having been thoroughly exhausted by the Qian blue ice flames, met their demise with a final cry, dissipating into nothingness. The four ancient beings of the nascent soul were left in astonishment, realizing that they were truly destined to be without the Xu Tian Ding this time. They could only wait for the next opportunity when it opened again. However, the coveted Butian Dan must be obtained, otherwise, their journey to the Xu Tian Ding would yield nothing, which would be a great loss. Thus, the four nascent soul elders began to fiercely compete for the Butian Dan. The leader of the Wanfa sect, Wan Tianming, even unleashed his nascent soul to command his flying sword to teleport and strike at the other nascent soul elders. The others were startled. Although the nascent soul's sword control was a unique ability of cultivators at this level, it consumed an enormous amount of energy. Generally, nascent soul cultivators would not resort to such an aggressive display. Madame Wen had initially come to test her luck, but upon witnessing this, she reconsidered her intentions. After all, she was the partner of the Six Paths Supreme Saint. Although the Supreme Saint did not overly concern himself with her, he would not risk his life for a mere Butian Dan. Hence, Madame Wen chose to withdraw. I shall not contend for the Butian Dan any longer. I will take my leave. After speaking, she teleported to the exit of the 5th level. Before departing, she cast a cold, piercing gaze at Xu Changsheng and icily declared, I will be waiting for you outside. We shall settle our accounts then. Xu Changsheng furrowed his brow at her words. Madame Wen should have recognized that his strength surpassed hers when they had previously clashed. Yet, she dared to issue such threats, claiming she would wait to confront him. Xu Changsheng immediately surmised that Madame Wen must have summoned other nascent soul elders from the Holy Demon Island for support, intending to besiege him outside the Shutian Hall. However, he had already devised an alternative escape route. Thus, he responded coldly, Is that so? Are you planning to encircle me? I am so terrified. Seeing Xu Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Madame Wen sneered, believing he was merely feigning calmness. From her observations, despite his considerable power, facing multiple nascent soul cultivators simultaneously would be a daunting challenge. Yet, she could not be bothered to engage in further argument with him and retreated towards the inner hall. Xu Changsheng watched her leave with a cold gaze, resolving that once he attained the transformation god stage, he would annihilate the Holy Demon Island. Since animosities had been formed, he intended to eradicate them completely, but for now, discretion was the better part of valor. With Madame Wen's exit, only 3 nascent soul elders remained. At this moment, the extreme Yin Patriarch was enveloped in dark energy, continuously summoning massive black hands to strike at Wan Tianming, who was wielding his sword. Meanwhile, the bearded man, as a practitioner of the demonic path, temporarily allied with the extreme Yin Patriarch to confront Wan Tianming. The bearded man unleashed his renowned skill, the Skyward Demon technique, transforming into a giant over 10 meters tall, adorned in golden scales that shimmered like armor, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, resembling a celestial deity. a sight to behold. Previously, Madame Wen had remained neutral in the conflict, but her departure shattered the balance. The extreme patriarch and the bearded man joined forces, fully aware that Xu Changsheng was still present. Thus they aimed for a swift resolution to claim the Butian Dan. The distribution of the Dan would be a matter between the two of them afterward. Xu Changsheng quickly discerned their intentions. However, he did not plan to join the fray just yet. He preferred to wait until the victor emerged from their battle before making his move. Friend, if you do not strike now, when will you? If you join forces with me against these two demonic fellows, my Huangfeng sect will treat you as an esteemed guest, and I, Wan Tianming, will present you with treasures that will surely satisfy you. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Xu Changsheng's ear. In response, Xu Changsheng merely let out a cold laugh. Such empty promises would not compel him to act. Did Wan Tianming truly believe he was one of the simple-minded cultivators? For Xu Changsheng, after concluding his business in the Shutian Hall, he planned to flee to the southern heavens and elevate his strength to the nascent soul stage before re-emerging. The connections he forged in the chaotic star sea held no value for him. Realizing that Xu Changsheng remained unmoved, Wan Tianming understood that his scheme had failed. Yet, now confronted with the combined assault of the extreme patriarch and the bearded man, he found himself at a disadvantage. All for the sake of a single Butian Dan. After much contemplation, he deemed it unwise to prolong the confrontation and began to withdraw. Using his sword, Wan Tianming forced the extreme patriarch and the bearded man back, then promptly returned his nascent soul to its place. He produced 3 inconspicuous small orbs and hurled one each at the extreme patriarch, the bearded man, and the observing Xu Changsheng, while simultaneously retreating towards the inner hall. These were Wan Tianming's true thunder of heavenly net, treacherous and cunning. The extreme patriarch and the bearded man instantly recognized the origins of the small orbs, which were similar to the Qinghua lei of the 3 young old demon, dangerous treasures for nascent soul cultivators. Once the user ignited the infused magical energy, they would explode, unleashing the true thunder of heavenly net in all directions. Xu Changsheng recognized the significance of these orbs. Although he had cultivated the ancient golden cicada body refinement technique, granting his body a defense akin to top-tier magical artifacts, he did not wish to withstand the true thunder of heavenly net directly. Thus, he employed Thunder Escape to swiftly evade. Boom, boom, boom. 3 colossal explosions reverberated, causing tremors within the 5th level of the inner hall. The mere fact that such an explosion could shake the Shutian Hall underscored the ferocity of the true thunder of heavenly net, a final ace crafted from countless precious materials. Yet, Wan Tianming was aware that this device could not genuinely harm Xu Changsheng or the others. After the terrifying true thunder of heavenly net rampaged, the 5th level of the inner hall was shrouded in dust, leaving the 3 present with cold expressions. Wan Tianming, as the leader of the Huangfeng sect, the foremost righteous faction of the chaotic star sea, had resorted to such despicable means. Even if he could not secure the Butian Dan, he still chose to leave behind a few true thunder of heavenly nets to vex the others. Truly shameless. Humph, what righteous leader? You are not as straightforward as us demonic cultivators. The bearded man emerged from the haze, sneering at Wan Tianming's actions with disdain. Even the extreme patriarch's expression was frigid. He had just expended a defensive ancient treasure to evade the true thunder of heavenly net, suffering significant damage due to being closest to Wan Tianming. One of his hands was rendered useless, requiring secret methods for restoration. This placed him at a severe disadvantage, jeopardizing his ability to compete for the final Butian Dan against Xu Changsheng and the bearded man. Both the bearded man and Xu Changsheng noticed the extreme patriarch's predicament, and joy flickered in their eyes. The extreme patriarch, keenly aware of their expressions, felt his complexion pale further, his fiery red hair standing on end from the earlier thunder, resembling a non-mainstream member of the Morning Love family. Xu Changsheng could not suppress his laughter upon witnessing the extreme patriarch's embarrassment, further infuriating the already irritable elder. The extreme patriarch glared at Xu Changsheng, seething. You wretched brat, I have long harbored disdain for you. You have merely lurked in the shadows, reaping the benefits. You even killed my nephew. No matter your hidden strength or background, I will teach you a lesson now. With that, the extreme patriarch charged at Xu Changsheng, dark energy swirling around him as he conjured an enormous hand to strike down upon Xu Changsheng. The bearded man, witnessing this, smirked. Having originally contemplated how to incite the extreme patriarch into attacking Xu Changsheng, now, he took the opportunity to dash towards the fallen Butian Dan. The Grand Master of Extreme upon witnessing the scene, furiously exclaimed, "You rascal! I shall deal with this young man first before turning my attention to you." The man known as Barbarian Huzi, upon hearing this, burst into a hearty laugh and replied, "Extreme, do you still possess the strength to make such claims? First, handle this mysteriously formidable lad." As Barbarian Huzi lunged to seize the celestial restoration pill, Extreme swiftly reached the exit of the 5th level in the blink of an eye. He hurled an ancient treasure resembling a stone tablet into the exit, causing it to expand and seal the opening securely. This maneuver left both Xu Changsheng and Barbarian Huzi speechless. The fellow was exceedingly cautious. After establishing this precaution, Extreme charged towards Xu Changsheng. Realizing evasion was futile, Xu Changsheng prepared for his first direct confrontation with a Yuan stage elder. Deciding to test his skills against this grandmaster of Extreme, the stone tablet could only temporarily obstruct him and Barbarian Huzi. "Young man, today's grievances shall be settled together. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Extreme summoned a colossal hand to grasp Xu Changsheng. In response, Xu Changsheng unleashed a streak of azure sword light, which rapidly expanded into a towering sword, his life as treasure, the Qing Lei sword. He directed the Qing Lei giant sword to fiercely strike at Extreme's enormous hand. As they collided, the ground trembled, and the 5th level quaked under the immense energy, sending Barbarian Huzi reeling as he attempted to claim the celestial restoration pill. With a resounding boom, both the colossal hand and the giant sword vanished. Xu Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor, while Extreme spat out a mouthful of blood, severely drained of his magical energy. "What cultivation base do you possess, young man, to be so formidable?" Extreme inquired, his eyes filled with trepidation. Xu Changsheng merely smirked and retorted, "What does my cultivation matter to you? I intend to claim the treasures of this inner hall. Leave now if you wish to avoid disaster." Just as his words faded, his senses detected a golden figure swiftly approaching from behind. With a snort, he immediately donned a suit of azure spiritual armor. A golden fist struck fiercely against Xu Changsheng's azure armor, producing a dull thud, yet failing to inflict any harm. Xu Changsheng remained motionless, his icy gaze fixed on the Barbarian Huzi, who was now executing the heavenly magic technique. "Impossible. You actually withstood my heavenly magic technique head-on. What manner of beast are you?" Barbarian Huzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he retreated, realizing his ambush had failed. Xu Changsheng, however, refrained from pursuing him, aware that he was flanked and must be cautious, for he knew not what hidden cards these two Yuaning elders held. "The heavenly magic technique is but trifling," Xu Changsheng declared. "Do you truly believe you can prevent me from obtaining the treasures of this inner hall? Leave now, and I shall grant you a chance to escape. I am aware you possess hidden strengths, yet I have my own." Startled, both Barbarian Huzi and Extreme exchanged glances, contemplating retreat. They were uncertain of Xu Changsheng's true abilities and what secrets he held, but they recognized that they were not his match. Xu Changsheng's restraint in not immediately slaying them indicated he too was wary of their combined power. After all, his displayed strength was only marginally superior to theirs, and it would be foolish to risk everything for a mere celestial restoration pill. Extreme narrowed his eyes, pondering Xu Changsheng's true intentions in this inner hall. Was it truly just for the celestial restoration pill, or was it for the elusive Shutian cauldron? Acquiring the Shutian cauldron required extraordinary creatures, particularly those rare and bizarre beasts. The 4 Yuaning elders had previously failed to extract the cauldron even with their combined might, merely yielding a single celestial restoration pill. Yet, if Xu Changsheng had powerful creatures at his command, such as the blood jade spider, the situation could drastically change, though this seemed highly unlikely. Attempting to gauge Xu Changsheng, Extreme ventured, "Esteemed friend, we recognize our inferiority before you. However, the Shutian cauldron is not easily claimed, otherwise it would have been taken long ago during the numerous openings of the Shutian Hall. Even the twin saints of the celestial stars could not achieve this. Are you truly willing to offend us for a mere celestial restoration pill?" Barbarian Huzi added, "Indeed, might we know your name? Upon our exit from the Shutian Hall, we shall discuss matters further." Upon hearing their words, Xu Changsheng realized they were retreating, merely probing for his weaknesses. However, he remained unfazed, cloaked in his disguise. He coldly replied, "Whether I obtain the treasures of the Shutian Hall is of no concern to you. I am Xu, with the given name Quebec. Feel free to seek me out after you leave, though you may find your return improbable." Both Extreme and Barbarian Huzi frowned at his audacity. Yet, they saw no need to embroil themselves further with Xu Changsheng. They had already discreetly signaled other Yuaning elders to lay a trap outside the Shutian Hall. Once Xu Changsheng emerged, they would seize him and any treasures he acquired would ultimately fall into their hands. Thus, without further hesitation, Extreme Een and Barbarian Huzi retrieved the stone tablet obstructing the exit and made their way out of the inner hall. Xu Changsheng understood that these Yuaning elders would not easily relent, but he had already prepared an escape route and felt no trepidation, choosing not to squander further magical energy on them. Once Extreme Een and Barbarian Huzi departed, Xu Changsheng cautiously surveyed the area, confirming that the Yuaning elders had indeed vacated the Shutian Hall, likely lying in wait to ambush him. He paid it little mind, and with a thought, summoned 2 enormous white jade spiders from his spirit beast pouch to encircle him. Go, bring forth the Shutian Hall, Xu Changsheng commanded, directing his gaze towards the rapidly repairing heavenly barrier. He instructed the 2 white jade spiders to charge towards the grand stone platform. As they approached, the blue flames enveloping the Shutian cauldron surged forth, yet the 2 spiders managed to withstand them. Each spider expelled a strand of white silk, entwining the Shutian cauldron, and began to laboriously drag it forth. Soon, Xu Changsheng beheld the Shutian cauldron in its entirety, a profoundly ancient, flat, round cauldron adorned with intricate carvings of mountains, forests, flying birds, land animals, and aquatic creatures. Its lid was slightly ajar, and the cauldron's body was engulfed in a layer of fiercely burning blue flames. Just before the heavenly barrier fully restored, the 2 transformed blood jade spiders successfully extracted the Shutian cauldron. Observing his 2 blood jade spiders collapse onto the ground, visibly exhausted, Xu Changsheng tossed them some high-grade spirit-feeding pills before returning them to his spirit beast pouch. Following that, he prepared to stow away the Shutian cauldron, but first, he needed to subdue the blue flames outside, which were crucial for condensing his fire-attributed golden pill. And he had methods to tame the blue flames. S-Palm was enveloped in a layer of heavenly thunder fire, a flame of formidable caliber, rivaling the Qian blue ice flame. However, the overwhelming nature of heavenly thunder fire rendered it perilous for the condensation of a fire attribute golden elixir. Hence, it required the tempering of the extremely cold Qian blue ice flame to yield a supreme golden elixir. The Shutian cauldron, as the foremost treasure of the Chaos Star Sea and a celestial artifact, served admirably as both a defensive and offensive asset, especially since it contained several celestial restoration pills, which could significantly enhance his cultivation aptitude. The Qian blue ice flame was exceptionally powerful. Even a Yuaning elder would turn to ash upon contact. Yet, Xu Changsheng was unperturbed, for he possessed the heavenly thunder fire that countered the Qian blue ice flame. Otherwise, he would not have dared to covet the treasures of the Qian blue ice flame and the Shutian cauldron. Time passed, and with unwavering focus, Xu Changsheng employed the heavenly thunder fire to continuously refine the Qian blue ice flame on the Shutian cauldron, ultimately condensing it into a Qian blue pearl, a stunning azure orb pulsing with blue flames within. Xu Changsheng stored the Qian blue pearl in his elixir field, and immediately, the wood attribute golden elixir ascended above it, employing the heavenly thunder fire to subdue the Qian blue ice flame. Once he had the leisure, he intended to merge the 2 flames into a more potent celestial fire, enabling him to condense a fire attribute golden elixir. Having accomplished this, Xu Changsheng turned his gaze to the Shutian cauldron, which, given his current cultivation level, was beyond his refining capabilities. He could attempt to refine it upon reaching the Yuaning stage. Extracting the celestial restoration pills contained within would not pose much difficulty, so he placed the Shutian cauldron into his storage pouch. At this juncture, Xu Changsheng had effectively achieved the primary objective of his visit to the Shutian palace. Thus, he hesitated no longer and retrieved the tattered scroll he had previously obtained from the stone walls interstice. He was aware that the area outside was likely ensnared by traps set by those Yuaning elders, necessitating the use of the secret passage detailed in the scroll. Following the prescribed route, he arrived before a stone wall and used the Azure Origin sword light to carve it open, revealing a hidden chamber within, where a rather rudimentary teleportation array lay at its center. As Xu Changsheng scrutinized this teleportation array, a shadow suddenly lunged towards him with great speed. Anticipating the presence of some mechanical guardian within the chamber, he wielded the Azure Origin sword light, cleaving the shadow in twain, revealing it to be a puppet. Its strength appeared to be at the mid-stage of golden elixir, and it could not withstand even a single blow from Xu Changsheng. Noticing the fine materials used in its crafting, he stored the puppet in his pouch, but chose not to depart immediately. Xu Changsheng continued to explore the chamber, and soon discovered a stone house adjacent to it, protected by a barrier. This, however, posed no challenge for him, and he swiftly dismantled it. Upon entering the stone house, he was greeted by a pool of spiritual milk, exuding astonishing spiritual energy. This was the fabled 10,000-year spiritual milk. Beside it lay a segment of rough, charred wood. A mere touch revealed to Xu Changsheng that his spiritual consciousness had increased slightly. This must be the soul-nurturing wood. This unrefined soul-nurturing would prove superior to the soul-nurturing pearl he had acquired previously, owing to its greater quantity. He produced a jade vial with storage capabilities to collect the 10,000-year spiritual milk and secured the soul-nurturing wood in a jade box. In that moment, he had successfully gathered the most valuable treasures from the Su Tian Palace, marking a significant bounty. It was time to depart. Xu Changsheng returned to the chamber and placed spirit stones on the teleportation array. As it activated, he felt a pull of temporal and spatial forces. As the world shifted, Xu Changsheng regained his senses to find himself on a desolate island, standing atop a rudimentary teleportation array that appeared to be haphazardly drawn. Yet, it possessed incredible power. Cautiously, he released his cloud-winged bird to scout the surroundings and discovered that this deserted isle lay within the inner star sea, far removed from the location of the Su Tian Palace. Even if the Yuaning elders pursued him at full speed, they would not catch up. Xu Changsheng stowed the map, his spirits high. Those Yuaning elders might still be foolishly waiting outside the Su Tian Palace for his emergence. But even if they were to wait until the palace vanished, capturing Xu Changsheng would be impossible. With a thought, he restored his original appearance and attire. The alter ego Su Ke could not appear for the time being, and Xu Changsheng was relieved to avoid the hassle of returning from the outer star sea to the inner star sea. He took out his flying vessel and set course for Starry Sky City. A month later, Xu Changsheng returned to Starry Sky City, retreating to his cave dwelling on Holy Mountain to rest for several days. He then contacted the shop belonging to the Miaoyin sect within the Starry Sky Market to procure a substantial amount of cultivation resources, even withdrawing his elder's share for the next 50 years in advance. Though the higher-ups of the Miaoyin sect found his actions peculiar, Xu Changsheng offered no explanation. Once he gathered all the necessary resources, he declared his intention to enter seclusion. However, the Miaoyin sect was not a charitable institution. The sect leader Wang requested Xu Changsheng's assistance in dealing with a golden elixir offering from a rival faction before his retreat. Having received numerous benefits, Xu Changsheng felt compelled to oblige. After a brief effort, he eliminated the mid-stage golden elixir cultivator, garnering increased attention and favor from the higher-ups of the Miaoyin sect, who granted him every request. For the next 50 years, Xu Changsheng quietly cultivated in his cave dwelling on Holy Mountain, elevating his strength to the mid-stage of golden elixir. He successfully condensed the 1 yuan heavy water into a water attribute golden elixir and mastered the manipulation of this water element. Simultaneously, he fused the Qian blue ice flame and the heavenly thunder fire into a potent new flame, which he named Imperial Flame. This flame could assimilate other formidable fires or celestial flames in the future, enhancing its quality, and he condensed it into a fire attribute golden elixir. With this, Xu Changsheng had gathered all 5 elemental golden elixirs, each of which could be further enhanced, possessing immense potential for growth. He resolved to perfect them before advancing his cultivation. Preparing for future transformations, he could now be deemed the strongest golden elixir cultivator. However, Xu Changsheng understood the necessity of maintaining balance among the 5 elemental golden elixirs. Thus, he instructed the Miaoyin sect's cultivators to scour the world for precious 5-element spiritual materials while accelerating his training in the Qing Emperor longevity technique. Even after opening the Su Tian cauldron and using the celestial restoration pills to elevate his cultivation aptitude to that of a practitioner comparable to a celestial root, Xu Changsheng discovered that the later stages of the Qing Emperor longevity technique became increasingly arduous to cultivate. The resources and vitality required were immense, necessitating time for enhancement. The Qing Emperor longevity technique was indeed powerful, possessing profound magical energy, but its limitations were evident, as it fundamentally resembled a health-preserving practice. Without the secret techniques from the 5 elemental transformation into infancy method, his strength would not have improved so markedly, granting him the capability to contend with early Yuan-ing cultivators even at the initial stage of golden elixir. Should Xu Changsheng elevate his physique to the Yi-Mu celestial body, his cultivation aptitude would undergo a remarkable transformation. He recognized that he was not of the Qing-Mu spirit body, which was why, after obtaining several celestial restoration pills, he was able to enhance his cultivation aptitude significantly. After solidifying his strength, Xu Changsheng felt it was time to return to Tiannan. Time had flown by. He had been in the chaotic star sea for nearly a century, and he wondered if Huangfeng Valley remained as beautiful as he remembered, and if the familiar faces he once knew were still around. Chapter 86. Return to Tiannan. Pinnacle of late-stage golden core in the chaotic star sea. On the island where the ancient teleportation array was located, a faint hum of array fluctuations resonated. Xu Changsheng silently rose from the ground and surveyed the small island. It was as tranquil and harmonious as he remembered, with the array he had set up remaining intact. There were no living beings nearby, which elicited a nod of satisfaction from him. However, to be cautious, Xu Changsheng reinforced the array's restrictions. During his journey from Tianjin City to this place, he had sensed various factions in the chaotic star sea searching for his former identity, Xu Quebec. It seemed the higher-ups of these factions were aware that the void heavenly cauldron had been taken by him, prompting powerful cultivators from both the Star Palace and Holy Demon Island to take action. Xu Changsheng realized that if he continued to linger in the chaotic star sea, he might ultimately be discovered. Thus, he promptly employed the Water Spirit Escape and Earth Spirit Escape to flee. He intended to return to Tiannan through the ancient teleportation array, where he would fully cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Before departing, he had purchased a substantial amount of cultivation resources in Tianjin City, which might have raised some suspicions among the discerning. Xu Changsheng's departure was decisive. He did not inform any acquaintances in the chaotic star sea, merely announcing his intention to enter long-term seclusion. To that end, he extended the rental period of his cave dwelling in the holy mountain of Tianjin City by another 200 years, ensuring that even after returning to Tiannan and breaking through to the nascent soul stage, he would not have to worry about losing his base in Tianjin City. Upon arriving at the stone house on the small island, Xu Changsheng skillfully activated the ancient teleportation array, holding the great teleportation order. He was enveloped in a beam of light and vanished from the spot. After a shift in time and space, Xu Changsheng found himself back in the familiar cave, standing atop the ancient teleportation array he had previously repaired. The surrounding arrays were functioning normally, though he noticed that the spiritual energy in the vicinity was considerably thinner than before. It was hardly surprising, as he had spent over a century in the chaotic star sea, during which the spirit stone veins had been significantly depleted, naturally resulting in a diminished concentration of spiritual energy. With a sigh of reflection, Xu Changsheng promptly employed Earth Spirit Escape to head toward the entrance of Huangfeng Valley. With his current strength, he reached the cave dwelling on the main peak of Huangfeng Valley in less than 2 hours. Upon his return, he found Hong Fu engrossed in a jade slip within the cave. Their eyes met, and smiles of affection and deep longing were exchanged. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although they had confirmed their relationship, they had been separated for over a century, yet their feelings remained undiminished. After enduring several storms, Xu Changsheng recounted his thrilling experiences in the chaotic star sea to Hong Fu, who listened intently, astonished by the wonders beyond Tiannan, particularly the notion that sea beasts' inner elixirs could replace rare spiritual herbs in alchemy, which left her in awe. "Fu, I will not be leaving for a long time now. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will take you to witness the broader world. Tiannan feels too small, aside from the chaotic star sea. There exists a revered cultivation sanctuary for humanity on a distant continent called Dajin, whose scenery I greatly yearn to see," Xu Changsheng declared with a smile. Hong Fu nodded in agreement. "That sounds wonderful. During your absence from Tiannan, nothing significant occurred, except for 2 summons from Ancestor Linghu. I managed to brush them off by saying you were in seclusion. Besides, you have also advanced to the mid-golden core stage, making you well-equipped to handle Ancestor Linghu." Xu Changsheng chuckled. "You are indeed clever, my Fu. However, I see that your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the early golden core stage, just a step away from advancing to the mid-stage. The cultivation resources in Tiannan are scarce, and even with your exceptional talent, it is not easy to progress after reaching the golden core stage. Nevertheless, I have brought you many valuable items, including pills that can help you break through your bottleneck and ensure your smooth transition to the mid-golden core stage." "Really? That is wonderful. It will save me a significant amount of time in my cultivation." After hearing your descriptions of the chaotic star sea, I understand that the cultivation environment in Tiannan is indeed lacking. No wonder various sects are vying for territory and resources. However, both second senior brother and junior brother have already settled down, and their cultivation progress has slowed considerably. "Perhaps senior brother can assist them as well," Hong Fu said, her face glowing with joy. "That is easy to arrange. I will first help you break through to the mid-golden core stage, aiming for you to reach the pinnacle before you turn 400, after which I will take you to the chaotic star sea to achieve the nascent soul stage," Xu Changsheng suggested thoughtfully. Hong Fu nodded, and the two enjoyed a few days of warmth together. Afterward, Xu Changsheng announced the end of his seclusion, prompting Ancestor Linghu to summon him immediately. When Ancestor Linghu saw that Xu Changsheng had advanced to the mid-golden core stage, he nodded in satisfaction. As long as Xu Changsheng's cultivation continued to progress steadily, Ancestor Linghu hoped to witness Xu Changsheng's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage before his own lifespan came to an end, thereby significantly extending his life through Xu Changsheng's innate Qingmu origin. At this point, Ancestor Linghu was solely interested in Xu Changsheng's cultivation and no longer concerned himself with Xu Changsheng's activities. With Xu Changsheng's current strength, as long as he did not act recklessly, his safety was assured. In contrast, Lei Wankai and Li Huayuan harbored envy towards Xu Changsheng. Knowing that their spiritual roots were of superior quality, yet they found themselves left behind. Xu Changsheng had no intention of explaining himself. Although Hong Fu and the others boasted high spiritual root talents, the path to further cultivate after reaching the golden core stage was fraught with difficulty. And breaking through to the nascent soul stage was even more challenging. Moreover, resources for cultivation in this realm were limited, otherwise, cultivators above the nascent soul stage would not be so rare. Currently, the various factions in Tiannan were in a state of apparent equilibrium. Even the demonic sects of Tianluo Kingdom were not in haste to act. Thus, Xu Changsheng continued to focus on his cultivation within Huangfeng Valley. He had brought back a considerable amount of cultivation resources from the chaotic Star Sea, which needed to be transformed into strength. Xu Changsheng had now gathered 5 elements of golden core and needed to procure 5 different types of innate magical treasures. Apart from the Qing Lei sword for the wood attribute golden core and the Huang Long seal for the earth attribute golden core, he had yet to refine the innate magical treasures for the metal, water, and fire attributes. However, he was not lacking in time or resources and could elevate his cultivation while simultaneously refining his innate magical treasures. At present, only Ancestor Linghu had reached the nascent soul stage in Huangfeng Valley. However, through his previous battles with Ji Yin and the barbarian bearded man, Xu Changsheng understood that even Ancestor Linghu might not be his match, allowing him to cultivate without fear of danger. As such, his cultivation progressed smoothly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Xu Changsheng's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the late golden core stage, a testament to the stable environment and resources available for cultivation. Without the vast resources he had acquired in the chaotic Star Sea, he would not have been able to cultivate so peacefully in Huangfeng Valley, nor would his strength have escalated so rapidly. Nonetheless, Xu Changsheng's outward display of late golden core stage cultivation also brought satisfaction to Ancestor Linghu. With the invaluable resources provided by Xu Changsheng, the trio of Hongfu, Lei Wankai, and Li Huayuan have made remarkable strides in their cultivation. Hongfu and Lei Wankai have reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm, just on the verge of breaking into the late stage, while Li Huayuan, whose progress has been somewhat hindered by newfound laziness after acquiring a Dao partner, has only recently attained the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm. The reputation of the 4 heroes of Huangfeng Valley has become widely acknowledged within the cultivation circles of the Yu Kingdom, particularly with Xu Changsheng, who, in his capacity as the senior brother of Huangfeng Valley, has garnered significant attention from the leaders of the 7 sections. Although they have yet to witness Xu Changsheng in action, his past achievements are formidable. He has single-handedly overwhelmed the elite of all 7 sects, which has left no room for dissent regarding his prowess. The leaders of the 7 sects, unaware of the true reasons for Xu Changsheng's prolonged silence, mistakenly believe that he is merely biding his time, for they assume that no cultivator in Tiannan could match him. Despite being at the peak of the late-stage golden elixir realm, Xu Changsheng's actual combat strength rivals that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and he has yet to deploy all 5 of his innate magical treasures. Xu Changsheng has successfully forged his 5 elemental innate magical treasures: the Linglong Tower for his gold attribute golden elixir, the Qing Lei sword for his wood attribute, the Qian Kuan gourd for his water attribute, the 9 dragons divine fire shield for his fire attribute, and the Huang Long seal for his earth attribute. The names of these treasures are of Xu Changsheng's own choosing, yet their quality and power are undeniably top tier, capable of enhancing alongside his cultivation. He also plans to have Han Li cultivate a substantial amount of golden thunder bamboo for him upon his arrival at Huangfeng Valley, intending to integrate these into his Qing Lei sword to create an immensely powerful innate sword formation, mastering the evil-repelling divine thunder and the golden gang exterminating demon thunder. Once he achieves a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, his combat capabilities will rival those of a transformation stage cultivator. Xu Changsheng has meticulously charted his path for future power enhancement. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he aims to refine the Void Heaven Cauldron, a task that should pose little challenge for him. He resolves to gather all beneficial treasures in the mortal realm before venturing into the spirit realm, undeterred by the tribulations of thunder, which he views merely as nourishment. Upon clarifying his thoughts, Xu Changsheng experienced a sudden enlightenment, leading to a slight elevation in his cultivation. He sensed that it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. However, he also recognized an unsettling restlessness in his heart, a consequence of his rapid advancement. Such a swift rise could incite the so-called heart demons in other cultivators, yet fortified by the protection of his longevity fruit. He remains unafraid. Nonetheless, he acknowledges the need to cultivate tranquility. Huangfu, noticing Xu Changsheng's recent unease, understood that cultivators often encounter bottlenecks at certain realms, necessitating a retreat into the mundane world to refine their hearts. Many practitioners undertake such journeys. Thus, she proposed accompanying Xu Changsheng to experience the so-called mortal realm, to which he readily agreed, as he had been engrossed in intense cultivation since arriving in this world, and now, with newfound strength, he felt a void. The life of a cultivator can be rather monotonous. Decades can pass in seclusion without notice. As the lyrics of a past song suggest, one can grow old without truly experiencing life. Despite Xu Changsheng's gift of eternal youth, his heart still bears the marks of age. The longevity fruit cannot cleanse the dust from his heart. This requires his own introspection and accumulation of experience. Thus, Xu Changsheng and Huangfu disguised themselves as an ordinary couple, settling in Jiayuan City, located in the central region of Lanzhou, Yu Kingdom. Xu Changsheng chose this place due to a faint recollection, perhaps guided by fate. Upon settling in Jiayuan City, they discovered that their neighbor's child was none other than Mo Jiren, the future first master of Han, which piqued Xu Changsheng's interest. Utilizing his divination skills, Xu Changsheng discerned that he would eventually have some connections with Mo Jiren and his family. However, he did not allow this revelation to alter his course, as he would not let a mere mortal disrupt his plans. Consequently, he and Huangfu opened a bookstore named Sanwei Bookstore in Jiayuan City, seeking to immerse themselves in the lives of common folk. This experience proved beneficial, as Xu Changsheng found his heart settling considerably. Jiayuan City is rife with various and complex martial forces, yet Xu Changsheng and Huangfu paid them no heed. Should any misguided individuals seek trouble, they dealt with them discreetly, ensuring that the local powers ceased to harass them. In fact, the higher-ups of these martial factions came to recognize Xu Changsheng and Huangfu as reclusive, extraordinary masters, though they were entirely unable to uncover any specific information about the couple. Next door to Xu Changsheng lived the Mo family, a lineage of martial artists. Young Mo Jiren was particularly enthusiastic about martial arts and enjoyed visiting Xu Changsheng's Sanwei bookstore to peruse various martial tales. Xu Changsheng, as the proprietor, spent his days languidly reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in the myriad of stories penned by mortals, including numerous imaginative tales of immortals. Though many narratives deviated from the established knowledge of the cultivation world, their plots were undeniably captivating, and Xu Changsheng, as a golden elixir cultivator, found great enjoyment in them. Mo Jiren, still a lively and curious child, had just finished reading a martial tale when he noticed Xu Changsheng lounging in the shop. Engrossed in a story titled The Mortal Cultivator Begins with Eternal Life. Intrigued, he inquired, "Uncle, is this story good?" Xu Changsheng, in a languid tone, replied, "Of course it's good. I'm busy right now. Feel free to choose any story you like." Upon hearing this, Mo Jiren's eyes brightened, and he eagerly selected the same story, quickly becoming absorbed in its pages. As time passed unnoticed, 2 hours slipped by, nearing mealtime. Mo Jiren set the book down and turned to Xu Changsheng, asking, "Uncle, do you think there are really immortals in this world? Can mortals truly cultivate to become immortals?" Xu Changsheng, still nonchalant, replied, "Perhaps, but for mortals, ascending to immortality is as challenging as reaching the heavens.